Is everyone watching something, or are we?
No, we're just waiting for somebody to speak up. We sit here, most of us in here have been doing this for years, so we just wait for people to come in and ask questions.
Oh, okay. To like the room, or to? Oh wait, is this okay? I see.
Yeah, topic of the room.
Cool. Um, did anyone want to? Would anyone be willing to explain their opinion as to why, or I guess if they agree with like Newton's like force equations and like that stuff, or
Yeah, specifically, what would you want to find out if it's equivalent or not? Like, what are you talking about? Like, in relative to some type of physics that you notice here on what we call the same Earth? Like, for example, if you're talking about physics, everything that you think the way it works is the same for us, like, except for when you go outside of the land of where you think we are in the galactic scale. But
Mhm.
everything else here on Earth, like we identify the same. So if you see something fall and you call it gravity, what we identify as what it is relative density. So it's just an object and medium relationship. The physics remain the same. Everything's intact. Nothing changes. The only thing that changes is your perspective of where you are in the universe, basically. If that makes any
Oh,
sense.
okay. So it's not new physics. It's the
No.
same physics, just a different.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
It's the mindset of what you think, where you think you are in this cosmic scale. Cosmology is a big thing for people who believe they are in a ever expanding universe. Versus we say that the cosmological aspect is where we are the floor of the universe, like the ground level. Like everything that we see outside, there's no outer space. There's only what the space that you see in front of you, like the length, breadth, width. So everything that you
Hmm.
see is like basically we're on the ground level, and the sky and everything that you see above us. There's what we would say are just the celestial bodies of lights in the sky.
Hmm.
There's a lot of mystery and unknowns to what you think in the paradigm that you exist in right now, currently, that you everything's described as. So like the sun, moon, and stars already have descriptions. They have attributes. Uh, you already know like
Yeah.
what the parts of them are made of, and the type of physics that work on those bodies and such.
Hmm.
So we would say that all of that is unknown, while you would say that it is already known. It's discovered, or or for the very least, it can be explained.
So it's more like those explanations, like don't meet the or wouldn't meet your burden of proof, essentially.
Exactly. Or the criteria for somebody to say it could be empirical.
Hmm.
So
Okay.
something like a star billions of light years away, you couldn't tell me its constituent parts because how could you know that, right?
Fair
Hmm.
enough, but let's just be categorically clear. Explanations cannot bear a proof in principle.
I'm sorry, you cut out for me. You said explanations. What? You cut out for what?
Explanations can't bear a burden of proof in principle. They can't do that at all.
Oh.
Okay, so an explanation is something that you give that you then prove. Proof is several from the explanation.
I see.
Yeah, you know
Um.
how you ask like, well, this is what this is, and somebody says, prove it.
Mhm.
If you're, yeah, that's kind of
Yeah,
what we say.
I've been in relationships, so yeah,
Well, no, I
I
know, but you get the concept, right? So basically,
yeah,
if
yeah.
you're saying something, and someone says prove it, then would you meet the the standard for the burden of proof? No, so
So like would you say that, so was it like an illusion if a person like was in like a plane and they like just went in any direction consistently?
yeah, but
And
you
they
got to
like
think about it like realistic. Okay, so you live in the real world, right? We don't live in those hypothetical scenarios. So if you told a pilot that was able to fly a plane, hey,
Mhm.
can you just go south? And the guy says, well, I'm taking off from this airport. Where's our destination? You're like, well, nowhere. I just want to go
Mhm.
south. What do you think he'll tell you? Realistic.
Probably to go fly a kite. Would be my guess.
Yeah, exactly. He wants to know where you're going, right? Point of
Right.
origin to destination. I mean, this is only the logical way to think, right? So if we're going to do something, it has to have some type of point of origin and a destination. Anywhere, if you're traveling anywhere. Because you want to know where you're going, right? The
Right.
idea that somebody would say that scenario, we'll just walk south. Well, that's not, we don't do that in reality. We have where we're
Mhm.
going, where we're coming from, and where we're going. So
Mhm.
if you make it, if you frame it in a way where we could do something, that changes. That now you've given us some type of parameter that we can work with. So you have to kind of frame it or your question in a way that we're able to work with that question. Like maybe some scenario that has been done already, or perhaps we can think about it in a way that we could use some type of logistics to do something with that
Like,
question.
yeah. Okay. So this question might be off topic, and if it is, feel free to ignore it, and I could think of something else. But
Yeah, sure.
do we agree that like we landed on the moon or not?
Well, I mean, it's the anecdotal testimony of all time, right? The biggest fish story of ever. So if somebody tells you, I don't know if you know the turn of phrase, big fish story. So it's like basically saying this guy said that he went to a place that I don't think anybody can go to. So do you believe him or not? And not only that, but he's got video. He's got other uh, people that will testify to him walking there to this place that you can't go to.
Mm-hmm.
And so at some point you just believe the story or you discredit it. So you're either gonna take it on board and say, yeah, I believe that some person walked on the moon. Can I go there? No. I just have to take him on his
Mm-hmm.
credit or the video evidence or photographs or whatever. But
Mm-hmm.
I can't go and actually walk where that person walked. I can just take him on credit.
Hmm.
So I'll let somebody else take over because I got to get moving. So
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I got to take off as well. I got at a client's house, so hopefully someone will speak up and converse with you later.
Did anyone want to go over their opinion on like the eclipse that we had recently, or?
I can speak a little bit, but it's 3 a.m. now in where I am in Australia, so I'm going to be going to bed in like very, very soon, a few minutes probably. I'm sure there'll be plenty of other
Sorry.
people here. No, don't be sorry, man. That's fine. Whereabouts? I'm assuming you're in the States somewhere, or Canada, or thereabouts.
Yeah, I'm in the States. I'm on my lunch break, and I have 30 minutes. So I was just like, oh, this is the perfect time.
You're on a time limit. Yeah, that's all right. I'm on a time limit too because it's definitely bedtime for me. With the eclipse stuff, I probably wouldn't say much other than an eclipse doesn't really say much about the shape of the Earth doesn't really say anything about where we live. With regards to the moon landing stuff, I would argue that the claims that were made about the moon landing involve a area of space, quote unquote, that doesn't exist, can't exist.
The moon landing involves an area of space that.
Yeah, absolutely. The idea that we traversed a region known as space, which would be essentially a vacuum that exists next to gas pressure, would be a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. It's just nonsense.
Ooh, I have not heard that. Okay, I have to read up on.
Well, no,
Yeah.
I mean just even if you were to think about it logically or practically, for you to have, I mean, in the globe Earth paradigm, there is gas pressure that exists next to what is essentially a vacuum, and they will always come back saying, "Oh, it's not a perfect vacuum," as if that makes any difference. The idea is that it's still pressurized gas here where we live, next to a vacuum that extends out to 10 to the minus 17 torr, which is the most vacuum of a vacuum you'll ever get, and that those two things coexist without any physical containment or barrier between them, which is just ridiculous. Nobody ever has demonstrated or will be able to demonstrate gas pressure without containment. You need containment for gas pressure. It's literally the definition of gas pressure involves having to have something for the gas molecules to press upon. In that paradigm, there is nothing. It would just be gas filling the volume of space. There would be no gas on Earth to breathe. It would all disappear into the volume that was space. That's gas law. It's like there's no way around that, really.
So you wouldn't say that. So you wouldn't say that like the attraction of like objects or particles due to like gravity would be sufficient? You'd say it would be too weak to do that, or it would be sufficient to do that?
I'd say there's a few things to say about that. One, what gravity?
If you don't mind, I would like to chime in for a second and say something. But whenever you guys are done, I would just want to come in.
He said he had to leave, so I wanted to give him the floor.
Yeah, I'm not going to be here for very long, so just given what time it is. So is it? How do you pronounce it? Dana
White. He's the professional UFC owner.
Oh yeah, gotcha. Yeah, Dana White, of course. From where were we? We were talking about. You asked about gravity. So my first question would be, okay, which gravity are you referring to?
Which
gravity?
What the fuck?
Oh, you guys aren't familiar that there's Newtonian and Einsteinian gravity? No.
Oh, that's what you're referring to. Okay.
Yeah,
I was thinking. Yeah. I was thinking like. I was
thinking more of a metaphysical level. I was thinking more of a metaphysical level, but you were right.
No. I was just
the subatomic particles that collide. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I was just doing the Socratic thing and agreeing on terms, basically.
No. So I would say that my understanding is that whereas Einstein didn't really change really any of Newton's like equations or anything like that, he just kind of expanded upon it, and it sort of gave us like a different like interpretation. For like all practical purposes, like going to the grocery store, for instance, the Newtonian is fine. If I'm in like a rocket ship or something, then I'll have to lean to like Einstein. It's just like a Maslow's hierarchy of like explanation, I guess. So like for which one, I guess I could say at present, you could start with the Newtonian, and if we have to build up, we could do that later. But so
With with whichever gravity you decide to go with, I would have to ask you what evidence or proof have you got that gravity is a thing? Because gravity is not a force and hasn't been a force for 109 years. So it's not pulling anything, it's not pushing anything. So if you want to invoke gravity, which in Einsteinian gravity, in general relativity, is the bending of space-time, which is a conceptual medium. So if we're talking about the bending of a conceptual medium having any relevance to reality, I mean that's more of a stretch than I'd be willing to take if I was being intellectually honest. So I would ask you what evidence or demonstration would you be able to show that gravity's a thing that you can invoke really when we're talking about what we were discussing?
Yeah, so I guess I would say that. Well, I guess my question would be, when you say it's you're not talking about the label, you're talking about the process, right? Because we could call it something else. I could call it like n, and like as like a value, like whatever this thing is. There seems to be certain like symptoms, I guess, certain attributes, certain qualities, things that we can predict, and we'll just label that n. And I could say that like, well, it seems as though like whenever you have an object that has like mass to it or is made up of stuff, you just say rudimentary. It seems as though there is an attraction. You can call it interaction, you can call it a force. It may not technically be a force, but it seems like there's some type of an attraction that occurs, and it seems like that rate of attraction is stronger the more stuff that seems to be there. So I guess I could say that like since the Earth has like it's like a lot of stuff, it's not like all the stuff. We're all kind of in attraction towards or with it. I guess with it would be more accurate. And because of that, I would say that it doesn't seem like the size of the thing that would be attracted to it really matters.
But this mass attracting mass. Sorry to interrupt, but this mass attracting mass notion was Newtonian, and it was superseded by Einstein's general relativity. It's not mass attracting mass, so that's not a thing. And there's never been a demonstration to prove mass attracting mass.
Well, so if we were going to go into like I guess I would say this. Maybe attraction is the wrong word. They seem to get closer together. The rate at which they get closer together seems to increase relative to the amount of stuff or mass that is within that system. So if you have like if you have something that's just like in a different state of matter, like say like a gas, for instance, it doesn't like that's really just really small particles at the end of the day that would still be as attracted to or I don't say attracted, that would still be
would it be the same mass of particles?
Not massive. Like I'm talking about like, let's say you have like like you have like a bowl of water and then like it turns into water vapor, right? Like an example. like there is still a for any one particle there is still an attraction for, well, you don't want to say attraction, there's still an interaction, I guess I should say, occurring whereby it would be drawn or collected towards whatever the most mass is in that area. So if it's the Earth, and there isn't something like beyond that to like a certain degree, you're going to notice that the majority of those particles are going to be like collected, closer towards like the surface of it, which it seems to be the case, and less of it will be the further away you go. So maybe it's not like a true like barrier, quote unquote, but like we could probably say it's like a statistical statement that like the likelihood of you encountering like a part of Earth's our atmosphere when you get to like a certain height is going to be severely reduced. So
Hey Ben, I have a question. How did you quantify this, or how was this in any way science? Remember what we're having a conversation before. Explanations are one thing, but can you prove it? What you're saying?
right now, am I?
No, like
that was going to be my next point. I was going to ask him, can he demonstrate?
Not specifically, not specifically you. I mean, you could say point to a method by which that was demonstrated. So, is there any way that you could, point to a demonstration that shows us that is the case?
Off the top, off the top of my head, I could ask somebody. Not off the top of my head, I don't know.
Yeah, look. So, when we're talking about these things, we're here 24/7. Like, there's nothing gonna change. That we're always posted up in here, and we're asking the questions. We want people to engage and think about it, critically. Because there's one thing to have an explanation. There's a whole entirely different thing to actually provide evidence for it, or demonstration. Actually,
yeah, I think I agree with that. So, yeah.
Yep. But yeah. So we invite the questions. We want the engagements. We want people to actually start thinking about it. Most importantly, it's not so much as a gotcha as it is like, can we reason with each other in this day and age, right? That's what we're looking for. We're looking for people to kind of reason with each other. Like, let's be intellectually honest with ourselves, right? Alongside each other. Because at the end of the day, you could leave here in a debate format and, not really back up anything you're saying, but just kind of call somebody an idiot or something because they think differently than you. But at the same time, what we both would be seeking. Yeah, I know. It's just the nature of the conversation because it's such a provocative topic. So the direction that we want to go is hopefully we get like these kinds of engagements where people are listening. They can ask themselves the question too and be intellectually honest with themselves, not just with us. Because it's more important that for yourself versus you tell us an answer without any due diligence, which means that have you done the research to actually really get through the question and kind of investigate like what because ultimately that's what it is, right? If you know something and you're able to articulate that point and you can tell us how you know it, right, and describe this is a method, this is how I know this is true, versus you saying, well, this is what I've been told, how to think about this topic. Well, that's great. We hear a lot of people tell us things, but at the same time, what we're challenging people is to find out the method, figure out how it's been discovered, or people have talked about these, experiments and such. I use that word colloquially because it has a different connotation in the scientific realm. So, when I say experiment, so we use it colloquially sometimes, but at the same time, it's very specific. Experiment has to deal with the how and why, cause and effect relationship, trying to figure out all that. So
Mm. No, I
it's
don't.
something to think
Yeah.
about. I mean, it's not a burden that we want to leave on your shoulders. What it is it just depends on the temperature of the person that comes in here. Because you could come at this hot and heavy. Oh, you guys are dumb. You don't know what you're talking about. I'm like, well, just hold on a second, man. Like you're firing off with these ideas, thinking that we are standing in some type of minority, but it's actually the other way around. The people that live on this earth don't experience a globe. You live on a flat and stationary earth. Now,
Mm.
you could take a look at that in many ways, right? Practically, everybody operates on this earth as if it were flat and stationary. You don't have to believe that it's a flat and stationary earth, but you operate on it like it is. So, pilots, mariners, like anybody that is traveling over the earth, you treat it as if it were flat and stationary. You don't treat it like a globe. So, that in and of itself
Right.
is the beginning point of somebody's like intellectual curiosity, right? To figure out what it is that they are living on. But we extend it out further. Well, what can we do? How can we, like, in 2024, not have a um, very methodical way to figure out whether or not we live on a curving surface?
Mm.
I invite people to actually think about this, because when I ask the question, it's almost like the individual gets really redundant. They're like, "Well, we don't have a large enough tape measure." I'm like, "Dudes, really? 2024. We have the advent of technology. We can think of like
Right.
really creative ways how we could measure things. As a matter of fact, there's all kinds of ways we could measure. But at the same time, it's like, could we, if it's possible that we live on top of a geometric shape, that we could figure this out, right? So it's more of the case of what would be the method we could apply to then figure it out. Because we are now in the age, or according to what people say, age of enlightenment, right? We have a library at our fingertips, right? We can
Mm-hmm.
easily access any information that we so desire. But it seems like even though we have this ability, we lack the effort, the type of rigor that it would take for somebody to actually really get through all of this and figure it out, because they lean on the experts, right? Most people do. Well, I don't have to figure it out, somebody else did. Yeah, I get that, but how would it be if you actually attempted to think about how you could figure it out?
Mm-hmm.
What could you do?
Yeah. No.
Oh.
Like I said, like I mean, I can ask somebody off the top of my head.
Mhm.
Like I invite like criticism, right? Like, and I like the whole reason I popped in there. It's just to see. Like, I'm not one of those people that would just say like, oh, like you're an idiot or something. Like, regardless of what the claim is, like I really want to like understand. I'm not one of the like it's just not in my nature. It's just like I've never been like that. So just like because a person might have like whether they're right or not, they might have a certain way of looking at it that makes me more correct than what I was thinking. So that's the whole
Mhm.
like that's like my motivation, if that makes sense. I'm not
Yeah, sure.
like a debate
And
bro or whatever.
it just depends on who you talk to and how they articulate their point, I guess, and how they convey the message. I think what's
Mhm.
easier is that it doesn't get convoluted and too overcomplicated. So somebody that can speak directly to you is easier
Mhm.
to understand than somebody that's trying to speak from a more scientific point of view. I've always felt that that would be a bit better, just having like a conversation across a couch. That's kind of the thing that I would look for, because it's like you want to speak to somebody that's just talking to you, not at you, right? But it's different when somebody comes in
Correct.
here with the bravado that they know everything. No, you guys are idiots, man, because you're flat earthers. I'm like, you know, we can handle this one of two ways. Actually, I'm well known for this, right? We can handle this
Mhm.
one of two ways. We can do it the way where we're speaking as reasonable people, or we can do it to where you are shown to be someone who doesn't know what you're talking about. It's your
Mhm.
choice, right? And I'd rather it be the one that um that we can reason with each other, because at the end of the day we're all fishing from the same boat. The country song I heard says that. So it's like
Mhm.
we only like we're here with each other, man. It's like we don't need to be enemies. We can just be people who can, identify the world, the physical, natural world, and then kind of, figure it all out. That makes any sense.
Yeah. No, I mean, I can respect that for sure. Yeah.
So back to the question. It's like, if the Earth is a globe, then we should be able to reasonably figure it out, or at least have some form of method of being able to discover it directly, not just infer. Because there's a lot of inferences taking place. Well, we got anecdotal testimony of people like, well, let's talk to the airplane pilots, let's talk to the mariners, let's talk to all those. Go, well, what do they say? Why
But
do we
that's
have
not
to
a
rely?
process. That's like a testimony.
Well, yeah, it's anecdotal.
Yeah.
So if somebody tells you that, like, well, hey, man, I've flown a plane. The Earth is a globe. Duh. So it's like, you get that guy in here. He's flown a plane. But what good does that do for you, the individual who's trying to figure it all out? It's like,
Mhm.
somebody can tell you anything they want, but how do you know, right? Because ultimately, it falls back on a personal basis. How can you figure it out? I mean, what, you're just going to take somebody else's word for it? Because that's what you've been doing your whole life. Somebody told you
Mhm.
what the Earth is. They've given you an explanation. You're carrying these explanations without being able to, critically think about how it's been figured out, or the method. So you kind of just bear the burden of, like, this kind of not explanation, but if somebody asks you a question, how do you know that you live on a globe? Like, honestly,
Mhm.
what are you going to tell them? Pictures from NASA? Like, there's nothing that you can describe the Earth in any way relative to the person's question. Like, it's crazy, right? But that's all we have.
Right.
All we got is just what they tell us, and we just basically recall that information, and we're like, hey, well, this is what they told me. We basically lean on the experts, to the ones who figured it all out. It's complicated math and all that stuff, and that's where it ends. So we don't have to do that kind of heavy lifting, so to speak,
Mhm.
because we're just like, people who just talk about it in a way that it's not. I'm not a scientist, but you need to speak to those guys. So I don't know. Yeah, but we've been through all the questions of, like, what is gravity, and the gentleman was just talking
Mhm.
to you about it. But yeah, it's more the case that people, when they ask the question, they don't know much about it. Like, they don't know Newtonian or Einsteinian. They don't know that, and I'll just give up the goods, man, because I think you're
Mhm.
pretty decent fellow. It's more the case of, like, when people are asking that, they don't know themselves. Where, like, what gravity are you speaking of? What do you mean, what gravity? The gravity that makes things go down. Duh. That's like, no, dude. Have you looked at it
Mhm.
from a point of view where Newtonian gravitational theory has been outdated for 110 years? You're able to understand that Einsteinian general relativity was what superseded it, because on a galactic scale, Newtonian gravitational theory doesn't work the way it should, to then uh, have an understanding of, like, large bodies in the cosmic
Mhm.
scale operate. So Einsteinian general relativity is what spoke to that as an explanation. However, I would say that still doesn't give uh, meaning to it, because there's a lot of other complications that ensue. But I'll leave that for another
Mhm.
discussion. What I will say is that the idea that this gravitational theory has been superseded is not known by the general public. They would say it's fine. You can use Newtonian for the for the small scale, like where we're at, the physics and such. And then as you go in the galactic scale, you can use Einstein. It's kind of interchangeable. But with the case
Yeah.
of
Like
this,
I was trying
Mhm.
like I was just like, oh well, because we kind of like switch back and forth. Like
Mhm.
you could flip a coin, I guess.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
On that. So yeah. So.
But the problem is, that's not the case. There's some scientific communicators that would disagree with that, and also put out, because these guys have a public forum that uh, many multitudes of people actually listen to, like Michio Kaku. I don't know if you know who he is. Scientific communicator. He's an astrophysicist, top of his field, kind of guy, and is
Mhm.
a scientific mouthpiece. So basically, he speaks in conferences. He's talking about what it actually means to be an astrophysicist. He's telling people basically it's guesswork. It's flying by the seat of their pants. He said all these words that I'm saying, so it's not like something I'm putting words in his mouth. He's saying all these things. Yeah, and he would say that, when we told you about Newton's gravity, we lied to you. The way he said it, it's just, I repeat his monotone, because he says, we lied to you. He's like, Newtonian, he said, it's gravity is not pulling you down. Gravity is pushing you down. So basically, he's explaining that people that are saying the pulling force and all this other kind of stuff, they're doing it incorrectly. So the rhetoric itself has been misspoken by people who are trying to articulate gravity in the general sense, right? So that is there's a lot of things that we've been think about it, and it's like people that go to the gym every single day, like they're working out, they're getting strong, they're moving, and here comes somebody who's just brand new to the whole thing, and they're jumping into it like, hey, I know about this because I have an explanation, and we're like, dudes, we're so far beyond like you even. And that's because we're exercising that critical thinking on a daily basis. And this is the outcome. The outcome is that people are baffled. They come into this room and they don't understand how we know a lot more about the paradigm. It's because we're more immersed into like how we've been taken by this information for such a long time. So we've basically undone the cognitive bias for the Earth being a globe, and we're now like, we basically took it all apart. Most of the people in here can articulate their point and how that's been done. So it's not as people who do the flat earthers, man. They're knuckle draggers. They're people that are thinking that the Earth is flat. We thought about that a long time ago. We thought that we would fall over the ocean like Columbus, with the image of ships falling off the edge and such, like that kind of idea. So it's like, it's nothing like that. So, I mean, but
no, I appreciate the. I have to
kind of,
talk like that.
yeah. Anyway,
Yeah.
So, yeah.
No, I appreciate the time. Like I said, I really just want to understand. You gave me a lot to you I really like what you said about well, what is the process, right? Like not just focusing on like what someone else says, and it's like, no, I guess I really need to look into that. So I really appreciate that.
Well, I appreciate you coming by, Ben. Like, not too far. It's not too often we get somebody in here that's a bit more on the level, pun intended.
Yeah, nice chatting to you.
Yeah,
Ben.
no. Yeah, you too. Take it easy.
Don't be a
See
stranger,
you, buddy. All right, Alpha. It's bedtime for me, mate. It's 3:30. Have a glorious evening.
See you, Raymond.
Or
Thanks
afternoon.
Thanks for posting up.
Yeah, always a pleasure. I'll probably see you guys tomorrow.
Yeah, see you tomorrow, man. Have a good night.
You too. See ya.
Later. I'm going to be munching on my food, so I'm going to mute up. Yeah, but welcome, everybody. Usual suspects in here. Who's in here right now? Hello.
What's up, Mickey? What's going on, bro?
Hey, what up, Kimbo? What you up to, man? Listening at work?
Not much, man. Just, going shopping a little bit, you know what I mean? Grocery shopping. About to go to HEB.
Dude, HEB, man, that's the place right there. I'm from South Texas, so I know all about that.
Yeah. I remember that one time you were telling a story. Like, in the summertime, it gets so hot. When you go inside the car, it's so hot, and you turn on the AC, and then
Yeah,
you
you
drove.
remember Yeah, it's funny, dude, because it's like that's the way it is. Like, it's so hot in Texas that by the time you get to the grocery store, the air conditioner barely starts working, barely starts to cool things down, and you arrive, and then you like do your shopping, and you go back inside the car to go home. It's like
Right.
110 degrees outside, and it's so freaking. It's like an oven. By the time the AC starts working again, you have arrived at the house. Like, ooh, how that. It doesn't.
Right.
Yeah,
Bro, when
it's
you were telling
so
that
freaking
story,
hot.
I was laughing, man. So
Because it's true,
it's so
man. Like,
true.
you'd have to take like 3 or 4 showers a day because like as soon as you take a nice cool shower, by the time you get outside, you're pouring sweat again. Like, it's crazy.
Right. Well, right now, it's not that hot, right? Just wait till August, September,
Yeah,
November.
dude, you guys,
Oh my God.
it's
Yeah.
furious. Yeah, it's furious. You got Well, shoot, the good thing that you have over there is the Creamy Creations ice cream from HEB. That
Right.
was my favorite. There's one particular flavor that I like. I don't know if you like ice cream or not, but try the
I
banana
love
nut.
ice cream.
Try banana nut.
I'm gonna try it out. I'm gonna try it out. I just bought the cooking creams, and I also
Oh
had
yeah,
the pecan something butter
praline,
yeah,
pecan
something.
praline, dude. That is
Yeah,
amazing. You
that's
know,
one of my favorite.
I used to have a pecan praline with a root beer. Make a root beer
Oh,
float. It is glorious. I mean, it's sugar on sugar. It's not for the diabetics, but
right.
I mean, it's small
I gotta
amounts,
try
I'd
that.
say. Yeah, ooh, man, it's good. Try it
Yeah,
with a little bit of root beer, kind of a root beer float style.
right.
Telling you, man, you'll thank me later.
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna try it out. I'm gonna try it out. So that type of ice cream, but what? What's the
A
other
and
thing?
A&W root beer,
Okay, right.
and
Gonna have to try that out.
and if you just try ice cream by itself, I think you can't go wrong with banana nut. That's
Banana nut.
yeah,
Okay,
it's a creamy creation, so it's in HEB. I know that 100%.
I got you. So is it in a tub or in a cone? That one.
No, it's in a tub. I think they sell them in pints if I'm not mistaken. I don't know if they still do. It's been so
Okay.
long. Been like
Oh,
17 years.
I'm pretty sure they still do. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. I'm gonna go check it out.
Freaking
I'm over
HEB,
here.
bro.
Yeah, HEB is the shit though. I ain't gonna
That's
lie.
the shit, bro.
I live like 1 minute away from HEB, and that's beautiful.
Yeah, it is, dude. Like, it's such a good grocery store. Anyway,
Right. Yeah.
get caught
Yeah.
up.
Hey man, yeah man, it was good man the way you talked to a lot of these guys, especially that guy just came in. He's
Hmm.
basically put his guard down, put his ego down, and just listen. So that's
Yeah,
good.
and I am thinking about it, but I've been in the process of moving for a couple months. I will still be in the process for another couple more. So I don't know how long it's gonna take, but when I'm settled in my new place, I'm actually gonna put my room like as a podcast studio because
Right.
I want to get back to it because I really love doing that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, do
I had
what
a
you want to do, brother.
I had a show called the Flat Earth Initiative a long time ago,
Right.
and me and Jedi were a part of it. Um, and we had a couple of the people that were on 24/7, like a part of the panel. And we had like the beginning of the show was Jedi kind of explaining a breakdown of what flat Earth is. It was really cool.
Uh-huh.
And then we got into zany space news. We plugged like everybody. We had a good laugh of like all the funny space information, the stories that they put out because they do that daily. Like
Right.
satellite lands on asteroid or something, or dark matter bullets beware. Kind of stuff like that. Like these really crazy titles like to their stories. And it's like, dude, why do you write such thing? Like people did, it's just crazy stuff.
Right.
Or
Hey,
like
I
two
heard you
black
guys had
Yeah.
radio before. What happened?
radio.
Yeah, Flat Earth Radio. I remember Drace was talking about it, and CB was talking about it too, right? If I'm not wrong about it, in 24/7, I heard we had Flat Earth Radio.
That might be the
That
case.
was
I don't know what context though. I don't know if they were doing something or maybe. Yeah, that could be the case. But
right.
either way, having that type of program would help kind of like just get the brand out there 24/7 because it's just the people that have been hanging around for a while, like in the same group.
Right. And you know what though? It's a beautiful thing because now you can. That's like also like a daily lessons, right? People
Yeah.
chime in, people tune in, and all of a sudden you go through the claims, especially like the Globe's claim and stuff. Like a
Mhm.
lesson, bro. Like you go to school. To be honest.
Well, for me, I like the way that we had that conversation with the gentleman who was just in here because he just wants to listen. He just wants to like hear from our perspective, and he knows a little bit of things, but he wasn't like really too apprehensive. He didn't want to like debate us, bro. Like he didn't want to do that. He just like, no, this is what I learned. This is what they told me. So it's easier to talk
Right.
to somebody like that versus somebody who's just already did the research and looking for a debate. That's totally
Right. Like the anti-flat earthers, you can't talk to them, bro.
different. Yeah, some of them are really tough to talk to.
Like your best friend. You remember your best friend the other night, the other day? A guy. Remember that guy?
Oh, a guy, yeah, he pops
Yeah,
in
guy.
here. He's all
Oh
in
my
his
god.
he's all in his feelings about like, well, you guys always ban me when I come in here, and it's like, he's just, and then he starts talking about his feelings and the channel and what he finds wrong. It's like, and then he gets a mute, and then he's like, dude, I always get muted when I'm in here. I'm like, why do you think that is, dude? Like, you just in here talking about the channel, like we're talking about topics and such.
Right. Bro, it's funny, man. Every time I see that guy come in, bro, I said, "Oh, that's Mickey's best friend."
Oh, hey guy, yeah, he always has something to say about the channel.
Right. Funny though. Well, somebody just came in. Hello, hello.
A massive lurker. We have Heretic that dropped by. All right, guys, look busy.
All right, brother. Hey, man, I'm gonna take off, and we'll talk some other time. You take care, and God bless. Just want to say you guys doing a great job over here. Thank you.
Yeah, man. You can keep us on like a podcast. I mean, you don't have to leave or anything. Just
I'm gonna
do
stay in here then, but I'm gonna go in. All right. Take care.
do your thing, man. All right.
Yes, sir.
You're on, man. I'm just chiming in. I'm in the middle of work, so I'll just be listening in.
You're not like Manufactotum where he popped in here like, dude, I had to shut 2 machines off to come in because Crit provoked him. He's like, dude, I shut 2 machines off to come in here and talk to you.
My machine is, mine's silent. Let's put it that way. So
okay.
Only got one to work with.
Sucks, man. Mine aren't. Mine are clanking and banging in the background. I'm like, shit. It's always when there's like this real obnoxious Glober that comes in here. Like they're so egotistical. We don't have any flat earthers in here. Are you serious? Man, flat earth sucks. And then I'm listening to him like, I'm like, oh shit, dude. I can't open my mic, but that's fine. Whatever. So I'm hoping that somebody like listens to him doing it. So they come in here and just kind of
I'm hoping for some flat smacking. Got a meeting in a couple hours, so figured I'll stick around in the interim.
So, you're hanging out at work, just listening to us like a podcast. Yeah, good stuff, man.
Hey, yeah, all good.
I see T-Dub in the house, subdued. Reckonor's here. Quiet Noobs. I haven't heard, dude. Quiet. It's been a minute, man. Amish is here. Miss Doves. What's up, Miss Dove?
Hey, what's up, brother?
What's up, Quiet? Hey, you don't speak much, huh?
I called in sick to work today, and now I'm just listening as I in the background.
He's got his feet up. He's got his mug of beer
I got
or
a
whatever.
tooth pulled the other day. I got a big socket in my mouth. Gross, huh?
You got a what?
I got a tooth pulled a few days ago, so I got a big old socket in my gums. It's gross.
Jeez, dude. Yeah, I've been there, done that. Yeah, wisdom teeth came out. Oh, yeah. We got John Celsius in here, sitting in here. I don't know who John. Are you been in here before? John Celsius. No John Celsius. Bennett's here. Heretic's here. What's up, Heretic?
Hey.
You
just looking for some background noise at the moment.
You're busy?
Yeah.
I'm looking for some background globers. They haven't come in here yet.
Need a background glober. Make this day go by.
Trying to see if, well, you should have seen last night, bro. Scott actually shellacked another glober. It was something weird. I thought we were in the Twilight Zone. The guy came in here saying, science doesn't prove anything, guys. And Scott's like, dude, shut up, dude. Science proves things all the time. And I was like, what? Scott saying what? And yeah, he went in on him, dude. He just like turned him up.
Yeah, I did hear a little bit of that. That's interesting.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
It's kind of a rare spectacle. You don't usually hear that kind of thing, especially from him. But yeah, it was like he went in on the glober, and I was like, oh shit. Guess we don't have to talk to the guy.
He's trying to get in our good books.
Yeah. He appealed to that side of us.
Yeah. Well, maybe the guy was actually just annoying, though, too.
It was kind of annoying. Must be honest. Well, because he's always said, well, isn't that their mantra? That's how science works. Because that's how science works. Really?
Just doesn't prove anything.
I don't know. Maybe somebody will come in. Maybe not.
There's got to be one coming any minute.
Well, we got, I don't know for what it's worth, John Celsius is in here, but he has his mic open. He's just not speaking.
He's moot.
John, you there? Hello. Got Amish in here. Triple D, Dan.
That's my name. What's up?
You are someone who is of the mind that the Earth is a globe, right? If I'm not mistaken.
I'm agnostic.
Agnostic Earther.
Yeah. Big old case of who cares for me.
Those who are indifferent about the shape of the Earth.
Yep. Doesn't affect my bottom line, you know what I mean?
Well, if your bottom line is, get money, get chicks.
Yep.
Whatever it is. I don't know. I don't know what your agenda is, but
Yeah, close enough.
we got to stand for something, Dan, or else we'll fall for anything.
Yeah, I just don't stand for that.
Well,
Sta-
I mean, truth is the truth, right? I mean,
Sure.
not unless you don't think so. If you don't think it's truth, then that's probably where the issue lies.
Truth is the truth. Yes, I agree with that tautology.
Well, I mean, if the Earth is something that you can't describe in a way that could be explained, then that would be something interesting, because they give explanations, right? Though they're telling us what the Earth is. When we're very young, they're saying this is the Earth. It's in the solar system. We abide by the physics because of it, and all kinds of things. So all of that stuff are explanations we were given. We don't know how to articulate those points. We get like topical information, and we think that we're all knowledgeable. I think that's where the problem lies. So
I have no
people
idea
come
what
in
you
here.
just said, though. Oh,
Well,
what, like,
it's simple,
can you summarize that?
Yeah. So people come in here thinking they know what their cosmology is, and they're telling us explanations about it. But when we start asking them what they know about those topics, they don't know how to articulate those points. They're
Sure.
basically just topical information they've been told.
That makes sense.
And well, I mean, they struggle, which is the reason why we say they don't know what they're talking about.
Sure, but I mean, what do you want? Like a fast food manager or a fucking shoe salesman to know about, high level scientific things or mathematical?
See, that's the thing. How do you know that that's the case? What if everybody could know this information? I think you're parsing it out in a way that only those individuals can know that type of information.
No, I agree with
Which
you. They
means that,
could know it. I'm saying,
right.
but when they come in, they don't know it until you educate them, right?
Well, yeah, that could be the case. But there's some that would say they would know based on math and such.
Sure, right. They'll appeal to
You know?
consensus. They'll be like, "Well, I learned it in school, so yeah, I got you."
We've had people in here before talk about it in a way that they say through the math is a way that we can understand
Nice.
the physical and natural world. But I mean, that's a topic that they would have to kind of go
Let me
through.
ask you this: have you ever had any like credentialed actual scientists come in?
Absolutely. We actually have one that's in here. That's I think an undergrad for to be an astrophysicist.
No, not undergrad. Like I'm saying, someone who's like graduated now.
Already.
Yeah.
Let's see. I'd say yeah. We have scientific communicators like Mick West in the past. I don't know if you know who he is.
No. But I'm just curious, what do they say? Like, or not even what do they say? Like, what is their demeanor? Like, are they patient with you?
Oh, yes, dude. Like they're actually the opposite of these guys that come in here. Completely
Yeah.
opposite. They're not the same. Like basically, because they don't. Okay, so if they reach the top of their respective fields, they don't have a dog in the fight. They don't have nothing to prove. They've already proven whatever I guess they feel
Sure.
like they needed to.
Yeah. So they don't come in hot, but they obviously fight you on it. But here's my question: is
Yeah.
if they're at the top of their field, astrophysicist type of thing, and they're coming in here to talk to you about this, do you think that they're like a plant?
No.
Like they must know that they're wrong, right?
No, well, the thing is, okay, so as a tradition or traditionally, you're told that the Earth is something, right? Cosmology, that you're told that we live in this kind of ever expanding universe. So if they could learn more about it in a way that math would follow what their knowledge is about it, they feel like they have a better stance to say, well, I may have thought it was a cosmology in this way, but now I know because I went through the education system and I'm more informed. So I have a better say for it. And I don't have to just be like these guys who are trying to figure their points or talking points, in a way that they can form it to you guys. I know because I've went through the system, and I know that I've got the information directly that I need to, so I can arm myself with the point that I need to tell you of how I know that it's, a solar system or whatever. Like they can dive more into it versus these average guys that come in here that are trying to. So
Right. But I'm still unclear.
traditionally,
Okay.
Traditionally,
I'm still unclear though. Do you think that they're wrong or that they're lying?
no, I believe they're misinformed. So there's a difference. When you're misinformed, you don't know that until somebody's actually against what you're saying and challenges you, and then at least you can think about it, right? But before that, you think that you're in the right to say what you're saying. So
Okay.
if I mean, obviously you don't know. How could you know somebody lied to you until somebody actually provides something against your idea of what you think is the
What?
truth? So
Sure.
you
Yeah.
think it's true that the Earth is a globe. nobody ever points it out to you, and everybody goes along with it, that's your worldview. There's nothing that can take you away from that. But if somebody challenges you on that and says, like, wait a minute, how do you know that? And then you have to stand up for your, your worldview. It's different.
But okay, here's what I'm struggling with though: is if somebody took 8 years of college, and then I'm wondering how they could like go through all that indoctrination, and then not be aware of the fact that it's not true. Like they in that 8 years, they didn't find any evidence that ran afoul of their worldview.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. No, it's more the case of if we're gonna go into a vantage point or perspective that we can't actually physically demonstrate it's the case or not, then we have to rely on other means, like people that can actually achieve those heights or mathematical equations that can explain such things. So either one will suffice for that individual. Like if you say, well, there was an astronaut that walked on the moon, and we got physics and math that explains this particular motion of the stars, or the sun or the moon. So they lean on that being the case and saying we don't need to empirically test or verify these things because that's a part of science, but it's not the whole part. Like the whole part would be us studying and stuff, these things.
So they made it 8 years because they were basically the system never really put them in a position where they could challenge the core fundamentals, and they just took a lot of things as granted.
Yeah, well, I would say that's the case for most of them, because a lot of the ones that come in here, they don't really argue flat for globe Earth. They're like, no, this, like, I'll give you an example. ITR, he comes in here, he's studying to be an astrophysicist, and he absolutely does not, like, to him, he's not gonna hold a position like, you guys are wrong, you're idiots. He doesn't do that. Doesn't bother him. He's like, yeah, whatever you guys think. Like, but he's like, no, I'm not gonna say that I can verify these things because I can't. Just these are just like ideas that I know, that I hold. And he's very forthcoming with that, and I think that's very refreshing because the guys who come in here that are really arguing the point, they're more in a position to say, I know that you guys are wrong. And ITR is more like, you know what? Like, if you have your belief or idea of what you think the Earth is, that's fine. Because of the fact that he can hold that position being in the type of field that he's working in. Because he doesn't work he's not an empiricist. There's no way that he studies protoplanetary systems. So in order for him to do that work, he has to use a lot of guesswork. He has to infer things. He has to use equations, and you know what I mean? Like it's to him more. That's real to him. So he doesn't need to come in here and prove it point.
Yeah, I get that part. So have you ever converted somebody that was like a scientist or very scientifically, credentialed? Because that'd be a big feather in your cap, right?
Yeah, but it's not like how you think. It's not.
How do I think?
Yeah, well, I would say that it's not like okay, guys, I'm an astrophysicist, but the Earth is flat. Like it's not anything like that. What it is,
that seems unlikely.
Yeah, more or less, what it is just a guy who can be honest about his position. That's it. That's a conversion. I think that would be the case. Like if you can say. If you can say from your position as an astrophysicist that you can't provide evidence if you know something is true or not, like if you just, doing an educated guess and you can say that, verbatim, it's an educated guess, then yeah, we're in a good position.
Sure, but there's not a lot of astrophysicists, but just you probably get a few, at least scientifically minded people, if not scientifically professional people. And I'm curious if you at least cause them to have some doubts, maybe even circle back and be like, hey guys, I looked more into it. You're actually right about this. And this makes me wonder. And not that you converted them, they're going to be a luminary, which would be nice, obviously, for you. But
yeah.
You know what I mean? Because credentials are credentials, at least in the optics war. You know what I mean?
Yeah, of course. From what it looks like on the perspective of somebody listening to them, they have the ability to hold a position, or maybe wrote a paper and got a PhD on it or something, whatever it is. But I think the thing that would help us, I guess, in this particular aspect is somebody like ITR. Like when we speak to him, he basically says, this is what I study, this is my field, this is what I do. But I'm not here to. He says it many times over. He's like, I'm not here to prove anything. Like I'm not here to. If you guys want to do that, that's fine. I'm not here to do that. So it doesn't bother him. So he's not. So the transversely, the opposite of that would be the guy who comes in here and be like, the Earth is not a globe, or excuse me, the Earth is not flat. And he's bucking everything. He knows what gravity is. He knows how to explain everything. And it's like, dudes, do you know that the guys who are on top of their fields, the ones you lean on, when you at the end of your points, you're like, well, dude, I'm not a scientist. And I'm like, you know that we speak to those guys and they don't have the same position you have. And that's strange, because if that's the case, then why don't you take, after those guys, and be like, yeah, well, I don't have a position on this. I just can tell you what I know from what I've been told. So that's more the case that happens. What happens in here is the argument between whether somebody can be honest genuinely and say you either can empirically test this thing that you're talking about, like whether it's a star or whatever makes the sun what it is, because those guys don't do that. They don't come in here and say, I know 100% that the star is this. They can say from their perspective, this is our best guess. This is what science has come to a
actually
consensus about.
Knowledgeable people have a certain amount of humility, and they're happy to say I don't know, and they're tentative to make really brash accusation or declarations.
For sure.
But so listen, I definitely don't have a bone to pick with flat Earth, but I do actually have some business I want to bring to the table and make sure it's not framed as mean or accusatory or anything. I just want to tell you a little story. Is that cool?
Yeah, I don't care. Yeah.
Awesome, dude. So I got this group of friends, 10 years we've all been friends, and it's a lot of people. It's because it's online, right? And it's and a lot of us are conspiracy theorists. There's a big conspiracy theory contingent, and it's a big point of conversation. So everybody's on board with free thinking and questioning authority and stuff, right? But then one guy's he gets super exercised about flat Earth, right?
Oh.
And he's obviously getting friction with the other people. He's not being an evangelist, but he's hey guys, he's presenting it a bunch, and people are like, no, that's dumb, you're dumb. You know the whole story, right?
Of course.
So 20 guys are telling one guy he's dumb for flat Earth. So he's like, well, obviously I got to get better arguments. And he asked me, and I was like, oh, dude, on Discord, go to Discord and you can talk to those guys. They'll give you better arguments. So you can come back to your group of friends here and be more persuasive, because that's what he wanted. And he came here to this very VC. And I was like, good for you. Live your best life, sister. And the way he described it, he could have been wrong. And I don't know who he was talking to. Could have been one bad person. But the person he talked to was like, yeah, your 20 friends that you've been friends with for 10 years that you really value, they're idiots. You should basically break up with them, dump them, get them out of your life. And I was like, everybody. So when he came back with that, obviously all 20 people were super skeptical. Basically he got dogpiled hardcore, because everyone's like, oh yeah, you see now flat earthers are like a cult. They told you to break up with your friends just because they're skeptical of flat Earth. Meanwhile, they're all fucking conspiracy theorists. So it's they're not a bunch of normies, right? They're not all fucking Don Lemon clones, blue-pilled fucking modern wage slave Neanderthals, right? They're, you know what I mean? It's a group of open-minded people, and somebody here told my friend to fucking break up with them because they're not down with flat Earth, which sounds culty as a motherfucker, dude.
Yeah, I mean, listen, man. The world is filled with people who believe many different things, right? So I don't know. That might have been some bad advice, but I would say that there's nothing that I would say to anybody, dudes. If you have people that believe in globe Earth, break up with those guys. Don't have anything to do with. That's dumb, dude.
Okay.
Nobody should be doing that.
Yeah. So you wouldn't say that. My question to you is, and that I thank you for saying that, and I appreciate that, and I'm glad to hear that. How many people would you suspect here would say that?
No telling, because I can't judge everybody's. I can't divine their thoughts. But
50-50
what I can say,
then. 50-50, you're agnostic.
I don't know.
Me.
That's divining the group mentality. That's nobody's here. I would say it this way, man. If you think like that, then you have a very rigid mentality, right? So the thing that you should look at is if somebody has any questions, talk about it in a reasonable way. You shouldn't look at it we are this particular group and this is who we are. But I would say for the brand itself, 24/7, the way it stands, we've just been a conglomerate of just individuals who come together on the internet. It's not like a particular okay, so now we're gonna hand out the pamphlets and the robes and shit. It's not like that.
Sure. I got you. You're not a monolith, which is why I'm saying there's a lot of people listening to this. Does anybody here think that you should break up with your non-flat Earth friends?
What are you, an odds maker?
I don't know, man.
No.
I guess he's taking
What
metrics
is
with
this
me.
guy on? You know, this is the same guy who it doesn't matter one way or another to me.
Well, I mean, some people just want
I
to.
mean, he's put a lot of thought into this. Apparently, now he's trying to set
Either
a
way,
line.
I don't know who your friend was, but you know, that's some bad advice, dude. Like, I don't know if he's maybe misheard or because nobody. I don't think that's pretty dumb, dude.
I've heard people tell other people to break up because their boyfriend or girlfriend has bad breath. I mean, should they go? I mean,
yeah, I know.
Does he bellyache about that?
No, but think about it. Like, you can't just go based on like what somebody told that guy, and you know, all of a sudden say, well, how many flat earthers? Raise your hand. Oh, would you say that? Because everybody's their own person, right? Well, but and so the mentality here should be right, that people look at each other as just ordinary people. Like, everybody thinks different things, and not every person is the same. So if you are living in a world with all kinds of individual thought processes going on, you can't then paint a broad brush and say, okay, if they speak of globe Earth, denounce them. Like, get rid of them. Like, that's dumb as shit, dude. Nobody's gonna do that.
Yeah, this is a public forum, right?
And to boot, man, we already know that the overwhelming majority are globe Earthers. They think that Earth's a globe. So we have to live in that world. In order to live in that world, we have to understand how to navigate conversations. We can't just take a bullhorn and say, guys, Earth is flat. You know, go to a Red Lobster or some shit. You know, what good is that going to do? But if somebody talks about the cosmology aspect, then yeah, we could say something about it. You can ask them how you know what's going on. What's wrong with that? Like, but as far as like denouncing a family member or friend for it, no, but that's stupid. Because you can't just, oh, what do you think? The Earth's a globe? Okay, I'm not your friend anymore. Like, that's dumb, dude. I don't even know why we're talking about this shit. Like, it's stupid, man. Honestly. We live in a world full of globe earthers. Like, it's not like we're gonna be like denouncing everybody and just be like hermits and shut-ins, you know.
You know, Maggie, allow me. I think. Thank you. So, someone like all of us have been like educated that the Earth is a globe, right? Majority of us in the school or any other place. So we have changed. You know, we have started thinking, started questioning, researching, you know, doing the homework, and we came to the conclusion, or to the truth, that Earth is not as they are telling us. It's a globe. It's something else. So for me, if someone is a globe earther, I'm fine with that. You know, like, I have been like that before. But for someone who's like really like stubborn and very close-minded, and he wants to keep himself in the blind spot, I don't think it tells me a lot about them and how they think and how their future might look like based on how close-minded they are.
If some of your friends doesn't want to look into flat Earth, what then will happen?
Who are you asking that to, Croatian? Are you asking the room or someone specific?
Yeah, room. If you have a friend who doesn't want to look into that, and they was friends all your life, they will be no more your friends because they are not researching, or they will be again your friends because they don't want only to research and look into that. It doesn't matter.
You know, yeah, good question. For me, basically what I said, just to elaborate more. So for someone to come and say, hey, listen, I have been educated something my entire life, and then I went on my own questioning stuff and researching, and I freed myself to look into stuff like very few people do it. That, for me, someone special, right? But for the normies out there, are just like educated this way in the school, and that's it for them. They don't have a brain, you know. It's just like a repeating machine, a memory storage. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the question would be, would they still be your friend, or would you denounce them? I don't want to deal with you anymore. You're not my friend. And so D-Dan was saying that, like, somebody came in here, part of their group, their friends, part of their group of friends, came in here, and somebody told them, all right, guys, if you're a part of this group of globe earthers, get rid of them. Like, apparently, was what he said. One of his friends went out and told their circle of friends that that's what happened when he came in here.
Yeah, I think he didn't give enough information. What he's saying is it's a situation that's much more nuanced than the way he's put it. Like, you could have a group of friends that are saying, oh, Flat Earth's dumb, and just leave it at that. But you might have another group of friends that turn into some of these anti-Flat Earth characters. They were going to say stuff like, you're a Flat Earther, drop dead, go kill yourself, come after you every day, try and get you in trouble at work. You know,
I was going to say it seems like the reverse is more true than what we're talking about, right?
Yeah, but it's also speculation. We don't know because
Sure.
we weren't there at the time. So whatever that case of that was, it wasn't because the advice should have been just because somebody thinks that the Earth is a globe, denounce them. It should be more specific, right? If somebody's coming after you and just doesn't leave you alone for thinking that the Earth is flat, then of course there's a difference in the conversation. Obviously, that would be the case. If somebody was being harassed for thinking differently, then I mean that's pretty stupid. That's a closed-minded person who's like just antagonizing the person who thinks differently. That
From what I
situation there,
understand,
yeah,
that
that
happens quite a bit.
situation would deem it kind of advice for the person to be like, yeah, just get rid of them. Man. You don't need that poison around you. Why are you gonna? At the point that you start talking to them, they're making you feel very belittled just because you're telling them something different. And people think differently about a lot of other things. You shouldn't belittle somebody just because that. You know, just you don't have to. You know.
Yeah, because for example, maybe you can learn how to make a bread maybe from one glober. Maybe he's making good bread, but he's believing in globe. You cannot take that from him. That's all right. You can give him information why all these things about flat Earth, and leave it like that. And then don't be like, I'm not speaking about anti-flat Earth. That is something else. That is somebody who is coming here to protect something. It's for me, it's incredible. But for Normie, it's like, okay, if he wants to believe that, you gave them this information why you think that Earth is not a globe, and if he cannot follow that, if he okay, you live your life, but that person is not bad. That person is still person. It's only believing in a globe.
Yeah, so we don't know what happened in that scenario. All we know is what D-Dan's telling us. So that's it. That's all we know.
Yeah.
Okay, well, really quick, I think I might have mentioned that it's an off-topic forum with like 200 members, something like that, and like 20 active people involved in this particular situation. And like I said, everyone's really nice to the flat Earth guy. No one's really deriding him for that. It's an off-topic, so it's like guys do a little bit of shit talking, but it's no one's really deriding him at all for it. Where everyone's curious, and basically everyone interrogated his ideas and found he wasn't communicating very well, and he agreed, which is why he came here. So everyone's being really nice to each other. But I agree. You guys made some good points. I didn't disagree with anything you guys said, by the way.
Yeah,
One of the really good points, though, is that Globers actually are more likely to break up with the Flat Earther than the other way around.
I'd say.
Which is why I was curious, maybe.
No, I'd say that'd be the scenario. But I wouldn't. Dude, like, honestly, to cast those kind of aspersions, like, we can't do that. Like, we don't know the outcome. It could be the other way around. Maybe the Flat Earther's like, you know what, I'm fed up with these normies. Like, we don't. Everybody's their own person, so we couldn't say that would be the case every time. Like, there's not.
I do have. So look, I wouldn't have asked if he just wasn't sure who he was talking to, but I was like, so you're really sure you were talking to some of the main people, the active people that are like in charge of the 24/7 Flat Earth channel on Politics Discord?
You know what's interesting, dude? You're really hung up on this, but maybe you should wonder why it is your friend is crowdsourcing his relationship activity.
No, I don't.
Yeah, you should bring your friend back over here. Bring him back.
No, I mean, I don't know. He probably had a bad taste after that or something. I don't know. Maybe he doesn't want to. Who knows? But I mean, it should be by his own volition that he comes back in here and just like, hey, what's up?
I'm sorry, Alpha. I was really clear. I sent him here so he could make his arguments better.
Oh, well, we don't know who the guy is, but maybe if he pops in here, you don't have to say who he is. I mean, anonymity or whatever. But if he does pop in here again or whatever, yeah, I mean that's been the mindset of people that have been in here that doing it for a while. I don't know, man. It's very suspicious to think that somebody on 24/7 would say that kind of thing unless they didn't have context for it. That's all I'm saying. If the context was there, then I would agree. It would be like, yeah, if they're being bullies or they're treating you bad or whatever, it's like, yeah, get rid of them. You don't need that kind of poison in your life. Like, live a better life where you feel you have people that are speaking positivity to you, not negativity. Obviously. Anyway, that's what I would say. Outside of that, I don't know. But we do have more people jumping in. Welcome, guys. You guys are joining us midday, seems.
So does Flat Earth have like a universal like model that at least a percentage, like a large amount of flat earthers agree upon?
Well, I wouldn't call it a universal model, but I say there is a model that we all kind of look to, right? I'm gonna stump a lot of flat earthers here, but the celestial sphere. It's a model that we look to in the sky because it's due to perspective. It's how we see the sky above us, right? So that particular model, it fits with like saying that you can see things happening the same as it would if you were living on the Earth that's a globe. So because of the fact that we see the sky and we can explain it as a dome of perspective of how our vision works. So that confuses a lot of the globe Earth proponents because they would say like, well, that's not perspective, that's just normal vision. Like we don't have to talk about perspective in that way. But the reason I do is because if the Earth is flat and it's stationary, right, then we would say the things that are above us are what's in motion. And when we move to a different geographic location, the dome of perspective changes in a different way. That the same set of stars that you would see like in North America, for example, are not the same set of stars you'd see like in Australia or Africa or something, because of the fact that geographically the stars also are in a different orientation and they're also in motion. So for us, the celestial sphere would be kind of like a way you could model the sky. And due to the fact that southern and northern hemisphere are spoke of in a way that's particular to the celestial sphere and the equator and all the longitude, latitude are having to do with the celestial sphere, that is not terrestrial, it's celestial. So when we speak of this, it's the model by which the confusion happens between flat Earth and globe Earth. That's where people are starting to get confused whether or not they're speaking of terrestrial sphere or the celestial sphere. And for us, it works just fine because it's a dome of perspective that we would say that's how our vision works. We look at the sky that way in degrees, right? The star is a particular degree in the sky. The moon is a particular degree in the sky. The sun is a particular degree in the sky. And it works just fine. There's nothing that we deviate from perspectively from what we see. So that would be the model that we would say it works just fine. But once again, it's just a model, right? So it's not a...
Wait, so how does it work just fine? Are you saying that it's a flat plane inside of a sphere?
Well, it looks to be like, imagine like a flat plane with a hamster ball around it, right? And that's the best way I can describe to you, right? Do you know how a hamster runs around? He's always upright in that ball.
Yes.
But the ball itself, like imagine if you painted stars on that ball. As he runs around in that, the stars would be all rotating around him while he's walking around in that hamster ball. And that's kind of the way I can put it to your mind so you can see what I'm saying. So as we're walking across the surface of the Earth, the flat plane that we exist on, everything changes when we start moving geographically. But not only does it change because we move geographically, they're also in motion. So the stars are in motion, and also when you move, it changes the perspective of the different stars that you would see. So I don't know. Can you understand what I'm saying? I don't want to.
Yeah, I can understand so far that you're saying it's a plane that is basically stabilized inside of a sphere that's moving.
Yeah, and the sphere, the celestial sphere, is just a model. However, if we were to go to the reference frame of that particular plane, it might be different, right? So, but we're here on Earth, and so the vantage point that we have is that's how it appears to us, and that's why we can say that it works just fine when we say that Polaris is a specific degree in the sky. So we can use a protractor. So think about a simple protractor, right? You got the flat baseline of the protractor and the arc that's above it. And the arc is measured in degrees. And that's basically what we say the Earth is. It's a flat baseline with the
So
the dome
where do
above us.
So where do we get heat from? Is it the sun?
Heat?
According to flat earthers? Yeah?
Of course.
And
Well,
is the sun in that celestial sphere? Is it in like is it a
Yes,
sphere?
it's a part of
What-
it. Yes. It's a part of it. So we would say everything that the sky, like the sun, moon, and stars, they're all modeled in the celestial sphere in range of degrees. And we could tell what at the speed of degrees that it moves through the sky. 'Cause that's what we visually can see. It's our observation.
So the heat is coming from the sun that's up there in the sky.
Yeah, why wouldn't it? Like, what's wrong with that?
It's how we have
Because-
seasons.
Well, then why is it that if you get higher up in the sky, it doesn't get hotter?
Well, because
It does in the globe model.
Yeah, you have less air, so the air
It
is
gets
what.
hotter when you get higher up in altitude?
Yeah, I don't know if you're not listening to me.
I am listening.
Yeah, so well, you have different. And the Earth as a globe has the layers of atmosphere, right? Layer cake atmosphere, if you can imagine that. So as you go higher in the atmosphere, it does get colder. Then again, there's a layer of atmosphere that's really hot, the thermosphere. So, but as you go higher in elevation, you have less air, so less molecules to heat. So you don't have that many.
Posted in side chat for you to look at.
Yeah, the layer cake. We got a layer cake, ladies and gentlemen. We got the troposphere, stratosphere, mesosphere, thermosphere, and then the last one is the exosphere. Not on there, but that's what it is. The layer cake.
And so the thermosphere, when you reach the thermosphere, you still see the sun above you, or is the sun now like at eye level?
Well, that's according to the Earth as a globe, right? Because that denotes a specific type of elevation. So a lot of that has to do with another model, the model of altitude, right? How high you can get above the Earth's surface. So we're working within the construct of another model. Can you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like everything that we talk about is working within inside of another thing. So the thing that we're talking about right now, as far as the globe Earth is concerned and the flat Earth, is a construct of another model, which is the layer cake atmosphere. We got, like I said, troposphere, stratosphere, mesosphere, thermosphere, and last is the exosphere. Like the validation for that needs to be there. How do we know that these things stratify in that specific arrangement? Who gave them their demarcation of their individual elevation, or excuse me, altitude? There's a lot of things that go into that. Who made that model?
No, I don't understand.
Amongst themselves.
Why are we abiding by that specific model? Why is it that model?
Well, I'm asking you to tell me your model. That's what I'm asking.
Well, that's the thing is that I'm telling you is that what we deal with is we have these specific ideas that we work with, right? So either they are able to establish what that means, that the layer cake atmosphere, or we just have one type of atmosphere that we're dealing with, and that's what we work with versus like a layer cake.
There's no single interoperable globe model or anything like that to reference either. So, I mean, that's a problem.
So we're just working within frameworks of models. So we're telling you that there isn't these vast differentials of models that we can use. What we have is differentials of pressure. And that is because of the fact that you are getting away from the surface where the air is most abundantly made. So
I do have a question. So if there is a satellite orbiting the flat Earth, where would it be in the sphere, like celestial sphere, or would it be lower than that?
no, celestial. Okay, so just I'll tell you, the celestial sphere is just a model that's used for the framework of how you see things. So in perspective, everything looks like a dome of perspective when you look out
Right.
into the world. Everything
Yeah.
converges to the eye line. So it's not so much that it's in the celestial sphere. The celestial sphere is a a model of sorts so that you can use how you visually represent things in the sky.
You're
So
right.
you'd see the satellite in a degree of arc above your head. So it would, as it traverses through the sky above you, you'd say that it's a particular degree in the sky.
Mm-hmm.
So you know what I mean? And you could find out, but with longitude and latitude, where it is positionally. If that makes any sense.
Mm-hmm. Do you guys have any theories on how satellites work in non-gravitational, like if they're not like free falling, or that's how?
You mean like what do we?
Says they use magnetics.
Magnetics, okay.
Yeah, the magnetosphere.
Yeah.
There's many different things that we can talk about, but ultimately there has to be the information that kind of backs up the claim that what we talk about. But a lot of it has to deal with, and some people are going to roll their eyes when I say this, but balloon technology. Like that's been useful for a long time.
That's true.
There was a Satelloon project that was called Google Loon, and Google Loon was bought out by Starlink. I don't know if you guys know this or not. So the Google Loon project was going to bring internet accessible to the entire world. They have a website, if it's still up, called Project X, which was discontinued, of course, because they were bought out.
Those balloons are like really big, though.
Elon Musk. But yeah, they were telling people how the balloon satellite operates. Now, this technology was only but a few years ago, so it's not ancient, like some would say. Balloon technology is not ancient. People in meteorology, like Brendan, who comes in here, and he's a meteorologist, he tells us that they send a balloon up every morning, 7:00, and they get the information from that balloon.
Of course, yeah.
So it's not uncommon, I would say.
No, they're super useful and very common. Yeah.
Yeah, and so it's got its practical use cases. I mean, militaries use them as well. That's everybody. We've studied this, so we know that these things are these kinds of satellites. They're known to operate this way. So for somebody to snicker or say that's not the case, they're just wrong.
When you say we've studied this, who are you talking about?
The people that are looking into flat Earth. When we start figuring out that the Earth isn't what we were told, one of the things that we look into is this particular research. What are satellites, and if they are real, then what are they doing above us, and what type of technology do they use? Who's using them, like that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So we.
And like when you say we, are you guys like a collective that has a standardized foundation for knowledge to continue learning on that subject and diving into those more complex concepts that are
the scientific method?
In order to
scientific method is a good standard for empiricism.
Yeah, and I think he's more speaking. Scientific method is definitely a very great way to understand the physical and natural world. I think specifically to the gentleman's question, I think it has to deal with like the information about satellites. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I mean,
it still applies.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
like how does that?
It still applies. I mean,
stay up in the air.
Why drop empiricism for the sake of believing some truth of somebody else?
Yeah, so if somebody told you that a satellite is operating in a specific region of space or above us, how would you know that it's there? How could you verify that it's actually what they say, where they say it is, right? So you could say, well, I got coordinates of where the location of that thing, right? But in relative to your position, how do you know it's up in that specific location? Not just positionally, but an actual physical altitude. How do you know it's that far above you? How could you verify that? You know because there's some numbers that you see on the screen, but how are you able to go and see if that's where it is? You know what I mean? Like there's no point at which
how are you able to go and see exactly where a submarine is, even though you get the ping of where it is? You would have to go into the sea and go find the submarine.
Yeah, that's the point that I'm making. Exactly. You understand
but
now,
you can
right?
still rely on empirical data.
I'm not saying that you can't rely on it. What I'm saying is how can you verify it?
If you understand.
Did you understand what I said? I don't know. So remember what I said. So I know it is verifiable. By you saying it, it doesn't make it verifiable. You have to actually go to the location and see if it's actually there. And then you can say, oh, I know it's there now because I'm actually at the depth or the height. Either one, I can actually test it out.
But when people who have actually who have like
That's not
studied
the
their
point.
whole life. What?
That's not the point. That's not the point.
You don't even know
can't
what I was
appeal-
about to say. What are you talking about?
Because you can't appeal to what, like, okay, a 20-year expert who says that's where it is, dude. Trust me, bro. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, all I'm
I
saying.
mean, he has more
is how-
credentials than you if
it
you don't have
doesn't
any.
matter. The
doesn't
idea of
matter.
the idea of verifying something of its location has to be able to be done by the researcher, which is you. You are the researcher. You're researching the information whether or not it can be validated or not. And if it can be, then you can go to that location and say, I know the submarine's there. I know the satellite's there. That's the thing. If you can do that, then yeah, you can validate it. It's something that can be validated. If you can't, it's not valid. You can't validate it. It's not falsifiable, bro. It's just the way it is. And if you are
But
saying
now
that,
you're gonna
me,
end
bro.
up reaching a nihilistic view on it. Like you're just gonna be like, I'll never be able to fly up there and go and see it for myself. So I don't believe
Subjective
it.
interpretation. Stop the cap.
I never said you couldn't do that. I'm saying at this current time, you'd have to take somebody's word for it. That's all I'm saying. And it's fine if you do. I don't care. Like, doesn't bother me. But what I'm saying is it's not what you would say you could validate. Because I would say then the burden would be, okay, then go validate it. If you say you can, go do it. If you can't do it, then yeah, you have to take their word for it. Just trust them, bro. So what?
I mean, the other guy got a great point earlier. Scientific method is a great way of getting to the truth.
Yeah, it's
Mr. Amish, yeah, it's very. And the thing of it is that both sides use the scientific method, and they both come to each of their conclusions supposedly. So then you have to say which scientific method is better.
No. What happens is it can only be one truth. It's not two truths.
Exactly. So how do we determine which one is true?
Well, there's only one. So we come to the same conclusion, or we branch off, and the other guy has made an idea of what he thinks is the case, and the other one's not. One of them's following the actual true method of where something can be validated due to experimentation, right? But that's not. If somebody was to tell you that something is in a location, right, in a specific place, and you can't get to that place, then how do you know that that place can actually exist until you go and primarily experience it? That's
true.
what we're saying. That's the only thing we're saying.
I understand that completely. Yeah.
Primary experience would validate the thing that somebody says is
true.
No,
I completely understood that. Yeah, that is very much true. So until that point, it's just a very strong theory. But until you can really go up. Okay, yeah, I understand.
So and that's the case, and that's all we're saying. It's like, yeah, you can believe anything you want. The submarine's there, the satellite's there. So what? Can you go and see if it's there? That's the point where you make it a primary experience. It's now your experience. So you said, I went there and I validated this particular thing to be there in that location where they said it is.
That's true.
Boom. And that's what you need. Like, if you can't do that, then you're just trusting the information. I didn't say anything wrong with that.
No, that is completely, that is factual. I don't think anybody's opposing that.
Oh, I hope not. But I'm saying, either case, like, you're going to be taking information on, as in, how. The question isn't how can we do it. The question is, can it be done? That should be the question.
Mm-hmm.
This is solely for being able to prove that the satellite's up in the sky or anything is up there. You would have to get high enough to go and see it yourself. That's what you're saying.
I said for the submarine as well. Like it applies.
Okay, yeah.
It applies. Listen, you know what? It actually applies to every scenario. So even if somebody says, "Dude, I saw this beautiful flower in Japan," and you're like, "Dude, how do I know that?" You're showing me pictures and everything. Okay, so what happens is, in order for that person to validate, they have to go and see that flower for themselves and validate that it actually exists. And at such point, they can interact with that flower, because their primary experience is they can test what the flower is made of, the constituent parts. They don't have to guess. They don't have to wonder. It all makes sense now. So they are validating the very thing that the person told them about. And of course, they could see pictures and video about the flower, but until they go there and experience that flower for themselves, they're not able to validate it. So my point is, it still should stand, that how can you know somebody told you something? It doesn't matter what it is, right? You have to be able to experience it and then be able to make it empirical.
So that's the only way to truly validate anything.
Right, primary experience, yes.
Right. So before that, it can get into almost nearly 100% truth until you physically go there.
Yeah, because
So there's some stuff that we'll never for sure be able to know for sure.
Point. Yeah, that's our point. That's our point. That's what
cool,
the
yeah.
point. That's the point we make every single day. I think it gets lost in translation because people think that what they would say is the truth should only stop at where we trust people that have researched things for years on end.
Yeah.
And so we would say, well, you stop actually critically thinking when you stop thinking, when your standard of evidence or validation, I would say validation. The standard of validating something would be so low as to say that all I have to do is take somebody's word for it.
Mm-hmm.
And for me, it just isn't like, for a critical thinker, it should be like that shouldn't end there. You
That's
should
true, yeah.
wonder of like, why can I go and see this for myself? I want to experience the thing that you say is possible.
Yeah.
And then go there and, test it and, experience it.
Yeah.
And so I think that's crucial for any critical thinker.
So what would poke, like, what is something that would prove to you that the Earth is a globe, or at least not flat?
Oh, it's simple. Primary experience of me actually standing on a surface that's geometrically consequent of it being a surface that's curving. So I have to experience
Well,
that.
What if you went to the equator and you couldn't see Polaris at all?
Well, that's seeing
would
something.
Would you just say that? Oh, it's the celestial sphere moving.
Yeah. So I talked about the celestial sphere earlier, but like moving geographically to a different location gives you a different set of stars. Remember, I used the hamster wheel analogy. So if you're like you have a flat surface, right, and you have like this hamster wheel that's rolling around you, all you see is a set of stars changing differently depending on the geographic location that you're in. But
what do you think happens when you go to the equator and you can no longer see Polaris? What do you think is happening?
Well, visually, what happens is it's out of your perspective range. So that's
so we each have a globe around us.
It's basically like your central point of vision. So everything that's centralized to your vision is basically a perspective around you specifically.
Yeah.
So as you move geographically, so let's just say you're standing outside with a friend, right? You both see the same set of stars, but perspectively, you see the stars in a very different way, very specific to you. So when you move to a different geographic location, let's say you say to your friend, I'm going to travel, I don't know, 100 miles away from you. And so when you do, the angle of the stars are going to change. That means that now your set of stars that you saw when you were standing next to your friend, perspectively, are going to look very different because you don't see the same angles that you would if you're standing next to your friend. So do you get what I'm saying? Everything is really basically if you were to think about it,
so the stars are like very. I understand. So the stars are like these very small beams, right? So that when you look up, you only see them in a very specific angle, but when you move, they shift.
They
yeah,
change
exactly.
Angle. They change angle.
So they're not like so they're not like what scientists think. They're like distant sun stars that are emitting light equally.
Well,
so they're like very small pinpoint things that if you shift a little, you don't see their light anymore.
No, I wouldn't go so far as to going into the explanation, but I would say light that's being emitted. Okay, how about this? I'll make it easier so we don't have to think about stars in that way. If you have a light above your head, just any old light, right? Just a lamp or something that's above your head. You have two friends standing next to each other. You're both underneath the light, directly underneath it.
Mm-hmm.
One friend walks away from you. The angle at which he sees that light will be different. Let's say using a protractor, he could say that now the angle of that light where he's looking at is at a specific degree above his head, but you see it 90 degree above your head, directly above you, because you didn't move.
Yeah.
So the angle at which that person sees that light is going to be different than you, right?
Yep.
That's how it works. So when a person moves geographically to a different location, the angle at which they see the light at the same place they were with their friend is going to be different now because they're in a different location. Does that make sense?
Especially if you move 10,000 miles.
Yeah, but does that make sense? Like what I'm saying? Like
more or less. It's just my understanding of stars are different, I suppose. I thought they were like what people say, but if they are in that sense like a light like shining down on the earth, then changing the angle certainly far away would definitely change what you see if you see the light.
Yeah, so all it is just the angle at which you see those lights not only change because of a geographic location, but they also change because the stars are in motion.
Yeah,
stars, sun, moon, they're in motion. So we see things in the sky moving around, right? and we see them in a specific angle that we would say that they're at. But just based on a couple of key things, that they're moving and we can move as well. So once we go to a different place, we see a different angle to the stars. But also the same set of stars are also in motion. So they're going to change their angle just by themselves moving. But also we can move and it could change the angle as well. So there's another layer of like movement. So that makes sense. I mean, different. You could take on the idea that the stars are made of I don't know what. This depends on what you think. But that's not going to change the fact that we see the celestial sphere, all of us, in the same. Like that's how we would explain perspective.
But Polaris stays in the same spot.
Not if you move. Not if you move. If you move, it's going to move as well.
Okay, but if you're somewhere like, let's say you're in Africa and you're on the equator, as opposed to being in South America and you're on the equator, you're both not going to be able to see Polaris. Why is that?
Because it's the angle at which you're viewing Polaris.
Well, then who's able to see Polaris at that point? Only the people on the North Pole.
No, people in farther above the equator in the northern hemisphere could see it. And when I say
because they're not on the equator.
That's
so
because
of the curvature of the Earth.
No, it's not because of the curvature. It's the angle of view that you see the star at. As you get, listen, if you move geographically more to the north, the angle will shift. The angle of that star that you see will start to rise above the horizon. Let's say prospectively,
because of the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah,
that's
but
explainable.
That's the added addendum that you've just made a case for that you can't support. That's an addendum to what I'm saying. It's not to me. All it has to do with is that you're just changing location.
So when you are, let's say you travel from the North Pole to the equator, and then Polaris starts to disappear as you reach the equator, it's because your movement told Polaris, "Oh, get out of my line of sight." What is going on? Why is
I understand what AV actually means. I'm understanding how, I guess, the view of the sky works. It's very interesting. I've never really thought about it. I mean, that's what I kind of I don't know how the angle's changing, but it is changing. So as you go farther away,
let him explain it to me before.
Yeah, go ahead,
you
AV. Actually,
project. Let Alpha explain it to me.
Yeah,
why
I still don't fully understand. Yeah,
on the equator, you'll never see Polaris.
That's because your angle has changed.
More north, you'll start to see Polaris.
Yeah, your angle has changed to
Can
Polaris.
I step in here for 1 sec there, Alpha?
Okay, so I guess if you guys want to not hear me explain,
never mind. You know what? Forget it.
The definition of the equator is the minimum elevation angle to Polaris.
Everybody wants to interject.
No, I mean, I don't know. That's fine, I guess. Go ahead if you want to take the point.
Bob, you had something to say?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that the definition of the equator is the minimum elevation angle to Polaris. I don't see what the problem is.
They're using the addendum, Plum Bob. So the addendum is that the Earth is a globe, and that's the reason why we see Polaris when we do. But really, it's this kind of if you think about it, it's the same thing because you move geographically to a different location, and in this case, the Earth is in motion. You know, they use a lot of other factors as to why the curvature, the motion, all that sorts of thing.
So all the stars are like specific, not specifically, but they're how can I say this? All the stars like align with you and your own perspective. So everyone has a different set of sky, right?
That is correct. It's basically, you're the center of your own universe.
I understand.
Perspectively.
Okay.
Perspectively.
No, I understand. So like for example, if you were to take someone, actually no, I'm using because I can't think of the flat Earth in any other way than this stupid what's it called, thing of flat Earth, the what's it called, like the projection of the Earth. I know that's not correct. I just can't think of any other way that it would work. I guess you would look that way, Polaris. Huh.
Yeah, so everything moves according to like how you move across the Earth.
Right. So
And
there's not like everyone has their own Polaris. There's not
Yes.
like one Polaris. Okay. Yeah, I
No,
understand.
no, no. It's not like there's one Polaris. It's just how you visually see it represented in the
Yeah,
sky.
everyone has their own Polaris, kind of.
Yeah. So if let's say, for example, if Polaris was at a specific degree in the sky, you and your friend were standing next to each other seeing it. If you were to move south, and your friend would stay looking at it in the same place, it wouldn't move for him. It would move for you. It would start moving lower in degree
Exactly.
in the sky because you're moving away from it.
Oh, I
You're
understand.
getting
Yeah.
yeah. So it's perspective. That's all that's changing. Everything's convert. So basically, in your perspective, everything's converging to your eye line. As the convergence happens, because you see everything moving towards the eye line, it's all moving according to perspective.
Uh huh. Uh huh. Right. That's
That's it.
interesting.
And I use the example like it's pretty redundant, but like it's like a hamster in a
Yeah, yeah,
like you put him in a hamster ball. Like he can stay upright running around in that ball, but he sees the ball moving around him.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Just in that way, because that's the only way I can say you can visually think about it.
Okay.
Cool.
I do wonder this. If we were, you probably don't have an answer, which is okay. But if we were to go up, right, like really, really high above, I don't know if there's like encased, if our atmosphere, because it has to, whatever. But if you were to go above that and look down or whatever back at the Earth, would you have any idea what the shape of our Earth would be?
Oh, it's a topographical plane. That I would
No,
say.
sorry, not shape. Like, like. Because
What
I know
would it-
there's
what would it
the
look like
flat Earth. Yeah, yeah. There's
from
like the
top down?
flat Earth, stupid projection of the like just circular.
Oh,
Yeah,
you
sorry
mean like
that.
overall? Like what would
Yeah,
it look like
overall, like
overall?
if you were to look up, where would the continents be? How would our Earth
Oh,
look?
yeah, dude. Like that's been the hot topic within flat Earth.
Yeah, exactly.
So
Because
I would say within flat Earth, we've kind of used a lot of speculation and liberty because like we would say that it's not a globe. So then, how would everything look like orientated on a flat and stationary plane? I think that would be a super good thing to look into. But I would say that people that have done like already the maps that you see has like a particular style of where everything, the format of how everything is, but I wouldn't say they're orientated in such a way that that's exactly like the gold standard. Like you couldn't say that's exactly how it is. You could say I know more or less an approximation from one place to another. Like I can get from New York to Japan or something. Like I can travel to these distances, but I don't know like how it's possible that the orientation is exactly the way they've been telling me, or the landmass sizes, like the sizes in proportion to like how big we think they are represented on a map projection. So if you see like Iceland and you see like North America or Africa, those continents would seem to be like in a specific size and arrangement, right? But how do we know that's exactly what they look like? We've never been in that perspective to see them that way. You get me?
yeah.
So basically, what we can do is like use the map as a reference. It's basically useful for a use case to travel to certain locations. And I mean,
Like what map? Like a normal.
yeah, just like any old map. But what I would say that there's specific maps, and I would say it like this: look into the people that have put out map projections. And there's not one gold standard that somebody would say that.
Oh yeah,
is
no, it doesn't work. Yeah,
Yeah.
because yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like there's a
Yeah,
bunch
of course.
problems.
There's always what's it called? They warp because if it, that's just not how the. I mean, the globe explanation for it is because it's a globe, so it wouldn't work. That's why there's this one like that most people see where Greenland is like the size of Africa for some reason.
Exactly.
Because of
there's a problem in not cosmology, in cartography.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
Cartography is not like an exact science, and a lot of people lean on it, that being the Mercator projection or the Gleasons, or it doesn't really matter what projection you're looking at. They would assume that that's kind of the layout of things. And when you look at like the landmass sizes, the continents and such, they actually differ, and
Yeah.
from like what somebody's projection would look like. So we have basically an approximation of what we think they could be looking like on a surface, but there's no flat Earth gold standard map that somebody's going to look to and say, because they're all useful. Every
Right.
single map is useful.
Yeah, but what's
just-
the most like common you would say?
For the globe Earth, I think it's the Mercator.
Not globe Earth. I mean, flat Earth.
Overall, flat Earth, any map, just all maps, everything.
No,
that
no,
we
but
can,
but again, like, did you? The question. I know you didn't. But if we were to go up and look at the Earth, is there any
which one
theory?
represents which one
Well, who
represents the
knows,
Earth
John Cena?
mostly?
There,
Yeah,
there could
I
be
think
there could be even more land.
yeah. The question, yeah,
No,
So who
yeah,
knows?
exactly. I'm just asking if you have any
So
theory at all.
no, there's
No.
not. There,
Okay.
There's no. Who knows?
Yeah, because the moment
Perfect.
I guess the
All
moment
right. I just
somebody
wanted
actually,
to ask.
yeah, the moment somebody puts something out, it would get questioned. The moment somebody says, "I have the flat Earth map."
Yeah, that's
Well,
pretty
really?
normal. Yeah, that
You have the
happens.
flat Earth map. So
yeah.
can you go ahead and tell us how you obtain that? Like, that's because
Exactly.
To
No,
me,
yeah.
it feels like a map is useful. Like if you're going to be using a map in a functional way, the question is like, what are you using it for? In any kind of like actual relevant, like I need to get around and navigate, you're probably going to want something that's going to be like, it's going to get you from A to B accurately. Somebody that's asking for like, oh, give me the flat Earth map. A lot of times to me, it feels like it's okay. Your goal is to try and get a quote unquote flat Earth map. You're just trying to force something that you don't need, that you're not actually using in a functional way. Okay, you want to get around a continent? Yeah, we can like find something that's going to work for you. But that's very different from basically in a subtle, twisted around way asking for like a perfect representation of something that we don't have all of the information for.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, it's a silly.
There's a lot of variables, and I think people in cartography knew about these things. So they're only giving us like these approximations of what things look like from an angle, and
Yeah.
so you can't drill down to the minute kind of like exactness of things because things shift, things change. Like the Earth is always in fluctuation. There's always movements. There's places that get flooded. Things. It's so you can't really draw something out to where you know exactly what you're working with. You can get it close to, but there's no way of like. I mean, there's always going to be fluctuations in how things are projected onto a map. But that,
The other thing, remember the other day, I brought up the coastline paradox too, right? So it depends on what unit of measurement you're using, number one. Number two, I think a lot of people forget that when we talk about maps, like maps, it's a representation, it's like data that you're trying to use, again, for a specific purpose. So like a topographic map, right, is going to give you a different kind of information than other kinds. So like it's really, in my mind, I think when people ask for like give me a map, they haven't taken the time to actually reflect on what it is that they actually want and what's going to be useful to them. Like what's a meaningful like use of the information that you have.
Yeah, if you want to get around your town, you don't need a world map for that, right? So that's something that you're thinking about. Like you need something local, something that you can see, streets and stuff like that. So you don't need to you don't need to pull out the world map of the entire world just to get around your town and stuff. So you get what I'm saying? Like things are useful in a certain context. So
that wasn't my. I understand that maps work very well on flat Earth and globe Earth, of course. You don't need.
No.
Yeah, I was just wondering. That's all. If anyone had any theories on what our Earth could look like.
We've had this. It's been an ongoing kind of internal debate within the context of people that are trying to kind of figure it out. There are some people that are wanting to lay some groundwork into figuring out what the whole thing looks like.
Real quick, Mike check.
Yeah, you're coming.
I hear you.
No, because if you want a flat map, you're gonna have to ask NASA because NASA tells you themselves that they wrap the flat map around the globe. So yeah, maybe they have it. You ask NASA for it.
For what?
For the flat map of the world.
I don't understand what you're talking about.
You're asking for a map of the world, a flat map of the world. NASA tells you themselves.
Do we not already? We have that already. No, we've had that for like 200 plus years now, even longer. A map of the world. It's not accurate, but we've had maps of the world. I don't get your point.
Welcome to flat Earth.
No, hang on. We've had maps of the world. We've had maps for way more than 200 years.
Exactly.
This is the whole point.
Yeah. We've had maps, so I don't get what under heavens.
No, he's just pointing out the fact that like if you think that you lived on a globe, that NASA has the flat map that the globe is represented as a sphere. That's what he's pointing out. But I think Cole Murray wanted to say something before.
Thank you. I wanted to follow up on like throughout the years, I have seen people mistaking a map for a photo. So this is how I hear it. They always ask, "Do you have a flat Earth map?" And where is the age? And they start asking you all those stuff. But what they are asking for is a photo. Do you have a photo of the Earth, of the flat Earth? Right? No one has a photo. Not even NASA have a photo. So I just wanted to clear that up.
Who asked that?
No, I think that's what I was kind of alluding to as well. I think you articulated it a little bit better. I think when people ask for like, give me your flat Earth map, they're not actually, they're using the word map because that in their mind is like a representation of what people's model of kind of like, you know, where we are, but they're not actually thinking of it in a functional, like, give me something that will meaningfully allow me to navigate the reality that I live in. They're asking for a model and they're trying to do it in a way that is like,
It's kind of a loaded, it's loaded question when they're saying that. They're not really, maybe unintentionally saying it, but it's loaded either way. So it's kind of hard to like go at it from a stance where you think you know what they're saying, you know, but it's
that's why I didn't say give me a flat Earth map, because I know that's very stupid and ignorant for me to ask that.
Yeah,
it makes
but I
no
mean,
sense.
it's still like, but you see what we have before us, right? And this particular topic, we'd have that maps already been presented like all throughout antiquity. So we don't need to like say, "Where's the flat Earth map, bros?" Like, because there's some maps everywhere.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly. That's why I didn't ask where's the flat Earth map. That's very stupid.
Which is, I mean, there's like people that argue maps. And
Yeah,
stuff.
exactly. Yeah, I know.
Even I'd say even in the globe Earth paradigm, people are arguing whether or not the sizes of continents are what they are.
Oh yeah, for sure.
You know, so
it's a massive thing in the globe thing. So, sorry.
Go ahead.
Real quick. So, something that comes up frequently, even in like kind of the globe paradigm, when you use the Mercator projection, because there's distortions that they claim because 3D to 2D and everything else. Even just based on that, all the maps kind of scale things differently. And placing, the northern hemisphere, quote unquote, at the top instead of the bottom. My point being, there have been countless people who have purported that using that projection kind of reinforces specific social and kind of cultural stereotypes and like paradigms. So it reinforces this idea of like the North's at the top, or like, North America and Europe being like above South America and Africa, when you could easily just like flip it upside down and it would give you, the exact same information. But we have this like valuing system just because we, higher things tend to be above, lower things tend to be like less valued. So there are all kinds of criticisms about just using one kind of projection, or like using one kind of like quote unquote like main map, even for like the globe model. It's like, to me, it just highlights exactly what we were just saying, that trying to rely on like a single map, a single representation to be like, this is it, this is the thing, this is everything, this is the world, is so silly, because you're always going to be, you're just looking at one representation. It's always going to be simplified. It's always going to leave things out. It's always going to present things in a certain bias. Like, trying to latch onto it and trying to force and demand, like, give me the thing, give me the thing, give me the thing. It just shows to me, like, even if from like a globe perspective, it's like beyond ignorance.
That's what I was mentioning before, Fox. I was saying, like, what's interesting is that this conversation has been going on prior to people discussing flat Earth, globe Earth. Like, this was already a problem with cartography. Like, it's not just centralized to just flat Earth. This is just a problem in cartography altogether. So figuring out, so that's already a problem, but that we discuss it more because it's now brought into an arena where we're talking about, okay, well, the Earth is not a geometric shape; it's just laying out on a horizontal plane. So it's different now, but that's why they're asking for this certain validation of like, where's your map, kind of thing. But like, again, it's loaded too. So
yeah, but map it's wherever you want to take it. Let's say map, you present Mercator, whatever you want, and I say, okay, let's take this one, and now let's go to Suez Canal. Is it Suez Canal on that map? Yes, it is. Okay, great. Is it on that map where it's presenting the globe? Yes, it is. Okay, great. That means this is correct. Suez Canal, it's there. We know where it is there in Asia. And that means that Suez Canal is curving on that map, because every map it's done, and that it's presentation of the map, and we have distances near the Suez Canal. You have towns maybe there around. Like you can put every distances. You can take a Google map, and say
Yeah.
this is the map of the world. It's maybe a little bit correct or not, but then you go to reality to find out, is it that map curving in reality? Because that's the point. If it's curving, then it's everything. It's okay. Then it's a sphere. If it doesn't curve, that means that map is different.
Let me bring a provocative topic up since we have a lot of people in the chat now, and maybe we can bat this idea back and forth. I think it's interesting if we look into this a little bit closely since we're talking about maps. Now, I'm going to ask this question and hopefully it can spark up perhaps a debate or maybe some interesting back and forth. But do pilots or mariners, doesn't matter, do they need to use a globe map to traverse the Earth? So, like specifically, we look at pilots because that's been a kind of a hot topic. So, do pilots need a global map in order to traverse the Earth in a very specific way to get from point A to point B?
Yes.
That's the question.
Yes.
And if you if you do say yes, please back up the information to support that claim. So I'll leave it to you guys. First, if you want to take it as a globalist perspective, I want you guys to have the floor and give us your best information as to why we need a global map, not just a flat, representation.
Nigger.
Who needs band? Who was that person?
Wicked.
You can go over bodies of water and just keep sight of the land. You can do that too, can't you?
Well,
to answer the question,
let the globalists come in here first. Let people. If you guys think that the Earth is a globe, you can answer the question. You said if you said yes to that question. Go ahead and answer.
So if you use a flat map and you want to fly from I need to remember exact which city this was that we took, because we flew from a airport in Europe and we went over Greenland and Newfoundland and etc. to get to California, right? That distance was shorter because we were going over to more north to get to the area, right? In the same way as America's nuclear missiles and nuclear defenses are all pointed towards the north. Because if Russia was going to fire nukes, they'd fire them north over the North Pole because it's a shorter distance than flying over the equator. Much like if an aircraft wanted to fly between 2 points, it would be faster in some of the cases to fly higher in quote unquote higher in terms of if you're looking at the globe, right? In terms of more northerly course.
Anybody else who thinks that the Earth is a globe wants to chime in for why we would need a globalist map projection instead of just a flat map? You guys have the floor. I want you to hear your best. Give us your best shot. Tell us why. Go ahead. You have the floor right now, so don't be shy.
So just to make sure that I understand, because in my mind, if you're working off of a globe model, any flat map is going to require you're never going to be able to accurately project a three-dimensional object onto a two-dimensional surface. So you're always going to be making compromises. You're always going to be working with, relative inaccuracies within that map. So wouldn't you then need to find a specific map that would prioritize the prioritize maintaining the accuracy of the specific navigational issue that you're trying to deal with? But then in my mind, that kind of it makes it a moot point regardless, because then what you're saying is that, okay, we need to have a multiplicity of maps that are going to represent a multiplicity of instances, and then you're always dealing with an individual circumstance.
Well, do you think that pilots, when navigating, look at a map of the planet or look at the map of the ground in order to do that?
Oh, this
because
is the question.
Because when most aircraft, right? Most aircraft, when they're flying, they don't necessarily, the whole idea, right, of IFR, they're not looking at a scale map of the Earth in order to navigate. They're using GPS, they're using altimeters, they're using their headings, right?
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
The
And
idea
what are
that
the
wait,
what
the
are-
idea that because you can't project a three-dimensional object onto a 2D plane, right? That doesn't happen. That projection, what you're saying is true if I'm using my eyeballs to look at a map of the globe, right? Then what you're saying, I would agree with you. Sure, that we can't necessarily project a three-dimensional object into a flat plane, right? But if they intended to use the globe or that type of map anyway, they could just put a globe in the cockpit, right? Like they could
Okay,
just
no,
use
no,
a three-dimensional map
I know, no, no, I know. I'm not
instead of
laughing.
using a
I'm not-
screen.
Correct. No, and I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. However, the difficulty with that though is when you have to think in terms of scale, right?
Right.
So the usefulness of, again, we're talking about tools that we're using to navigate in, like, we exist in like a three-dimensional space, right? We're trying to come up with tools that allow us to accurately navigate. So I just want to make sure that I'm understanding, because like at first it sounded to me like you were saying, okay, so they're not going to be looking at a flat map. They're going to be taking different measurements or different readings in terms of their heading, their elevation, referencing from like physical landmarks they can see, and this is what they'll
GPS.
be using to navigate, right? GPS. But then you switched and said, yeah, they'll just have a globe in the cockpit.
No. What I was saying was if right, they needed to use a map, right, like a display of a map as their navigational aid, right? Then yes, the two-dimensional screen that they're going to have on their cockpit isn't going to be a perfect one-to-one representation, because it's like you said, you can't project a three-dimensional map on a 2D plane. Sure. But then what I would then respond with if that was their main thing and they needed the scale of what their navigational aid to be exact, they could just put a globe in the cockpit, right?
Right. I understand what you're saying. To me, it feels like the reason it feels like a moot point is because, like Alpha mentioned, the issues with cartography are like, I don't know if you're familiar with the cosine paradox. This idea that depending on your unit of measurement, because of like, if you try to measure the outline of like the coast of North America using a 100-foot ruler, you're going to get a different length than if you measure the outline of the coast using a 1-foot ruler, because you're adding it's a fractal kind of, it increases in complexity and therefore distance. The point that I'm trying to make here is that when we make maps, when we make models, whether even something like even when we're taking things like different kinds of measurements, not necessarily even maps onto maps on maps. Point is that you're always it is always going to be a representation. You are always losing information. You're always making conversations, regardless. I'm not even talking about like 3-dimensional to 2-dimensional. This is why, like you said, we use a multiplicity of measurements and strategies to try and triangulate the best approach to help us navigate reality. We're constantly just building functional models. So to me, I feel like it's a moot point, because what you're saying is like, regardless of whether it's a globe or flat, either way, my map is not going to be giving me a 100% spot on real life accurate. It's the difference between like walking through the forest and looking at a map of the trail that goes through the forest. You're always making compromises.
Except,
so why
because again, pilots don't use maps when navigating in their
That's
aircraft.
I know. I understand.
And the main contention that was put forward was about pilots, right? And
Right.
so what
No,
I
so-
put-
okay, so let me
and I
rephrase
understand. I understand that your point is that maps and navigational aids and all these systems, you're losing information. I get that, except the multitude of real-time navigational systems that can and the publicly available information, and as well as the ones that you can do with your own fucking SDR, we can track aircraft to a very, 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 very close relative
Sure,
size.
right. But what I'm
And so
saying
the point I brought forward is that if you look at aircraft and pilots, right? They don't just fly in a straight line from point to point as you would on a flat plane. Because of the globe, they take a flight path that would make it shorter because of the curved body.
Yeah. Right. And again, and this is right, I understand what you're saying, but I don't think you realize that you're kind of like, you're jumping, like you're starting from one place. The question originally was like about, you know, what is going to be the most effective tool? What do we need to be able to accurately create the plans or like the trajectories that we're going to use to get from A to B, right? And I'm saying, if you're emphasizing this point that, oh, you know, you the maps that we use, like we seem to be looking at something that maps more accurately onto a sphere. We're using these kind of like geodesic curves as opposed to these like straight lines. Okay, then repeat it one more time for me. Maybe
I don't know why you keep bringing it back to looking at
because that's okay. That's my point, is that's where you started, and my point was, I don't think you realize that you are like jumping, you're taking that next step into a different point, which I appreciate, but like to me that wasn't necessarily the focus, because it feels like you have an idea of this kind of like, I have this dunk, I have this gotcha. I don't mean that in like a shitty debater way. True,
not a dunk or a gotcha.
I know. That's why I just said I'm using that as shorthand in terms of just like, you have an argument that you think is sound and you're presenting it. But I think that like, because you're focused on kind of, because you're focused on what you believe to be the kind of the success of that reasoning, you have kind of just rushed past the justification or the point that you're talking about that supports that ultimate point.
But
I'm not trying to poke you this.
But maps do not support my point.
Okay. Then maybe we're talking past each other. I apologize.
No, you're talking past me, and you keep wanting to bring it back to where we have to have this fundamental idea and understanding of where maps came from and how we get the information and how it's not a scale thing, etc., etc. I get that.
Yeah. No, and that's what I'm saying is, I think this is what I'm talking about. All that is ultimately what underlies and supports your ultimate point. And you are asserting that, okay, but my point stands, and that's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about it because you've already decided that's been established. You already decided that like there's no there.
But Fox, I'm not the one who decided that the aircraft should take these flight paths, right?
I didn't say that you were.
But you're saying I'm the one coming up with the assertion, right?
Maybe it is just me talking past you. Perhaps I shall take a step back.
Because you're not okay. So can you respond to the idea that the aircraft take a shorter flight path, right? That because of the curved spheroid shape of the planet, by going on a more northerly flight course.
Okay. Again, so here's the thing. I'm gonna take a step back because I feel like this isn't the argument that I originally, or the conversation that I originally kind of got myself into. But I just want to point out that this is kind of what I was trying to articulate just a second. It feels to me, and I could be incorrect, again, not trying to poke you this stick, feels to me like you have this, you're asserting, you're saying that, okay, they take these flight paths that, you know, you even just said it yourself, in these, like, the way you articulated it, you have this idea, you have this belief, you're purporting it, but your evidence for it isn't there. You skipped the argument part of the argument. You're making an assertion, and you moved right past the part where you actually are, like, unpacking and explaining why that would be the case. I'm going to take a step back. Believe it or not, I really don't think that you think this is, like, I don't think this is the conversation that you think it is. I do not have very much skin in this particular game, but I'm just encouraging you to, like, perhaps try and, like, start from first principles, and instead of, like, beginning at the end and trying to then, like, force some kind of, like, backwards justification from somebody else, maybe kind of start from ground zero, start from the basics, start from first principles, work yourself up towards your own justification for what you're asserting. But I'll let somebody else kind of jump in. So I feel like I've been bogarting a lot of the time.
Okay.
All right, so I think Fox has taken a step back, but Chupacabra saying that, and just to be clear, are you saying that we need a globalist world map on a plane if we're going to travel from point A to point B?
Do you actually think that's the point I'm making?
Well, I'm asking. What do you think?
Well, okay, I guess I'll say it again for the fourth time now.
You don't have to say it. We can let somebody else say it. I mean, you don't have to.
The contention that you put forward, right, is about pilots and whether or not we need a global system, yeah? And so I put forward the fact that pilots take flight paths that take into consideration the spherical shape, or I guess oblong sphere, the curved nature, in order to have shorter flights by taking a more northerly curved flight path instead of a direct straight line flight path.
Okay, what is your evidence of that?
The decades of flight path.
That's ambiguous.
Data.
That's ambiguous.
How is it ambiguous?
We need specificity. We need specificity.
Okay, we can look. I'll find you a specific flight path.
Sure.
Let's see.
This is exactly. This is what I was saying. I don't think you realized that because you had this, you knew where you were going in your head. So you just kind of jumped right there without unpacking it for anybody else. But I appreciate the.
Okay, so from London to New York, a flight path that we have decades of handwritten data records of headings, of time, of all of the various civilian, commercial, and military, where it is more efficient and faster to fly a more northerly curved flight path than it would be to fly in a straight line.
Okay, well, we're discussing maybe two things, right? And the parabolic arc that a plane takes from its takeoff to landing is one parabolic arc that I'm not speaking of. I'm actually speaking of the parabolic arc that it would take to negotiate over a specific amount of curvature over a certain distance. So if you can understand what I just said, I'm not talking about the parabolic arc that the plane takes when it goes on a takeoff to landing. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the actual distance traveled over a geometric shape. Once again,
yes, that's what I was talking about. I wasn't talking about the fact that a plane goes up and then comes down.
Okay. Well, just to be clear, right? Because we have to make it known to the people that are listening that this is what we're saying. So the differentiation between what I said to what I guess the argument is the negotiation over a curvature. So how do we know that the plane is negotiating over a specific amount of curvature over that specific distance? For the globalist.
I guess we would have to...
Not just you, Chupacabra, so if you don't have to answer the question.
I'll let someone speak up.
I'm letting the room actually kind of come in on this because there's a lot of people in here. But if you are of the mindset that the Earth is a globe, and doesn't have to all be Chupacabra speaking, but anybody else can jump in and take the point. If you think that because I made the differentiation, right? Not the parabolic arc on takeoff and landing. I mean the actual negotiation of the plane over the curvature of the Earth from a specific distance. How do you know that's what is going on? Due to the fact that we have flight paths. So anybody can take this point. You being a globalist in here, go ahead. Like I said, I didn't want to put it all on Chupacabra, so don't think that I'm just asking you. The floor is yours, gentlemen, ladies. You can take your time. Just hurry up. All right. Well, perhaps maybe another time.
Wait, so what's the question again?
Christ.
Okay.
Alpha, what you just felt, that's how I've been feeling for the last 20 minutes, okay?
I don't like.
Right,
I
but
don't mind.
yeah.
You
I
guys
don't
even
mind.
responded to
I don't
his
mind explaining
assertion.
it. I don't mind explaining
No,
it,
that's
but
fine. It's fine. You don't have to explain it. But y'all didn't respond to his assertion that like planes take a more northern path. You haven't even responded to that yet.
Wait, just to point out, that wasn't his original assertion. And then while I was unpacking the map thing with him, then that was like what was brought in. I feel like part of what's difficult about this.
No, Fox. Alpha verified that what I was talking about wasn't the fact that planes take a parabolic
I know.
arc, right? So that's what he's saying is true. That the contention wasn't the more north.
Okay, all right, never mind.
'Cause that seems like a very important question. Like, why are they supposedly going further if it was a flat surface, but it's actually the shortest path?
well, I mean that could be an argument, right? For you guys at the moment, right now, the current one that I'm asking is one that was not, or at least went through. So I'm asking. Go ahead, Fox. Do you have some?
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I just in my mind. Okay, I know that like the limited information that I have about in terms of how like flight paths are mapped out. There's going to be a difference. There's going to be a different trajectories and different flight paths are going to be taken based on things that are external to or have nothing to do with the whether it's a globe or flat or anything else. Things like air currents, right? Things like weather, things like climate, the need to refuel. So in my mind, like, sure, I understand. Obviously, I feel like there's a point that is like broader and like looking in terms of generalizations, not just looking at like individual flight paths and why they might choose A over B. But in my mind, obviously, there are going to be like a multiplicity of things that would impact why one might plot a flight path one way or another. I assume that there's like some underlying principle to which you're trying to point. But sure, I could come up with any number of, all right, if weather patterns behave like X, then it makes far more sense in terms of fuel efficiency to fly what looks like to be a less direct route, but ultimately is more efficient in terms of the way that we fly. Especially when you look into things like the way that like modern geopolitics are involved, right? You might have to fly around different kinds of like restricted airspace. There might be reasons to negotiate different flight routes. Again, refueling. So I'm throwing spaghetti at the wall here, but my point is, I don't think this is just like a single use issue. Maybe that's not what we're getting at, but that's my 2 cents in the back.
Yeah, I think you're parsing it out a little bit into kind of like why they would choose the flight path that they've done. But what I'm saying is, how could it operate on the Earth in a specific way? Not
I see.
Not why they would choose that specific flight
Gotcha.
path. So that's what you're getting into. I asked, and I don't know if Jupacabro understood what I said. Like, it's not the fact that why they chose that specific path, like to go in that direction. And then, of course, you got like, no fly zones and all kinds of other stuff you can add to it. The reason why they didn't take that trajectory. What I'm asking is a very specific question towards the either shape of the Earth or, flying over a flat stationary plane. So for me, it's more of a, like, how do we know they're traversing over a specific amount of curvature? Like, if the pilot is saying in his mind, right, when he's getting into his plane and setting up his instruments, and he's like, okay, I know that I'm going to travel about 500 miles, so I'm going to be traversing over this much curvature and that amount of time. It takes me to get from point A to point B. Do you get what I'm saying? So that's the question. How does the pilot negotiate over that much curvature without having to factor it in his plan to fly over it? Do you get what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah,
it's not so much.
I get your question for sure.
I'm not talking about like why he chose that flight path. Like, oh well, we got to take this path because of the storm, whatever is in their way. We got to fly around that. Like, it's not. That could be another step, but I mean that's not the one that I wanted to focus on. If you get me, Fox.
Yeah, no, that makes total sense.
Okay. And that's why I kind of handed the floor over to the ballers so they can.
No, I appreciate that. Yeah.
I'm waiting for someone else unless you want me to.
Yeah, we gotta.
I'm also trying to get more specific info for you.
Well, Jupacabro can't be the only guy that's in here that thinks the Earth's a globe, so that's why I'm tossing it over to every. Listen, man, collectively, you guys are probably outnumber us. So and not in the server probably, but I'm on this channel, but overall. So I would think that you guys have a great way or kind of a a good answer for this. So I'm just asking for you guys to step up in this particular arena. If you guys understood, please don't ask me to repeat that again. I hope you've been listening. Dude.
Miggy, the answer is they don't.
All right, we can go home now. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We'll shut the
Oh my God.
channel down. Thank you.
I mean,
Well, they don't need to plan out for how much they're going to go around a curve. They just keep the plane level.
Okay, so right. What else do they do? Because I mean, we're talking
it.
about curvature.
That's it.
So okay, keep the plane level.
well, I was gonna
Yeah, that's
say,
it.
yeah, like the
Go ahead,
pilots
Jacob.
don't need. Go ahead, Scott.
No, go ahead. You all.
The pilots don't need to make that calculation because it's not necessarily relevant to their duties as the pilot, right? So I'm sure that calculation could be made. I'm trying to find some type of literature on it. I'm assuming
No,
it's going to be in a
please,
flight school
please.
somewhere.
Yeah, do your due diligence. I don't care if it's within the context of this discussion. I think find something and bring it forward and tell us about it. Scott's like, well, we don't, so that's fine. I personally probably of the mind that basically the same as Scott. They just think about keeping a level flight for the course of their job. I don't
Yeah,
think he's
especially
thinking about
nowadays since it's almost entirely automated.
Yeah, I
Yep.
understand.
Yep.
But
Yep.
what I'm saying though, to me, it's just like if somebody thinks that they can explain it in a way of how it's possible that the pilot either is conscious or not conscious of it, because it doesn't matter to me. Because all I know is that we've spoken to many of these guys, right, from this side of it, and because we were coming into this, we were really curious about like, hey, let's talk to the pilots. Not only that, let's have a pilot on and let's have him tell you, kind of thing. At some point, I think in the argument that kind of stopped being the case. Like for us in 24/7, kind of like already understood early on that we didn't need to have like a pilot in here telling you, guys, I'm telling you, I fly over the earth and it's flat. Like we don't need that for what?
Yeah,
You know what
like-
I'm saying?
Miggy, I
Also
just thought of a
depends what
really good
aircraft they're
analogy.
flying, because like I posted in the chat about even taking into consideration Fox's point of flight paths having to change because of geopolitical stuff. It's still Cathay Pacific still decided that it was more efficient and faster to take that route north over the pole to get to Hong Kong than it would be to fly over the ocean around.
What are you saying? Void of being geopolitical?
Like there was a geopolitical, and they had to change it. But even so, even though they changed it, they still decided that this was the shorter and more efficient flight path.
Right, but I mentioned not just geopolitical stuff, right? I'm thinking of like when you're flying, if you're flying east to west versus west to east across like North America, you don't take the same flight path one way versus the other because you're factoring in things like different like air currents, right? Like different
Sure.
weather patterns. But I'm not. Wait, just be clear. Just be clear. What I'm mentioning, I'm not talking about like individual like isolated unique cases of like, oh, this storm or like this geopolitical issue. I'm saying like, might there not be some kind of like systematic or like I guess structural conditions?
What?
Yeah,
No,
no,
what?
wait. I
What?
can
No,
answer.
what? No, what? No, what? No, goodness, what?
I'm
No,
saying
what?
if there's
No.
no, what I'm saying is
Yes, no, Fox, I can answer.
if
Wait,
there's
wait, Fox, I can answer your question.
No, doesn't interrupt.
Dalian,
No,
Dalian.
doesn't trouble.
Who's he saying that
Dalian,
to?
please let me finish.
Is he
Please.
talking to us or is he hot micing?
He's no, I don't know. I mean, I think he's coming at me,
Well,
but
let me just ask him, Balian, are you in this conversation or are you hot micing, bro? What's the deal here? I think he's hot micing, Fox.
I guess hot mic.
Good
Fox,
Lord, what
so
happened
I
to him?
understand your question, and I can actually answer it. And in
Go
fact,
for it.
you're actually correct, right? One of the examples would be that aircraft take a slightly curved route if they're heading west to east because they're flowing
Right.
with the jet stream, and the jet stream is curved. However, I have no one in this channel has yet to show me a model of a non-globe Earth that would have the jet streams that we have. So, but I guess that's a
But
different.
but again, you're jumping. You're missing. You're missing my kind of overall point here, right? And I understand what, and you're like, I get what you're saying, right? You're picking up on what I'm putting down in terms of like the jet streams and how this alters it. I'm saying, I don't believe that you or anybody in this chat is such an expert on all of the issues and factors that go into creating and utilizing and implementing these routes, that you would be able to confidently assert with like 100-degree confidence that there isn't some other. All I'm saying is, I recognize the limitations of my knowledge, and to me, I can look and say, okay, I can reasonably, looking at something like the jet stream, right? I know that impacts how different flight paths are taken. So to me, it seems perfectly reasonable that there might be some other set of like structural conditions that would result in choosing paths that look, less than most optimal, not just like as the crow flies.
Well, so Fox, I think one of the things that you're combining together is the idea of a flight route and a flight path, right? A flight path and an aircraft. Right, the flight path that the actual aircraft takes, of course, there's going to be certain conditions that change its actual flight path, right? And that's not.
No, I am distinguishing. No, I am distinguishing between the two. I am. I'm saying that yes, there are, in the same way that, like you said, with the Gulfstream, right? Like with different air currents, versus like a specific storm, right? I get that. I'm not saying that like each individual flight you're gonna have to take into account like the individual conditions. I'm saying that given that I know that there are larger abstracted out like principles such as the air current, the air currents moving one way versus another consistently, like probably using the wrong terminology, saying that I'm right. So given the jet stream, right, that's going to impact all flights, right? Going east-west versus to east, right? So I'm saying, given that I know that something like that exists that impacts all flights in that condition, I'm not confident in my knowledge base to assert that there isn't something else of which I am less familiar or unaware that might result in making in planes flying consistently in such a way as you're describing that doesn't, like, do you see what I'm saying? Like I
get what you're saying, but I think I'll be, and I don't mean this in a negative way. I think it's a bit of a cop out because the various variables that would go into a aircraft's flight path don't affect the route that is set by the airline. And when the airline sets the route, they are looking for what's going to make them the most money.
Right. Yes,
but the route is the most important part, Fox.
Yes,
that's the contention.
Yes, I'm saying that. That's what I'm saying. That is exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying that the route, I'm saying I don't have enough confidence in my understanding of all the different potentially confounding variables that might make it such that one route is more efficient or more economical than another route. I'm saying specifically, and here's the thing, ultimately, at the end of the day, I'm coming at this, I'm a globe person, right? The reason I enjoy this so much is because truly, and you're saying it's a cop-out, I'm going to throw that right back at you, because here's the thing, I'm more than happy to break my shit down all the way down to the ground. I'm saying I don't know what I don't know. It is perfectly reasonable to me that there could be some set of factors or variables that could result in, the routes that are being taken now being the most effective that could have nothing to do with the shape of the Earth itself. And I find it a bit of a cop-out that you're asserting that no, that's the only reason anybody could ever make these flight routes as opposed to other.
What people are saying, though.
That's not my contention, though.
Okay.
I never once said that this is the only reason, right? Because it doesn't need to be the only reason. The fact that this reason exists in the first place, right?
What do you mean? Wait. Sorry. What do you mean by this reason in the first place?
Because variables, you don't need to be an expert in aeronautics to be able to understand scale, right? Now, all the various aspects that will affect a plane's flight path. right, can only
all the
be
various aspects. All the various aspects.
yes.
You are
Let me
telling
finish, Fox.
Go ahead.
Let me finish. All of the various aspects that go into a aircraft's flight path, as we have been able to visually confirm with our eyes and our data, the cumulative variables do not have a significant change to the overall flight route planned by the airline. So
okay, you're still not picking up what I'm putting down here.
I am, Fox, and what I'm trying to tell you is that what you saying that you're ignorant of all these variables is a cop out, because whether or not you are ignorant of the variables or not, you can still make a logical, definitive statement of the fact that these airlines are planning routes that are going over the North Pole because those are the most efficient.
Right, and you're saying that they're the most efficient because it's a globe, and I'm saying they might be the most efficient for some other reason of which I am unaware because I do not know everything. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, okay, and
that's
can you
the fear.
provide any example? Could you give me a hypothetical? Could you give me anything?
Yes. I
put
said
one forward.
Okay, this is my point here. I'm not making the claim that I have some. I'm saying, given that I don't, and this is something that I have not looked into to such a degree, I think you're saying it's a cop-out. Again, I'm saying I think this is the most reasonable, rational approach to take. I don't know what I don't know. Why would I assert that the only reason they could make this route over the North Pole, the only reason that could be the most efficient or the most effective is because it's a globe and not something else? And again, I'm a globe right. That's what he just said. That's literally what he just said.
It's a variable, but there's other variables. That's the only thing we're saying.
He said the reason that they make the flight paths or the routes over the North Pole, the question is why would they do that unless it's a globe? And I'm saying, I don't know, but given that we see other alterations to flight routes based on other factors or external variables,
and might there not be? Fox, I'm saying, Fox, that variation, that change, is statistically insignificant.
What do you mean? So what are you? Okay, I feel
because Fox, when we're talking about these flight routes, right? And then you're making a valid point. I'm not saying your point is not valid. That's correct. I don't even know all of the various minutia that go into the flight path of the aircraft, right?
No, I'm not talking about the path versus the route thing. I understand. I'm not making reference to individual storms or countries or anything else. I'm saying the principle. And when you say, okay, we see them making, and please, okay, just to make sure I understand. So the route versus the path. Can you just quickly distinguish for me so I can be 100% sure I'm using them correctly?
Yes, the route is the overall heading and way that the aircraft, the path of the aircraft is going to go, and the flight path is what the actual aircraft is going to take to go along that route.
Yes. Okay, perfect. Okay, so what I'm saying is, in my mind, if we're looking at the routes, and the question is why would they plot these routes that seemingly on this flat map, it seems totally irrational to flying over the North Pole, but if you map it onto a sphere, obviously it's a geodesic curve that goes point A to point B. It makes total sense. And I'm saying, okay, yes, I understand that, absolutely. But I'm also saying, okay, I see that the routes that are planned going east to west versus west to east, traveling across North America, those are impacted by jet stream, right? And so I'm saying, I don't know, this is not my area of expertise enough to know for certain that there couldn't be some other systemic or some other structural or some other factor that would make it more effective, more efficient, to make those flight routes go over the North Pole, besides it being a globe versus flat. Do you see what I'm saying? I feel like I'm not articulating as well as I could.
No, Fox, I understand what you're saying. And so the next logical step would be for us to then go and try and find some of those
Exactly.
reasons, right?
Exactly. And that's what I'm going to go do next. Exactly.
And so what I'm saying is, right? Unless that we can find a reason that provides such a more significant increase in efficiency,
Exactly.
which I have yet to find.
There you go. And my question to you is, have you looked? Because to me, this is what I run into all the time. I run into this all the time, and I'm not pointing a finger at you individually at all. But the reason that I enjoy coming in here so much is because I find that so frequently people they come in and they have this idea of like, explain this to me. You can't. And to me, it's like, it just feels like, well, I don't know that you've tried. I think that for me, I really think that it's important, flat globe, whatever the fuck, to be able to be comfortable enough to start from first principles, really try and separate yourself from what you believe in. And I'm not saying that it's like you're rejecting what you believe, right? But it's just purely the exercise of like, okay, can I abstract out? Can I think of an alternative? Can I come out? Like, it's throwing spaghetti at the wall. It's poking things with a stick. I think that we get so caught up in our own like constructed representations, our own theoretical, like our brains are pattern seeking machines, right? This is what we do, right? We have experiences. We see predictions into the future. We develop like frameworks for navigating reality. And as long as
Do you need to take that, Fox?
I just think people need to challenge their own assumptions a little bit more. And I that's all I'm trying to say.
I get that, right? I listen. I am not trying to get a gotcha here, right? Let's like I'm happy to even go through this mental exercise with you right now. But what other things could you come up with that could possibly be another reason? I'll put one forward.
You're literally saying like what could it be? And I'm saying I don't know. Because here's the thing.
Stop. Wait, Fox. I get that. I don't know either. I'm saying let's both of us right now.
You're saying let's throw some spaghetti at the wall. What could it be? And here's the thing. I don't know enough. Here's the thing. I don't know enough about, okay, if I'm really like just making some shit up, right? Okay, I know that there's a difference in terms of how sunlight reflects off of the ice in the North Pole or in Antarctica versus the Arctic, right? Because one is a continent, or one has landmass under it, and one is just pure ice. So perhaps, given the fact that this is something that is flying through space and through air and relies on air currents, the heating of the air that is increased reflecting off of pure ice versus ice over a continental sheet might make it so that the lift is such that it makes it actually faster to go over the North Pole than to just go directly over an ocean, which would ultimately have way more confounding effects in terms of the heat rising. This is what I'm saying, right? I don't know. I know from what I understand about physics, from what I understand about, I have a decently wide knowledge base. I'm not an unengaged person. But what I'm saying is that I haven't had these conversations. I haven't asked anybody with any kind of expertise in the field. I can make up a whole bunch of fucking shit. But at the end of the day, the only thing I'm saying is, I'm not confident enough that there is no other answer to just reject it out of hand based on nothing else. That's it. That's all I'm saying.
Does that mean nobody else can be confident because you're not?
No, not at all. No, the exact opposite. The exact opposite. And those are the people that I want to talk to help me become more informed.
But you're not asking them any questions. You're telling them how they're thinking wrong.
No, I'm speaking to the one person who's like directly asking me specific questions.
Well, we got Mr. Confidence chiming in. Go ahead and tell us the answer to how we know we're flying over or negotiating over a curvature. Scott.
Yeah, I would think that the fact that these flight paths follow the Great Circle would be evidence enough. And if we want to see when they deviate from that Great Circle, then we could bring in these other reasons like jet streams or other things. But as long as you're on the Great Circle, we don't need to look any further. That's the answer. We're done.
We're done. That's the answer. Well, that's the answer,
we not?
Fox.
Are we not?
Well, you said we are. You close the argument. We're done, right? That's it.
Well, he's saying right that what the point that I was trying to put forward is whatever these other variables may or may not be, all of them accumulated together doesn't give a stronger reason than what is. I was going to get to the Great Circle, but Great Circle navigation.
You're just asserting that. Like,
I'm not.
Well,
Fox,
it wasn't him. Honestly, it was not Chupacabra. It was Scott Mackey. So Scott Mackey asserted it. So we can blame him, right, Scott?
No, and truly, I don't want to come off as like aggressive, and again, my skin in this game is really only trying to encourage people to think. I don't know, just to be a little bit more open in terms of their thought process. I'm not. I know sometimes I can get a little bit pointy, but I don't mean to.
I don't know about you, but my thought process is locked, secure, and closed.
Amish, are you here?
Good night.
My man, you're upside down.
There we go, you.
Amish, are you here?
Amish to the floor. Amish to the floor, please.
But it seems to me we come to a point in our lives when we have all of the evidence pointing to one thing and none of the evidence pointing to another thing. We go with the thing to which all evidence is pointing.
What's it pointing to?
And then we move on with our lives.
We do?
Because that one's settled, yes. Then we move to the next question.
Well, yeah, for an armchair,
There'll always be
like
things we
yourself,
don't know.
we'd move on, right? But not for people that are inquisitive about the world around them. For somebody who's 60 years old and already past life, and you don't need to look further about anything, you just settle into the comfortable, reasonable explanations, then yeah, of course.
Yes, this is how I suggest one leads a good life. You figure out the things you can, and you move on to the things that you haven't figured out yet. You don't sit there keep re-pondering the things you've already figured out.
Because
that's just a waste of your
bliss,
time.
Isn't it, Scott? Ignorance is bliss. It's great to know the things that you don't know. Lean on the experts, guys. That's all you got.
But we're not.
Trust me, bro.
It's not leaning on the experts.
I'm actually speaking to Scott alone. I mean, you could probably be inquisitive because you're young. You could still want to know things. But Scott, he doesn't need to. He's satisfied with not knowing. He doesn't have to. Somebody's done the work for him. Right, Scott?
Yes, they've explained it and I've understood it. And
okay, there you go.
And what they said made perfect sense based on my understanding of the world and my 60 years of being on this planet. And then I moved on to other things that no one's explained yet or other problems that I have to solve.
So you don't have to figure out how the pilot is negotiating over a specific amount of curvature over a specific amount of distance. You just have to believe
that's a good one.
That I know.
No, I had a good analogy for you there.
What's your analogy?
Let's say you're driving in a car from San Francisco to New York. You're going to curve in that car just like you're going to curve in a plane. Does the driver have to negotiate
Scott, we have elevation.
The change of angle of the car? No, they don't do that.
We have elevation on land, Scott. You already know this.
No, but the point is, when you arrive in New York, you're at a different angle.
What?
I guess I would say than you should say you're in San Francisco, right? When you're flat.
Elevation on land, bro.
Dude, listen.
Yeah,
when you get to the coast, you start off on the coast at the beach in San Francisco at 10 degrees elevation. You end up in New York, and you're at the river edge, the Hudson River, right? And you're at 10 degrees elevation. The angle at which your car is facing is not going to be the same angle as it was in San Francisco. Did the driver ever account for that angle change? No, they didn't.
Why are the angles
changing?
You
don't have to.
Scott? Why are the
just
angles
like
changing?
A pilot doesn't have to account for the angle change.
Why are the angles changing, Scott?
Because the Earth is curved.
Okay. Well, that's that then, huh?
But the whole point is, the pilot doesn't have to account for it, just like the driver doesn't have to account for it. Nobody has to account for it.
Well, I'm happy with that answer.
All right. Good man.
I mean, I said that. I said that a while ago.
Listen, we're shaking hands on that, but what I'm saying is we're not seeing eye to eye on is how he knows he's traveling over that curve. So that's what we're dealing with at the moment. And so
I don't think he even does.
Well, I know he doesn't, but that's not
But that's irrelevant to the point.
I know it is. That's why I brought it up. So that's why I brought it up. Because if the pilot is not conscious about it, if he doesn't believe he's okay. So for example,
the pilot's not setting the flight route.
And, well, he's told where to go, right? Corridors and all that kind of good stuff.
Yeah,
So-
the flight route is set by the airline. The
I know
pilot
that.
just flies it.
Yes. But what I'm
Right?
saying is,
So the
for
pilot. In fact, let's say it's not. Let's take the pilot out of the fucking aircraft. It's a fully automated aircraft. It's still going to take the same route.
Yeah, and is it over a globe?
Yes.
How
That's why
do we
they-
know
that's-
that's what I'm what I'm drilling down to, and hopefully Fox was trying to like passionately associate with the knowledge of like, how do you know? First principles, right? Let's get down to how we figured out that's the case. But Mr. Scott over there, who's an armchair warrior, likes to say we don't have to do that, man. Somebody figured it out, dudes. Let's just stop it,
compare
sit down
flight
and
time.
relax, drink your Kool-Aid, and just be good. You know, you don't have to worry about that stuff. It's
No,
already
what
been
I've said
figured
is
out.
we've already done it and we moved on.
Yeah, see, that's basically what I just said. You just dressed it up in a different way. That's what I said.
No,
So-
don't have to figure out is different than figuring out and then moving to the next question. You understand
No, you
that,
don't.
right?
You can't figure it out though,
But
because
we
somebody
can.
already
But
did.
we can.
Okay. Well, that's what I'm. That's the conversation at hand. How did we do that, Scott? How does the pilot know he's traversing? He doesn't, according
He
to you
doesn't
and
need
me.
to.
I know, and I've already said that's fine, but the case still remains. If a pilot gets in an airplane and he's traversing over a specific amount of distance, right, over negotiating over the curvature, would he be conscientious that he's doing that? Yes? No? I don't know.
I was reading chat. Sorry.
Well, dude, I don't know. Maybe explain it like the other guy.
No, he wouldn't
Listen.
be conscientious that he's doing that. He wouldn't care one bit.
Good. We're all in agreement now, then I guess.
All right.
Fox, are you in agreement? Is everybody
still
happy?
haven't.
We're all
still
happy.
haven't. God, it's like the fucking. It's like when I'm arguing with fucking Palestinians, and all they keep bringing up is like hundreds of years of fucking nonsensical history, and we have to go back to the beginning and why we're here and this and that. I'm trying to talk about, and I'm trying to talk about stuff happening on the ground right now that we can
But the
support.
problem is that most people, and again, not pointing the finger at you, but most people, for very understandable, legitimate reasons, there's a difference between like an active and a passive belief. And in my experience, most people do not question or challenge the majority of the beliefs that they hold in any kind of meaningful way. Like throughout, even abstracting out of like flag club, whatever the fuck. I find that most people, because ultimately, what are we trying to do, right? We have experiences. We try and use our.
I'm trying to have a conversation about flight routes, and you guys keep bringing it up to like the foundations of what logic.
The way that we think about things and the functional way of understanding and like engaging with our expectations and our experience of reality around us to make functional models of navigating that reality in a way that allows us to actually like do so in an effective manner. Yes. Oh, I'm so sorry. I apologize for trying to make you think a little bit outside of the box. Again, I'm on your fucking side with this.
I don't give a fuck about sides. I'm trying to have a fucking God, Fox. I'm starting to get really frustrated.
I know it's so hard, but
Like I'm trying to have a conversation, but you just keep talking about stuff that doesn't matter.
Okay, yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all. I'm so sorry that
to the specific conversation, yes. Not that it doesn't matter in general. What you're saying is valid and has
does matter to the
merit.
specific conversation. It does, and that's the problem: is that you can't accept that or even recognize that it might be.
I can, and I'm saying it's a valid point, but it doesn't.
But you're done with it. Meow, 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 meow. Yeah, I know.
Trying to talk about flight route.
That's based.
Oh, fuck.
Well, I don't know. I guess we already shook hands, but I guess we didn't. But okay, so
you try to shake something else.
You know, somebody's got a little upset about it. That's fine. But just like Fox was saying, like if we go to first principles, we're not going to be able to ascertain the information of how we know that is the active case when somebody's actually traversing the earth. And it is such the case that people come in here and say, dude, the pilot knows he's traveling over the globe, duh. And so that's why I'm asking the question that I'm asking. But if you guys all agree,
Alpha, wait, I need to stop you there.
fine.
Are you seriously saying right now that okay, because what you just said to me is that sometimes other people come and make this claim, right? And so now I want you to answer this claim that other people are making, even though you've said that I disagree with that claim and it's irrelevant. That's what you're saying right now. I get that other people have come in and said, "Oh, well, pilots can see where they're flying." I haven't made that contention.
Sweetie, your mic is clipping because you're getting a little bit emotional. Just take a step back.
No, it's because I used the middle mouse button to.
No, it's okay. My mic is terrible too, but
This point that you keep bringing up, yes, we've shook hands on it, and it's fucking irrelevant. Can we talk about fucking the routes and the paths, please? And enough about this idea about pilots,
Karen,
please.
chill down.
Dude, man.
Oh my god.
You're over the top about this. Anyways, like the way it turns out is that we all agree that there's no way that the pilot can know he's negotiating over any type of curvature on the surface of the Earth. So therefore, how could a pilot know he's traversing over a globe unless he just assumes that he is, which is the case.
I'm gonna have an aneurysm.
He just assumes it. And
it's tough sometimes.
I think Alpha, are you? Am I real? Am I speaking? Or are you just an NPC that is just having a dialogue tree?
How could you possibly know?
Apparently, you know what, Fox? You got me there. You fucking got me.
So, back to my original point is that people do come in here and say that the pilots and the mariners and all the people that are traveling over the Earth are negotiating over a curvature. And I'm like, that's never the case, ever. They're assuming that it's a globe and they're traveling over a flat stationary Earth. And they're using it that way for practical purposes, of course. But they don't, in no way actively are engaging in negotiating over curve.
But they're not even looking at maps. What are you talking about? So irrelevant to the fucking point.
Listen, the relevance here is that the Earth is not being utilized as a globe.
Except it is, because pilots don't set the fucking route.
Who cares?
So pilots are irrelevant to the fucking contention here.
Oh, you mean the guys who are traveling over the Earth are irrelevant? The ones who are actually negotiating the curvature of the Earth are irrelevant. Really?
So irrelevant.
That's interesting. That's interesting. The guys who actually are traversing the curve, not the ones who are making the flight paths and saying you guys are going to be going over a curve. The actual people that are going over the curve are irrelevant. Interesting.
Yeah, I thought they needed a globe in the cockpit.
Now it's different, huh? The tune has changed. We're playing a different song now. It sounds like the guys on the ground are the ones saying the Earth is curved, and the ones negotiating over it are not the ones included in the understanding that it is a globe. Weird.
Well, they do have a globe in the cockpit. It's just artificial. It's built into their navigation computer.
Well, let's add some.
Your navigation computer is based on the globe model.
Bring in the
Simple as that.
soothsayers. Yeah, let's bring in the soothsayers. Go ahead, Scott. Tell us how.
The only way you can get a heading and distance from any city to any city is on a globe model.
Really?
And the reason is because Flat Earth doesn't have a model.
Flat Earth
so
doesn't
it can't
have a
be
model.
used.
Can I ask the other guy a question?
Who's Chupacabra? Yeah, go for it.
So, are you talking about how, like, when you lay out the flight path on a Mercator's map, that it looks curved?
He might have short circuited. I don't know. That last
You're bad.
Server muted, guys.
So emotionally riled up.
Somebody said server mute him.
He's
Oh yes, I totally short circuited. I wasn't just muted. Classic.
Apologies.
Is that what you were talking about, though?
Sorry,
no, it's not. By the way, it's not T-Dub.
Not what you're talking about?
Nope.
Okay.
But it's just interesting, right? The song has now we're dancing to a different tune, which is the guys who are actually negotiating the curvature don't know that they're actually negotiating over that curvature, but the guys who are planning the flight paths, those guys are the ones who know that there's curvature.
Why? Yeah. Okay.
All right.
You and I have already spoken about how let's talk about an aircraft that has no pilot in it.
Yeah.
Right? So that's going to follow the designated flight path based on the flight route set by the airline. Can you give me any solid reason why they would take the flight path that I posted if that is not because that is more important than the curvature elements? Does that make sense? Did I word that properly?
Not really, but I know what you mean. I got the context.
So, Okay, hold on. Let me word this properly. by taking the pilot out of the aircraft, right? No one needs to experience or measure or look at any curvature, right?
Okay.
Because it doesn't matter to them. They're just following their flight path. That flight path is set by the route of the airline, and the airline
knows the Earth is curved.
and its various engineers and all the people who go into all of the various aspects of creating this flight route for the past 4 decades decided that this is more efficient. And the prevailing reason for that and why that has been put forward to their investors and to various to the FAA, to the regulatory bodies that govern these flight paths, is because it is more efficient, because it is a curved globe. On the global system, this is more efficient. Can you show any reason besides that?
Chupacabra. I think I
why
got
they
that
would
the-
take that
I
flight
think I
path.
got that the last 9,000 times you said it. Okay.
Well, you keep talking about the pilot experiencing curvature, and it's irrelevant to the question.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's actually apropos. So what we're saying is primary experience of curvature, and that is not being done by any pilot anywhere or mariner. So anybody that's traveling over the Earth, primary experience that the Earth is a globe is not ever factored in. So if you're saying now, let's take the pilot out and make it completely automated, then we're not even testing, and then nobody's experiencing anything because we don't have a human experience.
What are you talking about? The plane's full of passengers.
The human experience. Okay, well then, are the passengers conscientious of them negotiating over curvature?
They don't need to be, because
All right, then.
here's the experience.
that's my
Here's
point.
the here's the experience. Okay, you don't need
What
to
is
be. You need to be conscious of the traversal of the curvature. I get on flight path A. Flight path A from Singapore to New York takes the flat Earth model. It takes me 16 hours. Sorry, it takes me 18 hours and 49 minutes. Okay, I take the globe model, and the flight is 16 hours. Beyond, is there any explanation you can give to my primary experience that is not that flight took path B is because of the curvature?
Yeah, you just made a different flight path due to the fact that you believe you're on a globe. Simple.
What?
Oh yeah, it's based on belief. You didn't experience it.
Okay,
you just believe it.
okay, hold on. We're gonna do a different hypothetical here, because I want you to be logically consistent now.
This is a very good one. Why are we shifting to what you're saying?
Because
No, the
what you just
argument-
said is so disingenuous. It's fucking insane.
All right, well then you can have a seat and let somebody else take the point, because I'm still asking the same question in the room. The question is, how do we have a primary experience that we're actually going over a curve, whether it be a pilot or a passenger? Doesn't really matter. That's the question. Primary experience, which means, like Fox was saying, first principles. How do we know that? So if we have experience of that, we could detail how that is the case. So for anybody listening, I do want Globers to speak. Now, Mr. Scott there in the background did agree that, we don't account for that. We don't need that. We just have to know that that's been taken into consideration when these, flight paths are being done. And I got the same from Mr. Chupacabra as well. So what I'm looking for right now is anybody that can verify that you have a primary experience, that if you've been on a plane, or if you've been on a boat, doesn't matter, that you're traversing over a specific amount of curvature. I mean, it's a globe for all intents and purposes, right? How do we know that? It's the question. And of course, the floor is yours. If you think the Earth is a globe, please step forward and tell us.
Right. It's my time to shine.
I got one too after you're done.
Go ahead.
No, you can go first.
All right. Have you guys ever heard of star trails before?
Really? What does this have to do with my question?
Oh no.
Well, that's just
Not to do anything with my question?
So you just talking about just talking about
let me say it again.
Okay,
Let me
all right.
say it again for the people
I see,
that
no,
are
I
a
got
bit
you, I got
slower
you.
in it. Are you sure you got me? Because I can retell you.
No, so you're just looking for evidence of people traveling across the globe.
No. Let me say it again.
What was traversing?
I want people's primary experience that they're negotiating over a specific amount of curvature, over a specific amount of distance. Do you understand what I'm saying, or do you want me to restate it again in a different way?
Well, I told you I got it the first time.
Well, you said stars, so I didn't know if that's not getting it.
Well, I was
So
just
go
gonna.
ahead.
Well, that's why I said
Attempt number
had
2.
something after him.
Go for it. Attempt number 2, if you can, please.
Well, I don't have anything set up for you right now on that one.
Okay, then. Next person. I mean, really, the floor is yours, globalist. If you have the answer, come forth. Don't be
Just
in the
remember,
shadows.
it's
Now
to his
is your
specific
time.
question.
Yes, because I'm asking it.
Don't
Yes,
try to deviate
specific.
or.
Don't deviate. We're not deviating. No red herrings. No, don't talk about trees or plants. I'm talking about traveling over the earth and negotiating over a specific amount of curvature over a specific amount of distance. Yeah. I mean, you know,
I think
it's
your
one
question
thing.
might be too specific.
No, nobody does that.
Let me make it more
Nobody does
ambiguous.
that, Miggy.
What the
Because
hell?
nobody's taking any active responsibility for their beliefs. And sure,
That's
granted
what.
that this is kind of the point, right? Just
Yeah,
maybe
that's what
take
I've
a
been
step
saying.
back and like think a little bit about what you're actually asserting.
And to that, I would say, because I think Fox was speaking of like first principles. If we're going back to the basics, right? And primary experience is a great way that we can find out something is or is not the case. Validation has also been able to be proven with primary experience. So how can we validate that the Earth itself is being traversed as a globe? And if that's never the case, if we can never know that by primary experience, then what are we saying, essentially?
Go outside, start walking one direction, and keep going. If you end up in the spot that you were in before, you are on a globe, sir.
Okay, let me Fox, let me just put this example to him. All right, Fox is standing in the middle of a basketball court, and I walk around Fox, and I started at a specific point, and I ended up at that specific point again. Does that mean that the basketball court's a sphere?
Were you turning?
Yeah.
Yeah, no turning. One direction.
No turning. So people travel the earth without turning at all.
No, I'm
Is
telling
that
you
true?
to do that.
No, I'm asking you.
And then it will prove.
Do people travel the earth without turning?
You
Yes.
can't even follow the equator.
Yes. No, incorrect. Even the people that Fox, you see what I'm saying? Like, this is what we deal with, man.
I did it. I did it. What are you talking about?
So are you talking like video game logic where it's like a board and then once you cross it, you pop out on the other side?
It just resets.
Yeah.
It just
No,
resets.
bros. No. If you're traveling the
Narnia.
earth, weird, right? Because I'm saying in reality, people that travel the earth, there's always variables, folks. All the time, at every single time. Even if you're traveling in a car going to the neighborhood store, there might be working on the road in the front of it. You have to take a different road. So you can never travel in the direction that you think you are because there's certain variables that are going to affect your travel. My God.
If you're determined enough, you can get through a construction.
Really?
Yeah.
Ironically, this loops back to the maps.
Bring
where we
a
started.
reflector vest, and they'll let you through in a hard time.
You are. This guy is he's something else. Okay, but what I'm saying is that is not true to reality. So you can't.
Have you tried?
Make a beeline for what's it called, and you're there.
So what is reality?
Have you tried? Like, I'm not. The thing is,
Yeah.
I'm asking the question.
Oh, I did it.
That's my whole point. Have you tried?
Yeah,
And
I did
it
it.
goes back
He made a-
straight to the maps that we started at in terms of like exactly like Alpha just said. There's so many confounding factors. And whenever we're trying to create something like to help us navigate it, there's a reason. If you're in a forest and you draw a map of the forest, right? You're not going to draw every single little shrub and plant and tree, right? You're going to draw like the path that you're taking that you want to get like from A to B. But you're reducing out all of the complexity. You're stripping away as much as you can to isolate the things that you want to focus on. And the problem is people do this internally and they don't realize how much they're stripping away, and then they just assert that this is just what reality is.
That's
And
just what it
bothers
is.
me.
Yeah. When you travel, it's going to be just like the way you drew it out on a map. Look, see, I can draw a straight line. I can even do it as close as precisely as I can on the. See this line that I'm drawing? It's so straight. I used a protractor for that line. That's the way I'm going to go. See, that's exactly. You see how ridiculous that sounds, Fox, when you're actually doing it in reality? That's never going to be the
Absolutely.
case. Like
Yeah.
you are living in a world of ideal geometry. Things are
Why
happening without
why do you
any
deny
of them.
reality?
Really,
It's,
dude.
and here's the thing: our brains are designed to work. So I don't fault people for falling into this because this is how
That's
we're
fine.
taught to do this. But the problem is, if you reach the age of adulthood, you haven't been able to kind of like take a step back and question like the way that you're constructing your framework for navigating reality. This is a problem. You have to take more active responsibility for these things.
I agree. You know, this is coming from somebody who thinks that the Earth is a globe, but like also for you guys who are just reducing everything down to its like most ideal form. Like that just doesn't work in reality, guys. I'm sorry to tell you. I'm gonna break it to you that way. It's like me telling someone that Santa Claus doesn't exist. Like, you don't have ideal geometry. I'm sorry to say. It just doesn't work out.
Well, then
B-lines
how did
don't
those
exist.
presents get under my Christmas tree every year?
Yeah, well,
The Thanksgiving
Explain
cougar was
that.
like a month late.
yeah, it's like B-lines don't exist, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry to tell you. There's variables at play here that are going to affect your travel. Always. Every single time.
Who are you
My
arguing against
God.
right now, Miggy? No one made that
The entire
claim.
There's no,
ignorance. There's
yeah,
ignorance.
Nobody made that claim that B
no,
lines
but
exist.
you realize?
Yeah,
Do you realize that there right now,
just said that.
you have a
He
flat earther
just said
and a
that.
globe earther, literally just like asserting, like emphatically asserting the same point.
I
And
Fox,
know,
we're
and
did
like,
he
what are
not?
you arguing
I would
against?
think that
Okay,
would
wait a
bother
minute.
you, Fox, that you're in
Scott,
Yeah,
alignment with this
wait a
claim.
No,
I
minute.
know,
Wait a
right?
minute.
what
Time out.
bothers me is that
You should
people
rethink how you're
can't
thinking these
see.
things right now.
No, wait a
No,
minute.
no.
Yeah,
This is
now
a
you're painting
principle.
us.
Maybe you're the one missing something, not
Okay,
us.
wait a minute. Are we
Clearly,
Fox,
clearly.
did he
Possibly.
not say just go straight? Because that's how it would work in a globe. Just go straight. All you
I
gotta
just,
do is just that's
Yeah,
what he
learn to
said.
walk on water,
See?
and
Scott,
then
listen, Scott, open your ears, listen to what he's saying. Okay? Listen.
I don't
Don't just
speak for Scott, and he doesn't speak for me.
Well, I'm telling him that somebody in the chat was saying that. So I'm telling him, he's like, and he said, nobody's saying that. Nobody's saying that.
Wait, what
You
did
are.
what did you
are
say? I
saying that.
said.
That all you got to do is go in a straight line.
Yeah, I don't see why Scott would have a problem with that, but
Well, he does. He does.
well, I mean,
Because he said,
is this a room for Scott and I to chat or
no. This is
Oh,
a
okay.
room for people that are thinking that the Earth is a globe to provide evidence that it is, and this is a room for people that think this ideal geometry and B lines and all kinds of crazy mess is actually the case. That it's not. And there's globers who disagree with people like you that think that that's the case. Like, it's ridiculous as all get out. I can't believe people actually think that.
Oh no, there's
and are
not an
logical
easy.
beings.
Maybe what he was saying, he was disagreeing with,
maybe.
is
Let's
that
divine
maybe
his
you
thoughts.
thought, maybe he
Let's
thought
divine
you
it.
were saying that there is actually like a track that you can run on it. No, it's very difficult.
No, we're not going to
Like,
divine his
learning
thoughts.
to
He can
walk
speak for
on
himself.
water was one of the hardest things I ever did in my life. But
Yeah, dude. See?
praise be unto him, I learned how to.
Yeah, you know, that's the only thing you got is mockery, because you don't have anything in reality that could resemble what is how the Earth is actually traversed and operated on realistically. This is all you got. And I agree. That's the form of mockery that you can go to, because
I just feel like trolls should get trolled. You know,
it doesn't matter. Your intellectual dishonesty shows your hand that you have nothing left in your intelligence.
yeah, you can think that all you want.
Yeah,
I
but
don't
it's
really
proven.
don't
It's
care
an
what you
assessment.
think about me.
It's an
AB.
assessment, sir.
I
It's
could not
it's-
care less.
I'm not. That's what
Yeah.
I see. You're showing that. So
I don't know. With
you
the
can
intellectual,
change people's minds, but you
like,
don't want to.
right? Like I'm just so comfortable. I'm so comfortable acknowledging the limitations of my knowledge, the limitations of my experience, and like I understand that it's like, again, I don't fault people for falling into that because that is like how our brains work. It's how people just kind of operate by default. Like I don't want to operate by default. Like I would so much rather like just take active responsibility for things. And I'm not even saying, again, the fact that like Alpha and I are both arguing the same point should kind of like indicate to people this isn't like some ideological like dogmatic garbage. This is more about just like how you're engaging with your own thought process. It's just like basic metacognitive tool set.
Yep. The people that actually declare, the ones who are astrophysicists and the ones who are in, top of their fields, the people appeal to, they don't have a dog in the fight. They're just basically like, yeah, this was our best guess. This is what we have. But you guys, you're a different breed altogether. You are religiously stuck to these ideologies. Religiously. Yeah, like a religion. So maybe the problem is the way your thought process is. That's all I gotta say.
What's wrong with our thought process?
It's religious by nature.
How so? In which way?
Because you impart all of your knowledge to somebody else. Whatever it is that you think somebody else figured it out. And you're
Well,
just in here like
that's
a
not
brainless
true,
head
is
of
it?
cabbage, and you don't have any, like, there's no part to play that your mind has any process of how you decipher what the earth is. You just
But
like,
that's
well,
not-
somebody else
that's not
figured it
true,
out.
is it?
That's good for me. Yeah, well, that's what I see. It's an assessment once again. I'm assessing the
I've told you,
conversation.
but I've told you before that I believe the Earth is a globe because I've seen sunsets and I've seen boats go over the horizon. I don't defer to anybody else to explain those things.
Yeah, but we've been over that, Scott. Maybe the
I
chat
know.
doesn't understand what we've
And
been over,
but
but we've
that
been over
is,
that.
but then you're wrong about me just deferring to experts, right? Your statement just 5 seconds ago,
No.
where you said
I could
just
I could
rely
bring
on
it.
experts, is just
All right.
wrong, right?
All right, Scott. All right. Let's
It's just wrong,
put it
right?
let's put it to the test.
Say you were wrong,
'Cause
Miggy.
no, I'm not. Actually, you want me to show your hand? I can do
Yeah.
it. Scott, I don't
Go
want to do
ahead.
it, but if you want
Go
me to,
ahead.
I can.
Go
You
ahead.
really
Go
want me
ahead.
to?
Yeah,
All
I
right.
do.
Where did, you
I
learn
do.
the, where did you learn the 15 degree per hour from? Did you come up all by yourself?
No.
Thank you.
That's it.
Thank
Snatch
you.
that wig.
Thank you.
That's like saying,
Thank
did you learn how to talk, or did somebody
you.
teach you how
Thank-
to talk?
No,
Like,
I'm just.
that
I'm
doesn't
actually-
mean anything.
Yeah, it does. It means that he was wrong in what he said.
Oh.
I just proved him wrong.
Well, how
Yeah,
do you really know how to talk?
There you go,
told me
Scott.
and I've seen it. But
There you
I
go.
look at the sun and it moves at 15 degrees per hour.
Yeah, but you didn't
I
learn that all
confirmed
by
it.
yourself, did you?
What's okay? So what's the real reason now? What's the real reason you think?
There, and I showed his hand. That's what he wanted to do me to do. I did it. It's done. Your
But
hand
you
is
did
shown.
nothing.
Yes, you said that I came up with this all by myself. You were
No,
told
I said I
that.
watched the sunset.
Yeah, so what? How did you learn it was going 50 degrees per
I
hour?
said I watched
Someone
the sunset.
told you.
I
Who
said I
cares?
watched the sunset. What does 15 degrees per hour have to do with the
said
sunset?
50 because you just finished saying that. Did I
What
say
does
that? You said
15
that.
degrees per hour have to do with the sunset?
That you said that's how fast it's traversing overhead.
Had nothing to do with what I said, though.
Yes, it does.
No,
That's why you
didn't. I said
declared.
the sunset.
You said, dude, why would you bring in 15 degrees per hour if it had
I
nothing to do
didn't.
with the
You
globe?
did. You did.
I didn't say that.
I said I
Dummy,
watched the
you did.
sunset.
Yeah,
I
you said over
I
15
watched the
degrees per
sunset.
hour.
I did not.
What do you mean? Did you just? Are you having a mental lapse, bro? What's
You
going
want-
on here?
You think I said anything about 15 degrees per hour within the last 5
All right,
minutes?
chat. Who here heard me say that first, or did you hear him say that first? I want to hear who the honest people are in the chat.
Yeah, this is a great insight into your
Turn back
delusion
the
right now,
VOD and-
Alpha. You simply cannot perceive reality. I
You
said
use the
sunsets
sunset.
and boats.
And then, how fast was the sun moving? Because I didn't bring
I
that
didn't.
up.
I didn't mention how fast the sun was
Yeah,
moving.
you did, dude.
You did.
Yes, you did.
Alpha,
The sun is
Alpha.
moving.
You're truly delusional,
Actually,
Miggy.
Scott, you did.
This is weird.
Yeah, you can refer back to the YouTube live and hear yourself saying it. So stop being delusional, man.
Yeah.
Who's that?
Let's go, Murray.
That's me, Komari.
I know, but who's delusional, me or Miggy?
You.
I said I want you. You're telling me if I go back and listen to the chat, I'm
Go
going to be
back
the
and
first
listen
one that mentions 15 degrees per
Yeah,
hour.
just go back and listen to the VOD.
Alpha,
You think so?
you asked where did 15 degrees
That's
an hour
for
come
those
from?
delusional people who can't even see. Wow.
Well,
Scott, just be honest with yourself, man. Go to the live on
Just listen
YouTube
to the
and
VOD, Scott.
wind back
I
and
don't
listen
need
to
to.
yourself.
You don't
I
need
said
to.
sunsets and boats.
Okay, Scott. That's
And then Miggy said, "Do you want me to call you out?" I said, "Sure, call me out." And then he
Uh-huh.
says, 15 degrees per hour. Did you learn that? Did you figure that yourself or say
because that
someone
was
else?
our
That's the way
previous-
the conversation went.
Wasn't that our
Miggy
previous?
brought
Our
it up.
previous. Listen, our previous
Did
conversation.
anybody want
Listen.
to bet any amount of money
Yeah,
that
listen,
that's the way it
I'm
happened?
gonna tell you because maybe the context needs to happen with the conversation here. Didn't we talk about this before? That you brought it up that you see the sunsets
Doesn't
and the
matter.
sun. What do you mean it doesn't matter?
That's not what I said just now. I said the sunsets. I watched
Did you
the
say it?
sunset.
Okay, wait a minute. Be honest, Scott. Did you say that the sun moves 15 degrees per hour at any time that your presence being in this voice chat?
Yes, I said it many,
Okay.
many times.
So I'm
yes.
referring to that you're appealing to how that knowledge that you've obtained that the sun's moving at that degree in the sky. I'm saying, how did you learn that? Where did you get that from? Did that come from Scott Mackey himself? No, that didn't come from you. You didn't just go outside and say, I'm going to see the sun. Oh, it's moving 15 degrees per hour in the sky. I know that's the earth being a globe. You didn't do that. That was given to you That's what my whole point was.
Which
So
is
that's what I'm
completely
showing
irrelevant to
your
the 2
hand.
points I
No, it's
made.
not,
Sunsets
dude.
and boats.
You are getting all your knowledge from someone who told you what the Earth is and how fast the
Sunsets
sun's moving.
and boats.
Yes. Because other than that, we just see the sun moving across the sky. At no point in time can somebody tell that the geometry of the Earth is a specific way because they see a sunset, Scott.
And
You
do
have
everything.
to, and it's an inference that you make when you
I
start
agree.
adding.
It's an inference.
There you go.
I agree.
Yeah.
But that's what human beings are capable of doing. That's what separates
No,
us
sir.
from most of
You're
the
being
animals.
told.
We are
You're being
capable of making
told.
inferences to understand the greater
You
world
are
in which we
being
live.
no. You're being told
Yes, we
what to
are.
think.
Oh, I
You're
am.
being told what to think. Let's make that very clear. You're being told what to think. You're taking it on board.
I know you need to believe that.
No, isn't that not
That,
the case?
that makes you equal to me then.
The globe cosmology came from you, Scott, or did you learn about it? Did somebody tell you about it?
I actually learned about it, but I would have figured it
There you
out
go.
anyways.
No,
Just like
figured it out my ass, dude.
like the people who figured it out in the first place.
No,
figured it out without anybody telling them.
No. You're not going to escape out of this little wormhole you put yourself in. What you are just describing is basically your own cognitive bias that you think that the Earth
Why
is a
would I
globe.
be biased? Where's
Because
the
you've
bias
been
come
told
from?
all your life it's a globe. So that's why you're biased. Because
Well,
perhaps
how does that make
you
a
grew
bias?
up in the knowledge. Because, dude, you were indoctrinated into thinking that's what it is, and your mind is
I
like
don't think you
made
know what
up,
a bias
basically.
is.
Yeah,
What's a bias?
it's somebody who has a belief about something that they don't want to be changed on. Like anybody who has a thought process of like a religion or whatever. I know what it is, dude. But that's what you have.
But you have to have
You have
some
to have what?
motivation not to want to be changed, right? What would be my motivation to not want to be changed?
Because all of your life and what you've said your testimony was that you were listening to some preacher tell you something on the radio and you made a distinctive moment in your life where you said, I'm going to trust the science, because I don't want to be wrong for the rest of my life and just believing that this religious idea. And so you made a transition. And then so therefore you discarded any notion of there being any relation to any type of, creator / well, that's what you said. I'm only telling you back.
So what you're saying is that you're showing us proof that I don't want to change my mind, and you're giving evidence of a time I changed my mind.
Yeah, and a time that you said
weird.
I'm not going back on not trusting science. I'm gonna go full on and say that these guys that spent most of their life dedicating themselves to figuring out the physical and natural world are correct. And I'm not going to ever deny that, right?
But let's just be clear.
Just answer that, Scott. Isn't that the case?
No, it's not the case. You made up all that other stuff after that.
So then you're not trusting the people who investigate things in the physical and natural world that call themselves scientists?
Yeah, I trust them, yes.
Oh, then that's what I'm saying, dude.
But we were trying to get to the point of bias, and you were giving an example of me changing my mind as evidence I don't want to change my mind.
Yeah,
that's weird. That's weird, right?
Crucial moment. It stemmed from that crucial moment where you decided that you're not going to accept just a religious notion that this place was created by a creator. You're going to go up based upon, more empirical means, which is like scientists proving things in the physical and natural world, which to you was the case going to be like, if anybody comes against that, then I'm not going to listen to that. I'm only going to listen to people who.
No, you're making that up.
No,
that's what you're making up.
Then tell me. Then if you would,
I never said that.
Would you? Okay, then would you listen to somebody who's religious tell you about the Creator?
I have. I've had all my life.
Has that changed your mind? Has that changed your mind?
No, I found it very unpersuasive.
Why not? Why not?
Your story is full of holes. There's
why
plot
not,
holes.
Scott? Why not?
This is why not. Your story is full of plot holes.
No, don't look at my story. I'm saying why not? Because
why not?
The question now lingers as to why you're not biased, and I'm answering. We're drilling down to it. Well, you are biased because you are not accepting the word of somebody who's, let's say, religious, and giving you the word of the Creator. Why not? Why wouldn't you believe them?
Because they didn't experience God firsthand. They read a book.
So empiricists, right? So you basically say, I trust the word of somebody who's studying the physical natural world versus somebody who's telling me something, a metaphysical understanding or philosophical.
Do you know anybody who's spoken with God, Alpha?
That's not the point.
The point is your mind.
The point of this conversation is that your mind is not being convinced otherwise than the people that you've been learning, let's say, science from. So you're
why do
banking
you suppose I chose them?
Because that's what I'm getting into. You made a conscientious decision in your early young life that you're not going to listen to anybody other than those who have studied things for over 20 years and such. Like, to you, that makes more sense. So you're not going to listen to, let's say, people in the flat earth side talking to you about the earth being something other than what you've been told by scientists, Scott.
Well, if you guys could explain anything
There you
in this
go.
world,
I just
if
laid
you
it
guys,
out for you. I laid
if
it
you,
out for you. That's your bias right there.
no,
Understand it, own
my
it,
bias is
understand
you
it,
guys
own
can't
it, and
explain
be it.
anything. Yes,
Yeah, but
yes,
understand it, own it, and be it.
yeah,
So don't
yeah.
come in here saying that I don't understand you or why I don't think you're not, or
Well,
why I'm saying
everything
that
you
you're
just said was
biased.
wrong. So
Really?
Yeah,
It
and
was
my
your
point,
testimony.
my
Anyways,
point
I'm going to
keeps
go ahead and kick
being
it back to the audience because you're getting kind of boring with me going through your life. I know why you're biased, but go ahead.
you think you know?
just one
I know.
quick thing, because for me it's the I understand, and I think the bias to me makes sense because we are conditioned, we are given one narrative, we are told to believe one set of things. The problem I have is I think even when people approach it from like, okay, I have my model, you have yours, and it's like a fight, people
They
fail
don't
to
have
recognize that
one.
they haven't built their model themselves. They're relying on it coming externally and being given to them. And I don't think people have actually like deconstructed and tried to build their own model from the ground up, from their own experience. And then they just like shove it out there and say like, oh, well, challenge me on whatever. But I don't know, it takes just a little bit of like active, reflective thought, open yourself up, just strip away all of the things that you think that you know, start from the beginning, and you know what, you might end up exactly where you thought you would be. But I just find it very frustrating that, and again, not pointing fingers at anybody in this room, but just in a general principle, even not just on this issue, if you're able to do that, be aware of what your thoughts are, what the beliefs are rooted in, and challenge those aggressively, you might be surprised at the things that you realize, like, oh, I actually can't justify that to myself. And if you can't, go try and do it. But
It's
like, I just
stinging.
don't see people trying.
It's stinging Scott
I've
like holy
done it.
water.
And
It's
here's the
stinging him
thing,
like holy
Fox.
water.
They don't have a model.
It's not the point, bro.
Ask them.
She's talking about first principles. Do you get
They
it?
don't have a model.
He doesn't get it, Fox. It
Wait,
doesn't matter. It's
Scott, that's
fine.
exactly
That's
my
fine.
point. That's exactly my point. You're doing the thing, and I'm not like, I mean, because I genuinely, I've had great conversations
You
with you.
don't
Like, I'm
have
not
to
doing
keep
this, like,
doing this.
but this
Just
is
speak.
exactly what I'm saying is saying they don't have a model. It's like, instead of thinking of it in terms of, well, okay, they can't give one to me, and like mine, so mine is superior. It's like, all I'm saying is I know that when I challenge my beliefs and my kind of assumptions about how reality works, if I really dig in, I continually find that there are spots and there are holes. I don't mean holes in terms of like there's no answer. I mean there are things that I haven't forced myself to really engage with. Say, can I justify this for myself? And granted, here are things. Perfect example, like I don't know how like 5G works on my phone, right? But it continually works the way that like people tell me that it does. And sure, for me, just like walking around every day, like that's enough. But if I was going to try and actually like use, rely on some type of like actual fun, if I had to do something with it, I would never feel comfortable just kind of like asserting that like, oh yeah, like, well, it works. And so it works. And like, well, if you're telling me that somebody's telling me that 5G doesn't exist, like, I don't know enough to be able to challenge them with confidence. And I'd rather have a conversation where people are coming to the table and saying, all right, let's start from the beginning. What can we engage with? What can we actively kind of construct and demonstrate for
Yeah.
ourselves with
How
our
can we
lived
figure this
experience?
out,
Let's
right?
go
How
from
can
there.
we
Yes,
figure this out
exactly.
collectively? Like,
What
let's
makes
work
you
at it
think we
together.
haven't done that all already?
Because the way you approach things is a more a view of
All
like,
right,
well,
answer for Fox.
somebody figured it. This is the same question, bro. Somebody figured it out already. So you're not taking a look at what Fox is saying. If you're gonna dive into it, you're gonna actually be a part of it. You're gonna say, hey, let me see what I can do to figure something out. Let me engage with this. What can I do? Can I research something? Can I look into it? You're not doing that. You're just like, well, dudes, check it out. Somebody's already laid the groundwork for that. I don't have to do anything. Just go look at their information. And we're saying, where are you going to take the active role in doing this, in this conversation? I don't think that's ever the case for you, Scott.
I've
Would be
seen
good.
everything. I and many Globers have seen everything you guys have to offer. Everything.
See, Fox.
And all you've offered so far, all you've
He
offered.
can't do it. He can't
can't
because
do
he's
it.
all he can't evaluate. He can't see the forest through his trees. He's inside the church and he can't see outside it.
And I empathize, like I understand, because again, and here's the thing is like, I
don't
mean,
need
even
privilege.
on the flat side, right? You guys
Yeah,
see it
you
all the
do.
time. You know, from an early age, people have been, indoctrinated is a strong word, but there's a reason that people are so confident. And there's tons of things, like I said, there's plenty of things that I don't know. I can't be an expert in everything, but I think it's this idea of fighting against something, like trying to throw the ball to somebody else without really, like, I don't know. I'm rambling and I'm looping just because I'm getting like emotionally riled up and I don't mean to, but
You're being
I just
very
think it's a
non-specific.
constructive exercise to really just take a step back. And I want to encourage more people to do that. And I don't know the best way to kind of approach that, but I don't
Some
know. It seems like
people,
fertile ground.
some
One-
people actually just sit on that side of the fence where they're just got their arms crossed, shaking their head. Nope, never gonna happen. And it's like, well, that's fine. Let somebody else engage, perhaps. Your voice doesn't need to dominate the voice call. Let somebody else who is inquisitive perhaps take the lead. Go ahead.
One
Chris.
thing to do is to start off at the beginning of humanity, using a flat stationary Earth, then going on to Copernicus, then debunking Copernicus, and trying to get back to what the current sort of heliocentric models are. Like the one just dropped in March, I think, 2 years ago. So the model is just over the current model is only 2 years old. So, and this model is going to fall too. And so what have you done to debunk this one? Are you ahead of the curve? Are you behind the curve? Because this model will fall.
Isn't the model of presentation isn't the model something what should to present something what is real?
Well, it's got to comport. It's got to have that
Yeah.
ability to comport over to reality. So if we say, okay, well, this is the way this works, and we see reality, it's working just like the way I'm showing you here. But that's not the case for the Earth being a globe.
Yeah.
And so we're pointing that out. And when we do, we get apologists in the room saying, well, that's okay. It's supposed to be that way. It's like, no, it's not. It's supposed to be actually working exactly like the way the model is predicting. And it's not doing that. So when we're asking people specifically, how does it operate like the model? They're like, well, it doesn't have to. I mean, really, reality is different. No shit.
I was in here a couple of days ago, and I think like a really good example of this to me was there was a guy, he was challenging me. I think he thought I was a flat earther at the beginning, but it was a whole 6 9 on the ceiling thing. He was asking about why do the stars seem to rotate clockwise in one hemisphere and counterclockwise in the other. And so he was challenging me on this. And so I asked him, I was like, my first question was, okay, so does that mean that the stars that you observe that are closer to the horizon, do they rotate faster than those up there? And he was like, well, and I was like, and he just kind of like said yes. I was like, no, like, have you observed it? Like, do you know that they do? Like, do they? And he was like, kind of fumbled around, and I was like, no, seriously, like, do they? Do you know that they do? He was like, well, they would have to. And I was like, oh no, hang on. Well, like, take a step back. Imagine you're like in a field in the summer, you're looking up at the stars, and you're saying that if you watch them over time, you'll see them kind of like follow this pathway kind of around, in this like circular way. And I said, now imagine that instead of like observing from one spot over time, let's say you get in your car and you drive west 50 miles. What's that going to look like? How much will they have moved then? What's it going to look like in your model then? And he kind of like he fumbled it a little bit, which I don't fault him for at all, because it was like I'm challenging him to think in real time. And what I was trying to get to, I didn't like ultimately get to it, but what I was hoping to get to is this idea of like, when I say travel west 50 miles an hour, I'm assuming that in his model, he's now going to take like, okay, they're moving in a circle. And then if I go straight, well, they would move this way. But then it's like, well, if you believe you're on a globe, then wouldn't they like shift and rotate at the same time? My point being, I'm rambling a little bit. My point is that I think that so much of this comes down to, are people actively engaged in the process of observing their experience in a meaningful way? And instead of relying on the assumptions of oh, I know this, so I'm just gonna like assume that this is they have a representation in their head. I don't think people really reflect or challenge, is the representation that I have in my head, does it actually align with my experiences of reality? I don't think people really actively observe and actively critically think about these things. For me, that's just so functionally important. I hope that made some kind of sense, but for me, that's kind of at the root of all of this.
That's
Just
what we're bringing to
be
the
more actively
table
engaged.
at this particular junction in history. We're actually doing that. We want people to engage with that, and whether somebody actually comes to grips with the reality of their worldview being it's either the case that it comports to reality or it doesn't. We figure it out within a discussion, and we know if somebody's holding this bias that they don't want to let go, or I'd say people that have been actively engaged in this conversation and then change their mind later on, and they're like, you know what, I was coming at this pretty hard, man, when I first came into this, but it took me a while, and then I saw that it could be that the case that the Earth is flat, stationary, and doesn't have to be rotating and in the vacuum of space and all this kind of like they could see that they thought one way and they could change their mind, like, but because of the fact that they were holding this like bias, they couldn't do it because but many of us go through that, right? Like it's a process. Sometimes it takes people longer. Sometimes they never come to grips with it, but either way, it does happen. People actually stop and think like, wait a minute, why do I think that I could be standing antipodal to somebody else in another part of the world? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's the question that drives us.
And I just want to say I appreciate you guys giving me as much time to kind of talk and engage as we have in this conversation.
We have globe earthers that come in here, and it just depends, man. Like, who they are. We like a challenge. We like people to debate. There's that too, but I think more often than that, the people that just engage with critical thinking. I think of it like this: at some point, if somebody's drawn to the understanding, if they're engaging, researching, they're going to find out either way. I don't have to be the one to let them know. It's going to happen naturally. It has to, because if somebody doesn't look at their worldview in a very active manner and say, you know what, how do I know what I know? Like, let's be serious. And so once they get to do that, I think they'll realize that they don't live on a globe like they thought they did. But I can't be the one. I mean, obviously, it's like a tug of war when you're in a debate, right? And people don't really let you know if they are getting it or not. They really reflect on it after the fact, after the debate happens, after they have time to think, by themselves. And they're like, you know what, thinking about it now, yeah, it doesn't really make sense. But we can't be the ones to like win someone over in a debate, because that's not our goal. Our goal here is just to challenge. That's it.
You hit the nail on the head. I mean, so my background is in education and cognitive development, and you're 1,000% correct. It's introducing that cognitive dissonance, but it has to be internally deconstructed and then reconstructed, right? You can't give them the understanding or the knowledge. And the value, I think, of taking the approach that you're taking here is like asking those questions, forcing them to reevaluate their own assumptions and biases. That is the active process that will enable them to kind of build something themselves from the ground up. Others, because here's the thing, I would wager, and I don't put words in your mouth, but I would wager that you would actually like not rather have somebody just take your word for it.
That's correct.
And just believe your model. You want people to actively engage with what they're thinking. I would.
No, I actually said it like this too, Fox. What I think was important. Indoctrinated Glober is a young person. I told him too. I was like, I'd rather you experience the globe in all its full context. Like, learn everything you can about it. Like, for me, I think learning the other side, as much as you possibly can, learn all the arguments, learn everything you're supposed to know, and then make a decision for yourself. Think about it. Like, if you're going to make a decision, it's going to come from you, not from us strong arming you into thinking the earth is flat and stationary. It's going to come from you understanding that there's no way to provide evidence for the thing that they're telling you. And for you to know that the place that you live, it's coming from a place of understanding, reason, logic, like all these things that are attributes of someone actually attaining specific knowledge of the earth that they live on. So that's important. Not the fact that we're telling them, hey man, the earth's flat and stationary, jump aboard. That's not it. That's not it. That's not who we are. We're people who are critical thinkers, and we're mislabeled, right? We got this term flat earther, and that's what everybody calls us, and that we just kind of own it because it's like an easy way for somebody to parse out what we're talking about. But in reality, we're all critical thinkers. in here. So if you want to label us something, that's what we should be labeled as, critical thinkers, because people are thinking now. They're not where they're taking information for granted anymore. They're like, well, the guy said so I believe it. No. How do we know this is true? Can we test it? Can we verify it? Is there some way to falsify the information? How can we know that information is true? Whatever he just said. And so that's the step that we're taking now. So we're critical thinkers. When we're in here, we're engaging. We want to know. We're doing the research. We're trying to ascertain why we know what we know. So it's most the case that a lot of people jump to this side to just believe that, okay, the earth is flat. I'm with you guys. I'm like, and we even ask the people that are flat earthers, we're like, think about it. How do you know that the earth is flat? Tell me how you came to this knowledge. We ask them that, the new people that come in here. And they tell us, there's an ice wall and there's a dome, and they're like, wait. Like, where in the physical natural world can you make a statement like that and say that's true? And can you verify what you just said? Like, and so all these things that we speak of in here speak to a person's ability to discern for themselves what the earth is versus what someone's telling you. And that's the point of realization. When you start to realize the earth isn't what someone's telling me it is. It's what I know it to be. My firsthand experience of this thing being what it is because I know it is. And I can be assured of it. So all the physics and everything that reflect what the earth is due to the fact that I can tell you in a very good way how I can quantify that. Not in some convoluted, abstract way of bending space and time. Like, these things are concepts and abstracts. And when people invoke them, they're so far-fetched. It's like, how are you guys? I mean, realistically, can you test that? Can you put that under a microscope? Can you paint it red? Is there any way that you can use these things in the physical and natural world? These are just abstracts. They're conventions that was used to describe something. And so this is an important step for everybody. But you don't know that because you're inside of that worldview. So you can't break free from it because this is all you've been told. Nobody's giving you another look or another take. So this is what we're doing. We're giving people another look. And,
The ultimate irony of that too is if you actually think about, when there's the dominant paradigm or like the dominant model that's being presented within science, qua science, what is it really? At the end of the day, it's an amalgamation of a multiplicity of individuals reflecting on their experience and then building for themselves an understanding of how they think, reality is based on that. But all it is it's the same thing that you have. It's just, a bunch of people putting theirs together. It's people kind of agreeing because they have similar experiences. But at the end of the day, treating it like some kind of gospel truth that exists abstractly external to any individual human experience is absurd. Your experience and your personal representation of how reality operates is as valid as any other, so long as you're able to justify it and use it in a functional manner based off of your observations. It's nothing more than what you're doing. Every individual can do it for themselves.
How postmodern of you.
Well, it's true. It's true because of the fact that, if you haven't done that, if you haven't taken that step, then how are you going to ascertain the information that you think is true? It's just that simple.
I thought postmodernism died in the 90s, but I guess I'm wrong.
So, I mean, we got to make labels and
things. It was huge in the 90s, but it's kind of faded out of fashion.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
This whole idea of, what's the word?
We got to...
Standpoint epistemology. I mean, that's just...
But it's an idea that
I thought just died.
No, it's not standpoint. It's not standpoint epistemology. All I'm saying is
but you know what I'm talking about, though, right?
Perhaps I might be misunderstanding, but all I was trying to point out is that when we're looking at the end of the day, what I guess, what is anything, any model, any explanatory model that people are putting forth, like whether it's the dominant paradigm exists as the dominant paradigm because it aligns with individual humans experience. All I'm saying is that there's no like abstract truth bucket that people are reaching into and pulling something out, and then we're all comparing our experiences against it. We're building those at the root of it all, at the bottom of all of it. You scrape all the way down. All it is experience that's been reflected on, and models have been developed, and or frameworks have been developed. And then as long as they serve, as long as they hold, then they're maintained. And when they fail, they're modified and rejected. But none of that matters because at the root of it all, it's all just based on human experience and reflection. And all I'm saying is you are able to, you have an active hand in that process if you want to. And yes, part of that active process is informing yourself of the dominant paradigm, of the contradictions to that dominant paradigm. Of course. But all I'm saying is like, there isn't some like nobody has the there's it's just a man behind the curtain, right? You know, the
Well,
wizard is just a man behind the
no,
curtain.
it's not. No, it's
What
not.
do you mean?
Not
What do
just
you mean?
no. There is an objective reality that we
No,
can
there isn't.
all.
Yes. I'm not saying there isn't. I'm not saying that there isn't an objective reality. I'm saying the access. I don't believe that I have access to that objective reality in the sense of like that I can reach out and I can like have a snapshot of it and I can compare it to my experience. I'm saying that my experience is what informs me of reality. And so when we're talking about what is reality, it's predicated on our experiences. I'm not saying there is no objective reality. I'm saying that our access to objective reality is through our experiences. That's all. And so that's what we have to work with. And so all I'm trying to emphasize is that you too, every individual, everybody in here has their own experiences. And therefore you have the opportunity to engage with those actively and not just assume that yours are somehow less valid or less meaningful or less useful than anybody else's, regardless of how dogmatically they assert them to be.
And it sounds to me like all that was just a denial of reality then.
How is that denial of reality?
Because you're essentially asserting that there is no correspondence between anybody's propositions about reality and reality itself.
No, okay. The question is, do you believe that you have access to objective reality?
Yeah, that's the question. I would say I do, yes.
Okay, so I don't. I don't
Why
think
not?
that because so my access to reality is through my senses, right? I have sensory experiences. This is how I perceive reality. If I'm comparing myself to a dog, right? So I know that a dog's sense of smell is however many times as powerful as mine. So if I'm going to, how can I possibly assert that? And I want to be really clear because I understand like where this might get twisted around. I'm not saying that my experiences don't like are detached from or have nothing to do with objective reality. What I'm saying is number one, I don't know, I can't be sure of anything like how can I experience things that I can't experience? Number one. So if objective reality is like how about this? I don't believe I have access to the totality of objective reality, and I don't know that I have a way
Nobody said
of
that.
right. That's why I'm clarifying.
Okay.
Because I'm trying to say that if I don't have access to the totality of objective reality, then I'm always going to have to keep that in mind because there could always be something which that I do not have the ability to access that could be having a dramatic impact on what I'm asserting to be the truth qua truth, right? So there could be infinite confounding variables that are impacting my experience and thus hindering me from creating and constructing a completely accurate understanding framework for navigating reality. So all I'm trying to do is build the most functional model, and I think you'll like this, right? I'm trying to build the most functional representation or the most functional framework, is probably a better word, for navigating reality. And in order to do that, the only thing that I have at my disposal is my limited sensory experience. But all I'm saying here is everybody has their own experience, and that's what everybody is working on when we put forth these explanatory theories or these explanatory frameworks for how reality works in like this capital T truth sense. we are all limited by the bounds of our human experiences and our human sensory inputs. I feel like we're not really disagreeing very much. I just am being overly verbose and unpacking.
I think we're disagreeing a lot because you seem to think that all knowledge claims are on the same level, and that if I can't know everything, I can't know anything. So I would break it down to one simple thing. I'm walking with my wife along our streets, and we get passed by a man walking his dog. Do I know that?
So when you say I'm not trying to be a dick. When you say no, do you think that knowledge requires absolute certainty, or what is knowledge to you?
I would say absolute certainty is redundant. Certainty is absolute. It's the nature of certainty.
Sure, right.
And
But what I'm saying, okay.
no. Knowledge would require justification. And
So knowledge
justification
requires justification.
yes,
Why does knowledge
justified
require
true belief,
justification?
because that's what we call knowledge.
Right, except so here's the thing. I'm going to quote with this a little bit. I don't know that if you're going for justified true belief, the problem that I have is that I think that justification is ultimately irrelevant. I think
I
true belief
agree.
I think true belief is knowledge. I don't know that I necessarily have access to the truth value of any individual proposition. I
You
just
don't
want to
need
really
it.
quick. I fear that this is veering into some more like abstract epistemological territory, and I don't want to take over this VC unnecessarily. I'm very hyper aware of the fact that I've been talking a lot about something a little bit more abstract than I think is usually the topic of conversation. So I just want to make sure I'm not stepping on toes.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
But what I find interesting,
Floor's
though,
yours.
is that... Sorry, Crit.
No, I'll just unlimited. Go ahead. No problem.
Thanks.
But what I find interesting is I asked you a really simple question. Do I know the dog or that man with the dog walked past me? And you couldn't answer it.
No, hang on. I didn't not answer. I
Simple
was trying to just
question.
make sure. Wait. I wanted to make sure that we were
Okay.
trying to be as clear as possible because I will loop back to that. So here's the thing: is I think I can say, as with anything else, and I'm going to be very like blah and basic. But to me, what I know that I'm having some kind of sensory experience, right? I'm going to loop back to the cogito, but then I'm going to say that anything past that is going to be predicated on, the axiom that I'm asserting that reality is the way that I experience it to be. It's just a brain in a vat. How do you know that? I don't know. I could be a brain in a vat. I could be taunted by demons, right? I could be having a hallucination. I don't know that. I believe it to be true. And the justification is there when people say justified true belief. The justification there is to establish some kind of ranking or some kind of way of evaluating the relative the relative use or the relative meaning of different beliefs. But for me, it's like, do you know that the guy's walking past you?
Yes.
Like, do you?
Yes. See how
How
that
do
is?
you?
Yes.
Why do you? No, but wait. But how do you? Okay, let's say. So my dad's a brain surgeon, and he specializes in Parkinson's disease. And one of the ways that they treat Parkinson's disease, they do this thing called deep brain stimulation, where they implant electrodes into the substantia nigra into your brain. And when they activate them, it helps ameliorate the tremors that people experience with Parkinson's disease. So I've been in the operating room, dozens of times. And so the patient has to be awake while they're doing this surgery because they have to place it in exactly the right location. So you imagine their head is screwed into this, they call it a halo. The top half of their brain is exposed. And my dad is putting in tiny little wires and he's moving them around. And what he'll do is they have the nurse standing in front of the patient and he'll turn them on and see what happens. And the nurse has a series of questions that they ask. And sometimes they turn it on and the person starts speaking Spanish. And sometimes they turn it on and the person starts hearing choir music. And sometimes they turn it on and the person starts freaking out because they don't know why, but they feel like there's like a demon in the room and there's something that's hunting them. And sometimes they turn it on and all of a sudden, they're able to control their tremors and everything's fine. My point being, those experiences to them are as real and as just true to them. They know that there is something that is making them freak out. They know that the person talking to them is speaking Spanish. This is not the case. Given that, I do not feel comfortable asserting that I know. But I will say this, that's not a functional way of navigating reality. That doesn't give me anything useful. So why would I slip into that solipsism? Why would I slip into that nihilism? I would far, far rather build a functional framework for navigating reality and say, yeah, it is incredibly likely that there's a man walking his dog, or at least that the reality that I'm living in, that I'm operating in, it's more functional for me to act like the man walking past me is really there with his dog than to say like, well, I can't be sure. It could be a brain event. That's not functional. But no, I'm not comfortable asserting that I know this is the capital T truth, that this is the nature of objective reality. I don't think that that's the case.
You just said in that whole little monologue that your dad's a brain surgeon.
What?
You just said your dad's a brain surgeon.
Yeah, that's what
Was
she's
that,
going for. That.
yeah, was that a fact claim?
What?
You said your dad's a brain surgeon. Is that a fact claim?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Do you
Again,
know your
all
dad's
of
a
this.
brain surgeon?
Hang on. This is what I'm saying. Is of course, this is slipping into is going to slip into rhetorical garbage, because what I just said, everything that I'm going to say is going to have the asterisk of, given reality to be the way that I experience it to be. Yes, my dad is a brain surgeon, but I don't take the time to say that every time I assert a knowledge claim. So what's the difference between knowledge and belief?
And so Parkinson's exists. These brain surgeries that you're describing exist. That's reality.
Given reality to be the way that I experience it, yes. However, what is the difference between knowledge and a belief to you?
Belief is part of knowledge. If knowledge is justified true belief,
Right. Okay.
Then belief is an aspect of knowledge.
Sure, but then
One of the
my question
necessary
is,
conditions.
how do you know, or how do you have access to the truth value of a claim or proposition? So let's say that and this is the whole kind of point, right? So let's say that you park your car and you get out of your car and you take 2 steps, and I ask you, do you know that your car is there? And even if you turn around and you're looking at it, however unlikely it is, there's the infinitesimally small chance that the US military has developed a hyper accurate projection system, and that in the split second that you got out of your car and took 2 steps, they were able to replace it, and what you're looking at isn't actually your car. It is like a hyper realistic 3D projection. How do you justify to me that you have access to the truth value of the claims that you make? Because I don't think that you can.
That's not what anybody means by justification, though.
Okay, no, I didn't mean justification. I mean, truly, though.
But you used it.
Okay.
But this is
What do you
where,
mean by-
this is where I think you need.
Wait. When you say, I just want to make sure that I'm clear with this. So, I just want to make sure. So you believe that you have access to, or that you can make truth claims with certainty?
I believe I can make certain things with certain truth claims with certainty. Yes, absolutely.
Such as?
I'm talking to you.
Do you know that? Really? So
Yes,
you
I
couldn't
do.
be.
Yes, I
so
do.
you couldn't. So you couldn't be. you couldn't.
Correct. I couldn't be.
No, hang on. You couldn't be in my dad's operating room having your brain stimulated as such that you are having the experience of talking to me, but you're not actually. That's impossible.
It's impossible. Yes.
That's ridiculous.
Why is it ridiculous?
Because, okay.
What makes something possible?
Given because wait, because literally what I just said. How do you? Let's start with, maybe we have to take a step back. So when you say that you know that you're talking to me, what is it that how do you know that, right? I'm assuming you're saying that you're having the experience of talking to me.
Yes, that's how I know it. Yes.
Okay, so have you ever had an experience that ended up to be inaccurate or untrue?
No. Not like this.
So
No.
nobody's ever
Not like
seen
this.
something
No.
to this degree. So you're just saying to this degree. So it's a matter of degree.
That's what we mean when we talk about knowledge. That's what we mean when we
So
talk
if I'm
about
walking through the
justification.
desert, right? So if I'm walking, okay, even something as simple as optical illusions, right? We see this all the time. You're telling me that it's impossible for you to experience something and for it to not
at
be
all what I said.
okay. Okay, so maybe I misunderstand, because it sounds to me like you're saying that your senses and your experience absolutely comport with reality.
No, it's not what I said at all. I said this conversation right now, I know. Now we can talk about we can talk about any of the other millions of things that I claim to know, and
No,
talk
but
about
sure,
them
this conversation, let's
individually.
focus on this conversation.
Okay, let's
Because
do that.
how do you, right,
So
so
let's
to
not
me,
bring up optical illusions then, because
sure,
this is
so
not an optical illusion. So let's focus on
okay,
this
wait,
conversation.
okay, right, but the reason I bring up optical illusions is because when you say, I know I'm having this conversation, and I say, how do you know that you're having this conversation? You say you're having the experience of having this conversation. That experience, to me, and correct me where you disagree, experience is predicated on all of the sensory information that you're taking in, that feels like that you kind of then interpret as being this conversation, right? You're hearing me talk, you're having the sensation of sitting, I don't know, I guess in front of your computer, of being on Discord, you're responding, you're hearing the concepts that I'm saying are lighting up other ideas in your brain. So all I'm saying are you saying anything different? Because I'm hearing I'm
No, that's
having
correct.
sensory inputs. Right. So then to me, that leads to I'm asserting that my sensory inputs correspond with reality.
Correct.
Yeah, and I disagree with that, because
Why?
I can think of any number of times that my sensory inputs don't correspond with any, like, that I'm mistaken, right? Where I think that I'm seeing one thing and I'm incorrect, or I think that I'm hearing one thing and I'm incorrect. It's
Have you
very,
ever been incorrect about having a conversation with a person?
but this isn't this. That's why I say it's a matter of
Have you
degrees.
ever been incorrect
Yes,
about having
yes.
so you thought you had a conversation with a person, and it turns out it was just a
And it
delusion?
turned out, yes, because I called my friend's voicemail, and it said, and then the phone rang, and then it said hello, and I
That is
said,
a
hey, how's it going?
horrible
And he said,
analogy.
oh, sorry, no, this is the perfect analogy.
It
And
is
it said,
not,
oh, hey,
because
sorry,
you
I
were
can't
not.
hear you. No, no, wait, let me finish,
We're long past hello.
let me
We're
finish.
long past hello.
No,
Tweeted
no,
all
it's
of
not
that.
hello.
Tweeted
I
all of
didn't
this
finish.
for voicemail. Come on.
I didn't finish. I said, oh, I can't hear you, sorry. And then I repeated again. In that brief, sure, you can, but it's why I say it's a matter of degrees. You're saying that this experience is so complex, and that it is so that there's no feasible way you can think of that your sensory experience could not comport with objective reality.
Yes.
That's ridiculous.
Why?
Because when you break it down to first principles, if the first principles fall through, if it's possible that you could be mistaken on those basic levels of sensory input, then all you're doing is compounding that up. Because it's absurd. I could, and here's the thing: as we move closer and closer towards like more and more kind of like perfect, quote unquote, like virtual reality, how on earth are you going to be able to say that, like honestly, this just seems so ridiculous to me. Like, you're just saying that this conversation feels so real to you that it couldn't possibly not be.
Correct.
Do you
I'm having a
disagree that
conversation
you're
with
having a
someone.
conversation?
You might be an AI, but I
There
don't
you
think we're
go.
that. I don't think we're there yet. But
Right, and
even
that's
if
what
you
I'm
were,
saying.
hold on. Even if you were an AI, I would be having a conversation with the AI. I would not be imagining this. I know I am having a conversation with
You know
another
you're having a
thing that is
sensory
having a
experience.
conversation.
Nope, you know that you're having a sensory experience because you
It's
don't know for
reality.
certain that you're not.
I know it
You don't know
because
for
it's
certain that you're not a
reality.
brain in a vat. You don't know that you're not being taunted by demons.
But I do.
You do not
But I
know.
do.
I'm sorry,
But
but
I
you
do.
failed to convince me. You're
I don't
just
care.
asserting that. Yeah, that's fine, but I'm just like,
But did you hear what you just said there? Hold on for a sec. I failed to
Once I
convince
agree
you.
with
Hold
Scott.
on. I failed to convince you. What does that imply? That's
that
just that statement right there.
you're trying to make an argument, and I don't think that it's
No,
valid.
what it implies is that I exist and that you exist.
Yeah, because again, what I said at the beginning is that it's not
That's it.
functionally useful. No, stop. It's not functionally useful for me to, because I don't have certainty. Like I said, I will have, that's not functional. I'm not going to slip into solipsism. I'm not going to slip into nihilism. Okay. Does this actually help me
But you
navigate
are.
reality? No. It is reasonable for me to assume that my experience corresponds with reality, but I'm leaving that door open. Everything
Why?
that I say has an asterisk at the end, because I cannot know for certain.
Why
So yeah, I'm
not?
going to act like reality is the way I experience it because that's functional. But am I going to assert that this is absolute capital T truth, the way that like reality is objectively? I can't.
Why can't you just acknowledge that we're having a conversation and move on with things, and then we can move on to the next points and figure out where we disagree?
Sorry,
Why
why
do you
can't I?
need?
Yeah,
What?
like something about flat Earth. How about that? That's something I can experience in reality with a large degree, 100% certainty that that is the case.
100%.
What the hell's going on? Who's a different voice?
I think
Sorry,
Fox
sorry,
is
sorry. My,
lagging.
my, my Wi-Fi just
It's all
died.
in
I
your
just missed the
head,
last
man.
2 seconds of that. No, I mean, and here's the thing. I understand. I understand like how obnoxious it comes off because I'm not trying to say
Not
that
a little
like,
arrogant, but
well, we know nothing, therefore nothing is nothing. That's not useful. That's not meaningful.
Do you believe in
But
free
at the end of
will?
the day,
The reason
that
we're
was a whole
having this
other thing.
conversation is because you grew up in an environment that told you you live in an environment that says that your world is spinning, but you don't feel like it's spinning. It says that it's a big old ball, but you don't see the big old ball. And you feel like you're in a contained environment with gas pressure, except you actually live in a vacuum. So you really can't trust your senses.
This is not this is not the root of this conversation. This is an epistemological conversation. I've been here the whole
I
time.
agree. I
Fox,
agree with
Fox,
Kiko.
do
I
you
agree with Kiko because you know what? This is what the problem is with the whole world. They think they're in a delusion. It's really fucked up. So if you can't,
I'm not saying that at
hang on.
all.
If I've had conversations with you before, and I think you're all right, yeah. But this, for once in my life, I find myself agreeing with Scott, and that's scary.
Fair enough. I want to be really clear that I'm not saying in any way, shape, or form. The only thing I'm saying is that I want to make sure that I don't overgeneralize my experiences because I recognize that I can be mistaken. I'm not saying that like there is no reality, that everything is nothing, that everything is meaningless. All I'm trying to say is that at the end of the day, I want to be careful about making assumptions based on my biases that I develop over time.
The problem is if you're going to live like that, you're never going to complete anything. You're always going to go, well, this might not be real. Or
No,
this
no,
might.
that's
You might
that's
not
exactly my
follow
point.
anything to a conclusion,
Exactly. No, no, but that's what I say.
which
I
is
don't live like this.
detrimental to everyone around you.
Here's the thing. This is exactly what I'm saying. That's why I think that's confusing. Because at the end of the day, I do not operate like this is not the primary thing that I like. As I said, I use it. All I'm saying is that this is my foundational axiom that I then assert. And I say, you know what? I can't justify it, but I'm going to assume that reality is the way that I experience it. I can't know 100% certain, but that gets me nothing. That gets me nowhere. That is useless. It is garbage. I throw that out and I say, you know what? Reality most likely is the way I experience it. I'm going to act like it does. I'm going to treat it like it does. And that's functional. That gets me results. That works. The only thing I'm saying is that I think it's important for me to recognize that at the root of it, if I just assert that everything I experience is 100% aligned with reality, that's going to lead me to make mistakes. I am absolutely not saying that like, oh, I can't know anything, so nothing is nothing. The opposite. Saying that given that I'm making the careful consideration that, all right, I'm engaged with my experience, I'm going to pay attention to it. Because that means if I'm paying active attention to it, then I can build useful frameworks and models. And whether or not there's an asterisk at the end of it doesn't matter because that's not how I live my life. That's not what I experience. Experience is primary. Experience is the root of everything. That's what I value. That's what I base everything off of. Whether or not it aligns with objective reality, who gives a fuck? It's functional. It works and it seems to work and it seems to give me functional results. That's what I care about.
Basically, she's saying that you may know the dog's being walked, but because she can't see it, it doesn't exist.
Fox is just having some epistemic humility, okay, which is not a bad thing. You should just Google that. Like, she's just being honest about what she truly can and cannot know, and like that just means that she's open to like having more evidence presented that like doesn't comport with her view, and then maybe she'll adjust her positions. She's not talking absolutes, which is probably like a good thing, you know, probably something a lot of you could learn something about.
Yeah, there's
A lot
always
of
room for
answers.
flat Earth, isn't there, Dokebi? Always room for flat Earth.
Yeah, but if you
A
look at
lot
all
of
the evidence, there is none for it.
Yeah,
But
there's
yeah,
always
if
room
you
for flat
actually
Earth.
had evidence, yeah, if you actually had any evidence for it, then sure, then
But
you would have more than like
Yeah, like
0.0001%
how
of the
about our
so you just
population.
experience? How
preached.
about experience?
So you just preached to have an open mind, and then you closed off your mind as soon as Amish started talking
No,
to you.
that's not true.
Because
Like,
you're a
what did
dipshit.
I say? I said
What
it. You
happened?
have to look at
Because
the
you're a
evidence that you
dipshit.
have. Okay, you don't have any evidence for the flat Earth, right?
You
But you do have
you
evidence for like the
you
global
live
Earth
in
or
a
all these things,
contradiction, bro.
and you
You
just, I
just
mean, you can
proved that
assert
you live
that,
in a
but you
contradiction.
just
That's
don't
why.
understand what I'm saying.
That's
I
why
guess
you
that's
agree.
okay.
That's why you agree with her, because you yourself live in a contradiction.
I mean, maybe it's too small for your mind to grasp. I don't know. Just Google it.
Not
Epistemic
too small for
humility.
mine, man. Not at
I
all,
mean,
mate.
like, you could maybe engage
Yeah,
with anything I
why are
say,
you
and
closed off?
unless just like ad homing.
Are you a bigot, Dokebi? You sound like a bigot.
Do I sound? Wait, you can interpret
Yeah, you
people's
sound like
like
a bigot,
beliefs
like you're against
based
flat
on what they.
earthers.
The irony of all of
No,
this is
I'm
that I
not
feel like
against the
the reason,
humans, right? I'm against your belief.
but this is the
Yeah,
whole
you're a
reason that I
bigot. You're
like. I
against the
feel,
belief that you're such a bigot.
Do you,
I
can you
feel
tell me what the definition of
Doc,
bigot is?
Doc, can you tell us? Can you tell me what these people believe?
What's the definition of bigot?
Wait, real quick, just
And
real quick.
Yeah,
My phone's about to die. My phone's about to die. I just want to give you. I want to say thank you guys for giving me the space to kind of like ramble on like that. I will circle back. I love this place. You guys you're great. You're great conversations here. But thank you.
All right, take care, Fox. Come by anytime.
Touch the fuzzy wall.
that was pretty funny and textbook hypocrisy. And a lot of that hypocrisy comes from cognitive dissonance, doesn't it, guys?
Yeah. He won't admit it.
Yeah, everything's
No, because he's
possible, but
self-righteous. He's a prick.
yeah, everything's possible, but flat Earth. That's the only thing that's not possible. And then the reason why it's not possible is somebody else's fault. Bigoted. It's textbook bigotry.
Sure is. Yeah, I mean, he couldn't have and hold a consistent view on the subject. He had to change because his own personal biases crept in, and he was unable to resist the temptation to give into that. To me, that's a sign of somebody who lacks self-control and self-discipline. Usually,
Wait,
narcissists
is the he
do
me?
that. Yeah, right?
You're talking. I was the one who kept changing the subject.
Oh, no, I was talking to Dokebi.
Oh, sorry. Thank you.
Why did you pipe up, Scott?
I don't know. You were talking about changing subjects, and I was in the conversation for the last half hour. I
Yeah.
was worried that you
Yeah,
were
I'm
talking
just
about
giving you a
me.
hard time, man. No
All
worries.
right. All right.
Did you feel like what he was talking about was a reflection on you?
No, I did not.
Timbo.
That's why I was like, what, really? But back to the flat Earth, guys.
Yep, we're here, folks. We are flat earthers. We're crazy as a fox.
yeah, we are saying that if we are saying if flat surface measure flat in reality, we are saying that flat surfaces are flat. That's so crazy.
I'll tell you what's crazy. You believe in 2024 that you live on a ball that is spinning and orbiting and wobbling and yeeting through outer space in a vacuum while
Makes
you breathe
perfect sense
gas
to me.
pressure and take a bath in water.
Makes perfect sense to me.
Sounds like a caveman carnival ride.
Which part of that doesn't make sense to you?
Speed, water, ball, everything.
All right.
Open container in a
Let's pick one
Yeah,
piece and tell us which part doesn't make sense to you.
Okay, what
okay. Show me.
powers Earth's perpetual rotation?
Conservation momentum. All right, next.
Infinitely. Okay, cool. What started it?
Oh, don't know.
All right.
Do I need to?
No.
All right.
But in 1 hour, we will be 66,000 miles left.
Sure.
Yeah, of course.
Why is that mind blowing to you?
Oh, because it's, it's 66,000 miles per hour. Only because of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it the number?
If is that nothing for you, then maybe you don't know what number are. But for me, like who was studying the math, the 66,000 miles per hour is a little bit fast.
For what?
For being on any object what is moving on
Why?
that speed.
If we're all moving
Because it's a little bit fast.
I don't know what that means. A little bit fast. If we're all moving at 66,000 miles an hour, what's the big deal?
Because big deal. Because when I'm in car with 100 miles per hour, it's fucking speed. It's incredible big speed. That's something what I cannot.
Fucking speed. That's fast.
That's fucking fast. But this 66,000 miles per hour, that's a little bit fast.
And so you can't wrap your head around the difference between being in the
it's
car
not
and
only-
going
it's not
through the
only
solar
that
system?
Yeah. It's not only that it's fast. It's going together with the air.
Yeah, it's faster than fucking speed.
That
Yeah,
means
but
that
what's wrong with the
gradient,
air moving too?
that gradient, what you're speaking about, that when you go to Mount Everest, high in the mountain, there is a gradient of the air. That air is moving 66,000 miles per hour.
Sure.
Yeah, I know.
What's wrong with that?
And nothing, and you have winds inside of that movement.
Do what?
You have winds blowing inside of that movement.
Okay, yeah. They're going slightly
Yeah.
different speeds than the rest of the
Yeah,
air
but
around it. Yeah.
I would like that every kid listen what I'm saying. That's it, and everybody can believe like you, and that's also right, Somebody is saying that somebody walk on the surface of the water, and how he did that. I also want to see how somebody is going 66,000 miles per hour through the vacuum with the gas around it. That is also incredible story. If you can believe it, it's all right. Everything can make sense,
Not everything can make sense. Some things can, some things don't.
Yeah, of course. Like for example,
like the flat Earth doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, like going against the natural law. That is something what is obviously you can do it because
What natural law are we going against?
Gas law.
We're not, though.
Oh, we don't. Okay.
No, we don't. It fits perfectly well within the gas law, what we experience.
Yeah. The gases are in layers around the Earth. We have a ionosphere, thermosphere, and they're going in layers, and they're with layers going 66,000 miles per hour.
Correct. Yes.
But the ionosphere
Faster
is
than the speed of fucking.
But the ionosphere is going
100
faster.
miles per second.
Yeah.
There's no speed of sound in a vacuum, so it can't be going faster than it.
Yeah, but you can hear the voice of the astronauts in the back.
Wait, so are we on astronauts? Or are we still talking about Earth? Are we talking about layers?
I'm only
what are we
saying that
talking
we cannot.
about?
You were speaking about
crazy shit right now.
you were speaking about sound in the vacuum. It's not possible, but we can hear the voices of astronauts in 60s from the vacuum.
Yeah, it's called radio.
Oh, radio. That means
radio can go through a vacuum.
That means we can hear the
Radio
sound. In the vacuum.
dropping hammer. I get it.
But we're all over the place now. Let's focus on the things that you said you can't understand
We're
about
talking about
the Earth.
crazy shit. That's what we're talking about. We're actually on point right now.
Let's focus to the surface, Gotti. Yes.
Okay, let's focus to the surface. Why can't it be going 66,000 miles an hour? What about that bothers you so much?
Nothing with the speed. Now, surface. If Earth is a sphere, is it surface curving?
Yes.
Can we show that?
Yes.
Can you show that?
Yes.
With this with this ball. If I tell you show me the basketball, you will not show me the bouncy ball 200 meters. You really will show me the basketball with the real size.
Yes.
And you will show me this earth with the real size, with the 3,159 miles radius. You will show me that one.
Well, I can show you I can show you a picture of it, but you'll reject
No,
the picture.
no pictures. You can
I
show me
know.
the pictures. You can show the pictures of the basketball, but you can show me also the basketball, the real one, how much is measuring and how much is the real radius of the basketball. You know.
Okay, so if the ball is really, really, really big,
yeah,
how do we figure out the curve of it?
I
How
think
do we
that it's
figure out
everything
the?
written on Google about that. That I think everybody who wrote everything about heliocentric model wrote everything about that, and you can read it.
Oh, I already know it. So what
You
question
know
you're
it.
asking?
Okay. I'm asking for that curvature. What you said that it is there.
But what are you actually? Because you asked me for the
I'm asking for
curvature.
something. I'm asking of the most important part of the sphere, and that is curvature. You know, if I ask you something for the cube, I will ask you, for the edges of the cube or something. But no, in this case, we are looking for the curvature. In this case, the necessary antecedent for the sphere, and that means it has the size. And now you go on. Now you show me, and I will say, okay, Scotty, this is the curvature. If it is.
Correct.
If it is not, I will say, Scotty, this is not curvature.
But I think the only way we can do that is to show that verticals are diverging from each other.
No, man.
Yes.
Is there another way?
No, there is another way because there is written
What's
there.
the other way?
It's written there. It's on Google. You can type it. How much I can see on this big size Earth with this size Earth with 3,950, not with 75,900 whatever number, not that radius. How much I can see with the 3,959 miles radius, and it's saying to you, you can see with the 6 foot height 3.5 miles. That things, because that things wrote the people who was writing about heliocentric model. Do you understand, Scott?
I understand. Yes.
Yeah, that means that they wrote that. I didn't wrote that. And okay, let's do that. Let's do that.
And what was their assumption in writing that?
They said the geometrical horizon will be on 3 miles. Must be this size.
But what is the geometric horizon referring to?
It's the edge of the sphere in this case.
It's where a straight tangent from your eye to the edge of the sphere would be, right?
Yeah, that means that something on 10 miles you will not see if it's some kind of object on 10 miles.
What if?
No, what it's
things,
not what if.
What if the things we see are not coming in straight lines?
What if you see something? What is there? What then?
But what if the things we are seeing are not coming in directly straight lines? Does that change the math?
Object, what is there? What then? If you see the object in a distance and it's there on some kind of distance, can you say, I see that object on that distance? Or you can say, I don't know, maybe I'm not so sure, maybe that is not at that distance.
Yeah, you can conclude that the light curved.
Yeah, but if you see the object, really, that's what is real there, without influencing light, anything, the light is helping you that you can see. But if you see that object physically, that it's there, without any phenomena, it's there, Can you say, I see that object? It's not it's not phenomena, man. There.
Can I say I see the object without any kind of phenomenon?
Yeah. Can you imagine that you're in Second World War, for example, and you are on the coast, on USA coast, and now a German ship is coming, And now you want to shoot that German ship, and you think that ship it's on 10 miles, and you make a measurement and then
shut the fuck up. So I want to place a question on the table, right? Can you deliver?
Jesus Christ.
Wow, what was that?
It was a cuck.
Very rude. Very rude.
Yeah. And you see there is a lighthouse on 10 miles, and then you say, fuck, there is a ship on for example, sure, somewhere on 11 or 12 miles. Should I shoot that ship? And the other guy saying, no, man, don't shoot. It's big refraction. That ship, it's for sure somewhere on 30 miles. Don't shoot. Or a way that approach on 1.2 miles or 5 miles. That ship is not there. But look, there is lighthouse. The lighthouse is on 10 miles. That ship must be on 11. No, man, that is not a lighthouse. I'm asking you that, Scott. Can you say, okay, this is real lighthouse. It is there, or something is happening and projecting that lighthouse there?
Well, I would not assume they determine the distance to a ship if they're trying to shoot something at it by looking at it. I would figure they would bounce some kind of radar off of it and figure out the distance that way. Is that incorrect?
Yeah, during the Second World War, let's say.
So how do you think they figured out the distance to ships in the Second World War? I don't know.
Did they account on curvature? Do you know, because the ship is coming, you know, the speed of the ship, I don't know what it is. And like I said, the speed of the ship is this. He will now pass the other 5 miles. We can shoot other 5 miles, but there is a curvature in 5 miles. Account on the curvature, and there is refraction. Today is 35 degrees. Okay, 35 degrees. Humidity is 97%. Okay, that means that he is on 12 miles exactly. It was that the case?
I doubt if that's what they would have done, though. Do you have some reason for me to believe that's what they did?
And what was the case? It was the case. Look, that ship is on the 10 miles. Shoot that ship. I think it was like that.
I have no idea how they figured out how far away ships were back in World War II.
Okay, great. Then, doesn't matter. We now have the oil rigs, you know, and stuff, and ships, none of the ships going, you know, and blah, blah, blah. And we have physical water. We can see that 10 miles, flat surface.
Yeah.
Yep, and he's not curving. How the heliocentric model saying?
Just shout refraction whenever he saw land.
Yeah, seven arc minutes of refraction.
Yeah, refraction is always showing the flat surface every time. Every example of every video, every photo showing with the refraction always flat surface, never curve.
My question was, does the pirate in the crow's nest shout refraction when he sees land?
Can you show me example of refraction showing the curved surface?
I don't understand what the question. How would refraction show a curved surface?
Yeah, because every time when you invoke refraction, in every example of the observations, I see the flat horizon and flat surface. I don't see any curvature, man.
How much curve would you expect to see?
With 6 foot observer height on 3 miles, a heliocentric model saying that, not me.
I know, but what would you expect to see? What are you not seeing that you expect to see?
Heliocentric model written in every educational system in every country of this world, it's saying that, not me.
No, I understand that, but you said you don't see it. What is it that you're not seeing?
I see the physical water on 10 miles.
Always?
Not always.
Ever? I mean, when do you see it then?
Not always. It's enough. It's enough 5 times of 1 billion. If I see the real, listen carefully, Scotty. It's enough 5 times of 1 billion if I see the real object on the real place.
I'm sorry. It's enough what?
It's enough 5 times of 1 billion times to see object on real place where it is, to be on where it is.
It's enough for
care.
what?
You said, do you see every time? No, I see less sometimes because of weather conditions or waves or whatever of atmospheric.
Okay, so then do you try to?
I don't see more. I see less always.
Then do you try to explain both the times you see less and the times you see more?
Yeah, I never see more than what that is the limitation of seeing, you know. I cannot see more, you know. There will be angular resolution. There will not be more, you know.
Why do you see less and more?
I told you, because of atmospheric conditions, because of weather, because maybe it's raining on 5 miles, you don't see, maybe it's a fog on there, maybe some cloud down, maybe it's a wave after 5 miles, whatever.
So let's say I showed you a picture of no waves, no clouds, very clear day, and you're seeing less. What would you do with that?
I will do it. I will say it if it's that near to geometrical horizon. I will say, look at it. There is a possibility. There is a curvature. But again, if I see again the real object next day, the real object where it is, in this case, physical water, ocean, on 10 miles, that means I don't care if I see now, I don't care what I see less. I see that what I saw, and that is reality. That is not that I saw some kind of phenomena. I'm telling you what I saw, and that is physical water. That's what is existing. That the oil rig is there, it's in the water, and you can realize that behind oil rigs, 10 meters behind oil rigs, it's a water.
Yeah, but I'm sure you after all this time you've seen that other picture of that same oil rig when it's being blocked by the water,
I told
right?
you. Yeah, you could have a half meter wave on let's say 500 meters, and all that oil rig will be maybe covered.
So what's explaining that part? What's explaining it when it's blocked? You think that's a wave?
What is blocked, man? Nothing is blocked. There is an ocean behind and making horizon behind with the sky.
Well, but you've seen the other picture of that same oil rig, right? When the water's in front of it and half of it's being blocked by the water, right?
Yeah, of course that I saw.
What do you make of that one? What explains that one?
I told you there is or atmospheric conditions or wave or whatever, But
It's not a wave. It's not a wave.
And what was that? And what is that date after when I made that, oceans that I can see later? You're saying what with this, Sasha? What with this picture when you see the horizon before the oil rigs? Okay, great. What with that? What with that? Is that a curvature?
Yeah, it seems to me it's obvious that atmosphere can do things, right? Atmosphere can make things appear,
I'm
make
asking
things
you that
disappear.
now. Is it that curvature in that picture?
In the one where it's blocking, yes.
Yeah. Yes.
It's actually curvature in the one where it's not too.
That means that you cannot get the video or photo of ocean behind the oil rigs. You cannot get that.
Why not?
You understand?
But we do. We see it.
Because it's real.
Both of them are real, right?
Both of them are real.
Are not both pictures real?
You know what? You will have another pictures. You will have with less that day what you are showing. Look at this. You will see even less than that day. What about that picture? That will be curvature.
But both pictures are real, right?
I'm telling you, you will say one day less than that picture what you posted. Then that will be curvature.
And so now we have three different pictures. Which one's real?
Yeah, which one is real? Is it real?
I'd say they're all real.
Let's say they are real. Okay, yeah. Okay.
And so each one of them needs an explanation, correct?
Oh, yeah. Okay, good.
Okay, so what's the explanation for them?
Can you give me an explanation for the last one?
The one where you can see the
optical. It's optical.
The entire oil rig.
Yeah, that's what you can see. That's what you can see. What you see. That's what it is. What is
7 arcminutes refraction is my explanation for that.
What number 7 has to do with real water? That salty water when you jump from the oil rigs and we make you swim.
I didn't understand the question.
What
Jumping from oil rigs?
Answer that with the language 7 arc whatever that is sentence has to do if the person jump into sea when he's on the oil rig. What that has to do? That's your sentence.
It has nothing to do with a person jumping off the oil rig and into the sea.
If person jumped from the oil rig into the sea, that the person didn't jump into the sea, does person jump into the sea, real sea, or person jump into some kind of optical phenomena?
He jumped into the real sea, of course.
Okay. What about that last picture? Why we see that what we see, that's what is real?
Because what we see is completely dependent on the path the light takes to reach our eyes.
Is that real what we see, or is something what is not real?
It's all real.
Okay, real. And what that mean that it's real, that 10 miles, flatness?
It means the oil derrick. It means the oil rig is there. It means somebody can jump off it into the sea.
Is it that
And
curving?
and whether we see it or not depends
Is it that
completely on
curving?
the path the light took to get to our eye.
Okay. Is it that curving?
Yes.
How? Can I answer? That's curving in the flat way. Is that correct? Okay. How would you
The
look?
light ray
Okay.
is curving.
Okay.
Yes.
Great. Great. Okay. No. Is it that surface? What we will look the last one? Is that curving? That 10 miles that to the oil rig.
Yes, it's curving.
Okay. How would it look like if it's flat?
You would not see a clear horizon line behind the oil rigs.
How would it look like that surface? It's not.
Hmm?
What I will not see?
A clear horizon line behind the oil rigs?
What you will see?
The best I could imagine it would fade into darkness.
Yes. Why darkness? We have a sun.
Well, because
It's a day. It's a day that it's a daily. It's a day during the. It's a 12 o'clock in Croatia. You know, it's a sunny day. It's 35 degrees. Why you're speaking about some kind of darkness?
Well, because if is the flatness infinite?
Yeah, if you come from the left to the right, like a 5,000 miles flat, can you have
No.
flat
The
horizon?
question is no. I'm sitting on the beach in Santa Barbara, and I'm looking out towards these oil rigs.
Yeah.
Is the sea infinite going in that direction?
Yeah. How it looks like? You said it's curving, and I asked you how it would look like that it's flat, and you
I
are
know, that's
saying
what
that
I'm trying to get
horizon.
to.
You said
Yes.
that horizon would not be there. That means what?
Yeah.
The sea anymore would not be there.
Because we would see ocean until we ran out of light to allow us to see the light reflected off the ocean. And that would result in a darkness. Because the sun is not going out there infinitely, right? So you say this, the sun has on your flat Earth, from what I've heard, is the sun is limited in how far it can shine, right?
What if we have a land behind that?
Then you'd see the land.
No, you will see the land.
Yeah.
And you will not call that flat because you see the land.
Well, if you can see the land, let's see it.
Yeah. And you will describe all flat surfaces like a curved surface.
But you asked me what I expect to see on a flat surface. That's what I would expect to see.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I think you might want to think about what you would expect to see if it were flat. And does what you see comply with that?
Honestly, like a human being, I will answer you only like a human being. When I see the flat surfaces, I can describe them. I can say, look, this lake, it's flat, and I have no problems, to say that it's flat. I have no problems with that word, because it is flat. It's not curving, You have problems with your. How do I know? Because I can describe I'm telling you, like a human being, that's my belief, My belief. I believe that I can express my feelings and I can describe the surface. For example, if I see the cube, I can say, "Look, this is the cube." If I see the valley, I can say, "Look at this valley. It's flat. This valley has no hills. There is a desert. And I can say it because it is flat. This is description of the surface. If I see the curves." Stuff. If you see from the left to the right, and you see the line, it's curving. You can describe that and say, "Look at this line. It looks like it's curving." Like when you look at the rainbow, you can describe it. Look, it's going like a parabola. Look at the rainbow. It's not going like triangle. You can describe it. That's all.
And so you think that works on a very large sphere also?
Yeah, very large has the numbers, Scotty. I'm sorry, I learned the math. Very large is 1.22 miles, Very large is that 24,000 miles. Very large would be 250 miles. That would be 10 times bigger. Then we will speak here. There I will say, okay, great. With that, if you have the radius, I don't know, 100,000 miles, maybe yes, then we can speak. But with 3,995, no. Why? Because that is geometry. Why? Because of basketball. Basketball is not bouncy ball of 2,000 meters. It's a small ball, like a 30 centimeters. I don't know really radius. But you have you cannot make a play. You cannot change the size of the basketball now. And let's say, okay, let's make it 2 centimeters smaller because no, it has size, and that is the size. And this is the same size. Only thing, it's big size. Okay, great. It's a big sphere. Let's find out how much is big. And there is written, heliocentric model wrote everything about that. Not we. We only checking if his numbers correct. And numbers are not correct. They're not off. I would be like a mathematician. I would be like, if they're off like to 5 to 10%, I will be, okay, great. Fuck it. Maybe I didn't account or something on that 5 or 10%, but 1000% is something to 2000%. In my head, it's a little bit a lot. I don't know how your math brain is working, but Scott, my math brain is working like this. This is the geometry. This is the numbers. Making the like a video game. I like the math in all my life, and now I have the problem because somebody telling me this is not. You're wrong. Wow, I put your math. Everything what I learned in my life was A. All that formulas in school was always A. Because I was studying. It must match. This is not matching. I'm sorry, and it's off, totally off. And plus, then later, you don't care about it anymore. You go and live your life in reality, and you find out, for example, what is the flat surfaces in reality. And there it is. A lot of countries, even Holland, it's under the sea level. Should occur, but they need to build walls that sea doesn't come into the country. It's okay. Nobody wants to, for example, you need to believe in this. No, this is like my perception of, or anybody else I know about geometry. Well, if that is not enough for you, you say, you are stupid fucking flat earther. I believe in globe, and you will never ever. Nobody wants to convince you this information. I cannot give you more than this. Maybe I'm stupid to speak about science and anything about our geometry if you want. Come on, no problem. That's it. And you don't need to fight it. I told you one time. Here, man, why are you fighting it? There is mainstream science. They will arrange this, with us. We are small people. We will not do some damage. They will put us somewhere. They will say, okay, why you, man? You from? It's all right. There is so much, experts. They will save this. Save this globe from us, because we want to change the world. We want to destroy this harmony and peace.
Oh, I was unmuted. How long are you going to keep me unmuted, huh? Or are you going to quiver in a corner by muting me again? So yeah, I'm defending that globers have a worldview that allows them to make predictions, where they appeal to authority, because you all appeal to authority by being on a fucking computer, okay? Because none of you can explain how a computer works in detail to me, right? And you sure as fuck haven't constructed one, right? So since we all do that, I appeal to the authority of all the established science that all makes sense, that I have learned throughout my entire life, pieces and piecemeal of it, I guess, and that all seems to make sense, that all seems to contort together, which we continuously refine. And what does Flat Earth have? No models that make no accurate predictions. Great.
Can you show your model? Can you show your model to us?
Yeah, you can Google general relativity for an example, but it's not just one model.
So that's
it's
a globe
thousands.
model?
Yeah,
where's the globe in that? Yeah, you have no idea.
Well, it implies gravity, right? Which you guys deny, because if you have a flat Earth, well, you're gonna have to talk over me then, and you can call by muting me because you're over talking me. Okay?
I don't need
you cannot
to,
have a flat Earth. You cannot have a flat Earth under gravity because it will just crumble apart, right? Or you can give me a model for it, I guess, and we can examine it. But I know you don't have one.
Hey, listen, verbal diarrhea. I'll post it in the chat, okay?
I think it was very coherent.
I'll post it in the chat, okay?
Yeah, don't freak out too much, okay? You'll pop an ulcer.
No, listen. I'll post it in the chat. You're gonna read it, right? Can you do line integrals?
Well,
Can you do line integrals?
You can post
Can
it
you
in
do
chat
line? Can
and
you
you
do
can
line
explain to me.
integrals? No, can you do line integrals?
That's irrelevant to the question of
No,
you
because
like
what I'm going to
explaining it
post,
to
you have to
me.
be able to do the mathematics to be to
Well, yeah,
understand.
but you have to be
Yeah,
able to
but you have
explain
to.
line integrals, right?
I need to
Correct?
explain line elements to you.
Well, no, you have to be able to explain them. Whether I understand them or not, you have to be able to defend it, right? Because it's something you hold up and you don't want to appeal to authority, right?
No, it's not. No, it's just the
Yes.
mathematics. You said it
It's
wouldn't
not
work.
just a
and that there-
mathematic, that's also just a
No,
model to
no.
describe things.
Yeah, it's
No?
mathematics, right? A mathematical model, right? Correct.
Yeah, which describes things, right? So you have to be able to
Yeah,
explain it, correct?
Correct. No, descriptions are not explanations. You think descriptions
Oh,
are
and actually,
explanations?
just stop waffling
You
around
think-
it. We'll
you think
cover that
descriptions-
later, okay? Just post
So why are
what
they
you have.
different?
Post
If
what you have.
description, yeah,
Go.
dude. If descriptions are explanations,
I'm
why
waiting
are
for
they
your
different?
link.
Listen, dude. Why are they different words then? Why do they have different definitions?
Dude, I do not want to go over like philosophy of language
It's not.
with you
It's
because
not.
I don't
No,
think you
it's not.
understand
It's
it.
not philosophy.
Just
Listen,
post your
the
link.
dumb-
Stop running
look,
away. Post your link. Come
Look,
on.
asshat. The
Post the
dumb flat
link.
earther stick isn't
Post
going to
the
work.
link. Post the link. If you don't if you don't have one, I'm just gonna say you don't have one, and then
Okay, I'm
So
gonna
you don't
post
have
it in
any
the chat.
models that describe the world to any degree,
I'm
but
gonna
I
post it
have
in the
them.
chat. No, you don't. You don't.
Yes, I do.
You don't. No,
Yeah,
you don't. You just said
gravity
general relativity.
based.
In
Yeah,
general
general
relativity, what?
relativity,
Listen,
special
yeah,
relativity.
you don't know what you're talking about. You don't. Okay, what Einstein wrote.
If you repeat it more, is that going to make it more true?
Listen, in general relativity, right? What Einstein wrote. It's a
Yeah.
one-body problem. It's a universe with one body.
No,
And
it's not true. There's,
yes, it is true.
do you know what expansions upon a theory are? No, you don't, right?
Okay,
Do you
listen.
think like general relativity stops at what Albert Einstein did?
Okay. What
You have
does
no
that
idea
mean?
what you're talking about.
What does that mean?
You literally don't have an idea.
What
It's so
is-
sad.
Look. Listen. I'm gonna
Do you
tell
think science
okay?
stopped in the 1920s?
What does that mean? The mathematics of general relativity is a one-body problem. But don't you
No.
understand? And if you add a body because it's nonlinear, you just can't add bodies,
No,
right?
you're wrong.
Nuh-uh, it's
Google
not a refutation.
extensions. Google extensions to general relativity, and they'll answer your question.
Yeah, but that doesn't predict the globe, does it? No.
Well, it does. It predicts gravity, and under gravity, the best explanation for a place where we live would be a globe.
No, that's just a claim, dude. It's not an
Yeah,
explanation.
that is a claim, but that is an explanation, right? Like,
It's not an
there's a
explanation,
model
it's
that
just saying it.
explains a bunch of things because it explains things because it makes
Models don't
predictions that
explain, you
they do
numbnuts, dude.
because they
Models don't
experimentally verify
explain.
things, right? But they
Models
do
don't explain.
if
No, they don't,
if the
numbnuts.
experiments, right?
Dude,
If the experiments that the model predicts, right? So the model makes predictions,
Okay,
right?
so I'm gonna
And
give-
then
I'll
we
give
do
you an example.
experiments, right? And we have information there, right? And if that
Blah, blah,
comports with
yeah,
the model,
blah,
then the
blah,
model.
blah, 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 dude. Blah, blah, blah. Okay? Models don't explain. You know?
Oh, so
they're
now
in
you're just gonna selectively.
I didn't mute you. Okay, so in the chat's what you asked for, right? But you're gonna spiral. So this is a model shows gravity works on flat Earth. Anyway,
Well,
so
I mean, every time you
whether
mute me,
models explain or not. So there's a model called epicycles that's used in planetariums that predicts where the planets will be in the sky. What do they explain? What is epicycles?
I mean,
the Ptolemaic model of epicycles. What does
just
that
proving
explain?
that you can defend your argument when you.
Okay, listen. What do models, the model of epicycles that predicts accurately, more accurately than Kepler's laws, predicts where planets are, what does that explain? Tell me.
I can because you're muting me.
I'm not muting you.
Well, someone is. I don't care who it is.
Okay,
You're all
so
like buddy buddy with each other, right?
Address
Like I'm
what
sure
I
you're in
said.
like
Now
someone's
you're gonna
DMs.
talk about us. Now that
Oh,
you just got
muted the wrong
thrashed, you're gonna talk about us, dude. It's the same shit all the time. All the time. Now listen.
I agree. It is the
Are
same.
you gonna answer? Are you gonna okay, someone's muting you. Are you gonna answer yes or no?
I'm trying to, but I'm keep getting muted. You
Okay, well, every single time you have the chance to answer, you just talk about how you were just muted, and that's why you keep getting muted. So that's how that's going to go. Anytime you address anything other than what he said, we're just going to shut it down, and you're going to try again. Go ahead now.
Okay,
Floor is yours.
before you
answer.
unmute him, I'm going to review so he doesn't claim that he doesn't understand what was said. There's a model of planetary position, right? Based on the Ptolemaic model, geocentric. It uses something called epicycles. It makes accurate predictions. It's used in planetariums today. What does it explain?
Apparently, it explains the mute button, which is all you have.
What did I just tell you? Let's try again.
Yeah, let's mute me again. You can do it. Come on.
Okay, I guess he's done.
Waiting for your answer, dude. You're bricked, bro. You're bricked. Are you going to answer or not?
You guys are so easy. Oh my
Are you going to answer? Are you going to answer or not? Or are you going to concede?
If you were to stop mute abusing me.
Mutes aren't the topic, so anytime you go there, I'm just going to mute you. Kind of a shame you can't figure this out.
Yeah, Victim Olympics.
Anyone with 70 IQ would understand.
Right. Yeah, if somebody with 70 IQ would realize, oh, every single time I bring up the mute, I get muted. Okay, I guess I'll just address the point because maybe that's why they're muting me.
You said models are explanations. Explain how the model of epicycles explains things. Please.
The problem is, anytime you say something, you just mute me, right? That's like unfair. So I cannot have a.
Okay, I already told you why you're getting muted. It's because you keep saying that. If you just use your mic time to address what he's talking about, then no mute. Got it?
No, that's not how you do debate, my dude.
That's how I do it. So deal with it.
You're not debating.
Well, that's you coping. That's okay.
You're having a meta conversation about the conversation. Okay? We just want to have the conversation. So please, address what was said.
As soon as you do that, no mutes, I promise.
I predicted this, by the way, all the way in the beginning. If you don't mute me, we can talk about it.
Yeah, but can you... Oh, you predicted it? Can you explain it? Is your prediction an explanation?
Yeah, I'm constructing a model of how flat earthers operate. I'll publish it. I'll give you a link.
Yeah. You would actually need to be able to do mathematics.
Okay, so you actually want to talk about it now so I don't get muted anymore? Thank you. Okay, so where were we at? Okay, you were going to explain gravity to me, I think.
No,
right?
No, that wasn't the question. Your claim was models are explanations. I refuted that by giving you a model which is not an explanation.
Well, no, I got muted while I was trying to explain how you were wrong.
Okay.
Okay, so a model, right, is a hypothetical, sure. It may be like this, right? Then you develop your model, and you model, importantly, to be able to verify this, whether it's about the real world or not, has to make some predictions, right? Some things the model, like, very accurately, hopefully predicts. The more accurate, the better, right? So the more accurate the predictions are from the model, the better the model is. The more predictions the model makes, the better the model is, right? Then you go and test them, right? And then if those tests contort with the model, hopefully they contort with reality, right? Otherwise you have something wrong in your test. Then your model describes the world. Yes, to the degree that it is experimentally verified. So yes, models do describe the world. Yes, correct.
So they don't explain anything. Thank you.
Well, like, what do you think the difference is between explaining, like, yeah, what do you think the difference is between explaining and describing?
So I can describe, right? If I go, I see the sun move across the sky. That's a description of what I see, right? But saying the earth rotates, that's an explanation.
But you just said two things that are like equal, basically.
I see the sun. I'm describing what I see with my senses, right? I'm just describing it. I'm not making any claims about why it's doing it. I'm just describing it. I see the sun move across the sky.
But science does. Yeah, these models do claim to know why things happen.
No.
I mean, like, I don't know what to tell you, my dude. Like,
yeah.
any
you don't know anything. You don't know anything about science.
No, I don't know how to explain this to you because you outhand just dismiss this while I kind of explain it to you. Like,
you notice how you never answered my question.
Well, I'm trying to, right? But I have to deconstruct so many things before we fucking get there because you're
projecting,
so, like,
bro.
all the
you're
way
literally
out.
Projecting.
I'm projecting with like 99.99999% of the world. Don't you think that's a bit sus?
Really?
Yeah, okay.
Where'd you get that number?
Well, like, there was like
you
a
just
poll
made it
of
up
flat
just
earthers.
now?
No,
You
not
just
really,
made it up
because
right
there's
now.
a poll of flat earthers. I knew
Yeah.
how many flat earthers there were. So based on reading that, I made that at some point here, and I've just remembered
Yeah.
the
Okay.
number,
Can you post?
but I don't remember the study.
Please post a link to that.
I like how many. Like I can Google it probably for you.
Yeah. You just made that number up, dude.
I mean, great to know that you're in my head, and I apparently know things better than I do. I would like to see your
it's
model
easy
of
to
that.
it's easy
So
to
like,
discern.
so
I'm
how
still
do
waiting
you
for
think
your
we can ever
fucking
explain
model.
a why? How do you think we can explain a why? Or like, do you think you never can do that? You never know
Explain.
why
Yeah.
something happens.
Yeah. Listen. You can with the
How?
appropriate with the appropriate experiments, right? With cause and effect
No
relationship
experiments.
experiments.
No,
No
they
experiments.
just give you data, right? Experiments are just the way you verify your entire thing of like why and how and all of that actually
That's what
contorts
I
with
just said.
reality.
That's what I just
No,
said.
that's not what you said. Oh my
Explanations
god,
come
you're
from
actually retarded, dude. You're trying
explanations.
to explain what I'm saying, but I'm using the right language here, but you're just fucking wrong. Like I don't know what to tell you, but we can just go with
This
that
is
for now.
hilarious, dude. I can't wait to clip this shit.
Yeah, it is hilarious.
Just
So
mute this
you
guy, man.
Because
Fuck.
if you read the model,
asked
right,
me how do you
in GR,
you
it will
asked me
tell you
look,
why something happens, right? Depending on certain like
No, it
observational
doesn't tell
facts,
you
right?
why.
And you just go test the observational facts, and if they're right, then your why explanation is correct. So
doesn't
really,
tell
in
you
the
why.
model, in the theory, is where the why is, not in your fucking observations. Your observations are just observations; they're just numbers to
Okay.
like verify whether or not your why is actually about reality or about not reality. But your
Okay.
why is in your theory, right? Because they're ideas. A why is always a human idea. You're actually a fucking retard if you don't understand that.
Oh my god.
Like I don't know how to help you.
You're just dude. Like
You're
he's
just triggered.
spiraling.
It's okay.
Because no one's triggered. You're triggered. That's why you're
Dude,
talking.
you're just yelling, "Shut up."
Listen, real simple.
Just
real simple.
find how I'm
You
wrong.
said GR explains things. So what
thanks for
causes?
continuing the argument.
Okay, so what causes two objects to come together in general relativity?
On the general relativity, that would be the bending of space-time, and more
Okay,
like
so that would be your. So if we did an
Yeah.
experiment, that would be your independent variable, right?
No, like a y is not an independent variable. Like a
yes,
y
yes,
is
it
like
is. It's your cause. I asked you what causes it. The
no,
cause
you
of
asked
the
me
cause.
for the y.
Cause.
You asked me
Listen,
for
the
the y. I
cause.
gave you the y. Stop
No,
waffling. Stop fumbling. You're not
No,
keeping
listen.
up.
And I asked you for the experiment to demonstrate that, right?
No, you
I
didn't ask
asked
me
you
for the experiment.
what's-
You asked me for the
what's
y.
I asked you what's the
Oh my god, you
independent
don't know what you're
variable.
saying anymore.
What? Listen. Yeah, good try. You
Yeah,
can't
wind
gaslight
it back
me,
on
kid.
YouTube.
You can't gaslight
I
me,
don't know, you
kid.
record this, right? No,
Kid,
you
can't
gaslighting me.
gaslight
Actually,
me.
please go back and record it. You
Okay.
asked me for the why. You didn't ask me for an experiment or anything
Have
like
you
that.
noticed like the difference in word count we have? For every 3
Yeah,
words
because I have
say,
to do a lot
you
of
say
work here.
42
That's
words.
true. That's true. I have to do a lot of work.
I'm spazzing out in like, I don't know, snipping and riddling is not work. Okay,
That's all
real
God.
simple. You said the bending and warping of space-time is the cause of why bodies get attracted together. So I want the experiment that demonstrates that. You said your cause is bending the warping of space-time. That would be your independent variable. Your dependent variable would be two bodies coming together. No, I'm sorry, we're doing science, man. You said I don't know any science, so I'm giving you the scientific method.
No,
I'm
you
sorry if
just
that hurts your
misunderstand all of
feelings.
this.
Is this a scientific method that I'm going through or not?
No, it's not.
Okay, tell us the scientific method then.
There's no like one scientific method. There's observational science. There's theoretical science. These are all valid forms of science, right?
Okay, from observational science, can you determine causes?
Determine causes from us? No.
Yeah, causal mechanisms. Can you determine
No.
from observational science?
No. You need more than
Okay.
just observations.
So you don't actually know the causal mechanism of two bodies coming
That's not
together, right?
true. We have more than observational science, which is what I just said. You're not keeping up.
Then you have the experiment. So you said your independent variable is bending and warping of space-time.
You're just stuck in your
right?
dialogue tree. You're just trying to reapply the dialogue tree. That's the third time you're doing this.
No,
just
it's not a
engage with what
dialogue
I'm
tree,
saying.
dude. I am
Observational
engaging with what you're saying.
science, which are experiments, right?
and
You have theoretical science.
And you admitted that observational science can't determine causes, so we can't use the
Exactly.
observational
Because
science.
a cause
So
is like
you
a human-made concept.
Okay, no, it's not a human-made concept.
It is.
There's cause.
We're trying to
So
understand
causality
something.
is not a thing. So the effect can precede the cause. Yes or no?
Fourth time we're in this loop again?
No, this is
Yeah.
different. You don't even understand what's being said to you. Can the effect precede the cause?
Can the effect precede the cause? No.
Yes.
Not to
Okay.
my knowledge.
Okay. Is causality a essential tenet of general relativity? Yes or no?
Sure, but I don't know what way you're using these
Well,
words.
you just
you're
said causes
presuming a
are
lot
human
in these
concepts.
words.
What are you talking about? You just said
Yeah, exactly, right? That's what I'm trying to explain to you. That's why I said you're using these in a very like ill-defined way, right? Like whichever way I say it, you're just gonna assume the negative, right? So like I'm the one
now
here
you're
that's
talking
trying to
about. Now you're
explain
talking
a
about. No,
better
you're
underlying
embarrassing yourself. It's
understanding
actually
of
pretty
how of
bad.
this is working.
You think you're?
It's not because you say I'm embarrassing myself
You
that
think
like
you're
that means
actually
anything.
bullying anybody?
Like if you actually thought
I'll
I
just
was
talk about
embarrassing
you guys,
myself, you would
and I'll talk
actually
about
point
me,
that
and then I'll
out in
talk
the
about
debate.
you,
You
and
wouldn't
then I'll
just say
talk
it,
about
right?
me, and then I'll talk about you, then I'll talk about me to deflect
I'm
from the
just trying to
topic
explain
because
to
that's
you
all
there's
I can do.
observational science and theoretical science,
Okay,
right?
we've
We
already
have
eliminated.
observations, but to make those observations make sense or make predictions with them, we need the theoretical science, right? We need to construct a model. There
Can
we
you determine?
go.
Can you determine causes from theoretical science?
Can you determine cause? Yes.
Okay, so how would we do that? Tell us
So you would
how to
construct a
determine.
model, right? So where like you make predictions under that model, right? And you just like basically you write down what the cause is, right? You suck it
Yeah.
out of your thumb, right?
Uh-huh.
But then the way you verify whether that thumb sucking is actually coherent with reality is based on the observations you make that the theory predicts you will make.
Well, what if the relationship is just correlative and not causal? How do you determine the difference?
How do you determine the difference? Well, it's not a black or white, right? Ultimately, like a theory is not the thing itself, right?
That's
An
not.
explanation is
Listen.
not the thing.
How do you determine the
What?
difference between causal and correlative?
At some point, you have like a 95% chance that like your theory is correct, basically that like your observations are coherent with your theory,
You're not.
right?
You're not
And at that
addressing.
point,
You're
and
not
at that
addressing what I
point,
said.
at that point, you say it's causal. That's how
I'm
you
gonna
do
add-
that.
That's not how it's done.
That is how
You
it's
just
done.
you just literally just
Phone up
made that
any
up.
fucking scientist.
Okay.
95%.
So I'll explain it to you in the scientific method how you determine what the cause is.
Sure,
You
can explain to
manipulate
me
or
how you're
change.
wrong. Go for it.
Yeah, so you can manipulate and change your presumed cause, the independent variable. Do you want citations? Because I can give them to you.
You're like stuck in like the 5th year of high school. Like I don't know how to help you. Like phone up any university student even. They will
I've
understand what I'm
graduated
saying.
university.
Like actually just I
Have you
don't know what
graduated
fucking university
university
that
yet?
was. Just engage.
Boston
Yes,
University.
actually. So like I'm trying to explain to you how this is treated by scientists, right? You can say like some alternative explanation, right, if you want to, but like we're not going to get anywhere. You can point out where I am wrong.
I did.
You can do that,
like
but you're
30
not doing
times.
that.
I did.
No, you're just coming up with some alternative
No, because I'm going to
explanation.
ask you again for the 4th time. How do you
No,
determine
for the 7th time
causal versus
actually.
correlative relationships? How do you determine if it's causal or correlative?
I just explained that to you
No,
by like
it wasn't an explanation, dude. That
by
did not
how
isolate the
accurate your
cause.
measurement is.
So if that measurement's really, really accurate, you know it's the cause. Walk me through
Yes,
that logic.
correct.
Walk me through that logic.
I just did. So your model,
walk
right,
me through the
makes
logic.
Do you understand that correlation and causation are just like human made up ideas? Do you understand that?
No, they're not.
No, you don't understand that? Well, that kind of sucks.
You've already
Do you
admitted
think
it.
you know anything
You're all over
100%
the
real about
place.
the real world? No, I'm not all over
Okay,
the well, kind of, because now I have to delve into philosophy because you don't understand this, right?
Yeah.
I'm trying to explain to you how
Here
like
we go again. Talk about
you don't have
talk about
access
yourself, talk
to the
about me,
underlying
talk about
physics,
yourself.
right? You don't know the underlying physics of like reality, right? The best you can do is make observation and try to describe them, right? That doesn't
Now
like
back to
when I
descriptions.
say like the laws of thermodynamics, I'm not holding the actual like underlying physical laws in my hands. I'm merely trying to describe them to the best of my abilities, as is every scientist, right? The problem is that scientists have like such a good understanding of them, right? That they are accurate enough to make useful things like computers, like satellites, like fucking cars. But you guys have nothing like that, right? You guys have no predictions. You understand nothing about the world.
Neither do you, because if all you have is
I mean, you just
descriptions,
say
you have
that,
no
but that's
understanding.
not true, right? And
Listen,
like, also, I
you're
will
all
give
over
you this.
the place,
Wait, hold
bro.
on.
How
I
many
want to give
times
you
can you
this.
contradict your own worldview in one
Yeah,
paragraph?
I'll do one more. I will do it one more
You
time.
just
Okay.
lost
I
half
also
between
appeal to
between
authority. I appeal to authority.
Good for you.
Yeah, of scientists, right? That's how I know that my computer is working. I appeal to the authority of scientists. So now, can you explain to me, without appealing to authority of like or scientific understanding, how a computer works? I'm waiting.
Which part of the computer?
You can start with the CPU. Yeah, you can start with the central
CPU
processing
has
unit.
transistors. They're gated transistors. They have
Okay, how do they work?
Okay, they have a semiconductor inside, and they have
What's a
vault-
semiconductor?
oh my God, you really want it? It's a
Well,
it's
yeah,
a-
right. You have
it's
to
a
do this.
material-
I just appeal to authority, right? See how easy
I'll
that
keep
is?
going, dude. I can go deeper.
Yeah, go.
It's a material that at a certain voltage will conduct electricity, but at other voltages will not.
Yeah. Okay. So, like, what
Yeah,
specific
want
chip
to
do you
keep
have?
going? Want to
Yeah,
keep
I
going?
actually do. What
You want
specific
to
chip
get
do
into
you
like
have in your computer?
the fucking like 10 nanometer
Quantum.
process?
Yeah, quantum tunneling. I don't think you believe in that, though, right? So how do you explain
Well,
that?
they don't do quantum tunneling because then you'd get leakage.
Yeah, exactly. But like, what do they have to do to make it so that there's no quantum tunneling?
Well, they have to make the traces far enough apart, right? They can't go
But they
too small
cannot
of a
do that,
problem.
right? Because they're miniaturizing the CPU more.
Yeah, they can do it. They can do it. Okay.
Well, how do they do it?
Well, they'll use different materials.
What materials? And that's actually not true.
Okay, then what is true?
They construct a semiconductor in a different way. The transistor is made like so instead of just having like a trace that runs like in a straight line, they give a right now it's a special T shape, like it's a T at the top and then a small fin at the bottom, which is a better structure due to our quantum mechanical understanding, right? It's a better structure to not allow the quantum tunneling to happen.
How's
Well,
that different
and
than
I
one
can
that
just
fuck
then I can
said?
just say, well, I can just appeal to our quantum like field theory understanding of like how this works. But the problem is this seems to be coherent, right? That's how we construct these like
It's
transistors.
actually the way you're saying it isn't coherent.
Okay, cool argument, bro.
No, you listen. You're completely incoherent. Okay. Listen,
Cool
I'm going to sum
argument,
up.
bro.
I'm going to sum up the arguments you made. Models are
Cool
explanations.
argument, bro.
Models are descriptions. Correlations are causes. Models are useful, therefore they're true. These are your claims.
Well, you're just strawmanning. Do you think I've said anything is capital T true? Do you think I've said that?
Then what are you arguing with us for? Nothing.
It's a
Nothing's
good
true. Like what?
functional description that makes like it's almost like I,
thought it
said
was
this
an
already 4
explanation.
times.
I thought it was an explanation. Is it an explanation
It's
or
both.
description?
Like it's an explanation and description. right?
It's both. It's both. How can it possibly be both? What do epicycles explain?
But it explains it and it describes it.
What do
It
epicycles
describes
explain?
what is happening, which is an explanation.
Okay,
You're
so
being
let me-
incredibly pedantic about this war.
No,
Whatever
no,
you want to call it, I can grant you that.
Listen.
Yeah, I'll
it's
grant
what
you
you
the
want to call
arguments.
it.
It's not
No,
material.
because you're a sophist, and I'm exposing your sophistry.
I'm the sophist here.
Yes,
I'm the one
you're-
that's always been able to explain everything better, and you calling me the sophist?
You can't explain how
What?
space-time is the causal mechanism and how that was determined.
It was determined
said-
by like observational data we have. Like more recently, I'm more
okay,
familiar with the more
I
recent
want
stuff.
everybody
We
to-
have
just
observed
hear- I
gravitational
want everybody
waves.
to hear what he
yeah.
just said. He previously said you cannot determine causes from observation.
You're just like twisting my words,
Right, and you just
But
no.
I'm
you,
saying we
you
have an
previously said that,
explanation.
and I asked you, how do you determine
No.
the causes? And you said we know it from observational data. You just contradicted yourself. You're a fucking fool. You're just
Okay,
saying
cool.
garbage.
I mean,
You're
that's
just
what you need
saying
to call.
garbage. No, you did it to yourself.
Nice.
Wasn't me. It was you.
Mm-hmm.
'Cause
So
you have a
can you repeat that
shattered
once
worldview.
more? What do you think I said?
You previously said that you
Mhm.
cannot get causes from observational data, and just now I asked you,
Yes,
how
but
do
do
you
you think
determine
I'm
the cause?
only?
How is it?
Yeah, do you think I'm only talking about the observational data? No, right? I'm talking about the model.
Oh, now you're gonna backpedal
underlined
and,
with the
and try to
observational data.
add on with some ad hoc bullshit, post facto.
Post facto, nice, very fancy term there.
It's not really that fancy
Yeah, exactly. Right. Like I know you would say that.
because it's after the fact.
Exactly. You could have just
You're
said
trying
that.
to, because that's what post facto means, dumb fuck. Means after the fact. So after the fact, you're trying to
Who is the
amend the
sophist?
garbage
Huh?
that came
Who
out
is
of
the
your trap.
sophist?
No, you're trying to amend the garbage that came out of your
It's
trap.
almost like we're trying to like
I think
if this was an honest debate,
I
right?
think I figured it out.
We would just be honestly conversing here, and then if I wanted to, which I actually didn't, but if I wanted to amend something later, you would just let me, right? Like I've let you.
There is a language barrier. It's pretty obvious. I've seen this
No,
before.
it's not. It's not a language barrier.
Well, he's playing that he doesn't get what you're saying. He doesn't get it.
He understands.
Oh, so he gets it. He's playing.
Yeah,
dumb then.
he's a fundy zealot, dude. Like, so he just keeps saying things that sound good, just hoping I'll convince
So
people
he's
if I just say things
pretending
that
there
sound
is a
good.
language barrier of comprehension. Okay, he's pretending.
So I'll give you another model. So Maxwell's equations, right? So that's a model of electricity and magnetism, and that makes predictions, right? Well, that was based on a mechanical
Hey,
model
look,
of the
they're starting
ether.
to mute
No,
me
hold
again.
on. The explanation
I
for
mean,
that
I don't know
was
how I can converse with you if I just get muted.
Hold on.
Standing up for my right.
Hold on. Hold on.
Hold on. Right? So there's Maxwell's equations, right? The explanation for them by Maxwell was a mechanical model of the ether. Is that explanation true? Because his model's true, it makes predictions. For the computer, you think that no one can understand.
Do you live in a black and white world where everything is either true or not true? So like
Jesus Christ.
I actually don't know about this whole ether stuff. I would classify that under
Yeah,
false. But that's
he jumped
like
over the question.
that's well, I just answered it.
Wait.
Holy shit! I just answered it. Okay, I would classify it as
You
false
asked a question
in your
after his
dichotomy.
question.
Yeah. The problem is like there's like a logical fallacy, right? I don't have to like say yes or no. I can have like an alternative opinion where it's not yes or no, right? Where it's like basically every explanation that you have is not true or false, right? It's like correct to a degree, right? Like if I explain something with ether, we have better understandings of that right now, right? Like maybe at some point there were useful predictions you can make of that. I don't really care about some ether explanation from like 500 years ago, like 300 or whatever.
500.
Like, yeah, like
That's so
I don't
funny,
care,
man.
right? Yeah, I think it is funny because I don't know where you would go back to that, right? Like that's not where science is today, right? Science is today at like trying to like fit gravity in the standard model, essentially, right? Like so, like if you want to ask any critical questions, you would do that. But you guys like seemingly don't understand that or don't care about any of that, right? Because like you guys like whenever anyone brings that up, you like fall flat and you don't know what you're talking about and try and go back to like things that are 500 years old. Almost like that's how
No.
you have to attack science because that's where
You
you
don't
guys
even
stop too.
do you
right?
even understand the point I was making? Do you even understand it? You made a claim that models are explanations, and if they make accurate predictions, those explanations are true.
Did I just not clarify that they're not true capital
So now
T
another
truths, that they're just accurate to a degree, and they're the best explanation? No, that's what I said before. I like explained
No,
this
it
4
isn't what
times
you
already.
said before. You can just
Maybe you're
scroll
not
up in the
saving it
chat.
correctly, you know. But I mean,
Scroll
hey,
up
look,
in the
if you
chat,
record this
dude.
on
You've been
YouTube,
saying it for an
go
hour.
back, re-listen to it. It's clearly what I've said multiple times
You've also
already.
typed it
Okay.
in the chat. All we have to do is scroll up. You've been saying the same shit for an hour.
Yeah, if you would actually read what I said, though, then you would actually understand what I'm trying to convey to you here. But since you're just like just looking for like a gotcha, a straw man, you're actually failing to understand the broader point. Which, like, I don't actually know if you're in bad faith or you actually think you're right. Because, like, if you actually think you're right about this, then like I'm very, very sad for you.
How much fucking juice did you stick up your nose, bro? Jesus Christ. Listen, it's really simple. I'm trying to nail you down to a fucking position. And you're trying not to be nailed down. You're trying to just make proclamations of freaking truth with no basis in them whatsoever. And I'm trying to nail you down to an actual position so we
That
can
I don't
figure
hold,
out what the
yes.
fuck. So you don't have a position.
No, I don't hold a position that you say I hold, but I do have a position. That is that models, the current understanding, is the best understanding we have. And science is beautiful in the way that it allows corrections, it allows new ideas, right, that more accurately describe the real world. And that's how we always just refine our understanding more and more and more.
Okay.
So, like, of course, I'm not going to offend the 300-year-old or like even like a 200-year-old worldview,
No,
right?
you missed the point, bro. It wasn't about
Oh my god.
fucking model, and it wasn't about Maxwell. It was about your claim about what models do and whether they're explanations or not, which is the whole basis of your worldview.
No, That's not what you alleged I said. You alleged that I said
What?
that they were true, or you asked me if they were true or not, right? I've never said they would be true or not true. I would
Okay,
say
then
there
what are
would
you
be
talking about?
explanations, right? Like, you
Are the
seem to not
explanations
understand
true?
this. This is
Are
actually
the
sad.
are the explanations true?
To a degree,
To a degree?
right?
To
Which
what
is my
degree are they
entire
true?
argument, right?
Wait a
To what
second.
degree are they truth?
To the degree that they accurately describe the real world.
So the explanation is true
To the degree
degree
it
that
describes the real
that
world.
they
Yes, correct.
describe do they describe the real world? Those two things don't mesh, bro.
How not?
My man,
I
but he
guess science
didn't
doesn't
use
mess,
Because
you
the
think, huh?
it's an explanation for the description, right?
guy, but he
No,
didn't
that's
use it.
that's
So
just
he used it
that is
ironically.
actually sophistry on your part there. Like,
No,
I
it's an
am just trying to
explanation for the
explain to you.
description. But we can have descriptions that have no basis in reality.
Yes. And do you think they would say they would be true or not? Because literally, like, how true they are, I just said, would be related to how accurately describe the real world, right? So no, I wouldn't say they would be true to a large degree or
Okay,
to any
okay,
degree.
real
right?
simple.
Clearly.
In your criteria for accurately describing the real world is whether your model has some output that matches the output in reality.
I know what you mean with output there. Can you clarify?
Output. So you have a model, you put in some you put in some values into the variables of the model, and it spits an output out, right? And that's your prediction. And then you go make an observation, right? And your observation is true to the degree that it matches the
Another
output of the model.
observation, yes.
Yeah. So you have
Correct.
observations, you have the prediction of the model, and you have your observation, and then you compare the observational
Different
data to the
observation,
prediction.
yes.
Whatever. The model isn't the observation. Okay, so we have an
But the
observation.
model is the one that makes predictions about the observations, right? So
Yeah,
if you have a
fine.
lot of observations that contort with the predictions, then yeah, you hold the model as true.
Okay, and what does that
To a
tell you
degree.
about your? How does that help you understand anything?
It helps me understand it because the model makes other predictions than what you just tested.
Okay, so if my
So
model
that-
has no relationship to reality and it makes accurate predictions, accurate,
No
super accurate,
relation.
100%,
Well, none,
100%
right? That's my
accurate.
entire point.
So, did you read what I posted, which you said was irrelevant?
You're gonna
I'm
have to
gonna read.
be
I'm
more
gonna read it
specific
to you.
than
And
that.
you to overtalk me, I'm gonna mute you. So just listen. This is
Cool.
written by Derek Abbott, School of Electrical and Electronic Engineering. So I'm gonna appeal to authority too. Physicists may have nightmares on studying a standard electronic engineering text, finding the use of negative time in the theory of non-causal filters. However, a non-Platonist engineer has no qualms about such transformations into negative spaces, as there is no ultimate reality there. They're all mental constructs and are dealt with purely in a utilitarian way, producing the results required for system design. Okay? Meaning,
So what do you
you could have a
think that
model. Well, I know what it says. It means you can have mathematical models that make predictions that have no ultimate reality in them. So you don't have any understanding unless you want to understand unreality.
Wait. You think math is in the same category as like physics or chemistry? In
Don't
relation
ask
to
me a
how
question.
like
Don't ask me a
math.
question. Address what I said. Don't ask
Yeah,
me a question.
math is an axiomatic system, right? It's like
Yeah,
a
cool.
language.
Yeah, cool. And
It's not physics, right? Like
yeah, cool.
like I'm using language in a physics paper, right? That doesn't indicate the underlying physics, the idea I'm trying to communicate, right? It is
Yeah,
true that you
keep
cannot
talking. I'm listening to you throw your own claim under the bus. Keep going.
So
Keep going. Throw your own claim under the bus.
well, you seemingly don't understand, I guess. But so
No, yeah,
it's not.
so you just keep saying I
you
don't
have
understand. I don't think you
yeah.
understand what you're saying.
Okay.
Right?
Mhm.
Now you're
Yeah.
saying that mathematics is not reality, even though the mathematical model, right?
Oh my God.
If it makes accurate predictions,
What did I
increases
say
your
earlier?
understanding
Physics,
of reality.
right?
Now, how does that work?
Physics, right? I was
Well,
talking about physics, right?
yeah,
Correct.
physics.
That's what I've always said. GR is
Mathematical
the
physics,
theory
right?
in physics. What the
Mathematical
fuck is
physics, right?
mathematical physics? Use maths
Physics
just like
using
you like
mathematics.
use English in a paper, right?
Well, then can you
It's
give
an
me an example
axiomatic
of it?
system.
Well, can you give me an example of a physics model that fits the criteria you're using? Right? You give the example, physics model, no mathematics.
Why are you moving on to some weird? Like I'm not.
No, because
You're not understanding the central
dude, you
argument,
just try
right?
never to be nailed down to anything.
I am
It's
not
hilarious.
saying. I'm not saying. like you're not allowing me to explain, right? You're always interrupting me. That's fine by me, but then you have to allow me to clarify later on, right?
The
Like,
guy with the
I am trying
10,000
to.
to 1 word
Oh
count
my god!
claims he's being
I'm trying
interrupted.
to. Yeah, I'm trying to explain to you how math, much like a language, is just like an axiomatic system we use to convey ideas,
I'm
right?
well aware of
Now,
that. You're not teaching anybody anything, bro.
it's well,
You're just
I'm
refuting
teaching
your own
you that,
claim.
right?
No,
Because
you're
somehow
refuting your
you
own
see,
claim and you don't even
because
realize it.
sometime, because
You're refuting your
somehow you
own
see,
claim.
you just
When
keep
you
saying
say
that,
model, what do you
but
mean? Okay,
I
then
mean
tell us. When
the
you say
the
model, we have a model
yeah.
that makes predictions, and that
Oh my
helps our
god.
understanding of reality. That's what you said. That's what you said, right? Is that not true? Am I straw manning you?
Yeah.
If
And
we
you
have a
think the
model,
predictions are
and you said
purely
to the degree,
mathematical?
stop over talking me.
Oh
I want
my
to steal.
god.
I want to steel man your position so that you
I
can't
don't
say
need
I
you to
straw
steal
man.
my
Yeah,
position
I
because you
really do.
probably straw
I
man
want
it
to
on
steel man your
accident.
position because to stop you from trying to bounce around like a
Dude, you're
jackrabbit.
just waffling from like railroad to
No, you're
railroad.
waffling.
You
That's
don't
why
want
you.
to talk about one specific topic. It's actually so
I
sad.
am.
Like,
I'm
I
trying
never
to.
said that this is pure mathematics or anything like that. That's like, it's not a position I ever held. I specifically said physics, TR is a theory in physics, not in pure math, right? It's like any theory that's pure math would like not
Now it's a theory.
comport
You
to the
said
real
models,
world.
but earlier you said models.
Oh my god, I'm using the terms
Is it a model
interchangeably,
or a
okay?
theory? Take your pick.
Sure. Like whenever I say theory, you can just think model. Okay, how about that?
Okay,
Happy with
so
that?
what kind of model? Is it a mathematical model? Are these models that you're talking about that make predictions? Are they mathematical
Physics.
models?
It's a physical model in
It's a
physics.
physical model. Does it have mathematics in it?
Yes, much like it has English.
Okay, so what I was talking about math, right? The math
But
that
math
you
is not
tried
a
to
part.
run away from.
I'm not running away from math, my dudes. Like math is the part that you use as a language to make the predictions, right? To show the predictions. But it's not the part of your like your theory, your model that you use to like experimentally verify the predictions, right? Like you use math to explain what you're predicting, right? But
Use
you don't
math
use
to
math.
explain.
But you don't use. Oh my! You're actually
Use math
laughing
to
at yourself. It's
explain.
actually so sad.
Math
Yes.
now math explains.
Yeah, like
Again,
it's.
you're all over the
You can
place.
just use it as descriptive. How about describe? Are you happy with that?
Yes, math describes. Dude, your
Oh, you're
claim.
so pedantic. Oh my
Your
god.
claim. No.
This is actually so
No, you're
sad.
just trying not to be nailed down to any position because you're a snake. Okay?
No,
You're a
like my
worm.
position is more than clear. Okay, my position is that a physical model makes predictions that you then experimentally verify. I never said anything
You don't
about
even know what
math,
an
right?
experiment
You're just
is.
trying to make this go to like things I didn't say, and it's actually so fucking snaky, right?
Okay.
Like it is
Well,
so
that's why I tried
retarded because
to listen.
clearly it's not what
And
I'm fucking saying, right?
So here's the funny part. I predicted you were going to do that when I tried to steel man your position. I just predicted what you were actually going to do. That you were going to try to say I was straw manning your position. So I tried to steel man your position, and you said you didn't need your position steel manned. You're a snake. You're a fucking worm.
Is that all you got?
just slither all over the
It's
place.
okay. Can we go? Can we go to the
So let's go
actual
back
like
to
debate?
so
right?
now I'm gonna try to steel man your position again. Right? So you can't claim you were straw man.
This is just so boring.
Yeah,
No,
because
I just need
you
you to
can't squirm
honestly
out of it,
engage with
dude.
what I'm saying, right?
I'm
not weaseling out of
have
anything.
engaged in what you're
I am
saying. I'm trying to
I am
steel man your
again just
position.
trying to explain to you how a model just makes predictions, right? And then
No, I
you
actually
verify
explained
that
that to
in the
you.
hands of
You said it
observational
makes
science, right?
you said it makes a model. So if you have a model, you said a model makes
Yeah.
accurate predictions, in the truth of which it's true to the degree
No,
at
I
which
didn't
the
say it
prediction.
necessarily makes
Listen,
accurate
you said
predictions.
it's true to the degree on which it makes accurate predictions.
Yes.
That the model is true to the degree on which it makes accurate predictions.
Correct.
And I said, hey, how about one of these models? And you said, and then you said, mathematics is
General
not reality.
relativity.
So then you said,
No,
mathematics
that's
is
not what I said. No, you're strawmanning me here. Okay, I said general relativity when you asked me for a model. Okay, last time I checked, general
My God.
relativity is not just math, correct?
Yeah, run away, dude. You're trying to
Correct?
run back
Is
to general
relativity
relativity.
just math? No,
Is
I'm like being
mathematics reality?
super topical. We are talking about what
No,
I
you're
said, and
not.
what I said
No,
is
you're
general
not.
relativity.
No,
I
you're
did
not.
not say math, my dude. You're either being super bad faith or you have dementia.
Just a second ago, you said
So you
that
have dementia?
mathematics is a language and it's an axiomatic system, and you
Yes.
said that there's no physics there, there's no ultimate reality there. So if you have a mathematical model, how do you go from the mathematical model, which makes a
Oh my God.
prediction and is true to the degree at which it makes accurate predictions, how do you get from the model, which has no reality, to the one that has reality?
In the same way,
Because
use
truth,
language
truth
to
is in
describe
reality.
reality, my
Truth
dude.
is in the abstract world. Truth is in reality.
In
So
the
how did
same
you
way, use the English language to describe some underlying reality. In the same way.
So not an explanation, a description.
So what do you think is wrong with that argument?
Is understanding a description? Now, if we're going to do this again.
I don't know what you mean by those two words, right?
Understanding? Understanding? You don't know what that means?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Okay. Understanding means you comprehend how it works, right? So understanding and description have nothing to do with each other.
Can you explain to me how you comprehend?
Yes, and now listen. It's not how I comprehend. It's how what the words mean in English. If I watch,
But the
watch
words
the
mean
sun go
different things
across
to
the
different
sky.
people, right? That's why I want to know what you mean by it, because you're asking me a question on like word equivalence, right? And that just depends on what you think the words mean, right? That's how you're going to engage with them. You're not going to fairly
there's what
engage with how I mean those words, right? Because you're acting in bad faith in this conversation. So I have to hold
talk
you to
about me
like every
again,
word to define it ad infinitum, right? Because that's the conversation you want to have. So I'm giving you that here.
I'm using the
Yes,
common
yes.
English. I'm using the common English definition of these words. When I describe something, a description of something, all I'm doing is saying exactly what I see descriptively. Hey, I look in the sky. I see the sun move. That is descriptive. Now, I have no understanding. There's no understanding there. Do you think if I just look in the sky and see the sun move, I understand it?
Explanation, a statement or account that makes something
Oh my
clear.
God.
That's what an explanation is. Well, you're holding to the normal English definitions, right? So like if I get them from all current languages, that's a normal English definition, right? That's the definition of an explanation. And then the definition of a description is a spoken or written account of a person, object, or event.
Yeah.
Okay, so
that's
it seems like you are wrong, right?
No.
I'm using them more or less interchangeably, what they are, right? Either statement or account that makes something clear, or either spoken or written account of a person, object, or event, right? These are more or less interchangeable, right?
No,
so if you
they're
just want
not.
to go with
No,
like,
they're
if
not.
you think a statement
not
or
the
account that makes
same.
something clear is not interchangeable as a spoken or written language of a person, object, or event, is not more or less the same?
That doesn't make any. Listen, one
So
makes it
a
clear.
spoken or written
One
account
makes it clear.
is different from a statement or account?
Listen, just because they have a couple of the same words doesn't mean the definitions mean
Not
the
a
same
couple
thing.
of the same word. You're fucking copying, my dude. I can copy and paste them to you so you can look at it for 5 seconds and understand that they more or less mean the same thing in like normal
More or
English
less? Is
conversation.
it more or less? Which one is it?
You don't even know what the expression more or less means? Do we even have to go there?
Why aren't they
Wait, do I have
synonyms?
to Google that for you too?
Listen,
More
why aren't
or
they
less
Okay,
phrase.
so let's go back. Let's go back to
I mean,
what
you're
I was
doing
talking
this,
about.
right?
But you ran
You're
away.
being the one engaging bad faith, forcing me to like define all your
All
words
you
ad
do is
infinitum, right?
fucking talk, bro. Do you ever fucking listen? Real simple. I asked you a question. If I watch the sun go across the sky, does that increase my understanding? Is me saying I see the sun go across the sky, is that an explanation? Yes or no?
That depends on the context, but it does increase your understanding, yes.
Well, here's the context. I saw the sun move across the sky. In that context, is that an explanation or is it an
An
understanding?
explanation for what? It can explain things, yes.
No.
It can explain for why you're hot, right?
No,
If you
it's
see
just
the
that
sun,
singular sentence.
if you
I
see
saw the sun
if
move across the sky. Just that sentence. Just that sentence. I saw the
just that
sun move across
sentence
the
in a
sky.
vacuum,
Is it an explanation?
it explains the sun moving across the sky. Yes, in a
It
vacuum. That's
explains
what that
it.
explains.
It describes it, bro. I'm just saying I
I
saw
mean,
the sun move
according to the
across the sky.
definitions we just googled, the description and
No,
explanation
no.
means more or
If
less
I
the same. They're both an account of something that happened.
No, no.
Yes,
no.
a statement or account that makes
description
something
is-
clear, a spoken or written account of a person, object, or event. I think the sun
Yeah,
moving
those are two
across the
different
sky
definitions.
is a spoken or written account or of an event,
make
right? So
things
that makes
clear.
a
To make
description.
things clear.
Okay, a statement or account that makes something clear. Okay, it
Yeah,
makes
different
clear that
things.
you made the sun move across the sky. Yes, it makes something
I
clear.
made this. What are you talking about? Made the sun move? What the fuck are you talking about? Listen, if I say I saw the sun
No, it
move
makes
across the
clear
sky,
that
doesn't
yes.
explain anything. It doesn't. There's no
Yes,
understanding.
it explains that you saw the sun move across the sky. It explains
So
that.
it explains me.
What? No, it just explains that you saw something.
It explains the sun.
No, it explains that you saw the sun
Do you have a
move
greater
across the sky.
understanding of the
Is
sun?
this? Yeah, you know that it
You
can
do?
move across the sky. Yeah,
Yeah, I know we see it move across the
exactly.
sky, right? That's
Well, yeah, that
descriptive.
means it happens,
But
right?
if I say we see the sun move across the sky because the Earth rotates, that is an explanation. What the fuck?
That's
See, I made
more
it
of an
more clear.
explanation, but the other thing is
No,
also
it's
an
an explanation
explanation.
because I made the dynamic
Oh my
description
god.
more clear, right?
This is so boring. Can we actually go
Indio,
back to the central argument?
wait, can I
The
say something
central
real quick?
argument is that you don't know
No,
the
the
words.
central argument is that theories, aka models, provide an explanation that are then
Theories
testable,
aren't
right?
models. Theories aren't models, dumbass.
Okay, do you want me? Is that another thing I should go Google?
Dude, models are description
Are you afraid?
that make predictions, right?
Okay,
Theories are
theory,
explanations of
scientific.
why and how, right?
Oh, like
You're
a,
in
a,
you're
a
in a
scientific
category
theory.
error.
If
Like you
anything,
can't get
no.
out
If
of it.
anything, a scientific theory is like a smaller piece of a model, right? A model will generally be more all-encompassing. That's how those words are usually used in science.
So give me the model for
I'm sorry
germ
to
theory.
disappoint you.
Give me the model for germ theory.
For germ theory, I mean that's
No,
kind
give me
of
the model. Give me the model for germ theory because you just said that theory and model are synonymous. So give me the model
no.
for germ theory.
Well, if it's synonymous, then we just say germ theory, right? Like if you're
No,
claiming
you
that
said
I claimed it's a
theory.
synonym,
No, you
that's
said
what backs that
model
up,
and
right?
theory are synonymous. You said they're the same thing.
Yeah, you don't
Actually, you
even
said a
understand the
theory.
argument.
You said actually
You're
what you said was a theory is a subset of a model, right? You said theory was a subset of a model, right?
Yeah, I said
So
that's generally how that word is used. Yeah.
okay, so germ theory. What model is that a subset of?
Biology.
So biology is a model.
Sure. You can regard it as
Really?
a model.
Can you post a biology model that makes predictions that are accurate and are true
Well,
to the degree in which they make
biology.
accurate predictions?
Well, there are predictions in biology, no? My entire point of models being like a good tool, right, is that they make multiple predictions,
No one
right? Not
argues
that they
that they're
just
a good
make
tool.
one model. Oh my
Utility
god.
is not
Let
an
me
argument.
finish one fucking sentence, okay? Is that
Yeah,
they make
now you're
multiple
straw man my
predictions,
position though.
and with the one prediction. Wait, how do you think I strawmanned you?
Because no one's making an argument against utility. Who made an argument against utility that models are useful and they can make predictions that are accurate?
Oh,
The argument is whether there's any
by
ultimate truth
extent that
there
you
and whether
chose to engage with me, because you should only engage with me if you disagree with me, right? You're disagreeing with me. That's my entire argument.
well
That makes useful predictions.
you just claimed that argument in text chat that you weren't making a utilitarian argument because you said my
Not
text
just
that
a
I posted was irrelevant. So if it's irrelevant and has nothing to do with the utilitarian argument.
Yeah, it's irrelevant because you waffled around some like weird thing that
So
like
you're not
someone said
making a
at some point.
utilitarian argument. Are you or aren't you? Yes or no? Utilitarian argument.
What
Is
do you
your
think a
argument
utilitarian argument means?
model is true because it works?
No, the model is useful because
Okay,
it describes things to a useful degree.
Okay. So how?
That's my
So
claim.
how is it? So basically,
Clearly right.
some subjective standard of utility. Great, fantastic. So we're
I don't
arguing
know.
about your
With
opinion.
useful,
basically.
I literally just mean that it
Well, what's
makes
useful to you
accurate.
is not useful. Well, listen. So here's
Well,
something
it's
that's useful.
useful
The
to the
atomic
rest of the
bomb,
world
right?
too, right?
The atomic
You're
bomb was
using
useful to
computer.
Truman. It was not useful to the Japanese.
No, like it's useful to destroy people, I guess, to kill people.
Yeah, but that doesn't. But that wasn't useful to the Japanese, right?
Yeah, I guess this is really a
So
weird line of
utility is subjective,
argumentation.
right? So utility is subjective on whether
Sure.
something's useful or not, right?
Utility
So
is
basically, we're
subjective.
arguing about your opinion.
No,
Fantastic.
not really. We're
Yeah,
arguing
really.
about the intersubjective opinions about everyone in the world, and it seems that they all kind of like, all the scientific theories and models, the trigger words, right, that
Oh
we
my
have,
God.
right?
Not
Maybe
only do
you
you know
don't,
what
but I
everyone
do.
in the world thinks, you know how they feel about science.
Yeah,
And not only do you know how they
yeah,
feel about
exactly.
science, you know that they like it.
Wait, who
Dude,
do you
you're
think would
a
disagree with that?
nutcase. It's not my
Wait, who do you
claim. I
think
don't
would
have to
disagree?
disagree with me.
No, you're on the computer. You value
So
this,
what?
otherwise you wouldn't spend your time on it. Well, you have a
Technology
computer
is not
through fucking
science, bro.
science. Oh my
Technology is not
god.
science.
We just went through like a transistor and how you need fucking science, a scientific understanding about the material world to be able
Okay.
to make this computer.
So no, it's not how it
Yes.
works. So you have
That is
engineering,
how
right?
it works.
So you know what a fab is, right? So you know what a fab is? And when
Sure.
when they design a new fabrication process,
Yeah.
do they just write down a bunch of equations, make a prediction, manufacture it, and
No, they Google what the
the wafer?
equations are, and
Do
then
they use
plug them
trial and
in.
yeah, and you know what? And then they use trial and error until it works, right?
based on all the other science that they have before, they use a little bit of trial and error
Oh,
too.
so
Yeah, to
other
get to the
trial and
final
error.
point.
So other trial and error. So they're building
Well,
on the trial
if
and
you
error of other people that came before them.
sure,
So it's
like
not
if
science.
you want to
So and
reduce
it's not
if
predictive
you want
model.
to reduce science to like trial and error, then I guess
No,
sure. Like in a way, it kind of is that, but
Good
it's
try.
trial and
Good try to
error
like.
in like
Good
a
try to
very
like
like in a very
sneak
structured
science in there.
way.
It's not doing science.
Well, I mean, like
Technology is not
everyone
science.
knows. Everyone
Technology. What does STEM mean?
everyone knows what we're talking about here. Like
What does
everyone
STEM mean?
knows
What
that
is everybody
everyone
knows now
knows.
the
Everyone
clairvoyant speaks
can
to
you
end for
actually?
everybody on Earth.
Yeah, it
Dude,
seems
you're
that
a
I kind of know
clown.
more than you.
Yeah, you're a mind reader. Do you have a
Okay,
predictive
maybe
model
not
for that?
everyone. Sure, everyone is
You
like
have no
a pretty
idea
strong
what people
statement.
think.
Everyone of sound minds knows that you
Oh, now you're a
use science
psychiatrist
and
too.
in how you build a bridge, in how you make a processor, right? You need to understand the world. Understanding the world is true science, right? Because we have these models that make predictions, and if the predictions are coherent with a model, we know that those models are correct to a certain degree, that the predictions were correct to, right? And then you
Right back to the
use that
same talking point.
knowledge.
That's
You
hilarious.
use because you seem to not
Because
understand
I
it. Then you
refuted it like
use
3
that
different
knowledge.
ways, dude. And you
Then
just
you use
like
that
reset like an
knowledge to
NPC. It's crazy. I
then use that
refuted the whole
knowledge.
claim of understanding from a fucking model that makes predictions, dude. I
Okay,
completely
then
refuted it by
maybe you
example.
think you do, but like then use those
No, I know
models
I
to
did.
try and construct things that are based on those on that accumulated knowledge, right? I think it's very valuable. Like I like to fly airplanes.
Yeah,
I
no,
like to use
more
my computer.
subjectivity. Yeah,
I
it's
like to
valuable.
drive my car on a road that is like built in a certain way that it doesn't fall apart instantly, right?
Yeah, that's
I like to
technology and
not die in
engineering.
an
So what?
airplane.
Yeah, it's technology and engineering. So what?
So
You know,
what?
people had to die in an
They're based on
airplane.
a scientific foundation. Do
No,
you
they're
think
not
that
based
if
on science.
do you
Scientists did not think an airplane would work, dude. Everything you just said is bullshit. Who
Do you
invented
think
the
you can
airplane?
build? Do you think you can build a bridge without understanding science and understanding gravity? Do you think you could
Did
do
we
that?
build bridges before science existed?
Does that answer? Can you answer
Yeah.
my question?
Yeah. Yes, we can because we built bridges before science existed.
Gotcha.
But we
Yeah,
didn't
did
have
we not?
airplanes though, right?
Did we not? How did the pyramids get there?
Oh, bro, I can answer
Do
that. I can
you
answer
think
that
the
real simple.
idea of understanding external
Hey,
forces just never existed? Like I
homie
don't.
Slice.
Yeah, they know
Do,
by
You can
trial and
drop
error.
listen to this.
Do you think that
Yo,
aerospace
chill for a second.
engineers
Hey,
study
let
physics?
someone else speak, dickhead. Thanks. Okay, check it out, homie. In the past, when they made supportive arches, they would just drop a catenary, trace it, and reverse it, and then they'd make the arch, and it would always support the structure. So, yeah, that didn't involve zero science, Holmes.
Well, that sounds like the science. That sounds like the method of science, right? Having a theory, having a hypothesis, testing and seeing if it's
Wow,
repeatable, and then if it is repeatable, then it's an effective theory. It's an effective thing
Oh,
to do.
trial and error is science. That's what you're claiming.
That's part
Pretty
of science.
much.
Yeah, that's not all of science.
So basically, you can
I
do
love
a
that.
bunch
I love
of.
that. Everything
do a
I
bunch
say
of-
is just so basically it's just this. Like good argument, bro. Good job.
No.
Good
Well,
engagement. Good
that's
critical engagement, guys.
yeah. The same thing every time. You get refuted and you talk about us every fucking time. Y'all are like one trick ponies. It's pretty sad.
Wait, India, do you truly believe that in order to make something, you shouldn't adhere to science? Not that you shouldn't adhere to science, but adhering to science at all is just invalid?
No, science will give you a starting point, right?
Starting point.
A starting point. So we have starting points, right? So we have an underlying physical theory of how something will work. We use that as starting point for the design of some object.
Right, but
Bridge.
you
But
had the
it's a
audacity.
starting point. What do you mean audacity? What
Let
does
me
that mean?
finish. Let me finish. You had the
No, let India
audacity.
finish it. He was
You-
talking. You stop
Okay,
interrupting
okay.
and
Well,
let
then
him finish.
then I'll let him finish. I'll let him finish.
Okay, let me finish. Yeah, okay. So we use science as a starting point plus past experience, right? So say I want to engineer a steel suspension bridge, right? We know from material science, right, from testing the structure or testing like the steel segments, all this stuff, what the capacity is of the components of the bridge, right?
Mm.
And we know from bridges collapsing, from testing the steel, trial and error in the manufacturing process, all these things, right? Constant testing to see what will happen. But we're just testing descriptively. None of that shit is science.
Dude, literally all you just described is science.
It's not science.
It
It's not
is.
science is where's the scientific method in any of that?
You
Where is-
literally hold on.
How
Let me
we're
get to what I was gonna say. You
Well,
literally
can you my question? Where's the scientific method in any of that?
literally everything you just said is the scientific method. Testing, trial and error. That's all. Those are all very basic science things. And then we
They're
can
not
also
science
get
things.
What?
You don't even know what the scientific method is, do you?
You literally just said it though.
Okay, so what's my independent variable and all that shit? What's my dependent variable? What's my control variable? What's my null
gonna
hypothesis? What's all that? Tell me what all that is and what I described.
refine
Null
your claim.
hypothesis. Oh, refine my claim. I just described how the engineering process for making a steel bridge.
Well,
happened.
do it again. Do it again.
It's
then.
your claim that it's science.
It's not.
So if it is science, then it needs the elements of the scientific method within it, right?
All
So,
right,
you
I'm
need
not
a
having this conversation
So
with
you
you.
need a
This is
hypothesis.
retarded.
You need an independent variable. You need a dependent variable. You need a control variable. You need a null hypothesis. Where's that in anything I just said?
Kids think anything fancy is science. If it's fancy, it is science.
Yeah, basically, if I don't understand it, it's science.
Yeah, essentially, it's ridiculous. And so what they're revealing is how little they understand. When they call anything science,
That's how you view
no,
it.
it's like calling it a religion. It's like saying, "Oh my God, Helios, the great sky chariots, drawing the sun across the sky. No wonder it's so bright." That's
What?
you.
So,
You don't understand half this shit.
Aren't you
Let me-
religious?
let-
The
I
fuck?
want to ask one. Let me ask one question. What does STEM stand for?
STEM,
STEM, yeah.
science, technology, engineering, mathematics.
Yeah, why is that broken up into a bunch of different words and formed into a fucking acronym if they're all the same?
Dude, all of those things in there, they work together in unison.
So does.
That's
how come,
why.
How come art is left?
Okay,
Wow,
so
dude.
I want
Wow.
to go back. I want to go back to the airplane. No, because like
No,
everything
don't just skip over.
they don't
that.
work in. They don't. They
Yes,
can
they
work in
do.
unison. They
They
can,
have
but
Nothing's more artistic
they
than
can.
like a
And I'm going to
cathedral.
give you an example where they didn't quote unquote work in unison. So
They
who invented the airplane? Who invented the airplane?
Right, and that's actually I don't know
No,
who
the-
invented the airplane.
Okay,
well,
the Wright
actually,
brothers.
yes, I do. Yeah,
The Wright brothers, right? They invented the airplane. What did the scientists at this time say about the airplane? They said it was
What?
impossible. They said
fucking
it
know.
was impossible.
Did they?
Yeah, they did.
Where's your
Yeah.
sources?
Jesus Christ, dude! Did you go to school?
Because
They didn't teach
the
you about the
right.
Wright brothers in
Listen,
school?
Dude, holy
no,
crap.
listen,
Dude, this is well known, dude. It's not even up to debate, bro.
Bro, the Wright brothers obviously had to have a sense of knowledge in order to create that airplane.
Yeah,
they
they
fucking
were
had to.
they were
Now you're
high
making
school.
up what you think you know.
Okay,
You don't
so
really
they were-
know this. You're making up
Of
stories.
course, of course, some people are gonna like fucking not trust it if it's never been done before. No fucking shit. People don't just know these things are gonna happen.
Auburn, you just
so
learned
This
about
really
you
Auburn
just heard
is
their
just
names
arguing
a
from
minute
belligerent
ago.
ignorance. He
Hold
doesn't
on,
have
hold
any
on.
informative.
Hold on. I want Indio to be able to have this conversation with this
Yeah,
guy
I know.
one-on-one. But Auburn, you need to chill and wait to the end of Indio's sentence, and
Yeah.
don't try and argue about something that you just heard about 5 seconds ago.
So, in case you guys know the way I operate, right? So, you guys will say something, and I'll give an example that demonstrates that that's wrong. Okay, so that's what I'm doing right now. The Wright brothers, I don't even know if they had high school degrees, but they were bike mechanics, and they made flight happen by trial and error. When tons of people tried, and mainstream science said it was impossible. Okay, they didn't use any science. They were just mechanics, and they made machines. Right? I'm sure they use some mathematics. They use like a ruler, calipers, right? So they were just engineers. They engineered the thing to work. They didn't use any science. Nobody knew anything about aerodynamics or anything like that. That field didn't exist,
Right.
but they did it. They didn't use science. So how did they do this? So if technology is science, then they would have to use science to develop a technology.
Can I throw something in?
What?
Can I throw something in here? Just to add on to what India was saying. India used an example, and I think it's very even the statement, right? Even before looking at the example, STEM, STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math. The guy before, he said something about, oh, they work all in unison or something, right? I mean, that statement alone says a lot, right? All these things working in unison implies that they are individual components as distinct from one another. So to say one is the other or whatnot is not true, right? Just by definition.
What? How?
Well, like India was pointing out before, why would you need to break it up into different into an acronym like that if one was the other or multiple of them were basically the one or the other one? If
Right, because
they're not distinct. Not to say that they can't be used together, right? It's very useful, but to swap one out and treat them as interchangeable is fallacious.
It sounds like you're going off the impression that everything down to the minute detail must all be exactly the same.
That's not what I said at all.
But that's how I feel like that's how you're.
No, your arm is not your leg, right? You can't say your arm is your leg when they're part of your body.
Yeah, you're allowed to feel that way, but allow me to point out that it's misaligned with reality.
Guys, let's not spend another hour trying to explain to a Glober what science is.
Right.
He doesn't get it. He doesn't get it.
Even then, it's so irrelevant.
Something simple, observations, water, something like that.
Auburn, you ever think that maybe you're using like a super broad definition of science and that word itself is just used broadly to give something an air of respectability?
No, I feel like science can be expressed in many different ways. So
Right.
I don't think
Well, how do you-
correct.
okay, I mean, I understand that, but when someone says something's been scientifically proven, that people think about that in a certain way, right? They think, well, it's been scientifically proven, meaning this is 100% actual truth. Well, if you have a varied method of so-called science, all those methods can't lead to truth, right? That's what I'm talking about when I say the word itself. It's just used.
What?
I'll just sprinkle the word science on it, right? I'll sprinkle the word science on what I said, and then it gives us this air of respectability of absolute truth, right? So as what you hear earlier, he was saying there's observational science and that it can't prove the causal mechanisms, right? So we can do observations of reality and make descriptions of what we see. And we can make up ideas in our head about what causes what. This causes that. This causes the other thing. But we don't know that for a fact because we haven't done the experiments to determine that for a fact. But people will call that science, right? They'll say, this is science. This quote unquote observational science. But there's limitations on that scientific method. That's what we want to call it. Not all science is created equally. In engineering, there's a reason that when you go to university, they have engineering degrees in engineering schools and science degrees. Like the two separate things because they learn differently. They learn different things, right? Science has a goal. Its goal is to increase the understanding of the natural world, right? To systematically analyze the natural world and the things in it. Whereas engineering is to make products, things, manufacture. They have different goals. So engineers don't do science because they're not trying to understand anything. They're just trying to make a product.
Where did you learn that engineers don't use science or mathematics? Where?
No one said they don't use science. No one said that. You weren't actually listening to what I said.
Am I going crazy? Did you not just say that they're two different things? Correct.
Yes, two different things.
Okay, so you are telling me, right. So you're telling me that one does not use the other. Correct.
No, I'm not
You're
saying
saying
that.
engineers don't do
Listen, they are
science.
two
Doing
different
science is
things.
different
But
from
when
using
an
science.
engineer is building a product, he doesn't necessarily is doing science. He can go and do science for something else to establish, let's say, a cause and effect relationship from a phenomena that he's observing. An engineer can go do that, but when he's building a product, that engineer is not doing science; he's doing engineering.
Yeah, back to the bridge, right? You engineer a bridge. You don't science the shit out of it. You engineer the fucking bridge.
And then the engineer finished the bridge, and then he's called by the scientific community. Hey, come here, let's do some science. The engineer can go do science with, sure, yeah.
What the fuck would they need to do science for? You're just making
Yeah,
that
you
up.
just don't get it. You're just thinking about.
I do get it.
You just heard a few words that India said and completely forgot the whole.
No, I didn't, because I'm literally. No, I understand.
Sentence, the whole point, the whole premise. You forget about that and thinking about 2 or 3 words. You just.
Right. Like I didn't just like sit there for how long, fucking deciphering what he was saying.
You just listen to 10 seconds at a time, and you just want to talk about that, and that's
right. So we're just making things up for me, right?
Just
Okay.
whatever
Makes sense.
the rest the contest is, you don't worry about it, right?
Look,
yeah. If that's what makes you happy, yeah.
engineers,
Definitely.
listen. Engineers
what
will
you just
use
did, dude.
science, right? Because we do have understanding of the natural world through science. Engineers will use, right, the theories that have been developed in science and apply it to engineering, though it is not bound by them, right? Because they'll make models which have nothing to do with the underlying physical theory, because they're just trying to engineer it. They have different goals. That's what I said. I didn't say engineers don't use mathematics. I'm not saying engineers don't use science. The point is that they're separate things. Engineering is not science. It will use the tools of science, but it won't be doing science.
Right. So you just
And
explained what I
scientists use
explained.
engineering. And scientists use engineering, right? So if they want to design an experiment, they need to hire engineers to make the apparatus, to make the machine to do the experiment.
So they work in unison. My point. You're literally just proving my point.
No, what I said was they work in unison to a degree.
Okay.
Depends on every particular project, but they're not the same thing. Your point was engineering is science, and science is engineering.
Dude, it sounded like you kind of changed your point though, because you first started.
It sounds like you have.
Listen, shut
It
up.
sounds like cohesive English is not your first language. That's
Dude,
what it sounds like.
I'm not talking to you. Shut up.
It sounds like
I'm
a language barrier
I'm
to
trying
me.
to have
Funny.
a conversation with him. I'm trying to have a conversation with him.
No, you're
Please
not.
Be quiet.
No, you're
Yes,
not. You're not listening. You're just waiting to speak.
You're jumping in to save your little friend right now. Shut up. I don't care about you. I don't care about you.
You're waiting to speak.
I'm not listening to you. I'm listening to him, not you. Now
I'm listening to you, not listening to him.
Just let Auburn speak, man. Let's just freaking rip this Band-Aid off.
Listen.
It's time.
In India, I was just.
You listen,
bro. Okay, India. The way at first, what it seemed like you were saying, the way you presented it was that, and I was wronged because apparently you decided to change your claim. That's what it seemed like.
You're going
But
circle.
you presented it as if one thing does not need the other, therefore they are different. Now you're bringing up the claim that to a degree, yes, and correct. Like I said, I've been wronged, and I understand what you're saying now. You said that to a degree they use each other, but that's my point.
Hey, so this is what you're missing, Auburn. When I say to a degree, that's from 0 to whatever. 0 to 100%. And I gave you an example of the 0%.
Bro,
It's not a contradiction.
It
incorporates all of it. It incorporates all of it. Science is not required to do engineering. Okay? It's not required. Doesn't mean they can't use it. They can.
Yes, it is.
So when I say I gave you an example of the Wright brothers, the airplane. They didn't use any science, bro.
They fucking had to.
They had to. Which science did they use? They were biking mechanic. They were
even if
bike mechanics. The
He
field of
doesn't know.
aerodynamics did
listen,
not
listen,
exist.
listen. They might not have like read a science book on how to do it, but either way, they contributed in an action that involved science. Whether or not
No.
they
What was the
yes,
action? Indio, ask him what was the action that he just
yes,
referred to. What was
yes.
the action? Go ahead.
You see, you have a worldview, and you can't believe that things could happen outside that worldview.
Right.
Listen,
So
the
can we
Wright
not
brothers
use
were bike mechanics.
right?
They
I understand
decided
that.
one day, hey, Orville, hey, let's get together and go down the freaking to this field, and we're going to take our knowledge of making machines, and we're going to try to make something fly.
So you
Which
are
is what they
basically
did.
you're telling me right now that there is absolutely zero science on how their machine worked. That is what you're telling
That's
me
exactly
right
what
now.
I was telling you. The field from which they made the airplane didn't
This
even
is
exist.
this
It
is
was
this is an
nothing.
irrelevant argument. We
No.
literally can't continue this because you're telling me that even so you're literally telling me there's no science behind how it works because that's not
No.
that shit
No.
can't work like that.
That was after the fact.
They're
They
bro.
made it first, and then
Right. So
science was used to describe what they made.
that's my point though. You're going up, bro.
But they didn't need science
They
to
can
make
do
it
it.
in the.
Oh
Listen,
my
really
god.
simple. They didn't need science to make the fucking airplane. They engineered it.
Right, because it was like it was fucking like paper they were fucking gliding on. No fucking shit. Of course they didn't fucking Bro,
They didn't use any
listen
science.
to me.
They didn't use any science.
If anything,
don't
their
understand it,
machine
so you call it science. You're calling it science because you're calling everything science you don't understand again.
Yes, I am, because if anything, their machine
Yes,
is
I
You
am.
said it
following
wasn't
science.
science because they used
Are
paper.
you going to
You said
listen?
it wasn't science because they used paper.
Oh
I
my
guess it's because
God.
you don't understand
Dude,
airframes.
please shut up. I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you.
Auburn.
Yeah,
calm
so
down.
I'm saying, Indio, what I'm saying is that either way, if anything, their fucking plane had to adhere to some law of science.
What do you mean? Why?
Because that's how it works.
It is.
That's
how it works.
It's not fucking magical. It didn't fucking lift up from the air and then they start fucking flying with fucking magic. That's not how that works.
Well, tell me
There's
the law that.
science.
Tell me the
There's
law that they
explaining
used.
to do
Well,
it.
then tell me the law that they used to determine the plane. Whether the plane would fly.
If you take a fucking umbrella, and I'm not saying that this is possible, but if you take an umbrella and you jump off of like a fucking building and you start gliding and then you call that your machine, did you use any science in that? No, you did not.
What law is that?
Right. But when we look back at things and we decipher them and we analyze them, we have to use fucking science to do that.
Okay,
because
that's how you make babies. Fucking science. That's how you make babies.
Oh my god, bro.
Just could I ask from the audience, Auburn?
Can I please continue?
I'm just
You've been
contending.
continuing a lot, dude. You're talking more than everybody.
He's speaking nonsense, and he wants people to
You're
listen
talking,
to him. He's
Indio,
like
I
the
don't wanna hear
crazy
from
guy
you.
in the corner just saying stuff. He wants people to listen
Can
to
I please finish my claim? Because I'm gonna leave. I'm just like I'm.
Okay,
I'm saying
you're
I'm
going to
leave
try to
soon,
monologue and then you're going to run away. Watch.
No,
Auburn, this is what
I'm
you gotta
just
do.
saying-
Okay, listen,
No, here's
Auburn,
what-
listen. Okay, if you want to do that, speak calmly and collective. Okay, no screaming, no freaking out. Okay, you got it? Can you do it?
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, calm your panties.
Okay, please. Okay. My point is that just because you're not actively like using your own brain and fucking like I don't know how to explain it.
Assumptions.
What?
Okay.
But anyways,
So-
no, please,
Okay.
please.
Then can I talk now?
No, because I didn't even fucking finish. So do you want me to just leave?
then please go, bro. Then go.
Then don't interrupt me. Okay,
Oh my god, dude. Take your meds.
bro.
Yeah,
Listen,
dude. Take your fucking meds.
you've had the damn floor for a long time now, so please.
It's his room.
Please stop with the meta conversation. Just fucking say what you have to say.
I'm just saying that just because you don't actively realize or read a book on science and then go do an action because of that doesn't mean that what you are doing is not following the laws of science.
What are the laws of science? Can you tell me what that is?
I don't know.
What are
Whatever the situation that you're in. That's what? Why? Who asked that question?
Is
What is the
that the
law?
laws
I
of
did. I want to know
science?
what the
Whatever
laws
the
of science are. You
situation.
said
The
that
law?
they have to.
What
They
law?
ha-
There's
I'm
there's plenty.
Okay. What
Is
laws
that
of
the same as
what
the
are
law of
laws?
nature, or is that different?
What are laws of science?
Dude, there's
So
millions. Go look up them for yourself.
look. They're actually called physical laws. They're not called laws of science.
Dude.
So there's a second law of thermodynamics. That's a physical law.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But the point was, can
Right,
you
but
engineer
that's a
something?
law of science, right?
Okay,
That's a
it's
law
not
of
a
science,
law of
right?
science, dude.
Yes, it is.
No, it's a law of nature. It's a law of nature.
It is a
All
law
right.
of nature, bro. Come on.
Right, because there are
Okay.
mathematical laws too that are
Oh.
abstract.
Okay, so the
You're
point
just
was, is
labeling shit now.
can you engineer things without science? Obviously, you can't engineer something without adhering to the natural laws of reality. Obviously, you can't do that because you can't escape reality. Obviously, but can you engineer something to work without using the scientific method or any scientific knowledge? That's an affirmative. Yes, you can. And we know it. You can because it's been done, and people did it before the concept of science even existed. There was
Okay.
a time period
Your
where
fucking point.
science as an idea never even existed in humans,
Calm down, buddy.
right?
Calm down.
And
man.
people made things then, right?
Dude,
So how did they make things before science existed?
What's your point? What is your point? You have no point.
How did the bow and arrow come to be?
What is your point? What is your point? That's what I want to know.
Clearly, they had
point is-
Because
scientists
you
back
just
in the day.
explained what I explained. You said what I
point-
said again.
No,
So
you're
what
wrong.
is your point?
My point is you don't need science to engineer things.
Right now.
Now, so
No.
that was your point the whole time?
My point, bro, just because you don't use it or you don't act, that doesn't mean you're not adhering to it. That doesn't mean you are using it regardless. You just might not be conscious of it.
You
That's
don't know
my
what the word
fucking
science
point.
means. That's the problem. The science,
my God,
listen, Auburn, I'm going to tell you real quick. Okay, real quick. The definition of science is the systematic study of the natural world and the things in it. The study by men, human beings, of the natural world and the things in it. Okay? And those things, that study of things in the natural world and the things in it, spit out things like physical laws, right? Theories, models, shit like that.
You ever done trigonometry before?
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, dude.
Because it seems like you're just
Is trigonometry science?
You're just wrong. I don't know how to like. I'm just saying because I've done things before that I've had to back up and recheck with science in order to make sure that's correct. And it's all, and I didn't actively
with
before
science?
I analyzed it was I didn't use science, but I knew that like there's like there's like two different ways
Can you give
of
us an
using
example of what you
that
did?
you can't describe. Okay, I discovered how to sorry, not discovered, sorry. That sounds like weird. To measure the temperature of our sun. I can send you the fucking damn calculations if you want. And then I backed it up and I was right.
You measured it?
What was the IV?
No, hold on. I want to know what device you measured it with. Device did you measure the sun temperature with?
Fucking calculations? What?
That's not a measurement. Calculations aren't measurements, bro.
But you can.
So you
Do
did
want me to
some
send you
math.
the
Hey, concede.
No, I don't
concede.
think it is.
Calculations are not measurements. Concede to that
Calculations
point.
are not measurements.
That's what I was saying. That's what I was saying. That was using
The question
using
would be, like,
measurements.
where did the science come in? Because I agree with Indio. I don't think you know what science is.
Bro, no, don't move from this point. He is in.
Why didn't you just ask?
How did he measure? And he said calculations, and then he replied, "Yeah, I measure it." No, but he just told you calculations are not measurements.
So,
And you say,
I'm going to ask you a question,
I
Auburn.
measured it.
If you went to the doctor, right, and they said, "Well, we need to take your vitals before you go in and get your checkup," and they wrote down a bunch of calculations and said, "Oh, your temperature is 101.2 degrees," would you accept that? Would that be measuring your temperature?
What?
Yeah, what?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, eventually
No,
you make it to
no,
the
but
same
listen,
page of the
listen.
book.
I'm using
You
no,
will
but
eventually.
no, but here's the thing. Like I understand what you're saying, but like in this scenario, me using measurements is the same as using already known measurements is the same as sticking a thermometer in someone's mouth and being able to figure out what their temperature is. That's what I'm saying.
So you think that if they took your temperature like every day for a year, and then when you went in that like 366 time, they could just do the calculation and figure out how hot you are?
Yeah, it's already known.
What? They take your temperature and that you figure it out. What's your point?
So they
It's
can
not
predict
possible.
like what they can predict what your temperature was going to be, but it's not a measurement of your temperature.
Instead, that in his case, he's actually sending like a cartoon, and he's sending a cartoon to the doctor, and the doctor is kind of inspecting the cartoon and putting numbers on that. And then he wants a prediction of his body temperature based on the cartoon that he sent to the doctor. That's the problem here.
India, did that make sense to you?
That you did
Yeah,
some calculations and called it a measurement? Did what Gemsy
Remember,
said make sense? Yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense because this guy just said that he already knows these numbers, so he's using those numbers of the globe and the distance to the sun to do his math to come to the conclusion to get the measurement.
Correct.
Exactly. So you're just wrong.
So I'll give you an example of this. This is a great segue so we can get this back into flat Earth instead of the philosophy of science.
Right.
So Eratosthenes took two sticks, one in Cyrene and one in Alexandria, right? And he measured an angle, and from that angle calculated a circumference, right? Have you heard this story?
Yeah, sure, go on.
Okay. So now you can take that, you can do the calculation and take that 7.2 degrees and come up with a circumference, right? The same way as you did your sun calculation. Say, hey, I measured the circumference of the Earth. You can say you did it the same way. Well, here's the problem. There's no possible way Eratosthenes actually measured 7.2 degrees because they didn't have degrees in Greeks for another 300 years after he died. So where'd they come up with the 7.2 degrees in the first place?
I don't know. You tell me.
So there's a thing in science, computers, everything. It's called garbage in, garbage out. If you got garbage coming in, you're gonna get a garbage input leads to a garbage output.
You know the Greeks figured out like the diameter of the sun like fucking way back when.
How did they do that?
They fucking took they used a fucking solar eclipse and they took their calculations. I'm gonna tell you right now, their calculations weren't correct. They obviously weren't correct, but we can. You'll see what I mean. Like they had to make an inference.
Didn't figure it out.
Listen, they did, but we use their method, is what we're saying.
If you use a false method, then what's the point?
No, it's just the numbers. The way that they did it was.
Can you let
me finish? Can you let me finish? Like, are you going to let me fucking explain?
We know this story already.
What's the story then?
He's actually telling a different story. I've actually never heard this story. This is
What's the story then?
I'm curious if he's just making it up.
Yeah, the story is that Frieza was way stronger than Goku. Then using math, Goku augmented the gravity in the machine, and he did a bunch of push-ups. And by the time he made it to planet Namek, he was as strong as Frieza. That's what you're saying.
It's over 9,000.
You guys are fucking children.
No,
but anyways, no, it's not fucking funny.
Listen, no, it is because we
know.
Listen,
let me just tell you. Can I tell you
how it's actually done? But if you don't want to learn anything, that's fine.
Right. So let me just fucking tell you how they did it.
All I'm telling you.
Bro, literally all they did was they said that the diameter of the moon was half of the diameter of the sun. That's how they did it, but that's incorrect, and we had to fucking modify that, and now we use the I forget what it's called, but we do I think it's distance to sun divided by the distance to the moon, and then that is equal to the sun divided by the sun divided by the moon. That's just basic algebra.
Great. Where'd they get the size of the moon from?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's what I meant by they did. Of course, they didn't fucking know. They had to put the numbers. They had to plug the numbers in themselves. That's my point. Those numbers were wrong, but that doesn't mean that their method was incorrect. And we still use their method today. That's just my point.
It's not how they get the distance of the sun today.
That's
Yes,
a
that
weak
is.
point.
Okay, so I'm going to tell you, which I tried to tell you how they
the
get the distance of the sun.
the diameter, not the distance, the diameter.
You can't know the diameter without knowing the distance. You can't know size without distance.
Okay,
You
but
can't know
that
distance
was not
without size.
that wasn't my point. That wasn't my point.
Well, you can't have one without the other. And they
I
got
told you.
they got the diameter from the distance.
They plugged in numbers that they thought were correct, but that doesn't mean the
Trial and
method
error.
was incorrect.
Guess it's more trial and error.
Okay,
Yeah.
and there's something wrong with that?
They made their spreadsheet work through trial and error.
Okay, so there's two ways they can do this, right? Listen, so the sun and the moon have the same visual size, has the same visual angle that it subtends, like 0.52 degrees, right? Fine. From that information, how do you get the distance to either one of those? Because you got to know one or the other.
Fucking use the, I don't know, use the fucking algebra.
Use the fucking algebra.
Hold on, suckers. Let me ask a question. Is that similar to the calculus?
Dude, when you can't science the shit out of it, you gotta math the shit out of it, yo.
What?
Okay.
And what's wrong with that? The
Yeah, do you
fucking
math,
what?
Indio?
Hold on,
What?
give me
What
a
was that?
second.
What was that, Mick?
I'm
Do you
posting
math?
something in the thing.
Do I even math, bro?
Yeah, you
Dude,
math, bro.
I have so many fucking math things in it.
He's got so many maths, bro.
Abram, do
He's got all
you
the maths.
do you even science?
Are you, Amber, no, are you good at math or do you struggle with it? Like you can get it done, but it takes you a long time.
How is that relevant?
I'm because I'm trying to figure out why you're like white knighting for this shit.
How is me and my struggle with the time that I complete my math? I have to do anything with my math
Because
being
you're
correct.
because you're no, that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm saying is you're defending something, like, so you have an idea, like you're doing these things, right? You're like, I did this calculation of the sun. Good on you, man. I'm not putting that down. I'm saying, yeah, that probably took a lot of effort. So like
3 hours.
Would you want to admit? Yeah. So like, would you want to? How hard would it be to like? They just made me waste 3 hours on this shit, and it's all wrong. Wouldn't you be a little pissed off?
Well, they didn't, because I can go test these things myself.
Well, you didn't take any measurements. It's a calculation. Your math could be correct, but the underlying variables, they could be all bullshit, right? Because you got to plug in numbers into the variables.
They're correct, but I
How do you know they're
measurements
correct?
because the measurements are correct, and if I go do them myself, then they will be correct.
How do you know that? Did you do them?
Measured first to be
Did you
correct.
do them?
I didn't do them, but I was
Okay.
obviously fucking correct.
So you believe no. The math is going to be correct no matter what, right? No, because the math is going to be correct no matter what, because you're plugging in the variables that they gave
I
you.
don't have the money to go fucking make a goddamn satellite that fucking measures these distances and shit. Like I don't like. Of course, I'm going to use fucking observations
Bro,
that are.
can you
that are given
stop
to me.
saying the fucking world?
Yeah,
I can say fuck whenever I want.
Yeah, I'm not.
Free damn country.
Hope you're.
I was trying to
Not
have this
really,
speaker, bro. I'm not. I'm
At
gonna have
least where
to
I
take
am.
it off the speaker.
I don't know what
because of
country
this
you're in.
fucking guy.
Yeah, would you kiss your grandma with that mouth?
I don't think
It
so.
would just be nice if you could make a coherent point. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, come on, he's young. It's
But I just like, as an audience member, do you really know what science is, bro?
we already covered that. You don't.
Right. So
You think science is something a scientist says?
Me spending 12 hours doing absolutely just science. I have no idea what it is.
Well, I mean, you're not doing
haven't done
science
it
because
for-
the practice of science is doing experiments. That's the actual science, right?
So what if I was? Your point?
But you weren't.
Yeah, so you went
But I
to
You
the
were.
was.
You were doing.
What?
You were doing math problems.
That's
That's not
an
science.
experiment.
Have you
No, you're
have you
doing
heard the
math
what
problems
about
are not
pseudoscience?
experiments.
Dude, you're acting like I'm a fucking idiot or something.
Dude, we're
What?
doing STEM problems.
acting like one.
Kind of demonstrating that.
Look, I don't think you're an idiot. I think that you put
I
a lot of
think you think
effort,
I'm
you
an
try
idiot.
real hard to be good at something, and it's hard for you to say this might be all a bunch of bullshit because you've invested so much in it. It's called the sunk cost fallacy. You've already sunk so much cost into it that it's hard to. You're going to just keep plugging away at it, and this isn't a problem just for youth. A lot of people do this.
No, it's
Like people
not.
have gambling
Because,
addiction.
Yeah, it
no,
is.
how
It
is
is, dude. You can't take the equations that you figured out into the physical and natural world and go verify what you just wrote down and you figured out. You can't do that.
How do you think I got the fucking measurements by people who did?
No, I'm not.
They didn't
Yeah,
either.
we're not concerned about other people. We're concerned about how you figured out that the equation that
Bro.
you demonstrated
Then it's
in math.
irrelevant.
Auburn.
Oh my god.
It's not
Listen, bro.
irrelevant.
Listen,
You
the
just
equation that Auburn, the equation that you just figured out that took you 3 hours, you said? How are you
Yes.
then gonna go test that in the physical and natural world? When you go take that math outside, does it comport into reality? What is the way that you're measuring that?
Dude, you're acting like even scientists know that that's exactly the
No,
measurement.
I'm
of the
not talking
temperatures
about
of the
other
sun.
people, dude. I'm just speaking directly to you and what you figured out with your math.
I don't know. I'll go fucking become a scientist if I really want to put in that much work.
Well, then what are you satisfied with? Just, the math?
I'm satisfied that my conclusion
Mm-hmm.
was correct based off on other sources.
Okay. Well,
That's
yeah,
just-
we're talking about though a physical experience with the actual testing of this. Yeah. Oh, it's serious. Like if
Didn't
you
those
really
other sources? Hold on, just one sec. Didn't
Yeah,
those
go ahead.
other sources just use the same method you did?
but
Why
I
would you expect you're gonna? Hold on. Why would you expect to come out with a different answer than what they came out with if you just did what they did?
Right, because I literally just wanted to make sure I was correct.
Okay.
That's it.
You wanted to know if you could copy them. Fantastic. You did.
Yeah, if that's
You're
all
awesome.
you're looking for, then yeah, you
That's called
pretty much
That's
agree
called
with them.
that's called the reproduction crisis. Am I right?
Bro.
I mean, I think the reproduction crisis is the birth rate, but whatever.
No, if you
Oh, you're right,
If you feel satisfied, Auburn, with what you've discovered so far, that your math lines up with theirs, then that's the low standard that you have. But actually, if you wanted to go figure out whether or not that equation fits the physical and natural world, you would have to go verify it, and
You
that's the
realize
step
that,
that you're
that
not.
scientists haven't either
Auburn.
fucking figured out
Auburn,
the exact
I know you
shit.
have a lot of you're excited. I know that, but what I'm saying though is, in this room, that's what we're asking. Has it been verified? Like, have you taken the equation that you figured out and go and test it in the physical and natural world? And that's what we're saying. That hasn't been done. That's
Right.
the argument. That's what all of this is all about. The whole thing, all of it, is can you take the math?
Yeah,
out
about
into
my
the
specific
world?
calculation, yes.
Yes. Okay. So take your calculation, and how are you going to verify it in the physical and natural world, bro?
I don't know because scientists haven't done. No one's fucking been there. No
That's
one's
the
done
problem,
that.
Auburn.
I'm
That's the
literally
problem.
making a claim that you should fucking support. You should
We support that
this.
no one's done it. We do. We
can't.
support. Nobody's actually done
Okay,
it. So there's
that's-
no method that you can employ to verify that your equations match reality. I agree
That's
with
the
that.
only thing we're saying. That's all we're saying,
fucking
Auburn.
God, bro.
Earlier, you
So
said
if
they
we're-
already know.
If we're
the
in
number.
agreement, that you're not going to go out and physically do anything about it, then that's fine.
Right,
We
but
already
how
know
does
that.
how does that not apply to science though?
Well, it's not. The science is the study of the physical and natural world, dude. And you're not studying the physical and natural world if you're not actually applying the method that you said, how you obtain that information and go and test it. You're not testing anything. You're just calculating things.
Right. So what are you gonna do in a few years when they're planning on setting probes to the sun? Which
Oh,
is, by the way, is gonna
that's-
take fucking forever. But
Yeah, that's a
they're gonna
logical.
start launching
Listen,
them.
Auburn, that's a logical fallacy.
Yeah, it's my favorite one. It's called appeal ex ante. Appeal
You guys-
before the event.
It's a logical fallacy, Albert. But what we got to
It's a
do
form
is
of pre-bunking.
we're trying to reason with the people that come in here, such as yourself. I mean, obviously you sound like an intelligent person, but what we're saying though is that the verification method hasn't been done, and so by saying that, we can actually agree with each other and say, yeah, the only thing you can do, the best thing you can do, is figure some equations out, and that's it. You know, like that's as far as it goes.
Right,
We
but
can't
correct me
we
if I'm
can't go
wrong.
test
That wasn't your claim. That this whole point of the argument was about science not being. Fuck, I can't find a correct word for that. But it having nothing to do with science. That's just not true.
Well, yeah. So math and science are two very different words, right?
Oh my god.
And just answer the question: are they two very different words?
Yes, they're two
Albert?
different words.
Okay, and so when you say
Oh,
math,
no.
what are you doing with that?
Right, but I wasn't doing a
Big
2
numbers.
+ 2 problem.
Yeah, numbers, figures, data, you know, all that sort of stuff. When you say science, what do you do with science?
What?
You
Say,
study.
sorry, ask that again.
So with math, what do? You use numbers, figures, data, analytics. So you can go on and on, but it's kind of telling you some way to have like an abstract of the physical natural world. Like you're trying to convey something to some. It's like a language. You're conveying something to someone, right? But once you do that conveyance and somebody understands you with math, then there's a way to then verify the math checks out, right? Like you have to go and test something. So
Y'all ever
science,
done like physics before?
yeah.
Y'all
So
ever
do you
done
understand? Like
chemistry?
we're just kind of parsing out right now what science and math are, so we don't get mixed up in this whole. It's kind of getting.
Trust me, I'm not mixed up. Like you're
Oh no,
you're
it
telling
sounds
this
like
to the
you're
wrong
saying that.
person.
It sounds like you might say that math is science, and we're just saying that it's not. There's two different things.
Yes,
That's
but
all.
I'm using my math force. Oh my god, bro! Like you guys
Okay,
fucking
so
don't know. it. You're coming in
You
circles.
seem
Go ahead.
too much triggered. You are just not familiar with the
Sorry,
terms.
Red.
The problem
Hit
is,
your head on a damn wall right now.
yeah, the promise is, dude, that just because you use something in the process of something else doesn't mean that that thing is that thing. That would be a classic composition fallacy.
Y'all know what the placebo effect is?
Y'all know what the your logical fallacies spewing out your mouth effect is?
Yeah, you've made numerous ones, Auburn, and all we're saying is that you identify the fact that math isn't science. That's all.
I still
You could use it within science, the context, like what AI was saying, but in and of itself, it is not science.
So, do you believe that any of my claims have any counters? Because if not, then
Yes, they
well,
do
then
have a
why
counter.
hasn't then no one's
The
countered
counter,
them then
yeah,
yet?
the counter is you haven't verified it in the physical and natural world.
Oh my god, bro!
Have you?
Just because
That's your
one
counter.
person. No, listen. Just because one person personally hasn't gone out and done it themselves doesn't mean that other people haven't. We're talking about human communication right here. Like you guys are shitting on
Well, yes,
humans right now.
it's called rumors.
Okay,
Spreading
so
rumors.
it's actually more akin to hearsay. Go ahead, AI. You want to come in?
Well, it's just the thing that you're saying is what everyone else says. I don't have the answers, someone else does. But if
That's
everyone
not-
you go to
bro.
says the same thing, I promise you.
You literally said that a few minutes ago.
Yeah, so yeah, we're just establishing that. You said no one has a counter. Yes, we do. The counter is nobody's verified it. So we're
Right.
all good over here because nobody's actually verified that. But
Right.
you're
So
saying,
let me just throw a small
No,
little
no,
baby
before you-
analogy out
Before you
here. Hold
throw
on.
your next stuff, we gotta make it clear that what you're describing, it's actually pseudoscience. That what you did and called science, it's pseudoscience.
Alpha. I have an analogy for you.
Okay.
So you heard of the Baltimore bridge collapsing, correct? I'm pretty sure people have heard me bring this up before, but if you haven't heard of it, it happened. The Baltimore bridge collapsed. So Alpha, were you there when the Baltimore bridge collapsed?
Oh no.
No.
You weren't there, right? So
No,
are
I
you going?
wasn't there, no.
Listen. I'm not talking to you. If
no, I wasn't
Are
there,
you going
no.
to sit here and tell me that claim that I just made is incorrect and not true?
Listen, his
Because
entire worldview does not depend on the story of a bridge collapsing. Yours depends on everything.
It's an
Yeah, I can.
listen. No, I'm talking to Alpha. Alpha, do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand.
Right.
Yeah, so I would answer. Can I respond?
Yes.
Auburn, I can believe that the bridge collapsed based on the information, the evidence proposed, but will I be able to verify it? I possibly could if I go to that location geographically.
No,
but
you
I
won't.
would only. No,
Because it's
that's
fixed
not, That's
now.
not the. No, that's
It's
not.
fixed now.
I know. That's fine, Auburn. But I guess what I'm saying is during the event, after it happened, if I so chose to, I could go myself and go verify that place. and see what
Yep.
happened. I can have primary experience that thing is exactly like the way they said it. Otherwise, I would just basically hear a story on the news, or maybe somebody told me at work or something. I would hear it and I would just either choose to believe or not that event occurred, right? So for me to have that primary experience of that, I would have to go visit that location, go see what happened, maybe see the wreckage and all that kind of stuff. So I would have then at that point a validation, a primary experience that actually did occur. And
Will
so
you
I
do
would
that, though?
myself be no, I'm saying I could if I so chose to. That's what I really wanted to do. At the point of validation, when I go have that primary experience, I would then be sure 100% that
That's
actually
not my
took place.
point. It's not my point. My point is,
Okay,
will you
what was
do
your
it?
point? Will I do it? Probably not. Probably not.
Okay, so then how is it true?
What do you mean? How is it true?
This
just
is
told you
No
I
wiser
believe
did
it.
you claim it.
Listen,
No,
this is exactly
Auburn,
what flat
I just
earthers
told you.
do.
Yeah. No,
This
listen,
is
I'm telling you. I told you right now, I believe it's true in my mind, right? Because
Mhm.
of all the corroborating stories of people saying that it happened, and somebody at work might have just told me about the information. I believe it happened, but I don't have that primary experience. I haven't been there. So I don't know if I can validate that. Once I'm there and I can say, yeah, I can see the wreckage. I know what happened. I look at all the things that, stuff that's went on, the bridges collapsed. Then I have that primary experience. So Auburn, this is what I'm asking you. Do you have primary experience in anything that you propose with anything that you say?
I'm
'Cause
about
you
I'm
can
about to get there. I'm about to get there,
yeah,
but
Auburn, you can believe anything that you want about anything someone says. It doesn't matter who says what. You can believe it. Until you have that primary experience, you won't be able to validate it. Does that make sense?
right, so how is you going there and seeing it for yourself any different from me going into space and seeing it for myself?
Because it's not about trusting you. It's about my experience with the actual wreckage. I can see how far the
What?
the
That wasn't my
containers.
question. Wasn't my question.
What do you mean? What was your question?
Wait, did I ask a question? No. Yeah, I did. I was saying, how is that any different from me going into space and seeing it for myself?
Well, okay, so the thing that you have to do is to go to that location.
Correct.
You must first experience it in your primary knowledge. So if you don't go there and validate it, then it's just basically a belief that you have.
Right. So yours then you've just made the
Finally.
claim that the Baltimore Bridge collapsing is just a belief and it's a claim that you have. There's no proving
currently,
it.
yes.
No, not currently.
No, I could if I wanted to, I could if I really wanted to.
Okay, then we agree. We agree that either side is correct.
No,
That's my point.
we're holding. Listen, from the Baltimore Bridge collapsing to you thinking that space is a real location is a
Not
belief in
thinking.
both of our. It's a belief in both of our minds currently, but we hold to the idea that if we could have the ability to, we can go and check it out. Now the thing is, it hasn't been done, so therefore it's still
Correct.
not valid. It's still not valid. You can't
Okay.
validate it, Auburn.
So your conclusion is sort of
No
agnostic.
validation. No, it's no validation whatsoever. So you're believing things
Right,
just
so
because somebody
therefore it
says
must
something,
not
but
be
you don't
true.
validate it.
Therefore it must not be true. That's a
No,
flat
it's-
earther's claim.
No, it exists. It exists in the realm of it exists in the realm of somebody saying like hearsay, right? Somebody told you something about space. Somebody told me something about the bridge collapse. But
Mhm.
until I go and experience that, and I can see the wreckage, and I can, test things out there in that location, I won't be able to have that primary experience, and I won't be able to
Correct.
validate it until you do the same. You won't have
Mhm.
that experience either. So
Correct.
you can just
Problem here,
basically, honestly,
we don't
in
have
your
any
position-
contrary evidence to a bridge collapsing in Baltimore. We have tons of contrary evidence to your globe, though.
Why would there not
So
be
you-
contrary evidence?
No,
I don't know, maybe because it
I'm just
actually
saying-
happened. The problem is there's no evidence that's verifiable for your globe.
People could make up things that would contradict the Baltimore Bridge
That's fine,
collapsing.
Auburn. Think about
but
it.
they didn't.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what anybody says. The point where it crosses over from it being something that you believe to actually something you validate in reality is for you to actually experience it primarily. And
The
if you can't do
difference-
that-
the difference
Auburn, if
between
you can't
those
do that-
two-
I know,
Okay.
hold on a second. If you can't do that, anything that they tell you about space, you're only just going to believe people. That's all that you're going to be able to do. That's it.
Right. The only difference between those two scenarios, and I think the only difference is one just requires a lot more work and requires you to really just fucking put in work, and I have
go
a
to
feeling
space?
that absolutely none of you will do that. And to
But
be
to go to
fair
space.
with you, yes, I'm talking about that.
Yeah,
Listen,
so hold on. So you didn't do that. So how did you prove space is real without doing what you believe is your standard of evidence
correct,
required for truth?
and then
How did you prove it to yourself if you didn't do it? And this is your
Okay.
standard for yourself.
This is called being gullible.
Okay, well
This is your
how
standard
did
for yourself. You
Alpha
failed to
prove
meet your own
himself?
standard.
How did Alpha prove himself?
How
that
did you
Baltimore
fail
Bridge
your own
collapsed?
standard? You didn't
Dude,
put enough effort,
Did you
like you
listen?
said. You didn't actually do it, like you said.
This is
So
just
you
fun.
failed to meet your own standard of evidence that you're trying to hold others to.
No,
Well
I
done.
didn't.
Yeah, you did. You said you have to go to space.
Correct.
Yeah, the problem is this, friend. Here's the
And
problem. Here's
Alpha
the problem.
didn't. Alpha didn't go to the fucking
All right,
Baltimore
full
Bridge
story.
either. He didn't
Full
go to the
story.
Baltimore Bridge either.
Neither
so
have we.
potato,
Neither have
potato.
anyone.
Exactly, and
So
neither
this is
have
a
any of us in
problem.
this room gone to
So we aren't
space.
claiming
Alpha
nothing.
didn't disclaim it.
God, bro.
You disclaimed flat Earth. Alpha didn't disclaim the globe. Alpha didn't disclaim the bridge.
That's not the
so,
point.
Yeah, Alpha didn't disclaim the bridge. So why are you going on about this? We're talking about your globe belief.
That's
Yo,
not the
homie.
point. You're jumping over
Listen
the
up,
point.
you. Yeah, cool story. Listen, I drive past that bridge 4 times. Getting my son, right? 4 times. Okay, so did millions of other people.
Good for you. Good for them.
Okay? So it's not analogous to the claims of people who have allegedly been to space. Now, keep in mind, of the people who have allegedly claimed to have been to space, how many have been far enough away from the Earth to have a vantage point to see the Earth in its totality? How many?
Very few.
Yeah, how many?
I don't fucking know the exact number. Probably like fucking 3, because not many people have been on the moon. So that's as far. Well, that could technically be countered because if you think about, we also have fucking space probes and satellites and shit. That still counts as viewing from far away.
No, dude. Space probes and all that can't give testimony. You understand? It's just data.
You know what? I'm just gonna. I give up arguing with flat earthers. It's
Yeah,
just
you should
fucking
give up.
retarded.
You should give up, dude, because you're basically betting everything on something that's a hypothetical, that's not analogous, where the people that have actually been to a place where they allege to have claimed to have seen the Earth in its totality can't even have coherent stories about what they saw.
Right. So you are very. This just sounds agnostic. and
No, think about it. No, dude, no, wrong, sir.
Think about
the people
logic.
You think about it. The people that allegedly claim to have been to a location where they could see the Earth in its totality don't even have concurring stories of what they saw. That's a problem.
What?
Yeah, you didn't know that?
What do you mean congruent stories?
That's
Oh, you know, like when the cops ask people what they saw, they don't ask them together, and then they compare the stories to see if the people are full of crap.
Bro, they saw the damn Earth. What is there to say?
Dude, of the things that they claim to have seen, some of them claimed to see stars in the sky, some of them claimed to see absolute blackness, and they were the same dudes on the same mission. Okay?
Yeah,
they
you
don't
realize-
have congruent
you realize
stories,
when you-
dude.
Yeah, you realize when you fucking leave Earth, like, you'll experience a lot more blackness, like, fucking around you. Like, a lot more. Than when you went on Earth. Because on Earth, you're
Do you
just seeing a bunch
realize that if you're not looking at a light source, that the excuse of overexposure, blaring out your ability to see the stars is moot? So the point is, if you're looking out into space, not looking at a light source. Oh, well, that's useful.
Shut the fuck up. Mute this guy. That's what you sound like, dumbass. Fuck you.
All right, dude.
You're a bitch.
I allowed you to say all that. Dude, I allowed you to say all that so your mother will be proud of you and not beat you tonight.
Okay, back to topic.
Right, so I'm just gonna end this here because my point is.
Yeah,
just
you end
that-
it here, bro, with your non-point. Go ahead.
Listen, my point is just that flat earthers are solipsists.
Wrong. Okay, you don't even know what solipsism is, dude. If that's what you think just went on, dude.
Fucking, I don't even debate philosophy.
Oh my
headed shit
goodness,
like
dude.
this.
Maybe you
I'm a
should learn
philosopher.
some. Maybe you should learn some.
Albert, solar system
Well,
is
this
the
is
global worldview. It's not ours.
No, I mean, to be honest, philosophy is nothing else than scientism. It's make believe.
That was sophistry, not philosophy.
Gotta admit, guys, I think I've lost about
So
2
Auburn.
brain cells.
So Auburn.
Auburn's
more
gone,
people
right?
claim.
No,
No, he's back. So more people claim to have seen Jesus than claim to have seen the Earth from the moon.
Don't even get into religion
No, we're
because
using
you
your.
will lose the
I'm using
fucking
your
argument.
standard of.
You
No, I'm
will
using your.
lose the argument.
It's not about religion. It's about your standard of evidence.
You guys really shy away from that, don't you?
No, it's about your standard of evidence. So
the
you
difference
pick and
between
choose what
his
you believe.
example-
You pick and choose the witnesses you believe, right?
Oh,
it's just a belief,
he's
right? And that's no problem. I have no problem with you having beliefs. You need to just recognize what you have. There's some people, they said they did something, and you believe what they said. But there's some other people, they said they saw something, but you don't believe what they said.
Don't you literally believe that the Earth is flat? How could you have come to that?
It's not a belief.
Yes, it is.
No,
it's not.
Okay.
Are you
No.
religious? Are you religious?
Even if it was a belief, you wouldn't know what that belief is. You couldn't tell us what flat Earth is. But
So
yeah.
Auburn, have you ever seen the curvature of the Earth with your own eyes, or does it look flat?
I'm not getting into that because that
Does
will
it
go
look?
in a
Well,
damn circle.
you said flat Earth is a belief, but if we all see a flat Earth, what's to believe there? Why is that a belief? How is that a belief? Like, I don't get it.
Because your belief can be countered.
Oh.
Okay, it's not a belief that I see the Earth is flat. That's not a belief.
I'm not arguing this. This is.
Is it
fucking
or
stupid.
not?
I've done this a million fucking
I
times.
see that?
You all say the same thing. Every single one of you.
You don't know.
You're wrong, sir. You're wrong.
We are all in accordance and one mind.
Because it's logically
Not
consistent and valid.
logic. It's not logically consistent at all. You
Hold on,
trip
friend.
over your own logic, and bro.
Hold on, buddy. Hold it right there. Hold your horses. So I'm going to say a couple of arguments that come from the globe's side. Here's what they say. From your vantage point, the Earth looks flat, but yada, yada, yada. Why do they say that?
Because the observation of science is the exact same as the observation that you've observing the Earth is flat. It's no different. It really isn't any different. You observing
Wait a minute. So you're conceding that people observe the Earth is flat. Good job.
What? Did you listen to anything I just said?
Yeah, you said that the observation of the Earth being flat is the same as the observation of science.
No, I said
yes. Yeah. So, for example, let me give you
the logic.
Let me give you another argument. Hold on. Let me give you another argument. Let me give you another argument.
This isn't about arguments. This isn't about
the Earth. The Earth looks flat, but that's because the Earth is so large that from your scale it appears flat to you. You ever heard that one before?
Sorry, say that again. I was sorry. Say that.
The Earth appears flat locally, but that is because the Earth is so large that the curve is so minimal that the Earth appears flat to you, but it's not flat. That's another argument that they make.
Your point?
Now, in that is a concession that the general audience reading that is going to agree that to them, when they go around the Earth, it looks pretty flat.
All right, now I'm going to ask you to use your logic here. Do you believe that those people reading that information, taking in that information, is any different from the observation of you visualizing that the Earth is flat because of your vantage point? It is absolutely not different at all. Sorry, I said that really odd. Sorry about that.
Yeah, that was horrible. But anyway, I understand what you meant. I'll interpret it in my pea brain. So, but is that observation a belief?
It's not, because it's the same. Use logic. Your observation.
You said flat Earth was a belief.
That's
but
not.
I pointed out that you see the Earth is flat, and then you also agree that seeing is not a belief.
Right, but we're talking. It's your. Oh my god, bro! It's your
So is that
observation. You're making.
Yeah.
You're not adhering to another. I use. Why am I using that word so much? Holy shit! Sorry about that.
Because your brain is fighting you, dude. Because no matter how many times you try, you keep conceding that everyone sees the Earth is flat, dude.
Yes, because that's what you do. You see the fucking Earth is flat. Everyone fucking does that. It's whether or not you take that information and other information that you're doing and expand your fucking knowledge behind that. Yes, I do agree with you. The Earth is observed as flat. Done, zero zilch. No fucking shit. It's obviously fucking flat. But that doesn't mean that the Earth itself is flat.
Rip it, boys.
It's not.
Okay, listen.
Flip it and rip it, boys.
Listen, bro. We agree with you that seeing the Earth is flat is not proof that it's flat. He ran away.
Dude, he started to realize that his mouth can't stop agreeing that the Earth is obviously flat.
Yeah, he was fighting himself badly.
He definitely ran to go look in a mirror.
I mean,
but
but
the Earth was flat,
this is a
where's
good
the
sign.
edge?
This is a good sign. He may be
Who said there was an
actually
edge?
get seat.
There is an edge in every flat, object.
They say the universe is flat. Where's the edge of that?
No, they don't say that.
Yes, they do say that.
Show me a source on that.
Yeah, okay. Like
So
everything.
if we do show you that, will you show us the edge of it?
There is no edge.
There we go.
I mean, until I'm proven wrong. I mean, maybe you
Oh,
can show
dude,
it to me.
believe me, you're wrong.
Then provided. Where's the
I'm
edge of
gonna-
Earth? Start with that.
No, we're gonna ask about your flat universe.
Well, I'm not really making a claim on the universe, so I mean,
you don't
Well, I mean, you did because you said everything that's flat has an edge. So because they say the universe is flat, it also must have an edge. So we're going to ask you the same question.
Yeah. So
Because if you can't tell
if
us where the
I
edge of the
accept
flat
it,
universe, no, if you
why are
can't
you
tell us where
smirking
the
out?
flat,
Why are you
no,
mad?
listen, listen.
Wait,
You're not
why are you
listening.
so upset, man?
Because you're not listening.
I am.
No, you're not. You're talking.
I'm listening, dude.
So if the universe is flat, but you can't tell us where the edge is, the universe don't exist, right?
Not right.
What do you mean not right? That's what you're going to say about flat Earth, but you can't show you the edge, then the Earth can't be flat, right?
Not right.
But you said everything that's flat has to have an edge. So if the universe
Yeah.
doesn't have an edge, then why
Yeah,
is the
but
Earth?
did we agreed? But did we define where? First of all, did we even define who said the universe is flat? Is there even consensus
Yeah,
on
I
this?
just, there's consensus on it. It's
Also,
Then link it,
so-
right?
I just
Also,
did.
who said the Earth was a flat object?
It's called asymptotically flat space-time. I can post a link to that too if you want the mathematics.
Let's see.
So that's Phys.org. I can keep going. I mean, there's you can just type flat universe into Google. You get space.com. Is that good enough for you? Here's space.com.
You can also get all the major quote-unquote science communicators in interview upon interview saying the same thing, et cetera, ad infinitum.
Well, then there would be an edge of the universe.
Yeah, can you fall off? Can you go there and take a picture?
I mean, the universe is quite big. I don't even think we've been to the edge. So,
But you think there's an edge to the universe?
So if I clip those words, if I clip what you
Holy
said and played
shit,
it back
bro.
to you, after you asking me where's the edge of the Earth, if I played those words back to you, would you accept that as an answer?
no. First of all,
Okay,
because
the double standards are crazy.
it's not a double standard. You can show me the edge of a lawn, and you can't compare that to the edge of the universe, right? I mean, we're dealing with scales here.
You
One
can't
is
compare it to the
feasible.
edge of the Earth.
Well, we
One
are
is
comparing
feasible.
that.
One is not, right? And if you want to, throw red herrings in and dodge my question, that's fine. It just shows how weak your position is. That's cool. You're upset.
No.
Yeah.
So if you want to mischaracterize what we're saying with some trite,
No, I mean you completely
non-issue,
dodged the
you
question
can
and
do
try
that
to
too.
make me define where the edge of the universe is, and now you're
No,
upset.
no, because you had a premise. You had a premise.
Now you're
and we're
upset.
you had a premise that
I mean,
all
you're
flat
yelling at me.
things. Yeah, because you're not listening again. You had a premise. Your premise was all flat things have an edge. And we disproved that premise. So any word that comes out of your pie hole after that means nothing.
What?
Yeah.
How did you
want
link
to know
that?
something? Yeah, but chill for a second. I want to tell you something interesting about the quote-unquote edge of the universe. There's numerous articles about it, whether it exists as a definitive boundary,
Who on the phone to?
whether there's anything beyond it, or whether it goes on ad
Why?
infinitum. Now,
Why?
these articles, shut your mouth. These articles identify this quandary as having horrifying, terrible implications. I wonder why. Why would they use such charged language to just describe whether or not the universe has a boundary?
It might help if you say the name you're addressing the question to.
You. It's obviously a rhetorical question, dude.
Anyone listening?
Well,
or
then
paying
it doesn't need
attention-
answering, right? Because it's rhetorical. So back to my question, right? Where's the
No,
edge
we
of the
don't
world?
claim that. We don't claim the Earth has an edge. That's you.
Oh.
That's your sloppy globe. That's your sloppy globe thinking.
Okay, then riddle me this. It's not infinite, right?
Infinite doesn't exist. That's a human concept.
We
Doesn't
tried to
actually
help
exist
you.
in any type of physical reality.
We tried to help you understand the edge thing by comparing it to the universe, and you said, "Well, no, you can't have that position. You can't compare it." We are comparing it. You said that it's a flat object. That's not our position.
So now,
You're
now I
thinking
want to
of
cash in. CB, I'd
Am
like
I
to
having
cash
this
in my rhetorical.
conversation
Hold
with
on.
four people?
Oh, hold on, AT.
Dude,
Why are
this
you
is a
upset?
group, dude. This is a group.
Oh, yeah.
So I want to cash in my rhetorical question now. So the reason why I frame that question as a rhetorical question is because in the quote unquote mainstream, the philosophical implications about the edge of the universe are such that they don't know whether it's infinite, has a boundary, or what's beyond it. Now, it's completely up in the air, unknown, indefinite, right? So if you can accept that in your worldview, why can't we have an indefinite edge in our worldview? Now, I'm not saying there is one or isn't one. I'm just saying, why can't it be good for the goose and good for the gander? Why is it that you special plead for your worldview only, but when it comes to flat Earth, you demand such precision?
Is that also rhetorical?
No,
Well,
he's
I don't
highlighting
think
your
you
double
actually know the
standard.
answer, so it'd be pointless for you to attempt to answer. In my
I mean, the
opinion.
question itself is wrong, right?
He's
Because
highlighting
you're
your double
saying in your
standard.
question things that
Here's
are not true, and so therefore your question is invalid. Now, if it's rhetorical, that's cool. I'm glad you got it out. You know, you have a lot of pressure built in. You know, this is your outlet. Cool. Back to the
God
question.
damn, you can't
right?
stop talking about us, dude. You're sad. You're a
I mean,
sad sack.
You
this
did
is a
answer the
room
question,
to
though.
explore flat Earth, right? And I joined
Yeah,
to
but
explore
then why are
flat
you
Earth.
talking about flat earthers?
I'm not. He engaged with me, right? I don't
Yeah,
want to
but
talk
then
to
you
that
talked
guy.
about. Then you had a conversation. And you talked about him talking, right?
Yeah, I don't want to talk to
About
that
what he
guy. I don't
said
know
and
why he was in
how,
here.
and how he felt about his question, and you're glad
Now
he
you're
got it
yelling at
out.
your computer
Yeah,
again.
and then
Why are
you're
you
glad
upset?
he got it
Chill
out. Now
out.
you're talking
Chill
about me
out.
again. Now you're talking about
You're
me.
yelling at me,
You
bro.
were talking
Chill
about
out.
him.
You're
Now
a
you're
grown
talking
man.
about me.
Calm down. Calm
Yeah,
down.
you're talking about him. Now you're talking about me.
Maybe if you
We
guys
know
weren't
this
so
shtick, dude.
schizo.
Bro,
Listen,
you're
bro.
all so angry. This is
Listen,
crazy.
bro. We know
It
this
doesn't
shtick.
matter how people
No,
talk to
bro.
you.
We know this shtick. We know
It's not a
this.
shtick. I
It
ask
is
a
a shtick,
question and
bro.
you go like off the rails, bro. Four
No,
grown men
listen.
yelling at the computer. Like,
No, nobody's
Moron,
yelling at the
speaking
computer.
calmly.
yes, you are, dude.
No, no one is. No.
He's from
Okay.
Boston, bro. That's just how he talks, bro. Like, relax.
Okay. Boston or not Boston? The
No, we
question
answered your
remains,
question.
right?
Still,
Earth,
we
is it
answered.
infinite or not?
We answered the
Nothing is
question.
infinite. Nothing.
Well, I
But
mean, it's kind of
AI
funny when you
answered
just
that
said that
already.
we
Do you
don't
guys like
know
all
whether
agree
or
on
not
that, or like
the
what's
universe is infinite. Like, that was your claim.
Yes, I
No.
answered the
No,
question.
it's
See, the
weird.
problem is, friend, that you don't realize that I already answered the question 3 different times.
Because he never listened. He's too busy thinking about your emotional state.
Nah, I mean, I'm addressing the emotional state while I'm listening, right? I think it would be
Yeah.
helpful if you
Okay,
weren't.
cool. What was my answer? My answer to the question, what was it?
You posited a claim that it's hypocritical of me to have a certain threshold.
Right, that's fair. That's fair. However,
Oh, so I
what
did
did I
listen.
say? What did I? Yeah, yes, but that specifically the nature of the edge of either the flat Earth or the universe. What did I say about it?
That it's unknown and terrifying, and why don't they want us to know, or why do you?
Well,
They
that's
use
what I
that?
characterized. What they were.
Yeah. Wait, what happened? Did we lose him? Oh no.
Yeah, your mic cut out. If you're still talking, give him a second.
Yeah. Don't worry. I'm not the Matt one. I'm chill.
I should have seen who was talking. Fucking troll.
What do you mean a troll?
You're a troll, man. I talked to you before. You're a troll. You're here to
Okay,
troll.
how
You're
so?
not here for any purpose.
Because we've
So-
answered your question already.
Because
I'm
we keep having these meta conversations, and
What
I'm
is
sure you've
meta
asked
about
this question
this?
because you want to talk about talking.
No,
you
I
characterize
asked
the
direct
way I'm
questions. What do
talking. You characterize the way AI is talking. It's extemporaneous information which adds nothing to the topic, does it?
Bro, you're yelling at me.
Is it
Including-
extemporaneous? Now you're talking. Then you just did it again.
Do you know why it's helpful to address this? Because it's ruining the conversation.
Oh yeah,
right?
you just do it again. Just keep doing it over and
Bro,
over.
You're doing meta. Why are you so upset? Just let me ask my question.
And you did it again.
I mean, what really happened is I asked a question, and then I was asked like 3
More
questions
meta.
back. What do you think
Can you
about
do
the
it again?
universe now? What do you think about like I'm just asking a question, dude.
You
Why are you
answered
so
it.
afraid?
No, in between your questions, you're making extemporaneous comments about us. I suggest you shut the fuck up about that.
They were warranted. I mean, listen to you.
Yeah,
Okay, but I'm also speaking calmly.
he does it again.
Yes, you're
Do you have
calm. The
any
video guy,
self-awareness?
but
Yeah,
not
but I
this
also
video
answered
guy.
the question.
Do you have
My
any level
behavior.
of self-awareness of what
Wait,
you're
can
doing?
I talk to creation, please? Not you,
No,
Indio.
because
Not
see,
to be
I'm just
mean.
trying to
You're
call
yelling.
you out.
allowing him to
Calling
do
you out
this
because
thing.
it
You
doesn't
realize
matter
that, right?
how
You
people
guys are
address
allowing
it.
him.
No,
I
I'm not
mean-
allowing him to do anything. I'm exposing his sophistry.
I mean, this is meta, bro. Now you're doing what
I
you're
would
accusing
prefer
me
not
of.
to
It's kind of weird.
hear
Someone
Indio
asked me.
get
Someone made a
bullshit.
direct comment to me about something, and I'm addressing.
I mean, you're saying I'm doing sophistry and obfuscating, and you're just
Right now,
doing
you
meta,
are. Yes.
and
Okay,
you're
so I'm gonna
accusing me of
answer it
doing that,
again.
and now you're doing the
Nothing-
same thing.
This
So-
is cringe.
We're gonna get back to the topic, right? You asked us, is the Earth infinite? I said infinite done as it exists. So that's a no.
And then AI told you how even in your worldview that they don't agree whether it's infinite or not. I posted links in the chat. So that would apply not only to you but to us. It's been answered now.
Great, thank you. With that in mind, that we
That was
now
the second
know
time, by
it's
the way.
Right
That
answer
was the second
is
time we
actually yes
answered
and
it.
no, right?
cool. With that in mind, right? Knowing that it's not infinite, it would have an end, right? There would be a stop to it where something else
Can you
begins.
prove that? Can you prove that? What
That-
is this something else where it begins? What would that be?
Well, conceptually, that's just how it works. If you have an end to
No,
something
it
that's
doesn't work that way.
finite. Why are you cutting me off, bro? Like, hello?
If things don't have to end, then couldn't they be infinite?
No. It
Keep going.
okay. Any distance.
I asked you to
right?
prove your claim that there must be an end. Okay, if it's not infinite, that it has to be
I mean, I
has
think
some
it just
edge
logically
somewhere.
follows
No, it's actually been logically proven that question's impossible to answer. But I'll let him continue. It's been proven by Zeno, freaking 2,000 years ago. This question, whether reality is bounded or unbounded, is impossible to answer using logic,
Is this like the
geometry,
fucking
mathematics.
hair of Aristotle that like half the distance to the goal? Like
Yeah. So you've
Is that
actually
it?
asked this question before.
No, I'm
Like I said, you're a
asking.
troll.
Wait, so
No, you've actually
yes,
you've
that
actually
is what you're
you've
saying?
had this. So you've had this question answered before.
No, I've read some stuff. I don't know. I don't think I've talked to you. Bro.
I get him with the question.
I don't know. So
Can I
there are
get him with-
four
Hold on,
people
before you go on,
ganging
before
up,
you
and I
go
don't
on,
mind
dude,
that. But if I could just have a conversation.
No, chill for a second.
Wait,
I
why are you
just
so
want to point
upset,
out.
AI? Hold on, man.
Just
I'm
chill.
talking.
Now
Chill
talking
out.
about
Just
you
mute
again.
yourself, man.
Here
Chill
we
out.
go again with the
Can I get him with the
freaking
question?
comments about
Crypto wants to get in. Crypto wants to get in, so let's let Crypto get in.
So,
Go ahead,
I
Crypto.
wanted to ask AC, but he talked over my question, so I just muted him until I actually got my question out. And I didn't really feel like fighting everyone else for the mic, so. AT, just stop talking for a sec. You're there, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So, have a look in the voice text chat. Do you see my lovely little Canva drawing that I've done there?
Yeah.
So, do you see dat there Earth?
Mm-hmm.
Then you got dat there gas pressure gradient, right?
Yeah, volume and then existence.
And then
Yeah,
you've got the edge of existence. Now that's trademarked. You can't take that, right? I will charge you if you take that.
Cool.
And then they are telling us that new volume is being created all the time, right?
Creation of matter? Isn't it just expansion of matter? I don't think
new volume
might be on
being created in the universe. They tell us this. Yes, no?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, cool. So what do you think would happen to the gas particles in the current, let's just say, gradient that we supposedly have on Earth when new volume is created? Do you think that that gradient would continue into the new volume, or do you think it would just stop there for no reason at all?
Stop there where? Like the atmosphere?
At the edge
locally?
of existence.
Oh, well, I mean, I'm not going to go and speculate on the on the edge of the universe here. It's like
No,
not
I'm telling you that's the edge of existence, right?
cool.
But then they're saying that new volume is created all the time. Right, this is your model.
I mean, it's not my model, no.
Well, it is.
Well, it's not.
Well, yeah, but it is.
Well, it's not.
So you don't think new volume is being created?
I don't know. I don't take a position on it. I mean, sure, I know some people say that. I haven't looked, into it. I don't really take a position on it. No, it's not my model. It's incorrect.
So, I mean, you must either be of the... Well, okay, let's put it this way. Logically speaking, the universe is either finite or is infinite. It can't be anything else. Right?
I mean, that's a false dichotomy because it could have a quantum state where it's both, right? I don't know, but so I'm not
What?
even taking
No,
a position on
no.
answering that. So no, I suspend
No,
belief.
that would render every dichotomy a false dichotomy.
Yeah, where it
And that's not-
applies, yes. But that's why you have true
No,
dichotomies
that
and
wouldn't-
false
that wouldn't-
dichotomies. So yeah,
but
you're incorrect.
That logic
again.
would render every dichotomy a false dichotomy.
Not really, no.
Yes, it would.
Well, how
So
can you
anyway-
have, for instance, like a fucking...
Well, India,
quantum-
I get it now. This guy can't answer a question.
You're asking me about something I'm saying I'm not having a position on, and what?
No, I get it.
So
He-
I
he
don't
can't
answer.
answer it.
Yeah, what does that mean?
And
I
then he
can't
acts
answer a question.
confused, and then he acts confused when you call him out on it. Yeah, I get the game.
What do you mean? This is like me asking you, hey, do you know who the 22nd Chinese leader was?
That was
Oh,
perfect.
you don't? You can't answer a question? Oh, that's great. Like this is so far beyond what I asked. I don't know if you're trolling.
It's not.
I
It's
honestly,
not beyond it. It directly talks about what you
so
asked.
far off topic, and I
No,
don't
he's trying
see-
to listen. He's trying to test your logic, bro.
There's no logic in that. I said I don't know. I'm not taking a position on something that I don't know. Why would I?
Dude, you made the positive claim that the universe could both be finite and infinite at the same time.
No, I said what if that was the case, right? I said there could be a third
Well, then-
option.
No, if it's not possible, then it's not a third option, and therefore it's not a false dichotomy. You understand that, right?
I understand that is the case, right? But I'm saying like this whole shtick, I don't know what it's about because I didn't invoke the universe. I didn't say the edge of it. I'm not talking about expansion. I'm not talking about volume creation. Like this is all something that you brought into the picture. And if you want to talk about that,
it's my scenario. I know it's my scenario. I was asking you about my scenario.
I don't care about your scenario, honestly.
Well,
Like,
then put yourself on mute. No one wants to talk to you.
why?
then.
Why did you hijack the conversation and then tell other people
It
to mute
applies.
themselves?
It applies to your scenario. You just
This
can't
is so
see
weird.
it.
Is this what happens in here? Like when you guys
And now
are
he's gonna go
shaken
again.
and
Now
upset,
he's
you
gonna-
you mute
now he's
somebody
talking
and you.
about- Now he's talking about us
Oh,
again.
you yelling,
No,
bro.
you're talking about us again. And again, that's all you got. It's your fallback move, dude.
No,
I'll
I'm
talk
one
about the people.
glober against
I'll
4 people.
characterize and talk about the
Now
people
you're
I'm
yelling
talking
over.
to.
Okay.
Yeah, and then
I
you
want
did
to
it
talk
again,
about
and you
this.
do it again. You can't even
Yes,
help
because you're
yourself.
yelling, bro. You're yelling.
You
Control
can't
yourself.
even help yourself. You can't
Control
even help
yourself.
yourself. Oh, I'm completely in control. I'm completely in control
Really?
of smacking you around,
Oh,
exposing your nonsense.
smacking me
number
around
3
with a
today,
lisp.
so it's not-
Yeah. Okay, so now that we have, the
this is
grown-ups.
I didn't even
guy
get-
who thinks you're better than everybody around him.
So
right?
yeah, so talking about me again.
I muted him. Yeah, I muted him. Basically, I didn't even get to my question. It's interesting
know.
because clearly what he's doing is he's trying to obfuscate the question so that he never has to answer it. And that's just intellectual cowardice, isn't it? Really, let's be honest. But he'll talk over the criticism as well, and then act confused. So
Yeah.
that's yeah.
Well, he sprinkles in talking about you or somebody else. Yeah, and he sprinkles in talking about people's, the way they're talking to him, their emotional state, all that shit in between that, right? Whenever he has to actually answer the question, it becomes about how you're asking the question, tone policing, basically.
Yeah, exactly. So is Percival still in here? Because maybe he can answer, or Raiden, or any of the other Globers.
I'm here.
What's your name now?
It's still Trigonometry Man.
Oh, didn't we talk about this the other day?
Yeah. I would. So I explained
Yeah,
it.
so there's no point. There's no point having the conversation again, is there?
Well, so we're talking about right now. We're talking about the expansion of the universe in the side chat, and I thought I would just bring that over into this, because I think I missed that part in the discussion earlier. Kind of like I didn't explain it to the way that I should have to you. It was my fault. So I'd like to have it again.
You won't have it again. Slap yourself on the wrist.
All right.
By the way, I've submitted my vote for.
Are Globe Defenders just automatically trolls now? Just pretending? I don't, because past couple people you talked to were absolute trolls. Just wanted to create chaos. Kid that was doing his little stick. Yeah. I dealt with a kid like that in 2016, and he started running around the table. We were outside. He was losing his mind because he couldn't escape me and obfuscate. That kid was just wow. And then this dude AT, I experienced him too. He's like a professional troll, and if he's not getting paid, he's damn good. He should get paid. I'll tell you straight up.
Well, the question is, I just want to know where the dealer is, because what?
Yeah, no one's asking about that shit here.
What the?
The dealer's at the casino, man.
Yeah, sorry, Tim. You're gonna
What
have
is the
to
big
not
deal where
troll.
you got to come in? You got to come in and troll flat earthers. What is? I don't get it.
Harp, it's this server. It's not exclusive to this channel. So these people, they bounce from room to room to room doing this crap.
Yep.
Oh, because it's such a big server. Okay.
Yeah, Indio, I saw you brought up like Gaussian explanation of gravity on the flat Earth. That was an interesting paper.
Yeah, it is interesting. Well, that's because so Vsauce made this video, right?
Yeah.
It's the Earth round or something like that, and in it there's this graphic animation that says like you would have to lean sideways because gravity would pull you to the center, and it shows this little animation of a guy going towards the edge of the Earth, like leaned all the way over. And we used to get that a lot. So this paper pretty much shows that you can have an equivalent gravity vector depending on, the shape of the flat Earth, right? So if the disk is long enough or it's a cylinder on top of a cylinder or something like that, right? So you could get the gravity vector where the divergence of the gravity vector is so small, it seems identical to a globe.
Wouldn't the globe have to be Wouldn't the globe have to be like completely symmetrical and weight distribution to do what it does? I used to think about them taking all the oil out of the earth before I realized that it replenishes itself. I used to think, oh my God, we're going to throw the axis of the earth off. The whole thing's going to, when I was a globe, because we were sucking the oil out, man. We're burning all that stuff and we're making all these products out of it. And we're creating completely lopsided, globe. So how does that, wouldn't that throw everything off too? Yeah, it would.
When you talk about the mass tonnage of oil production, actual tons of minerals removed from the ground, it is completely meaningless when you compare it to the miles of matter on the inward side. It's just the raising and lowering of new islands due to volcanic activity is still, even that is nothing.
Because it's not a globe.
If you assert that.
Well, yeah.
Seismic activity work on a flat Earth?
Are you kidding me?
No, that's a genuine question.
So, how does seismic activity work on a globe? Because your claim comes first, right? So, go ahead and tell me how that works, and then
Well,
how
actually,
you figured it out.
I actually never claimed that it works on a globe.
What? Seismic activity?
Yeah, I never claimed that it works on a globe. I was just asking a question.
Oh, okay.
Oh, we're doing the whole I'm just asking questions thing.
Yeah, I just asked the question thing.
Hey,
Yeah.
Crypto. You hear that phone ringing,
Hey,
Crypto? 'Cause I'm
I
pretty
do
sure we
have to
just
say
saw
this
in the
one
chat.
thing, though, right? They're called tectonic plates.
Oh, AT rage quit. Yeah, Creation Bear. Sorry, what you saying, dude?
No, I was just asking if you hear that phone ringing, because I'm pretty sure we just called it in the chat. This whole I'm just asking questions thing.
Yeah. I mean,
That's
you can
so
ask
funny.
some pretty nasty questions, like, yeah,
When did you stop beating your wife? I'm just asking questions.
yeah, exactly.
I think my biggest contention with that is that they don't really care about the answer. Like 5 people could pour their hearts into giving an answer, and they're like, "So you just don't answer questions," or something stupid. Right?
Exactly.
Like,
That's why I always That's why I always say, "Why, guys? Why are you wasting your time with this fucking troll? This is his jollies."
Whoa.
Yeah, because
Not all like
because the audience will be listening to it, going, "That guy's retarded." Maybe the flat earthers have got a point.
Hopefully,
Yeah, and you know that's going on. And Globers have admitted to me as well that like the more retarded Globers make them cringe. So I mean, I don't have a problem with it at all.
That's honestly probably true. I would have to agree.
So this morning, a guy said, so he was talking about circumnavigation. To be fair, he was a little inebriated. I said, if you walk out of your house, front door, take a left and go around your house and go back in the door, is your house a globe? And he said, yeah. Yeah, man.
Yeah, well, it has to be.
Actually,
because,
I have a clip of it. It's pretty cool.
yeah, well, it
Clipboard
has to
got
be
it for
because
me.
otherwise, it would be worse for him to admit that his logic doesn't prove a globe than for him to say something absurd like his house is a globe. It's actually better for his ego.
Well, how do you go in? How do you keep ending up back at the same place? Yeah, man. On a globe, it's a circle, but the circle's underneath, right? And on a flat Earth,
because
it's
you're
round.
compassing.
Yeah,
the
let me listen
compass,
to it. I'll be
right?
back.
Compass came from the word compass, right? I often say compass where I should say compass because that's exactly what the two mean. Go around. That's what it means. Compass. An old English word, I believe, right? Pass. Go around. I'm not going to say about the Bevtards talking about the compass. I'm not going to go into that.
Scott, are you here? Scott.
Scott Mackey.
Scott.
Roll number 3. You're up.
It'd be interesting to hear
I am, but I'm pulling weeds in my backyard, so there's a little bit of noise going on. So I don't know if I'm going to be allowed to talk.
Oh, unfortunate.
There's a motorcycle. You hear that?
No.
Just oh, okay. Maybe I can talk then. If no one in that background noise, that motorcycle is kind of loud. Anyways,
your app probably filters it out. That's good.
So what's up? Oh, you just been called for dinner. So
I'd rather,
I gotta go.
I'd rather listen to the motorcycle, to be honest.
You'd rather listen to the motorcycle than Scott?
Yeah,
That's not very nice.
I know. But it's true.
one thing I noticed that was interesting about what his back and forth with Crypto is he said that was a false dichotomy, whether the universe was infinite or not. He's like, well, I don't believe in that. That's a false
What's wrong with
dichotomy.
Scott?
His wife called him for dinner. You didn't hear him say that?
Hey, Harp, I just looked that
Oh,
up because I couldn't believe what I just heard. I was like, wait, what? Is that what it meant? And I looked it up. You're absolutely right. I never knew that. That's what compass was, is come past, like
Yeah.
to go around. I never knew that.
Yep. Oh, yep. You know, you learn that in the Bible, right? Told compass Jericho. Bring the walls down. You know, they come out with the horns and they used all the frequency. They brought the walls down.
Oh yeah.
That's where you find that word, compass, in the Bible. That is. That's how I knew it was Old English.
Yeah, they go around. They went around and around in a circle, like a compass. Yeah, I get it.
Yep, that's correct.
Learn something new every day. I never knew it.
Is
How
everyone
old are
is
you right
everyone
now?
ready? Is everyone ready to watch Starliner launch tonight? Are we all excited?
No. So, real quick, APOC, how old are you right now?
45.
Oh, okay. Okay, I learned that when I was 39, so, right, close enough.
I don't know. I never knew that, bro. Like what? Like how did I not know that?
Right, but I didn't either. I was 39 when I learned it. It's because I did a lot of Bible study, and that's why.
So trigonometry, man, what's the most exciting part of a Starliner launch?
I would say the fact that it hasn't had people on it yet.
How is that exciting? I'm missing it.
I would say the most exciting part will be, because it's Boeing, it'll be if the side door blows out.
Ha!
Are they putting people on it tonight?
Down right now.
Yeah. So, as
Hopefully they killed the
said.
people that built it in advance.
What?
I said, no, the people that built it, hopefully they killed them in advance this time. Well, they're
you
killing
know
all
what?
the.
This is actually.
Well, I was just going to say they're killing all
Go
the
ahead.
whistleblowers retroactively. Like maybe they'll do it in advance
Yeah.
this time.
Well, dude, it's actually a good. It's actually a good thing logistically to actually have a human being get splattered through a hole out the side of the thing and then deter production for another 10 years so that Globers could be like, in 10 years, we're doing something. I promise.
Right.
Right, just like they did with the shuttle. Well, they did it first with Apollo, right? And then they did it with the shuttle. Because I guess TV was outweighing their space programs. They wanted to be in front news, you know, important. That's what they do. They're
Well-
having this thing, and I watched it live, man. The Space Shuttle Challenger. That's the first thing I ever watched live, and it blew the fuck up. And I was going, I saw this little flame, and I'm going,
Were you
hey,
in
Graham,
school?
because my grandma was in the other room. That was what 1985 or 4 or 6 or whatever the fuck that was. And I go, hey, Graham, there's a flame there. It doesn't look right. And then next thing you know, and I'm going, oh my God, man, that thing just blew up.
You think?
It blew up.
Well, that was a perfect
There was
piece of
nobody on there.
indoctrination.
Yeah, man.
Because I saw it in
There was
school.
Nobody on there.
There was nobody on there?
Nobody on there. And you see them, you can go find them if you really want to do it. No, they're alive. They're alive, and you can find them.
So, do you know the
Just like
story of
San
the
Diego.
Challenger disaster? Trigonometry, man?
Yeah.
Hold the phone, friends.
Oh
Listen,
my
I'm gonna
God.
make this
Go ahead.
one. Hey, pay attention, son. I'm gonna make this very clear. Any mass casualty event is against TOS to say that nobody died. Okay,
Oh,
so
I'm
that's the
okay with
last
that.
time anybody. That's the last time anybody says anything about it. Please, thank you.
Okay. Well, I wasn't going to say that. So,
Sorry, bro.
I'm cool. So,
I forgot how huge this server was. I keep doing that. I'm used to the
So-
old 24.
so real simple. they had a teacher on it named Christy McAuliffe, and she was supposed to be the first civilian into outer space.
Yeah.
So part of that, the promotion of that is just about every school child in America saw that happen live. I saw it happen live in school. They wheeled out. They'd never done this before, never did it after this. They wheeled out a TV set, right? Yeah, we had like, CRT TVs back then.
Did it with
They
Apollo.
wheeled one in the front of the office so that when you walked into the school, that you would see it. Right? So here's where it gets really, really weird. And obviously they can justify that because there's a teacher on it and they're trying to, indoctrinate the school kids. All the school kids got to see this crap happen. But they never got to see any of this crap happen before that. Space Shuttle, I went to school in the 80s, so Space Shuttle was a big indoctrination program. Even like when I was in first grade before they even launched it. So here's the funny thing. Columbia and Challenger both had an ejection capsule. Yeah, that's right. They had an ejection capsule in case they had to abort the mission. They could jettison out of the front of the shuttle and land safely somewhere.
That is the most bullshit thing I've ever heard. The space shuttle did not have abort
Didn't they
capability
say
like that.
Challenger
Yes,
did
yes, it
eject?
did. Yes, it
No,
did.
they didn't.
Yes, it did. It did.
Source, please.
And they
Source.
took
Yeah,
the one
they
out
did.
of. Listen, it did, and they took it out of Challenger
Ah, okay, yeah, of course.
right before that mission. I shit
So
you
do you
not.
have do you have a source for them having abort?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, let's see.
Obviously, I have a source. My number one source. You know my number one source is?
Trust
The
me, bro.
astronauts. The astronauts.
NASA.
The astronauts were interviewed and talked about it. So yeah, that's my source.
So just to touch on like the TV is watching that. I don't think that's pretty. I think that's pretty common. I remember 9/11 being watched on TV and when I was in school. So like, I think that's pretty normal when you have like a national tragedy or like a national triumph going on that
Yeah,
school
but it
children
wasn't
watch it
right.
on TV.
Yeah, but
Exactly.
they would.
Yeah.
You think I have prior knowledge of the shuttle exploding? They did it before the shuttle exploded. They broadcasted the launch.
Right, but that's what he said. He did say like a hero type thing, or either way, you do broadcast those things. They didn't know it was going to become wow to oh God, That's why I don't want to say nothing.
They
more.
designed them with seats, but they were never implemented.
What was that? I didn't hear that.
I don't know of any shuttle that actually flew with the ejection seats.
I don't know. What difference does that make? I mean, they
I don't
didn't
know.
use them one way or the other, right?
Yeah, would you like to be ejected at like 7 kilometers per second?
Right.
No, I don't know.
Yeah,
Yeah,
right,
don't most
exactly. And
rocket
they have
failures
to have a
happen either
serious.
ascent or like re-entry? So like an ejection would just be like a faster way to die.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
The point was there was alternate exits, so even if you saw them enter, they could have left without you knowing. That's the point.
Yeah, they did that
Okay.
documentary where they show them sliding down, or that one report, that guy, he slides down the emergency exit into a room where he says
Right,
it's so thick.
Yeah, they show you that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can't find that after I saw it and I didn't download it.
Irrespective, since the mission didn't make it anywhere where it could conclusively prove whether the Earth is flat or not, and since the borderline action of talking about the circumstances of the individuals, whether they survived or not, is a violation of the TOS of the Discord platform, which we're currently on, you're going to move on the topic or you're going to get yeeted. Those are the options.
Why did that kind of go on after you said that the first time? That's kind of weird. And I got back into it, and I'm sorry. What the fuck?
Well, because I didn't eat anyone, so now I'm going to have to sacrificially eat somebody. Do you want to volunteer as tribute?
But yeah, but they did try to show the curve of the Earth, didn't they? And all those launches, all those shuttles.
How could they, dude? How could they show the curve of the Earth while you're watching a shuttle just go up in the sky? That makes zero sense.
All right, so I want a legitimate answer instead of
I'm talking about when it was supposedly in space. You know, when
yeah.
it got
So why are a bunch of
yeah, that's different.
Why are a bunch of private companies independent of government getting paid millions or billions of dollars at this point now? It's like a $500 billion industry. They're all getting paid for services that they just don't
Hey,
achieve.
bro, let me ask you. Yeah, cool. Let me ask you this question. Have you ever heard of hit bags?
Of what?
Hit bags.
No, hit mags.
Okay. No, bags.
Hit bags.
So a hit bag is a specific location where you could drop off a satchel of money and a name, and someone will pick it up and yeet that person for you. Okay. And the general going rate is $10,000. So let me ask you this, friend. If someone would kill another man for $10,000, do you think they would do something corrupt for $1 billion?
This is independent private companies.
Oh, dude, one more time. Would people do immoral things for billions of dollars? Yes or no?
Yes, but these people
Right.
are
So
getting-
you're.
hold on. Hold on. These people are getting
Where's the money? Holy crap, dude.
These people are having individual other companies that are paying them to complete services. So unless everyone's getting paid, like the people that are paying to have the sort getting a satellite into space or getting imagery, unless everyone's getting paid for nothing, they're just like, yep, so you paid me, $20 million for this rideshare mission on this launch, but then we just don't do anything.
Yeah, no problem. Most of those things are just high altitude, dude. So whoop-de-doo, you go to high altitude, and then what?
You mean most of the satellites are in the atmosphere? Is that what you're trying to say?
Duh.
All right, so the companies that are specifying orbits, they're like, I want a 1,000 kilometer by 500 kilometer orbit, and they just go, sure thing, and then they launch a satellite up to 80 kilometers, and they're like, or launch a balloon up to 60. That's the highest you can go, and they say, yep, that's the best we can do for you. 60 kilometers on a balloon.
Well, in orbit, right? You could say the word compass, right? And then you could say orbit, and they would mean the same thing.
Nice rebuttal, I guess. I don't know.
And what companies is
it goes
what
in a
company,
circle.
What companies is providing to us?
What, like launch vehicle providers?
No, I'm saying they are making satellites, everything now, and what they are providing now.
They're providing services to other companies like imagery, satellite launch services.
And the final results of that is
people are making money off something that supposedly doesn't exist. That's the final result.
no, what they are doing with that satellite. What they are doing with that satellite? I don't know what they are doing with that satellite. All that satellite.
There's a lot of stuff they can do with whatever satellites they wish to make, or
what, for example.
Communications. They can launch up communication satellites and achieve really high bandwidths.
We have that. We have that with the ground position, antennas, and with the cables. 90% of the cables is under the sea. Everything is connected on the air. We don't need satellites for that.
All right, I'm sorry you didn't like that answer. How about another one? Since I have a lot of examples.
Yeah.
Imagery from geostationary orbits, where you can view one portion of the Earth for 24 hours a day, 365.
You act like we have nothing in the air that we can use to do that, right?
We don't have that.
Is it 24/7 monitoring that you can use?
No, there's no 24.
Do you have that?
Yeah, we do. Geostationary satellites can do that, and they do it.
Really?
Yep.
Why they are not showing the real reality?
The real reality?
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
When I was watching for example, that most famous, it's not private company, it's NASA, it's ISS. There was not the land like in 4 hours of live stream. It was not land.
Yeah, so the ISS is very low compared to a geostationary orbit. It's like around 400 kilometers.
Yeah, but there was no land in 4 hours of live streaming.
All right. Sorry that you didn't get to see land. I guess I don't know.
Yeah, I was watching live 4 hours of live stream ISS. I didn't see the land.
I find that hard to believe, actually.
Okay. You can try it. You can go to ISS live stream. Maybe you will get it also the same. Then I get it some other things. I get from ISS the picture of the sphere,
The sphere in
One.
question.
Yeah. And then I get another picture from ISS, also sphere. But they're strange.
Right. Yep.
I will post you, and can you explain me what is going on here?
Yep, I'll entertain this, even though I'm trying to get back to private companies and how they're making
I
money
got a
off of it.
question for you there, Trig. How do you have a stationary satellite? How
Of what?
is there a geostationary satellite? How's that work?
All right, so there's a certain altitude. So orbits are dependent upon altitude, how fast they're going. So the ISS moves pretty fast, around 7.8 kilometers per second, average. The further you get away from the body that you're orbiting, the lower your speed is. So there's a speed or there's an altitude, which means that there's a speed at which you can essentially match the rotation of the Earth, which is about like 1.1 kilometers per second. So several thousand kilometers above the Earth is at a point where
like I got you. So like the so-called atmosphere, it just hangs on to the 1,000-mile-an-hour rotation.
Oh, calm down. We have an atmosphere no matter what. Just saying.
Why are you telling me to calm down when
I'm just saying. There's an atmosphere no matter what.
Yeah, you're interrupting me, bro.
Oh, damn, you need to calm down, bro. Calm down.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Look at. So
Couldn't resist.
you got this rotation. Okay, you're going to keep doing it, right? So you got this rotation, and the further up it goes, faster it has to be to keep up with the smaller part, which is us. Yeah. Well, how does that work?
I heard, how does it? So you're saying, how does the atmosphere keep on to the Earth?
Yeah,
If
and
it's
then
spinning?
things above it that are called geostationary satellites, right? Your geostationary satellite, how far does the atmosphere extend now? To the moon now?
Depends on how far you want to go. I guess it could extend all the way, I don't know, beyond the moon if you want it to, but I don't.
Sure.
I would consider it to be around 100 kilometers or so.
You know they extended the atmosphere to the moon now.
Yeah, I know.
I just went on to the ISS live stream. Went back about 20 minutes. It's going over land. Some kind of.
That's just being pedantic, though.
Listen, I'm not a flat earther. I'm a globe earther, and I believe in space. But man, those NASA videos look fake as fuck. I'm just saying. I come in here all the time and debate you guys and make you guys look dumb, but I'm not gonna cap. Those NASA videos look so weird sometimes. I'm not lying. They're just scared to admit it. I'm telling
here
you.
all the time and to make you guys look dumb, but I'm not gonna. Yeah, you're a dumbass.
No, I'm just saying, like you have us on the NASA videos. Like we always say, no, they're real. But I'm telling you, from somebody who believes in space, they look kind of shady.
I come here and beat you guys up all the time.
That's a good thing, bro.
I'm not gonna. I mean, you don't have shit on us. It's just some video. Like, it's entirely possible that NASA fakes their videos and space is still just super real, and all they do is fake their videos for more money. Like, it's entirely possible that they do it for money and greed reasons. So,
how delusional are you? Do you take school? Do you go to?
I'm not delusional. I think it's highly more likely that they're faking their videos to get more taxpayer money. Like, it's than space being fake. Like, have you seen our government? They're trash.
I thought it would be more expensive to fake.
What?
Oh yeah, you guys are always saying it's more expensive to fake it.
Okay, listen.
Maybe your side wasn't around for that, but yeah, there was a time when they said that. So, have
Did they start?
Like I'm just saying, the NASA guy going, oh, the technology we had to go back to the moon, we just don't have it anymore. It got destroyed, and the process to rebuild the destroyed technology is just way too painful. Even I'm like, buddy, like, what's going on here? Who employed these fucking idiots? Like, I'm telling you, NASA needs to go.
Yep. So you're
Yeah,
telling
guys,
me.
do you know?
You're telling me.
One sec. Can I just get in?
Yep. Yeah.
Oh, I might be lagging. Sorry. Sorry, I'm lagging.
Yeah, there's no globe earther in here that's gonna say that the videos look super real. There's just no way.
I mean, like,
they all defend him, bro. They all defend him. Seriously.
Of course, they're gonna defend them because if they admit that it's bad, they look bad.
All right, can I just take this
No,
for
no,
like 2 minutes?
Apollo taking
Can I
off
just take
from
this
the
for 2
moon.
minutes, please?
Yeah. Yep.
So,
I think
have
flat
you guys
Earth is more ridiculous, though.
Cool. Have you guys heard of Adam Ruins Everything?
Yes, I've heard of it. What about it?
Cool, yeah. So he did a video where he basically strawmanned a bunch of moon landing denial arguments.
Okay, I'm sorry. Is he a reputable source? It's just some YouTuber. This is the same guy on College Humor that made jokes and skits?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, did I call him a reputable source?
No, but you're citing him as if he is, right? What's the implication then?
No, you're just strawmanning me.
Okay, so why would you bring it up then?
Because I wanted to talk about it.
Oh, interesting. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, well done. So I talked about something because I wanted to.
All right, continue on, buddy.
Fascinating insight. So we've got this video, Adam Ruins Everything, and he basically strawmans the shit out of a bunch of moon landing denial arguments. This is then repeated ad nauseum by a bunch of globers. And one of those arguments was it would be more expensive to fake than to actually do it, right? And then the comment section was full of people saying, oh yeah, they faked the moon landing, but they, you know, the director was a perfectionist, so he had to do it on location, right? I.e. implying that they actually went to the moon to fake the moon landings, right? That kind of shit. Whatever. One of the main arguments that they came up with was that the way that the sun was captured in the videos or photos had, like, it must have been like some mega super high-powered laser that would have cost millions and billions to manufacture. And we were swamped by these shit arguments for months.
Do they not know what a spotlight is?
Yeah.
Okay, you know, I actually humbly apologize. I thought you were going to bring it up like a reputable source, but instead, you were describing how other globe earthers were using a YouTube video to disprove your arguments, and they were getting away with it for so long. Congratulations, thank you.
I was going to say, is that really where that argument came from?
Yeah, it is, yeah.
From Adam Ruins Everything? My God, I never knew that.
I can't believe this guy single-handedly admitted that he got bodied by a YouTube video for the longest time.
All right, so what is...
No, that's not what I said.
That's exactly what you said. You said that these people kept saying what they heard in that YouTube video, and you couldn't say anything about it until now.
He is what he wants. He is what he wants.
All right, I apologize. I apologize. No, I apologize. I
wrong?
apologize.
Yeah, what is specifically
dude.
wrong? What is specifically wrong with the Apollo program other than, like, can we talk about the inconsistencies in it? Instead of just like flat, like.
Can we talk about why Yoslav? Can we just before we do that? Can we just talk about why Yoslav feels the need to deliberately tarnish and spin everything everyone else says?
I think we should.
It's like, if anything, 2 points that I spun. All right, calm down. It's not that big of a deal.
No, but you just interrupt.
I don't have it out for you, buddy.
You're
It's
interrupting.
going to be better if it.
I don't even know who you are.
Yeah, and I don't. Yeah, I just don't think that you should do that.
Okay,
bro.
why don't you bring up some actual counter arguments against Globe Earth, and we can have a conversation then. Wow, other people bring up a YouTube video.
There is no measurable curve.
Listen, you don't control me, bro. Okay, when I'm talking, you're learning. Okay, you understand?
I can control you very easily, bro. See how easy that was. So, if you're in this room, you're taking it seriously, or you're going on mute. It's that simple. Sorry, Indio. Please go ahead.
Well, I mean, I want Trigonometry Man to pose his question again because I forgot it from Spaz. Your slob.
I just want to know. I just want to have a conversation about, like, what is specifically wrong about the Apollo program other than.
Right, I just gave you a video right in there, real quick.
Yep.
Video.
The program in general, or like specific things.
Yeah, like inconsistencies, like stuff that could prove that it didn't, like, actually go to the moon.
Okay. How about the fact that the AGC memory couldn't have possibly worked because it was shorted.
And which mission was this?
All of them.
What do you mean by shorted? It was about 4 kilobytes, if I remember correctly. Correct?
Well, back then they didn't have like solids. I mean,
It was magnetic wire. Yeah.
Yeah, wrapped on iron rings.
Yep.
And if you get the wire traces, every time you read out one of these iron rings, it shorted and it would have erased it.
Yeah, I do remember hearing. Yeah.
I can post a thing that has all the information from a guy. He's passed away, unfortunately, but he's a computer scientist from France who goes through all the documentation. Has
Yeah,
graphs, all that shit.
I played around with virtual AGC stuff. It's pretty crazy what you can do with that little memory.
Yeah, but if it erases it, what memory? You don't have any memory.
I believe you can still.
You have memory that don't remember anything.
Yeah, so you can. I think how that memory works is that you can, as soon as you erase the memory on it, you can write something else back on it. So you get like bizarre errors, but it'll still work for what you're trying to do. Because it's read
the
memory.
Guidance computer. The guidance is inside the computer. So, like, how if you're erasing the computer memory, how are you reprogramming it?
I believe you're erasing it and then rewriting. So you have like a redundancy system.
You believe?
Yeah,
Are you just like coping right now?
No, I'm just saying how I think it works, just to entertain the point of this conversation, right? I could be wrong. I could look it up if you want me to.
Okay, that's one problem. The other problem is telemetry data that don't exist anymore because they lost it in the couch or whatever they said they did, which is a large amount of material. It's equivalent of 2,600 bankers boxes, and if you put that in pallets, it's 33 pallets, which is equivalent of something like 27 I think it's 27 pallets fit in 2 18-wheeler box trucks. So yeah, they lost all that somehow. And then there's the ability to take a photograph on a chemical film in a vacuum, which has been demonstrated to be not feasible. I mean, I could go on and on and on.
I still can't believe they went from, in 12 years, they went from an artificial satellite to a human breathing and walking and bathrooming on the moon. That leap in technology is pretty staggering. Considering they can't replicate it now, I mean, maybe they're just focusing more on the ISS, but now they're decommissioning it, so I don't know what they're going to focus on after that.
Do you believe that we don't have the technology? Like, I understand the technology part. What is it? Petite or whatever. Technology meaning the Saturn V itself. We not only would we not really know how to build it anymore, or have the capability to build it because we wouldn't have the tooling or the dies anymore, the manufacturing equipment, everything. It would just be a disaster. Incredibly inefficient. It's also just something we wouldn't want to build anyway, regardless. So yeah,
six times was enough.
Well, did you see the reflection in the helmet that I posted the other day?
Which one?
So, I think it was Buzz Aldrin took a picture of Armstrong or vice versa.
Yep.
In the reflection of him is in the helmet, in the visor.
That's freaky with radiation. That'd be a quick photo.
Well, problem is that you can see the lem leg, right, and it casts a shadow, and the shadow goes between his legs but doesn't fall on his body somehow. It goes between his legs, goes out the other side, but doesn't fall on his body.
Yeah. I wish there was more time-lapse stuff of those shadows, because you still wouldn't see any shadow movement while they were there the whole day on the moon.
So shadows wouldn't work the same way on the moon, considering the fact that there's no atmosphere there. Correct.
Well.
Yeah,
also,
but will they go between your legs and not fall on your body?
I have no idea. I don't know how no one knows if shadows work there.
Okay, now say you had say there was a pole casting a shadow, right? And you straddled the pole, right? You put the shadow between your legs. You walked over to the cast shadow of let's say it's Eratosthenes' stick, just to be funny. So Eratosthenes puts a stick in the ground, right? And you straddle the stick so that the shadow goes between your legs and goes out behind you. Can that shadow not fall on your body?
I can't say. On Earth, no, you couldn't be able to do that. But on the moon, where there's no atmosphere, I don't know.
There's some strange photos
Dude,
with some of the.
dude, you're out of your cotton picking mind, bro.
This is
Like,
insanity.
There's some strange photos of the flags on the moon because yes, the shadow should not move throughout a day. Even so, if it's like if their minds are okay, it's like we're at Earth. There should be 12 days within or 12 hours within a day. The sun should be moving from one horizon to the next. They're not going to see that whatsoever on the moon. There is no sun movement from horizon to the next, so you're not even going to see a shadow angle change within 12 hours. You know, because the moon rotates 29 days every 29 days on its axis. So think about that. Think how trippy that would be. You know, being an astronaut saying, "Okay, why are the shadows moving, guys?" You know, it's like, "Oh yeah, I forgot. I'm not in the studio. I'm on the moon."
So if it's a flat surface compared to a what? What?
No,
What
I'm
the hell
saying
did you just say?
the shadows on the moon do not move if you're on the move within the same time period as you would be on the day. So you know how within the day you see the sun move in the sky from one horizon to the next and the shadow lengths move on an object? If you're on the moon, the shadow length will not change the same time period, if that makes sense, because
yeah,
it takes
because the phase of the moon is a 28-day cycle.
yes.
Yeah, so
So
they shouldn't move.
So I would have loved to have seen a time lapse of those of astronauts trying to take. They try to take a sunset. You can't take a sunset time lapse. It would take 28 days. You know.
Yeah,
So
trigonometry man, look in the voice chat. Look in the text chat rather. So there's the pic. There's like the original pictures, right? Of if you scroll up to 6 or 834.
Yep.
Okay. The shadow goes between his legs and out the other side, but doesn't fall on his body.
yeah, Trig,
Yeah.
start look, now that you know
That's
shadows.
That's hard one to swallow, man.
Yeah, now that you know that shadows aren't really moving throughout the whole time they're on the moon, pretty much at all. The whole time that they're on the surface for 3 days, you're not going to really see many shadow length changes. Now start looking at the lunar photos a little closer and see what they've done. And you can't get a lot of them. I wish they had a huge archive from Apollo 11 to 17, but they kind of display. No, I'd like to see what you because I'm trying to find one where there's a lot of them. I saw a Flickr one, but they had a lot missing from like 14 to 16.
Oh no, NASA has like a huge website
but
has
it's
like
not
a huge compendium.
Can you provide a better link? Because I'm trying to find where it has a concise archive.
Yeah, I'll look for it now.
I've looked. I'm telling you, I want to see them all in succinct order. Where I can, okay. Here's a shadow. But a
I
lot
think
of them.
you've all gone insane.
What are you talking
if you
about?
think anything about shadows on the moon, you have lost your mind.
Well, if you're playing their world, if you're getting into the imagination of a NASA Imaginator, you know, then yeah, you got to play that game.
Oh, you really don't. You just have to say you've lost your mind.
Well, I mean, it's just like you know, creating a story in your head. You're just kind of putting yourself in.
Where are we going? You know, can we bring this into reality?
Well, that's what I was trying to do. Is I'm thinking, okay, if I'm imagining myself stepping onto the moon, the psychology of that is
You're not gonna step onto the moon. You can't even imagine yourself stepping onto the moon if you
I
have a
know.
good enough imagination.
You're right. I mean, the closest thing would be another country, you know, but that doesn't even come
No,
close.
it would be some kind of electrical light that you would be able to bear.
Well, yeah, if you're saying it's unlandable and it's a luminary, I agree with you.
Okay.
So what's
totally
what's
with that.
Yeah, so I want to point trigonometry man. Another thing I posted. So this is the identical film to use in Apollo, right? Took photographs, developed the film, exposed the film to vacuum versus not vacuum, right? And we're not talking the vacuum that's on the moon. We're talking about significantly less vacuum. You can see that just that right there. Just
Who do you think
are washed out?
Yeah, who do you think is going to get there first? Artemis will get to the moon before Starliner orbits the Earth once.
It could be CBS News or NBC or
Starline's
ABC.
gonna
They'll be the
orbit.
first to the moon.
We're gonna
You
get
think
an orbit. We ain't getting. Nah, Artemis ain't gonna happen. Sorry.
So I'd
We'll
love to
get
see
an orbit.
Starline get When's Starline getting their first orbit? I mean, that thing's so big, they can't do it. But the V5, did that do it? Or this thing's a little bigger than that, right?
Starliner's already orbited before uncrewed.
Has it orbited once around the Earth?
Yeah, Starliner has, yeah.
Wait, when did it
Oh,
orbit?
really?
Wait, where did it orbited the entire Earth once?
Yeah, it did an uncrewed demonstration like a year back or so.
Thought it exploded.
Yeah, I never. Well, wait, I gotta back this up. I mean,
You
I can
guys
have
have
my
seen Starlink come above your heads, right? You've seen it come right. I watched
seen-
Starlink. I walked down my door and I didn't know what was happening, and I saw all these lights coming at me, and I was like, "Whoa!" And the first thing that came into my mind, thank God, was Starlink, because otherwise I would have been running around going, "We're invading," and because it was crazy. Seriously, I counted 22 lights, and
I seen them too.
Yeah, they're not that far, and
this
there's
is
a really easy explanation. They're called drones.
Yeah,
Yeah,
drones go kilometers
Go
per
ahead.
second. Yeah, I agree, definitely.
I mean,
Drones
it's hard.
that, here's the thing, right? So they give you a calculation. I've done this before. They give you a calculation on how in the distance they're telling you they're flying. Now, you're going to use that distance automatically, so you're going to get the same result. This is the kid that was talking the same shit earlier.
Mhm.
I get the
Yeah,
same result. Yeah, very good job. Now
Well,
you have to
considering the-
realize that when you bring it closer, there's a different math. You're not using that math. Just like when they
If it was closer, all right. So it's either closer and going even faster, or it's further away and going slower. So
no, it's closer and going slower.
that's not how speed works, my friend.
Yeah. So it's 250 miles away. So it's doing 17,500 miles, right? But to make that look the same, you could just bring it closer. That's all. Very simple.
Oh yeah, well, yeah. If you're trying to say orbits aren't real, then yeah, it would have to be going.
Yeah, orbits are real because an orbit is a circle. We've gone through this tonight, right? Yeah.
Roughly circular, not always, but
circular.
I mean, I don't know how
circular
many
too.
crafts they do have. Considering we now can confirm, okay, satellite balloons exist, because a while back people didn't even know those existed. China confirmed it for us, so we can now confirm.
maybe.
Okay, those at least
Thank you,
exist.
China.
Yeah, so they confirmed that for us.
The archive, by the way, Robert.
Thank you very much. And so that's just stuff we know about. I would bet they have crafts that could probably even show a Starlink or something, or that's within our atmosphere.
They just are doing a show, right? Crit posted it about they disguised one of their drones with Star Wars. When I looked at it, I went, "Now, don't you get it? Like, that's ISS." First of all, look at the pictures they show you, and then look at the ISS. You're missing a couple somethings. I showed this to Crit also, right? He's like, "Oh, good catch," or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is a really good one, by the way. You'll be able to find any image you want, really.
What's interesting is the amount of brightness it shows with the Starlink. Is it the same size as the ISS? Because the ISS I've seen as well, and it kind of looks like a wandering star, but I know people have said they've put their cameras on it. But
yeah, and
the
you get
stars,
close up, really weird pictures, right? And then you compare it.
Yeah.
That's what I just said. Compare it to the picture of what it's supposed to look like. And it's
Starlink satellites are a lot
Are they
smaller.
much smaller? Well,
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. I'm like,
Yeah, and
man,
they're
that thing
just
looks
light.
as bright as the ISS.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
They're
you
trying.
could tell they were right there, man. You could tell they were right there. I
They're
could
much-
see
oh, yeah.
the angle they were coming at me with. Like I started out with, I guess it was about, I'd say 23 degrees. And it just came at me, and it was pretty quick. It wasn't that quick. It was
Yeah,
no
maybe they
faster
figure it's
than the
some
airplane.
sort of a solar craft or electromagnetic levitation thing. Who knows? I mean, I'm sure they've
It was
dabbled
no
around with other
faster than an
fields.
airplane. That's what I'm saying. It could have been a drone, no problem. There could have been
Yeah.
22 drones flying over my head because they have millions of them. Like they do shows.
Yeah, yeah. I can't rule it out, considering the alternative of them having to be moving the speeds they are, considering the environment they're in, the orbital decay, the monthly meteor showers we go in, and that they'd have to be missing continuously every day.
all the
The
time.
transfer of heat back and forth from the cold and night side of Earth continue. It's like there's so much, or they're just crafts that the government have figured out that are much
Right.
closer.
Very simple. The X-37B. It's a drone. Looks like a little bitty shuttle. Same.
You mean the drone? You mean
same
the?
design. The X-37B. Same design as the shuttle. Same
No,
freaking
it's
design.
not.
only the
What do you mean?
It looks like a little shuttle. The
All right, looks like a
X-37B.
little shuttle does not mean. Yeah, I know what it is.
Right.
Yeah.
They launch it on rockets that
Yeah,
go to
how many
orbit.
of them
It's
do they
not a
have
drone.
out there that you don't know? You have no idea. How many they
How
could
many do they have out there?
I don't know.
I don't know if they have any up right now. Hey,
You don't.
Telling
That's
you.
right.
Thank you for coming to my room. Feel free
They
to come
do
and
what
stay.
they want to. They don't have to tell us. Get it?
I'll be happy to stop this.
You're right. Starline did orbit. I forget, but not with humans, right? It was just you were saying it was on.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You're right. Yeah. I'm curious. Yeah, that's the next stage, right? Is how do you orbit a non-man ship that's not the ISS? Like
Called
that's
a
their
drone.
next stage,
Yeah,
right?
it's called a drone. They think they're putting it into a certain orbit where the gravity and all this bullshit. That's why I was asking earlier about the geostationary satellites where they put it into a certain area. Yeah, because that's what the guy from DirecTV 20 years ago or whatever, I had it and I was up on the roof with the guy. I was saying, how does this work? Like, how can you only point that in one direction? And he said, because it's a geostationary satellite. And I said, well, how does that work? And he said, I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
26,000 miles away, there's a space drone receiving signals and letting you get. It's just gonna sit like nothing gets in the way. It's just so hard. It's so fantastical and miraculous to believe that that science works.
It is the worst.
Well, what would get in the way?
Back to cable as soon as possible, bro. Satellite TV sucks.
What would get in the way?
Well, I'm just thinking of all
Ice gets in the way,
what
dude.
they say is in there. Because they say it's not a true
Rain.
vacuum and.
Dude,
I think
rain
you're talking
gets
about
in the way,
space.
ice gets in the
For all
way,
intents and
DirecTV
purposes,
sucks.
The atmosphere pretty much ends for you and me at like 40 kilometers. Past that, it might as well be a vacuum. Like the density, like you can't even really fly a plane that high.
Yeah, but with solar winds and flares, it just seems like a risky business to put this thing in an environment with flares and solar radiation. I don't know. It just
good thing you can just turn the satellite off and won't get fried. Really?
Is that what you can do? Really?
You can turn it off.
Yeah.
But it's not even. But it's in continuous sunlight.
Do you understand the delusion you have in your brain to believe this crap?
Isn't it in continuous sunlight? Aren't geostationary satellites?
I can't imagine being this delusional after you're confronted. Like when I was confronted.
So what you're saying is it didn't take much to convince you of the flat Earth, is what you're saying? Well, that's not a very good.
When I started to think about it, yeah, and when I looked at what I've been through in my life, and it wasn't that long before I realized, oh crap.
If you're driven away, it's not about accepting a new alternative Earth. It's just shedding away the old Earth that you thought that might have been
your
real.
freaking eyes to something you've never thought about.
Yeah,
my eyes are very open right now. I come in here every day.
Yeah, so that shows how open your eyes are.
Have you seen the God rays yet? Have you seen the God rays?
Muscular rays? Yeah, I have.
Those are pretty beautiful though, right? When you look at that, you're like, damn, doesn't that kind of perceive as a little local more than 95 mil? When you look at just
I'm like, wow, the atmosphere, is a thing. Yeah, that's a thing.
I feel the sun in it. And I see the sun and I see the light fade and all that. It just, for me, it feels local. Like I don't see
Yeah, it's right there. I was just fishing again today, and it's right there.
Yeah,
it really does. Clouds go away, it's right there.
Yeah, I hope
so you should be able to. So you should. So do you think the temperature should increase with altitude, like by a lot?
Well, no,
No.
because your medium changes, right? Isn't your medium? Aren't we living in a gradient?
The medium doesn't change, but the density does.
First
Yeah.
of all, what is the sun?
Well, I meant the density. You're right.
What are
I'm
you
saying the
even
medium
talking
changes the
about?
density.
Yeah, and hold on. What does that even? What was that even based on? That question.
No, I was just asking, like, if the sun is local and it's providing heat and light, if we go up in altitude, should we observe a dramatic change in temperature? Right.
No.
Not necessarily. What is the sun?
Depends on. Well, that's not really answering my question. I was asking.
Oh, you have to define. No. It's you have to define what the sun is before you start speculating what it's going to do.
Well, that's not true at all. I know it
Really?
emits heat and light because that's what you're trying. You just said it feels local. I feel the heat and the light on my skin, and you're saying that. So I'm using what you're saying. I'm using what you're saying, which is that if you feel the heat and light in your skin and you say it's local, if you go up in altitude, should the heat and light increase?
Common sense would tell you yes.
All right. Do we observe?
Well, I think I don't know if you. I mean, you do observe, or you do feel a heat, right? Like you can at least confirm that, right? You can feel a direct warmth on you. Okay, good. Okay, because yeah,
I kind of
sometimes
wanted to go with this. Common sense would tell you yes about the heat thing, because I was hoping he would say something to that.
Yeah. So, common sense would tell you that, but is that something that we observe?
No, it's not what we observe.
That's interesting. Not that proves that the sun isn't local, but I would just consider that a point in the back of your mind.
Now, so when we think about gas, we think about temperatures and what temperatures do. We're going to go up. We're in a pressure gradient. First of all, how do we get the pressure gradient? Maybe we'll have to go back to that because you're going to need a container, right? But we do definitely have a pressure gradient. I know we can agree on that because you want to skip right past how we
All
get
right.
the pressure.
So, are you claiming that we observe a pressure gradient on Earth?
Obviously.
All right. So, if that is your claim, then can you show me if you're also do you also claim that the Earth needs a container?
Do we have gas pressure?
All right. So that's a yes. So, can you show me a demonstration of a container having a gradient in it?
Sure, anytime. Yeah, you can just put a small amount of gas into a container. You're going to have the gas probably heavier at the bottom because of the way the container with temperature. You're going to need temperature.
So we're going to need a difference in temperature to create the gradient, correct?
Absolutely,
All right.
because that's what
So
happens here on Earth. Is it not?
Not really.
Do we
don't have any
cycles or no?
Hold on.
Do we
Hold
have
on.
water cycles and gradient cycles? Do we have no?
All right.
Is it
So
just one thing that lays stagnant or no?
well, you see, as we go up in altitude, the temperature kind of does a zigzag. So it goes down in temperature, and then it goes up in temperature again, and then down again. So would that be consistent?
Oh, have you witnessed this personally? So don't go there. I know it goes down, it gets cold. So let's just stick with that because other than that, we're talking about places you haven't been and I haven't been. So let's just stick with. We know
Well, you
it
had
gets
earlier
colder.
acknowledged the existence of like satellite balloons, right? Certainly, they could have a temperature monitoring thing. We could have this data.
Yep. So
You're
the
kind of
limit,
muffled, buddy, a little bit,
Yep,
a little
so
muffled there.
So the limit of amateur balloon or the limit of balloons, helium balloons, I believe is around 50 to 60 kilometers. So if you wanted to verify this yourself, you could do it. It doesn't require a rocket or
Have you
anything.
done it?
No, I haven't done it, but a lot of your flat
Okay,
earther
then
buddies
we
have.
have to go back to. We just are going to go with. We know it gets cooler.
All right, so we can
Because we
only
haven't-
verify.
Applying a
gradient.
So we can only verify. We can only verify
verifying the
up to-
gradient. We're verifying the gradient, right?
Yep. So
But
can you
how do
tell me?
you have pressure without containment?
I never claimed that
I'm
was
not gonna-
possible. I claimed that you can't have a gradient if you have a container.
Yeah, well, you have. Oh, okay.
Unless
So
there's the external work applied to the gas.
Do you know what a biodome is or no?
Biodome?
Yeah, Biodome, like the stupid movie with that idiot, Paul, whatever the
Where
fuck
the
is
dome
yeah,
sweats?
Biodome.
Okay, Pauly Shore
Christ.
is not an
You know what a
idiot.
Biodome?
Right.
Pauly Shore, yeah.
So is your source for gas pressure a movie?
Are you an idiot?
I don't know.
What are you doing, man? I gave you an example. That way you can visualize what a biodome is in your head.
All right, visualizing.
Yeah. You know what dude, look up what a biodome is and then come back, will you?
All right, I'll do that right now.
Tell me about gas pressure in a closed. This is what you guys are doing now. This is a new thing. You're trying to create. You must have an equilibrium, or the heat's going to rise and everybody's going to cook. Yeah, I know all your bullshit. Now go look what a biodome is, and then come back and tell me how that doesn't work when it does.
It's in a biodome. Yeah, what does work in a biodome?
Like I said, go.
Yeah, I just see like a container with I just see a container with a bunch of plants in it, right? Are they measuring the pressure as it increases with altitude, or is it to like determine a gradient? I don't know how this is analogous.
I'll tell you what. If it was seeking equilibrium, right, then everything would be pressurized to death. So it has to be a gradient.
So, no, you don't have an example of a gradient.
Yeah, right there is an example of a gradient, because if it wasn't a gradient, everything would reach equilibrium and frickin' suffocate.
So you're saying that the pressure in that biodome is not equal?
That's correct. It's a gradient. There's a cycle in the biodome.
So do you have a demonstrate? Like, do you have an observation of this, like measurements of pressure?
Go look it up.
Look it up. Okay, I'm not looking it up. This is your source. This is your claim.
Look at
You have the burden
it's
of
a
proof. You have the
biodome.
burden of proof.
I'll tell you what. Okay, let's go back to this then. Your extraordinary claim is we live on a spinning water ball flying through an infinite vacuum of space.
I never claimed that. I never claimed that.
I'm sorry. Yes, you absolutely did. Now you
When
prove your
did I say that?
extraordinary bullshit.
When did I say that?
You're a globetard.
Whoa! I never called you names.
Is this the
So
Donald
globetard
Trump?
is a really? So are you denying that you're defending the globe here? Really?
I'm just denying having gas pressure with a gradient with a container that's not having external work being applied on it.
That didn't even make sense. Try to say that again.
A biodome is ventilated.
So I've been
Biodome
trying
is
to turn,
ventilated?
I've been trying to turn a new leaf and not be like an asshole to people on here, and like I don't appreciate you calling me names. So I don't want to go back, you know.
Okay, so try to get over globetard. I switched it to, are you telling me you're not defending the globe? Did I not?
I'm just trying to find the truth of.
Not stick on this. Dude, stop. Now, you need to defend the globe. And you need to defend your extraordinary claim of a spinning ball. Now, are you not a globe defender? Because I'll just stop that question real quick. If you say no, I do not defend the globe. That's all you got to do.
Is this a part of my argument, or is this a red herring?
Do you or do you not defend the globe? Is that easy?
Do I have to engage your red herring?
See, yes or no?
This is a red herring, my friend. We were centering around gas pressure, and now you.
Red herring? I'm sorry.
Yep.
Do you or do you not? It's a simple question. Defend the globe. It's a simple question.
I don't like to debate with people who commit logical fallacies. Sorry.
When you think of the gas pressure on Earth, though, because you're saying it thins when you raise an altitude, right?
Yeah, according to the barometric pressure formula. Yep, which includes the 9.8 meters per second. Yep.
See, because when I'm thinking of gas pressure being less, I just think of it as elevation, where there's less now above you. Not so much as there's a pull coming from beneath me that's causing the pressure. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So the barometric formula pressure formula.
No, he doesn't really know what you mean. See how he skipped over that and he's going right back to the barometric pressure?
He's talking about a pull. I'm trying to answer his question. Hold on. Don't interrupt.
Yeah, of course you are. Dude,
Yeah,
you're
I
a
am.
troll.
What do you
troll?
Well, no, intuitive. For me, intuitively, it's. I mean, I don't like to intuitively, but if I'm thinking, okay, so there's less medium that I'm going into because I'm going higher up in elevation. I'm just going to focus on the medium that's around me. Why would I focus on some sort of pull that's very hard to measure below me?
All right. Yep. So I'll explain how it's also intuitive. If you just bear with me for like a minute.
Okay. Because.
Yep. So
are you a globe defender or no?
Jeez, dude. Come on.
Oh, jeez, dude. Try to get some truth out of me. I will tell you no. I will not tell you truth in any way, shape, or form. Can't answer a simple question, bro.
What does a pressure gradient have to do with the shape?
You're a pathetic little bitch.
Well, even to get a pressure, you still need some sort of confinement to get any sort of pressure. To get any sort of pressure of water or gas, you need some sort of container to start with.
Can I answer your question without being interrupted, please? All right. So why this is intuitive, right? So we observe all objects fall downward, and are accelerated downward at 9.8 meters per second. And the barometric formula does have that variable in it. So.
Oh, agreed. The small g, right?
Yeah. So include, and it gives accurate predictions based off of inputs that you put into it, like temperature and altitude, right? So how does it give accurate results with the same value that all objects are accelerated downward at 9.8 meters per second, which is intuitive, I would say, if you have observed.
Well, yeah. Because Galileo was dropping spheres and rolling spheres and just kind of timing it the best he could with, okay, objects are falling at the same. I mean, even no matter the size of them, this one's got more inertia, so it's going to take more momentum to fall, so that falls the same rate as this because it's got less inertia. I think that's just applying, an observation of what they saw as a rate, and then you can apply that 9.8 to things falling, but it doesn't give you the reason why, though. So I totally understand the 9.8 works in a lot of formulas and equations, but it still doesn't answer like why is it 9.8? And some people are saying, well, it's because of the size of ball you're on.
Well,
that's what's really hard to connect. Is you're saying the size of ball I'm on is causing objects to fall 9.8 meters per second squared?
So for the sake of this, we can ignore the size of ball and just say, let's say we do live on a flat plane and gravity, mass does not attract mass for this, scenario or whatever.
Okay, so you're saying no longer the size of Earth has no influence on the reason why things fall at that rate.
Yeah, I'm trying to steelman it on a flat Earth. Yep, I'm trying to show that even on a flat Earth with no gravity or mass attracting mass, it could still work without a container. If you want to if I could explain that to you.
Well, not even that. Just the 9.8 meters per second is an awesome mystery as well. I mean, I know what you're saying about the container, but that's a great mystery that I think is included with the air pressure without a container, because it's like, why do things fall at this particular rate? Yeah.
So ignoring, I could get into that if you like, but I don't know how long we would want to go on that. But Regardless
My
of that.
girlfriend gets off at 6. She gets home in like 30 minutes.
All right. So, observing that all objects do accelerate downwards at 9.8 meters per second, what makes you make the logical deduction that, well, I know gas is an object. It displays the same properties,
And
albeit different.
Well, it expands. It does expand. Its natural tendencies to expand.
Yep, but it is an object in a sense. It's still a
I have a
physical.
question real quick. I'm sorry to interrupt, but has anybody verified 9.8? And I'll tell you where you get it. 9 plus 8 is 17. Takes 17 years to become a Jesuit priest.
Whoa, that's big brain.
Hey, I would.
That's deep. Besides that, I agree.
That's exactly
Wouldn't
how that
surprise
works.
me.
Just like
Wouldn't
Elon Musk.
surprise me.
Like I was getting laughed out of the room the other night or a week ago or whatever because I told you guys about Elon being Elon. Woo-hoo-hoo, it's funny. You guys
17.
don't.
That's the number of Q's too. 17 is the Q number.
There you have it. Very good. Well done. See, if you just think,
Spookiness.
you come up with shit that you don't even want to repeat to people. That's what happens, and you should feel lucky. I could be nuts, or I could have just gave somebody a little something.
Yeah. I mean, you got to drop some pendulums. I know pendulums were used. Galileo was dropping rolling spheres. You found out that all spheres roll alike. They said different masses of disks and spheres and loops are all roll differently, which is kind of interesting. But all of the same mass, they'll all roll differently. There's some interesting experiments done, but I don't know if he was directly saying it's because of the size of ball we're on. That's a hard correlation for me.
Yeah, the difference
went
is
to
if you
gases,
have
but we're
different
overstepping that.
elements. What were you saying, Chasing?
Oh, so if you roll, actually, I got a really good video on it. He's a physicist named
Has anyone
Julius
verified
Sumner
9.8?
Miller. I'll put it in the chat.
No.
Has anyone ever actually measured that?
Yeah,
themselves?
it's an average around.
I don't know. Have you measured that yourself? I asked.
Have you measured a biodome yourself, dude? Come on. Why do we have to do this?
Are you
Yeah, I mean, if you say average,
really
the
sad.
scale of different measurements could be huge,
Take for
depending on the
granted.
amount of elements you've measured. If you combine them and just make an average,
You're taking
of
for
course it
granted
sounds
that they're
logical,
telling
but
you the
it's not.
truth about 9.8. Why are you like diverting all this?
What do you
Right,
mean? I'm
weird.
not diverting. You're like getting caught up on me
You're
talking
not the
about.
one talking. Someone else was talking and diverting our conversation.
Yeah, after my conversation with Rubber was diverted, which you happily did. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, because you diverted the whole thing away from what we were
Bro,
talking
you were
about
talking
originally.
about priest.
Save that video I
Oh,
posted
no,
though.
that was
about
just a
rolling
quick
things.
inlet. Oh my God.
Yeah, that was just a quick inlet
Anyone
into
ever
disrupting the
verified the
conversation.
9.8?
The
Serious
9
question.
I don't
guys.
like the Brian Cox's 9.8. The feathers and the bowling balls. That looked a little
Has
staged.
anybody ever verified it? Is my question.
Dude,
That's all.
get a vacuum chamber and would you like it if a flat earther did it for you?
Wait, a vacuum chamber isn't a
Dude,
pure vacuum
get a
though.
vacuum
You can't
chamber.
get a pure vacuum. Unfortunately, you can't get one.
You can
Sorry.
get very close to a pure vacuum.
No, you could pump out the air for over 1,000 years. You'll never get all the
You
air
know how
out.
expensive.
I know. I'm not
Yeah,
saying that you can. I'm saying that you can get very close.
No, you won't get a pure
How
low
much
pressure.
money
It can't
would it
exist.
take? How much
No
money
pressure.
would it take to build what you're talking about? How much money would that take?
But you know why
have
you can't
no
get one?
idea.
It's because the gas keeps expanding.
Dude, I never said you would get a perfect vacuum.
Oh well, the gas just likes to expand.
Here's
That's
the
what
thing,
it does.
right? So no one has ever verified the 9.8. Is that what I'm getting from this?
What do you mean? This is just a rate at which objects fall if they're not under drag. I mean,
says who?
Yeah.
Oh.
Do you not take
verified
this into
that
consideration that by
Have you verified that speed? That's
I've
all I'm
actually
saying.
never heard a flat earther deny 9.
Can you?
This is crazy.
Can I interrupt
And
for a
I'll
quick
tell
second?
you what, and because you have all these formulas, right? And here's all it is. When something free falls, you get the point where you stop because of the weight of whatever that is. So that's, what do you call that? There's a formula for you guys. You call that,
Velocity?
right?
Terminal velocity? I don't know. What are you saying?
Terminal
velocity?
There you go. So now
That's what I said.
You have
What?
reached. So now, right. So now in your formula, you have reached such a speed that now gravity is going to push back up.
Nope, that's not how
Because-
that works. It's because of drag.
Really?
You won't keep Yeah. Do you know
And what is drag?
Hold on,
the
hold on, hold on,
buoyancy
hold on,
going
hold on,
through
hold
the
on,
air.
hold on. Stop interrupting me.
What is drag?
It's the
Do you know the formula for terminal velocity? Do you?
Oh, tell me. No, I don't. Tell me. Not
It
your formula.
includes
No.
not my formula. Are you kidding me?
Not the globe formula. Sorry.
It's the same on a flat Earth. Come on.
What?
All right. Yeah, because
Dude,
the same
yours
formula that
involves
we use.
gravity.
All right, so calculate
you-
terminal velocity with density. Yeah, good luck.
Oh, correct.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
all it is.
it's an increase or decrease in size
All it
determining
is density. As fast
on
as
the
something's
element.
going to fall.
Terminal velocity includes drag in it. Gravity doesn't suddenly start pushing up on you. No one's ever claimed that. It's about drag.
Okay.
It's about speed. It's about balance. It's about drag. It's about
Yeah, the drag is caused by buoyancy.
So how is that a formula of gravity?
Caused by buoyancy? That is
Yes.
the most idiotic thing I've ever heard in my entire life.
Yeah, is it?
No, I think you're
It is,
taking it
yeah.
out into reaches where I never said, but plus somebody else is over talking us.
Over talking us? Dude, you are the prime example
there
of
was
over
somebody
talking.
else over talking both of us, literally.
Yeah, I have to debate like 3 other people at the same time. It's crazy.
Yeah, but I think Ripcord is your boy over there. Yeah. So
Ripcord
it
is
was
not
me
my boy.
against-
No, I'm a flat earther, bro. That's why I'm talking to
okay,
you,
sorry.
Harp. That you. Yeah, I mean, just listen to what people are saying, and I know you're. It's okay. It's fine, you know.
Here's
But let
what
me
happens
explain.
with terminal
Let me
velocity.
explain the buoyancy.
Yeah, I
for
want
a
to hear
quick
how
second.
buoyancy, a tendency for something to go up.
Why are you going to go there when I'm talking about shit falls and then it stops increasing in speed?
Oh my
So
god!
it gets weight.
What do you
my
mean? It
God.
includes drag in the formula.
Because of air?
No, because of gravity. Yes, because of air. What do you think
No,
drag
because
is?
of air friction. Yes.
Yeah, what do you think drag
What about
is?
it? So
What do you think
where
it is?
gravity in all this then? Where is gravity in all this?
In the formula.
Oh, so but it doesn't actually have any effects. So
God,
we're
you
talking
guys are
about
so
air
fucking
drag
so
and
what?
everything. And
So what causes you to accelerate in the first place? To terminal velocity. What's the acceleration that causes you to accelerate to terminal velocity?
weight of something due to the medium.
Dude, you are so
Weight.
mentally
Do you know?
ill, Harp. You're a fucking mentally ill idiot.
Yeah. What is weight? What is weight?
Good job.
Harp? What is weight?
You tell me.
It's mass times gravity. So, thank you for proving my point, sir.
No, it's mass
Wow,
divided
this is
through
incredible.
density
so fucking mentally
to
ill.
other
Mass
density
divided.
This is
Mass
incredible.
divided through density by density. Wow.
through other kinds of elements that have different
I think
kinds
that
of
sounds like
density.
specific
Well,
gravity.
I'm glad. I think it's safe to say you guys never took physics.
What kind of physics? Theoretical or reality?
Dude,
Yeah,
you need to Harp. You need to get like institutionalized. Honestly.
Okay, good job. Good job refuting all the things I was saying. You need to get institutionalized. Good job. So,
Yeah.
Can't
So
believe
you
you
brought
guys
up
waste
terminal-
mental
explain to
energy
me?
on this
you want to
retardation.
explain to me about how gravity works with the
Yep. So terminal velocity, the thing you
Yep,
cited.
yep.
Yep. So it includes drag. That's the force that is. It equals out the force of gravity.
So
in the
that's gravity. How does that have to do anything with gravity?
Because oh my god. All right, so when I'm
Drag.
jumping out of a plane,
Drag. Air drag in the air.
Yeah.
Drag. What does
Yeah,
that have
when
to
I'm-
do with gravity?
when I'm jumping out of a plane, do I experience drag? Yes or no?
I would suppose so. I never did.
Oh my goodness. All right.
Oh my God!
Yes.
I never jumped out of a plane, asshole.
Yeah, I know, but the fact that you have to include "I don't know" probably because I never did.
I don't know, dumbass.
You can visualize it though.
Sorry, I don't know everything you do, fuckhead.
It's not hard to
the fact that
visualize.
the fact that you would
Now,
say, I don't know. I would
go
have to
back
do it first
to
before I
why
figure it
things
out.
fall as fast as they do, and you
Yeah,
have a
so-
formula.
Yep. So going back to the fact that you had to think about if you'd experience drag if you jumped out of an airplane, which we agree you
Wow.
would. Yep.
Go on,
So
keep doing that. Good job.
yep. So if I experience drag and if I keep on going down in altitude, I'll experience more and more drag as I go faster and faster. So at a certain point, I won't be able to accelerate any faster, which is observed, right? Do you agree that terminal velocity isn't observed?
Terminal velocity, dumbass. So how is gravity doing any of this?
Because what is making you accelerate down the
Everything you said so far had nothing to do with gravity at all.
Yeah, because all right. So as you accelerate down to
There's
terminal
nothing
velocity,
has to do with gravity.
what is causing you to accelerate down to terminal velocity?
Your weight due to the medium.
What is weight? Mass times
Very
gravity.
simple.
Thank you.
Don't ask me what the fuck weight is. You're an idiot.
Yeah, mass times
There is
gravity.
no
That's what weight is.
gravity,
I agree.
dumbass. I'm
Weight-
ignoring your gravity. Your formula means dick.
But that's
Alright.
literally what weight means.
So then you're
time you
asking me
say
to explain
thank you-
something. Yep. So you're asking me
time
to
you
explain
say
something
thank
to you.
you,
You're
you're
asking me to
including
explain
gravity,
something to
which
you.
does not
Can
exist.
I say something, dude? He's not going to change the definition of weight just to suit your argument, my guy. That's literally what weight is.
The gravity of this situation is heavy.
But but even though you have G, it's still not giving you the Y. You know, yes, you have the rate of
You guys
fall,
are
which is
fucking
the mass.
retarded.
Matt,
We have this thing.
Can I
you
give
gotta
an
get on it.
example, for
You have a hot
example?
tub. You have a hot tub you could get to, buddy. I think you need a hot tub to
God,
get
bro.
into.
Yeah.
You know what?
So let's say
Get to a hot
we
tub.
have an iron ball, right? That
Where did
weighs
gravity
1
come
pound.
from, bro? Where did the word gravity come from?
Can I?
Where did the word
How
gravity
can,
The
even
weight
come
of
from?
my huge balls
Can
dragging
I
the earth.
I feel like
Oh,
I
man,
mean if this
everything you said,
isn't an
good job.
intentional agitation to make people look worse, I don't know what it is because it feels like you're I don't know if you're drunk
Where
or not.
is that legendary Flat Earth Discord moderation? My God.
It's not even a moderate. This guy can moderate himself. It's either he's drunk or he's purposely doing this to make people look bad in here. There's only two options.
Me?
No, he is
No,
emotionally
no.
too involved, but it's
Once
fine.
again,
No, the
that's
other
good.
guy.
Good job doing that. Good job doing that.
Well, I don't get it, man. You gotta
one
have
thing I
some,
wanna
He's a
point out,
legend.
though-
What are you
composure.
talking about, man? He's a
One
flat Earth
thing-
legend. Let him scream.
One
Yeah,
thing I
there's
want to
too
point
much.
out.
Good job.
One thing I want to point out though
That's
is
great.
when these guys are talking about weight, and they're like, "Oh, by definition, it's weight," but that is today's definition of weight after the pushing agenda of this gravity thing we're called. Because before then, if you look in the origin of the
Gravity
word,
came from the word weight. This is what I was trying to get them to say.
right?
Instead, they would rather attack me. That's all good.
Well, yeah, but see, they're young, they're idiots. But listen, just real quick, Harp. So let me just tell them real quick. Maybe they don't know. I don't know. Maybe they're so fucking young they don't even know the
They
origin
know.
of that word. Before it used to actually, it didn't mean even just heaviness. It also meant like an amount. But if you just maybe just go look into these words before you start like bashing on Harp and making him say, oh, he's an idiot just because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Like, go look into it, and you'll realize that.
Why don't you
saying
give
that
like
gravity,
a quantifiable definition rather than just
saying that
like,
gravity
it's
is
heavy
now
means
weight?
possible.
Saying that gravity means weight just because after they came up with this term called gravity, and then made it, oh, it's your mass times the acceleration of the gravity pulling you down. Like that's what he's trying to point out to you. Like, that's the bullshit, and you're like, you can't accept that. You won't
So
accept
we don't. So, well, he was trying to ask me how terminal velocity works, and I tried very, very nicely until
See how they totally ignored you?
No, I'm getting to my point, right? Which is that this whole, conversation. I wouldn't even consider it debate. I mean, debating with a drunk person, I don't know. But it's like you just can't understand it really. Like I tried multiple times to
You're a fucking
explain it.
idiot. Dude, you know what? You said nothing in like 25 words. And then, a little ad hom here and an ad hom there. Do you have any kind of
That's what you're doing right now.
at all?
I think he should be muted. He's making me I don't like this. What's going on? Yeah, no.
I think I should be
Dude,
muted
are
because
you
you're
kidding me,
ad
bro?
homing
Are
me.
you about to say like you felt uncomfortable with him talking? You need him muted? Like, dude, how privileged are you, bro?
I need my
Are
safe
you the
space.
kind of are you the kind of
I
person
need
that
my
like?
safe space. I need my
Are you
safe.
are you like you get triggered like in restaurants because they didn't ask if you want napkins or something? Like, what's wrong with you fucking idiot?
No, they're
I'm
both
shaming
slinging.
yourself.
They're both slinging and slanging sass. Come on.
Safe space granted, kid. You've got it. You're muted. Fuck off.
About time somebody
Damn,
stepped the
trigonometry,
fuck
man.
in
They
with a
muted you,
brain.
man.
Yeah, dude. Like, if you're just gonna troll that hard, like, dude, go troll in another room, bro. We're trying to like help people come to the truth and realize the lies, bro. We don't need trolls like that.
Harp, it's great seeing you, man.
Yeah, but anyways,
Well, I don't get why they still use G because it doesn't imply a sphere. So just because you have an acceleration, that's something that anyone could figure out. But how do you attach it to be okay? The mass is causing this. The mass that we're on causes this acceleration. Even if flat earthers figure it out by watching balls drop in pendulums and they come to a 9.8 meters per second, how do you get to okay? It's because you're on a sphere. So I still don't understand why they're using the small g to attribute that to the shape we're on.
That's what I was trying to find out the whole time. That whole time.
I get you. I mean, yeah, I didn't mean to step over you, but
That's all I did, bro. That's all I was trying to do was get the gravity equation to that velocity of the fall. Period. That's it. And they ad hom me. That was it.
yeah. But it's like, I mean, you're right though. People that are young, they come in sometimes they don't know even as much as their own model, so they demand yours, but they don't know their own.
I don't have one. They
Yeah,
start throwing
exactly.
me, yeah. And you come in saying the Earth is that's why I tried to get at him. Are you a globe defender? So I called him a globe tart, whatever. So then I corrected myself. Yeah. And he wouldn't answer because he is. He's not even. He's a troll. He's not
yeah. I
even
mean, if
here
you're
to honestly defend the globe. He's here to troll. Period. And that's what we're reduced to nowadays. I mean, you ain't nothing special.
How
I mean, I
can
heard
how
you
can the
it
argument
earlier,
be?
and it's a big thing. And there's
How can the
more of them
argument
here.
be things fall down because ball?
That's what the
Down is
question
a
is.
vector, isn't it?
But
Yeah.
it's crazy. Like if you think about it,
It should be
in its
toward the
simplest,
center.
no, forget all that.
Nobody says things are going up and then they're
forget all
going
that.
towards the center. Nobody says that.
Good, we heard you.
That's
Forget all
correct. Up and down,
But-
brother. That's
that.
it.
Is he on crack?
It's passion. It's passion. Don't confuse crack for passion.
Okay.
Did you just ask me if I was on crack, motherfucker?
Well, I keep trying to talk and you hear me talking, but you keep trying to get the last
I
word.
was
in.
agreeing
I'm
with you,
pausing.
fucktard.
Shawnee
Hey,
Hamcheck in here.
Hey,
This is why I love
hey.
Harp, man. He goes against the flat earthers as well, man. Beautiful.
Yeah, he is
That's why I asked if you're
unhinged.
smoking crack.
Hey, Hop.
Right. So
Hey, Hop. You just
anyway,
calm down a
it's
bit,
as
mate.
simple as
Sure, I was agreeing with him, and then he attacked me. You didn't hear that?
agree silently or on mute.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You don't need to
I'm sorry.
go fucking swearing at people, yeah? Just calm down.
Good job hearing what you wanted to hear
All
there.
up.
Awesome.
Well, you can go on
All
mute
I was-
then.
Yeah.
There was a guy in here earlier. I swear he had rabies. as he
Oh
could
my
not contain himself.
God. I mean, it's like the whole room has ADHD. When one person is muted, it's like the rest of you didn't remember that the reason was because I was still trying to say something. So it's just weird that that's the thing is that, like, if you really think about it, things fall down because of fall. Like that's the argument. Like forget about how fast, you know, what the acceleration is. Things fall down because we live on ball. No, that's like me saying, I have hiccups because of some other extremely unrelated thing. Like in its purest form, and just what a statement is. It's like, okay, I'm tall because of I don't know, uh, planes. I'm tall because of square.
Yeah, false equivalence,
I'm
right?
So,
You're cutting
so,
out. We don't hear anything.
so what is gravity? We're trying to establish something here. Like, is gravity?
Is everyone cutting out right now? What the heck is going on?
I think it's just you, man.
What the heck?
I think it's just your internet, buddy.
I can hear you fine, but everyone else is cutting out
Hmm.
for me.
What about me? Okay. Mic check. Can I get a microphone
Yeah, you're
check?
good.
Yeah, I hear you too.
Well, get off
Testing.
the Wendy's Wi-Fi and see if you can, get on the bird.
There's too much solar wind.
Yeah, sure.
I think those coffee shops got the best Wi-Fi. That's my personal.
Yeah, they definitely should expand into my territory.
They might as well just be WeWorks coffee shops. They're just like WeWorks with coffees being sold at them. Like, jeez, I'm surprised. I mean, they're gonna have to start charging for internet one day. Maybe some of them do.
Just going back to that whole gravity thing, I really
You
don't
get a library card,
I really don't think it's because the shape of this ball that's attracting everything down. I do believe that what we call gravity, obviously that's just a falsehood, but I think what they are actually calculating, when all that stuff is just the pressure that's just going down from above us. That's so like if you throw a rock up, your force is allowing that rock to like go against the pressure that's constantly pushing down on us, but eventually like it's going to lose its momentum, and then that pressure coming down on us is going to push it. It has nothing to do with the shape. It has nothing to do this whole balls attracting
Thank
balls
you.
and Cavendish is the bullshit, I think.
Or the size of it too. I mean, I don't
Yeah,
know if it's
this is what
necessarily
I
the shape.
was trying to previously explain when I came with the iron and wood explanation. Let's say you have 1 kilogram of iron shaped in a ball, and you have 1 kilogram of wood shaped in a ball. Obviously, in order to you have more velocity, volume in the wood ball than in the iron ball. It's much condensed, much denser, right? But
Right.
when you observe it falling through air, through different kinds of pressures until it reaches critical mass of reaching other elements like water, for example, or other solid elements, then obviously those two come to a quicker stop. But by observing it falling through air, you could argue that the iron ball has the most consistent falling rate, right? Because you could argue, yeah, even though the drag on the wood ball is much higher because more air is passing around the ball, around the wood ball than the iron ball, right? Because of density. But it's wrong. They both fall in the same same way and the same speed. But as soon as they hit a solid, for example, water, the velocity is still going on in a much lower rate for the iron ball, but still continues. But the wood ball comes to a stop, right? So even though they have both the same weight, it's about the density that is applied to the element, and this is usually being taken out just because things are measured in same weight measurements. And this is what gets people usually totally confused about how gravity works, because even the formula says so, weight times gravity, whatever those formulas are, it's ridiculous, the calculations, in order to actually observe a density to density relationship.
Falling rate usually comes out at 32 feet per second squared.
Yeah, it makes me want to go look at all the stuff they dropped on the moon. How slow it should drop. Maybe that's what's holding them back. Like, how do we fake dropping things on the moon?
Well, some of the best videos that I've seen, I'm sure we've all seen them, are the ones that they have where the astronauts keep like trying to pick up stuff and they fall over and they try to pick themselves up. Them trying to pick themselves back up is funny because they have that big ass backpack on, right? That's supposed to be carrying their oxygen. But you can totally tell it's just it's someone on wires, like
Oh,
on
yeah.
a harness.
Yeah.
You can totally tell.
I can't. On a what?
I just imagine someone grabbing himself by his own neck and pushing it up, you know?
No. What do you mean by harness, though?
Okay, so when you have, okay, first of all, let's start here. Have you ever watched the video of them pushing off the ground to stand up on the moon? Have you watched that?
Like jumping? Yeah, sure.
No, not jumping. When they fell, I know the one of them running and jumping is very popular.
Oh yeah, the moments when they fell on the ground. Yeah. I mean, yeah, sure.
Yeah, and there's literally a
Post it in the
part.
chat.
Yeah, okay, cool. There's literally a part. Thanks, Harp. There's literally a part where he's like kicking off of his knees to like bounce up, and it makes zero sense, dude. Like, atmosphere, no atmosphere. It makes zero sense that your body can literally float for half a second in the air. You would have to be on a harness and you're hanging from it, and that's why he's looking like that. It just logically, bro, it makes zero sense.
With the atmosphere.
What was that?
It has nothing to do with the atmosphere.
No, I'm just saying, regardless, because they try to say that the density, the gravity of the moon is way less than us, and they don't have an atmosphere over there that we deal with here, which just manipulates the way we move. It's all bullshit. It's all false.
No drag. There's no drag there either, which is interesting.
Yeah. So like if you're like waving your hand, there's no air blocking you, so you should actually be going faster, right? Because there's no gravity weighing you down. There's no air dragging your hand. So when you're going, you should actually move quicker on the moon. It's just fucking it's all retarded, bro. By the way.
Yeah, thank you.
In a big
I
ass
mean,
bulky
you are the first
spacesuit?
person
Yeah,
who
that
actually
is-
said this. This
So hold on.
makes much
So
more
in a
sense.
big ass bulky spacesuit, they're supposed to be going faster. Makes sense to me, dude.
No, not okay. So like, you're trying to now say, oh, they're weighed down by a really heavy
like
thing.
300 pounds.
Right. They're weighed down, right? So
Bulky.
they have
What does
300 pounds on
bulky
their back, but that's 300 pounds on Earth, because now we're saying the mass is by the gravity and everything. So 300, you can't fucking see. This is what you guys do. You can't say they have 300 pounds, and then in your paradigm, you're saying gravity equals weight. So then on the moon, that 300-pound backpack will be like a 20-pound backpack because the moon's weighs. Even in your own paradigm, you don't even fucking agree with yourself. So, but you can't say that shit, bro, because
Does
the fact is,
change from the Earth to the moon in our model?
What was that?
Does mass change between the Earth and the moon?
No. Oh, well, hold on. Does the gravity change on the moon to the Earth? Yes or no?
No, the correct question that you should be answering right now is: does mass change between the Earth and the moon?
No. But does gravity change in your paradigm? Does gravity change from here to the moon? Okay, so guess what? So if in your formula, in your paradigm, you believe that mass, the weight of that mass is based upon the gravity pulling you, then guess what? If you're on Earth, then that 300-pound backpack is not gonna be 300 pounds on the moon if it has less gravity. Dude, you don't even know your own fucking story, bro.
I know all about it. So let me ask you another question, just to see how much you actually think you know.
You're just, oh my god. Hey, check it out. Check it out. I really don't want to talk to you because you're an idiot. First of all, because everything I said, you just like
here real quick. Let's test your intelligence here real quick.
Everything I said, you skipped over, by the way.
Left and right movement of that mass.
So let me go back. Hold on. Before you're trying to derail. Hold on. You're literally trying to derail, bro.
Respond at least.
No, I don't want to. No, his response is he's derailing. Let's not let him go.
Literally in topic with mass.
No, that's not topic, because this topic was about how the guy cannot physically. You cannot throw yourself up off the ground if you've fallen over. There's no way to do that with weight on your back, whatever. We're talking about how that's illogical. We're talking about now how they weren't on the moon. It was fake. They were in a studio with harnesses, and that's why they are looking so retarded like that. That's what we're talking about. Don't try to fucking gear it to somewhere where you're like, oh, well, the way. No, dude. Let's talk about how fake it is first. Then we'll talk about that. How about that?
We get there when we get there. So let's go back and talk about the mass. So
okay, no, we're not talking about the math.
And I understand.
No, we're not talking about the math.
We're talking about the math. Mass has a lot to do with it. I'm surprised you don't want to talk about the mass. I wonder why.
You're on the fucking moon now. Are you kidding me? Who is doing that? Who in their right mind is arguing with this fucking idiot?
Who the fuck is that guy?
Somebody put Grandpa to bed. He's angry. But I'm going to ask again. I'm going to ask again. On the moon, would a 300, let's say grams. No, let's say ounces.
What is the fucking moon, you idiot?
Let's say 100 kilograms.
What is the
100 kilogram mass?
Can you calm down?
Would it require more or less force for lateral movement than on Earth?
You're not getting it, bro. I think you're missing the argument here.
He's created a moon that you can land on.
I'm gonna have a stroke if this guy. Anyways, I'm having a conversation with Apoc.
Dude, you're a fucking idiot.
And
show
I'm
me how you can land on the moon, bro. Please.
It's
show me how you can land on the moon.
But anyways,
show me
like
how
I was saying, looking at mass.
Show me proof
we understand
that the moon is a spherical object that you can land on.
He's not talking to you, guy. Calm down.
We understand that
of course
force
you're
equals
not,
mass
because
times
I
acceleration.
want proof of what you're trying to do. Why would you want to talk to me when I need proof?
But nobody was talking to you in the first place.
There you go. Of course not, because I need proof of what you're talking about.
And you just creating problems in your head.
Just calm down. Up on me like a bunch of retards.
Calm down, Jesus Christ. Calm down.
If nobody's talking, I'd like to go. If nobody's talking, I'd like to go. That'd be amazing.
If this was an opposing counterclaim, we'd be muted by now.
Well, he just got muted.
The other guy, hang on. The other guy that was talking, I'd like to hear from you.
Well, that's me. I was trying to say, if we're talking about mass, and you can bring up all your personal incredulities with how it looks, because I don't think you're an expert in how the physics should work out. So I don't care what you think it should look like or like what your interpretation of it is. The fact of the matter that we can all kind of agree on is the concept of mass versus weight, and we can take a look at what mass is. We understand that force equals mass times acceleration. We can say, oh hey, if we applied the same amount of force, regardless of if they're on the Earth or if it's on the moon, they should experience the same amount of acceleration, correct?
Okay, so hold on. So everything you're saying right now is just like I called it earlier. I said you're just distracting from the original point of. And I'm going to repost the video now because now you've taken it to somewhere where you have to take it because you're that's called you're distracting it. You're trying to pull away. You're trying to pull away from the point. What I want you to do, if you will, please, entertain me here. If you will please watch the video I just posted. That I'm just reposting what someone else posted. Watch it, just more than 2 seconds, okay? Just watch it in its entirety, and then come back, and then let's talk about how the way he's kicking himself off the ground, and the way hit all of his movement when you think he's on the moon, all of that movement on the moon is impossible to just not be on a hanger or being hung by someone helping you, holding you up while you're trying to get up. Let's talk about that.
Now, first of all, you're making the claim the claim that it is impossible without really demonstrating or explaining or showing the math that shows.
Well, you got to see it first. You got to see it first, so that way we can talk about how it's impossible. I've already seen
these clips, and I'm watching right now where he's kicking up with his knees, and it actually looks like he's balancing himself on his hands, which you can do here on Earth.
Okay. So yes, you can. You're telling me that you could make like a plank. You can make
Stop and let him finish.
So you're saying
let him finish.
So you're saying you can make a plank. So you're saying
who is doing?
Stop and let him finish.
He finished. Thank you. So you stop and let me finish. So look, you're saying you could plank and then put your arms straight out and you can kick your feet straight behind you. You're saying you can do that?
Yeah, especially if there's like very slow gravity actually pulling me down.
Okay, so here we go back to so gravity slowly is pulling you down.
Yeah.
Right? Which means you should be moving quicker then, correct?
No.
Goodness. Oh, what? Okay, let's think of it logically, okay? There is no wind to create drag for you. Like if you're just if you were to spin your hand in a circle right now, your arm in a circle, you have the effect of gravity in your paradigm, as well as the atmosphere, which would create drag in your paradigm. If you were to reduce the gravity and have no atmosphere, your arm would logically spin a lot faster than what it is right now because there's nothing holding it back from your force that you can exert from your own body to twist your arm. Do you get what I'm saying or no?
I get what you're saying, but it just doesn't matter because at the end of the day, I'm replacing
because it doesn't match. Because at the end of the day, it doesn't match up.
Let me respond. No, let me.
Got it.
Holy shit!
Do you think?
No, I'm going to answer his question real quick.
Okay.
Let me answer his question real quick because again, I'm going to ask him 2 sets of questions. Well, I'll just make one statement and then a question. You can replace air resistance with 16 fucking layers of clothing, okay? Which is apparently what they had at the time. Big old bulky spacesuit. Might not have weighed all that much, but still bulky. But regardless, what is force? Can you define force for me? What is the equation for force?
Okay, see, again,
what is the equation?
Hold on, no, hold on. I want to stop you, bro. You're diverting from the fact that you cannot lift yourself up off the ground, whether you're on fucking a moon, a planet, from fucking another galaxy, or Earth, wherever you're at. The movements that he's doing is the movements that you would be able to recreate only if you were hanging and suspended from something.
No.
You cannot do that otherwise. You are constantly trying to divert that fact and going into, let's define force. Dude, what's the formula for force?
If I put myself
do you realize that it doesn't matter the formula for force when you're trying to like explain how you are doing something physically that the only way you could replicate it is
You
by if
keep
you
saying
are
that.
if you're hung by something,
You
if
keep
you are
saying
being
that.
supported, suspended by something.
Or there's
Let's
just
talk
less
about
force
that.
being acted upon you. Like when you're in the pool, you could easily do these movements in the bottom of a pool where you're
So
sinking
now you're
down.
saying that when they're on the
If you
moon,
can
they have
shut,
the
can you
actions of
let
the
me
moon
finish
of the
one
pool.
fucking? Can you let me finish one statement without acting like a chimp?
It is so. Hold on. Water is allowing you to do that.
Can I
Water allows you to
Yes,
move like that.
water lowers.
explain?
Hold on, water lowers the net force being acted downward upon me, which allows me to recreate these movements. Much like how on the moon there is a much smaller downward force or net
But
downward
no.
force.
But no, it's your
But
body.
no,
No. Hold on. Dude. That is so wrong. And let me tell you why you're
so
so wrong.
wrong.
Yes, it's so wrong. Look at
I can't
and
recreate these movements in a
look.
pool.
This is why you're so wrong, bro. And I'm gonna tell you right now. It's probably maybe gonna blow your mind. I don't know because you're not even thought of this. Water is a medium. Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay. So if you throw your body into the water, is there a medium to where now it makes you move a certain way and float a certain way? And if you sank to the bottom, your legs can kick out and kind of float on the medium of the water. Now, on the
On the
moon,
medium of the water? No, I'm still being dragged down below the water by
hold
the
on.
net downward
You're
force.
not okay. You're not grasping it. You're in
No,
the
I don't think
water,
you're
and that
grasping it.
water is creating an environment to where you can move a certain way.
Yes,
What you're trying to
it allows for a smaller net downward force. I agree.
Okay. No. Dude, you're saying that, but in the moon, on the moon, in your paradigm, on the moon, there's no medium that's gonna allow that your feet are gonna be stuck in, like a gel like or like a substance like that's gonna slow you
Aren't
down
kicking on the water.
to where you can
What are you?
so where you can float like that.
Can I ask a question?
Dude, this is fucking retarded. That he's just a distractor, bro. Like, get him out, bro. He's a fucking distractor.
I'm literally trying to have a conversation with you about force, and you're just fucking chimping out.
But it's dude, that doesn't matter. The formula of force, you're not fucking. You're
Because
not.
all you're
You're
saying,
not getting it, bro.
all you're saying is strings, and wires, while ignoring that I can bring up a pool and bring up how it has a much lower net downward force, and you can easily go. If you have a neighborhood pool, you can go and do this. If you have your own pool, you can go and do this. You can recreate this shit, and don't even pipe up. 'Cause
Right,
I'm still
exactly.
speaking.
With
So
water.
hold on, I'm speaking. Yes, you can recreate these without wires. Is the point? You keep saying, "Oh, the only way you could possibly do this is with wires." But if I can show you an example where it can be done without wires, can you shut the fuck up on that point? And then we can start talking about why it works in water.
I wonder if they trip because of their from their vestibular response system.
There's someone else trying to get in. Jason Ghost has been trying to ask a question for ages, guys. I'd like to hear what he's trying to say.
Oh, go, yes.
Okay, so you're agreeing that things should move faster on the moon, correct? As far as our extremities? Hello?
He's muted.
From his perspective.
Don't things move slower on the moon? Don't things move slower on the moon to their model?
But why do you think they're in a pool to train?
Oh well, that's for spacewalking. I think this is different.
Probably maybe because you're trying to learn a slower movement.
Well, I think he's applying the moon landing footage where people are bouncing around on the moon.
If we just didn't know that we were going to experience like super fast movement on the moon, right? You would want to train in a medium that would slow the movement down so your body would to adjust to that.
Not back then. Back then they can just slow the footage down, which is what they did, or use wires. They don't need to use a pool to train for the moon. Well, no. Why would you? You don't need to train for a moon landing by using a pool. That doesn't. You don't need to.
Oh my goodness, you're not getting it. So
I do get it.
No, you don't. So what I'm saying is, you're saying that if we were to move around Earth like we are, right, and then we were to go to the moon, that we would experience weightlessness, and that our arms would be so much faster if we were doing stuff because less weight, right?
Well, yeah, that's the theory. Is there's less drag. So what
you would do is you would use a pool to teach yourself to slow down.
I don't understand. Are you saying that they are faking it or not faking it?
You're saying they're using wires. I'm asking for you to provide that proof.
No, I'm not saying. What the whole argument is it looks like they'd be using wires to just show a bouncing effect, plus the addition of slowing the footage and the frame rate down, obviously. But
Well, you'd also have to
I'm
show
also
that
saying
part.
that they're using a 300-pound suit too.
It wouldn't be 300 pounds in your own
it'd be
paradigm. Stop
It'd be
using that
5.
falsehood.
It'd be 30 kilograms, and it would be 5 kilograms on the moon. So it'd be a lot less weight for them to carry because their mass doesn't. Because they still have the same amount of muscle mass that they're going to be moving this.
Right.
At the same
But
time,
don't you know?
at the same time, the suit has the same amount of mass. So even if they applied the same amount of force on the Earth, that thing wouldn't move any faster, laterally at least, or even up and down. Well, maybe up and down because it'd have to fight the gravitation.
I don't know. There
force,
might be,
but definitely left and right because again, force equals mass times acceleration. So if mass remains the same and you apply the same amount of force, why would acceleration be any different?
Well, they do say acceleration's different on the moon.
Downwards.
They say,
I'm talking about laterally.
even laterally, you throw something on the moon, it's going to go farther.
It will go farther, but it won't go faster. It won't accelerate any faster.
Oh, well, it'll
Laterally.
accelerate slower, won't it? Won't it? It'll take longer to reach the ground.
That's not what I mean. Whenever you're going for, whenever you're pitching the throw during the actual acceleration part of it, you're not going to be able to throw it faster. It's going to maintain its same speed upon leaving your hand because you applied the same amount of force to the same amount of mass. So acceleration will be the same.
No, it's not the same force because you have less resistance on the surface of the moon. You don't have the same atmosphere.
That's my point.
The resistance on you and the object that you are throwing.
Air resistance is negligible to you.
Dude, I swear to God, these guys, every time you can point something out that just destroys their argument, like when you say that there's no curve over 2.5 miles, all the time, it's negligible. It's so negligible.
It is. Just like I honestly, when you think about the vestibular system response, because they even say your equilibrium response to the gravity and the acceleration of Earth, I don't know how they were able to do that on a 1/6 gravity in the moon. How the first step wasn't a Biden blunder step. You know what I mean? Like they were able to just. It's just there's no way the vestibular system response reacted so perfectly. Maybe that's why they were tripping. I don't know, but it's pretty wild to think that all.
I'm sorry. I'm just going to throw this out real quick, and then I'm going to get off because I'm tired of talking to these fucking disruptors, and they're just trying to keep the truth, bro. You bring up the fact that you cannot. It's impossible to do that. No matter what planet you think you're on,
impossible to do that.
You cannot do that unless you're within a medium like a pool. Now the water is suspending your feet. Not the air here, I guess, in your world, on the moon, the moon air that doesn't exist. Whatever, you guys are crazy. But the fact is that watch that video. For those that are looking for the truth, let the truth speak to yourself within your own hearts and minds. Yeah. Stop letting these guys piss on your leg and tell you it's raining just because they believe it's raining by the guys that are pissing on their legs.
Are you telling us it's raining right now?
What was that?
He's telling us it's raining. He wants to say wires, medium.
Yeah.
While at the same time, just ignoring the whole idea of the net downward force argument, which he wants to completely ignore, which is fine. Because
you think that because you're on the moon where it's a smaller gravity that you can float the same way like when you're in the pool here, even though there's no water in the moon holding up your feet. Because if you want to compare apples to apples and oranges to oranges, well, then do that. But don't say it has the same net force as if you're in a pool, but you're not in a pool. You cannot compare that, bro, because the pool is the reason why you do it. It has nothing to do with the force of what you're trying to compare it to. Dude, it's just
you're using the pool to train. So when they're in a 0G plane, right, and they're experiencing 0G, do you just see people just being rambunctious as fuck, or are they trying to be slowly with their movements?
They're trying to do backflips. Everybody wants to do a backflip.
0G is a misnomer because nobody's ever experienced zero gravity. It's just something they made up for parabolic flight and dropping with the arc of a plane.
Dude,
that's
what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. Stop making excuses.
It's not an excuse.
See, now how you like every time I talk, like what is the disrespect for, bro?
Yeah,
I can hardly hear him, so I'm sorry if I
He was just correcting you. So you're gonna disrespect me, right?
I can't hear what he said.
easy experience, 0G.
They're not
terminal
technically
velocity.
They're not. Yeah, they're not technically 0G, is what he was saying. Chasing Ghost.
Oh, okay, yeah. But what I'm getting at is when they're in that form of feeling of
Freefall.
weightlessness, right? Yeah, or whatever. You don't see them acting all crazy, right? You just see them kind of just going with the motions, just floating slowly and doing their things, right?
No, I've seen them try to do backflips and do experiments. They put Stephen Hawking up there. They took him out of his wheelchair and let him float around.
Yeah, that's fine. But I think we're arguing within the paradigm of the Earth being a globe and the idea that guys are floating around a tin can at 17,500 miles per hour, or they're on the moon.
On there, and what are you talking about?
This is a debate within that paradigm. I don't know if it's what do you call it?
I got you.
It is
small
a debate.
G.
This is an actual debate. It's not something where there's no debate. This is a debate right here.
And small G
Just
does
let
not
you
equal globe. So I hope they can get that out of their head because it just
but
doesn't
not,
equal globe.
If you listen, for the guys who are arguing on the flat Earth side, if you take up the mantle of this argument, then you are now tasked with explaining their unexplainable ideas, and you're going to get lost in the sauce. I'm telling you guys. If you're taking up the mantle of arguing,
I'm not afraid of G. I'm not afraid of small G.
No, but it's not that you're afraid of it. It's you're arguing from within their paradigm. You're on their playground. You're not on yours. You're taking yourself out of context and indulging the fact that you're going to now argue from their paradigm. This is something that we learned, like 24/7 has learned long ago. We don't argue these points. That if you're brand new to flat Earth, you will, because you think there's a point there to argue.
I've looked into flat Earth for 10 years, and I know that 9.8 you kind of have to accept to some point, and it has nothing to do with what's causing 9.8.
No,
they still can't equate. They still can't equate the rate of fall to why it's
But we're
causing
talking
it.
about what's happening on a place that no one can be like saying that they've actually can validate.
Right? And say waters.
You can validate the rate of fall pretty. That's pretty easy to measure, more than
Are
the
we
curve of
not?
Earth.
Are you just missing the fact that I just told you that we're talking? The argument is happening on the moon, right?
Oh, forgive me. Yeah, the rate of fall on the moon you cannot validate. Definitely.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to tell you. Like,
Forgive me, I misunderstood.
This is the disagreement, is it not, Apocryphon? Like, isn't that?
Yeah, no, you're right. And I just want I want to add to what you just said, Rubber. He's also right, because when you start challenging little g or saying, "Oh, I accept it," well, little g is the calculation of acceleration to the gravity, to the big G. So you're kind of like in their playground, just like Mickey said. Because when you're like agreeing to that, like then they're like, good, got him, because now he's agreeing to gravity.
Yes, specific gravity. Like if we're talking about something of how it actually operates on the moon, that's what I'm saying is on their playground. However, things that are useful in the physical and natural world, like that's different. Like if you're saying that you could utilize an equation to help people understand how to make things work in this world, like with in any type of engineering, then that's a bit different than saying that something that works outside of the realm that we exist in another realm, like in the heavens, let's say, on the moon, that's different. Then you're applying something that really can't be validated, like how that works there. You know what I mean? Because what we know here is different from over there. And then they're trying to say that no, it's the way I'm telling you, and you're like, no, it's not, because we understand it somewhere different here on Earth. You get what I'm saying? So then it becomes like, well, who's right? How are we gonna verify what side is correct? At the end of the day, no one's gonna win that argument.
Yeah, I mean, to the guy who previously asked that if elements would change if we go to the moon, well, the answer is no, because elements are still the same over there. But however, by observation, let's say we go into your model and we do see how things would behave, the people who were landing on the moon would actually move faster, but technically bounce at the same rate according to the same wave.
I don't agree, Ripcord. I don't agree, Ripcord. Like, you're saying, okay, if we go to the moon, then things will act this way. And no one knows that. No one's got any idea about what's happening.
That's my point. That's exactly my point. That's the reason why I brought this up. When you go into it, you're already lost, brother. I'm telling you right now. If the moment you agree to saying, "Well, this is the way it would
I
happen
didn't
on the moon,"
agree. I'm just making a point in which how things to their model would actually behave. Because
I
there's
know
no
that,
air,
but you,
therefore
I
there's
know
no
that
drag,
it
therefore
sounds
the
logical.
people would
It
move
sounds
faster,
logical.
etc.
It sounds logical to you and me, but to them, they have their workarounds, and they're gonna tell you how you don't understand what's going on in the moon. So it becomes a debate. I'm trying to tell you guys.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
it's fine if you don't. It's fine if you don't care.
Record.
It's fine if you
I
don't
wouldn't
care.
even state. I wouldn't even make the statement that they have the same elements on the moon as we have here. We don't know anything about the moon.
Right, Miggy's right.
Yeah,
The
we
minute
cannot
you start
observe it, we cannot
debating it,
test it.
they already got you on the moon.
Yep. They can easily defeat you because that's their whole cosmological playground. And once you indulge it, you're done. I mean, yeah, go ahead and try to say that you can understand it from a logical perspective, but their perspective is illogical. They're not working in the same framework that you are. Things operate in a very illogical way where they live in their mind. So they're not going to argue in the same, the points aren't going to make sense. And even though you're going to get frustrated, you're going to get even more frustrated because you're basically indulging their fantasy. And I'm telling you guys, we've learned a long time ago not to do that. That was a big no-no for all of us. However, it sounds like to me that a lot of people still like to have that argument, which is, I mean, it's kind of sad to hear from a third party.
I mean, APOC brought the whole moon in the first place.
I know, but it takes a while. For us, things are logical, right? And for you guys, they don't have to follow logic and reason because they're operating in a different realm.
Would you say
you guys can contort, you can misconstrue, you can do anything you want to, so long as whatever your paradigm still is, exists the way you think it does. So
would you say that it's easier to learn the mobility of a 300-pound suit in water or out of water?
What do you mean? On Earth?
I'm using logic.
On Earth?
I would say neither, because you're working on the same elements you're testing on, which are either air or water. It doesn't matter how much you have on your body.
You're saying
restricted by the weight itself.
So you're saying that you could move a 300-pound suit just as well on land as you can submerged in water?
No, I say that despite the element you are walking through, either air or water, you accustomed to the weight automatically. So the difficulty comes hand in hand. So I say no. There's no coming accustomed to or moving either slower or faster.
Yeah, but these things are understood with physics. I mean, we don't have to dive too far into it because we're here on Earth. Anything that is challenged here on Earth can be validated here on Earth. We're not leaving the surface. And therefore, someone's going to be right, someone's going to be wrong at the end of the day. Here, when you leave the Earth, then who knows, right? It's anyone's guess.
Yeah, I just want to just real quickly just throw this out there. The reason why that argument goes that direction, my point was that I'm bringing up how it's fake, why it's fake. You're not there. You're not on the moon. That was the argument. And then they start going into the math and calculation, the force and the formulas. If you throw a rock on the moon, like that's where they take it. Because that's where they have to take it. They have to take it to their Narnia so they could argue with you in their falsehoods. Yeah. But my whole argument was, no, dude, why are we talking about the moon and how you throw a rock on the moon? Because I'm saying we're not even on the moon. Like that is not what we're doing.
Right, so if you have
I want to say,
hold on, Necros. Chasing Ghost is really low. He was starting to talk, and then you can go after him. Chasing,
do you hear me?
Well, I'm just saying APOC's saying that it's fake, right?
I don't know if that was the end of your statement, but
yeah. Well, I mean, if it was a question, yes. But I thought you were just saying that rhetorical so you could continue your point. But go ahead.
Well, I didn't even take it that way. I took it that why have the argument about how far we can throw a rock on the moon when it cannot be verified, and we're not there to verify it.
Right.
What I can tell him about what I can tell him, because he asked a question: is it make testing the suit in the water make it easier? No, I will say that no, it's wrong. It won't make it easier, because just test yourself in the dry land against moving inside the water. No, you work harder inside the water, so you struggle to move or to make a punch inside the water or to run inside the water. It's not like that easy like you do it outside water. So it's not an analogy to say that to make easier to test the suit inside the water. No, it won't make it easier.
Yeah,
test the suit
it
in the water.
would
So you
behave
forgot.
either way,
You
even
forget.
without a suit. If you go on land, you move very normally, like without a suit, and if you go into water, obviously, you have much more difficulty. It's the same way.
Yeah, exactly.
That
It's
is
the
what I
same.
previously said. It doesn't matter.
So the analogy doesn't stand. The test doesn't stand. It's just illogic, and we can't just keep with that. Yeah, we were waiting for the Globers to just finish talking about the fantasy and return to the reality and talk to us about the radius that they have to prove and the curvature of the Earth that they have to show us.
Hold on. Is it easier for a submarine to move on land or in water?
Water, I'm assuming.
Yeah, man, we're talking about design now. Design,
right?
it's different.
Oh, so it doesn't find enough buoyancy?
It's probably water is probably easier.
Water is
I'm
more
guessing.
resistant.
Thank you.
I think it would move faster if you put it in a remorker and you pull it with the powerful remote. Yeah, it would.
It's just it's what I'm saying though. If physics work a specific way, someone's gonna be right, someone's gonna be wrong. Either we all agree the physics work a specific way on Earth, or we are in a disagreement in a way that I'd like to hear that. But that's kind of one of the segues I wanted to give the room. Do you think that the physics, or I would say that flat Earth is denying any type of physics, just on Earth? I don't want to have to leave the surface to go to some other place. Just the physics on Earth. Are we denying any, from your Glober perspective, if you think that you're in here right now, are we denying any type of physics on Earth? Anyone? Because it's kind of, I'm kind of curious, because this whole thing about like how something moves in water has to do with physics. So does anybody here say that the flat earthers deny that? And if you do, like, what are we denying?
No, we just know it better than them.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of people.
Sounds like a claim.
I was trying to let the globalist say that, but fair enough. He's poking the bear. So, do you guys think that we deny physics? You guys can speak up. I mean, I'm just posing the question to you guys.
The Globers are sparse. They're scared today. Come on, guys.
Well, I mean, it
They
sounded
know it
like
will
the
be
whole
just-
kerfuffle was about like us misrepresenting physics. So I don't know. Maybe that's where they want to.
They know that it's just a lie. They know that we argue with them about physics.
Well, I mean,
they don't understand physics.
Wait a minute. Actually, we do have a Glober. Talon.
Wait, I have a question.
Yeah,
I'm
go
a
ahead.
Glober.
Yeah,
I
what's
have
your
a
question?
So, if the Earth is flat, right? Why do whales die on Earth? Like when they get beached,
I knew it.
why do they
I knew
die?
you were a troll. Why do you think I mocked you coming on the way in? I could tell by the tone of your voice you were here to troll.
This is what it's
I'm not here to troll.
Yeah. Do you want to ask a serious question?
Yeah, why do whales die when they go on land?
No, serious question. Serious question, please. Well, no. I'm going to unmute him. Serious. Last chance for a serious question. I'm just going to ban you.
Okay.
Question.
Why?
That's a serious
Why
question.
why are
Because,
animals in the water larger than animals on land?
Okay, he's
Yeah.
banned.
So
GG.
Yeah, bye.
no. You guys, look. What do you mean he's banned? Do you know that it's a talking point that uh whales they die on land due to the gravity? Like that's a real. So how y'all
Oh
gonna ban him for
shit!
that?
I know where
That's
you're
the
going.
answer.
Wow.
Well, we got another guy in here who. All right, so the topic, if you're just joining us right now, do you think flat earthers are denying any physics on Earth? And if you do think so, what type of physics? Just name it. If you're somebody who thinks the Earth is a globe, what type of physics do you think we deny?
The physics of gravity. You guys deny gravity. That's physics.
Okay. Well, what specifically? Tell us how we deny it. Go ahead.
You deny the existence of gravity and everything around it that
Yeah,
involves
we're
it.
gonna speak to Talon, a known troll LARPer, and skip the other guy that had a question that is kind of silly, but it's part of the globe religion. So maybe we want to address not the LARPer, maybe the guy that believes the silly stuff, even though it's silly, I know, but maybe he believes it.
Oh, he
Because
gone, man.
Talon is. Why will anybody would like to speak to Talon? To hear the same shit again? I wanted a new guy that asked about the whales because some Globers believe that. So
Is there any new
maybe
people?
he was supposed to be allowed to expand on that to see what was going on with that, and maybe someone wanted to reply, but now let's speak to Talon.
Jimsy, didn't you know that Talon's a genius?
Hi, Flatsy.
Yeah, genies will give you things that will be impossible without a genie, right? So a genie, if you want globes
There's a
and balls
genius.
of water in the outside of it and how that works, the genie will come and give it to you. He's a genius. Impossible stuff. He's a genie.
He's are you saying he's a genius?
Yeah, he's a genius. You want stuff that is impossible? He's gonna give it to you.
If you could
That's
prove
funny.
gravity, we wouldn't
Impossibles.
deny anything.
Well, it's interesting that he started with you guys deny physics because you don't accept gravity, when we're trying to teach him that whole gravity thing is the part of the falsehood that even allows the heliocentric model to exist. So that's not even physics. Then they're taking things around it and then letting gravity take the credit for it, and it's just ridiculous. It's not balls attracting balls or a constant free fall in a bending of space and time or relativity. It's that those things are just fallacious. I guess that's
Yeah.
kind of the point.
I mean, also, the gravity thing is only applied through things that were being observed falling through air, right? So as soon as if you go into liquids or solids and try to apply it that way, somehow they don't know how to explain it, how this works. So, but it's very easy. It's density to density comparison in which each interacts with one another.
How about this? Talon, are you still there? Can you hear me?
Yeah, Talon is muted.
Oh, okay.
But he can hear you.
All right, if you're still listening, Talon, so my question for you is, do you believe that there is 100% irrefutable, repeatable, empirical, falsifiable proof that gravity is the reason why objects fall to the surface of the Earth? Yes or no?
You are unmuted, Talon.
Correct. Yes, correct. Gravity is the definition of, or that's the word we use when we talk about things falling towards the
Gravity?
globe.
What's that?
Okay. And
How
do you
the
validate
law,
gravity?
the type of physics that you guys deny. Avi was asking about what physics you guys deny. Gravity is definitely one that you deny.
Okay, how do you validate gravity? Go ahead.
I think when he talk about gravity, he want to say the downward acceleration. So he don't meant to claim a cause, mass attracting mass, or the warping of space and time. So he when he talks about gravity, I hope he just meant the downward acceleration. And just to correct him, no, we don't deny the downward acceleration that we all observe when you drop something. We don't deny that. We deny some.
Okay.
That
So what do you call that?
We deny just we call it downward acceleration. Like I said,
What do you call it? Well, like downward acceleration, I could throw my face at the ground and call that downward acceleration, but that wouldn't be gravity. That would be like that would be me whipping my face at the ground. So you got to tell me, what is it that if I just relax my body, I would fall to the ground? What do you call that?
When you use your muscles to make force to throw your body downward, that would be you causing that force, pushing your body downward.
So if I jumped up in the air and I threw my head up into the air as much force as I can, what happens?
You can't hear me when you talk, and I am talking at the same time. So what we deny is that unicorn that you talk about is the pushing or pulling things. That's the thing that we deny. When you talk about the causation of the falling thing, that downward acceleration, what caused that, and when you explain that with the mass attracting mass or the warping of space-time, that's the thing that we deny. That's not physics. That's bullshit.
Well, that is physics. Well, what do you consider physics? Like the motion of objects? Is that physics?
Can you show it in an experiment?
Don't we have anybody new besides Stalin? We have someone new.
I'm sorry, Dweller. What do you got? Why you hate me so much, Dweller? Calm down.
No, I'm not hate you. I just don't like trolls and
I'm just talking about. I'm just answering AV's question. He asked
trolls are not allowed in here.
I mean, what do you mean? I'm just answering AV's question. We're talking about the physics and whether or not they deny it.
Yeah, you're just saying you guys are denying something that I have in my mind. You guys are just denying some imaginary thing that I have in my mind. Why? Why are you guys doing that? Huh? That's you.
Dweller wants to talk.
So, like I told you, when you talk about a unicorn, I won't believe you.
There you go. Unicorns, Talon's imagination. Let's talk about that.
Well, I'm not talking about unicorns. We're talking about acceleration towards the center of a globe.
When you are talking about the cause of that acceleration,
right?
The cause of the acceleration of the things falling, when you talk about the mass attracting mass, or the bending of space-time. So now, at that moment, at that specific moment, you're just bringing unicorn to the table. So you have to show me the unicorn to make me believe that thing, because I have to see that unicorn, verify it by myself, and I can talk to you about that when I see that unicorn. But just telling me stories.
Well, wait a minute. What do you mean by unicorn?
Mass attracting mass, or the bending of space-time. When you're just telling me stories about them, not showing me anything about not showing me anything about that mass attracting.
Nah, he doesn't want to talk about the evidence or the proof of his claim. He wants to talk about unicorns. Go ahead, Talon.
I have yet to claim unicorn. That's what you guys are saying.
So what about the imaginary claim that you're making? What physics?
You guys are in denial of the physics of gravity, which is based on the model. Einstein's equations of E equals mc squared. And
okay, but Talon, do you understand why we deny that, though? Talon, do you understand why we deny that?
Why do you deny that?
Okay, if that requires a model made of what we have, we're born to believe in it to be, balls, and heliocentric, all that stuff, right? Mass tracking mass, or whatever, relativity, whatever. All of that is based upon the Earth being a globe. Would you agree, yes or no? Let's start there.
I mean, I'm agreeing that you guys are in denial, yes.
Okay, that's great. So I'll just move forward and let's just forget about all that. Okay.
Right.
So if this model is it's telling us that the Earth is a globe, it's a sphere, an oblate spheroid, and all these other things that came with it, such as gravity, are true, then the moment that we realized that that's all bullshit was the moment that we realized we're not on a spinning ball, and then that's the end of the story. Because we have things here on Earth that we realize, okay, that means it's not a globe. That means it's not a ball. So once you can falsify it being a ball, then that whole gravity that came with it also leaves the fucking table in discussion, because that's no longer, even if it's within its own paradigm, there's no longer something pulling to the center of a ball no more. We figured that out. Now we're moving forward and trenching on, marching on, but you are still believing it. You are the one that's still holding on. Go ahead.
How did you figure it out? How did you figure out that the mathematical models behind gravity are not correct?
Well, mainly it was logic that finally kicked in, and the removing of the blinders that were on us from the indoctrination. And then we realized that everything that we do is measuring angles, and then that would require a horizontal and then a baseline, and then that makes it not a ball no more. And then we also have observations to where we are seeing 5 times further than we should be if it's on the other side of the curved ball that you believe you're on. That just stuff like that, just real easy, simple. You either get it or you don't. It's real simple.
Okay. Well, explain to me why horizontal automatically equals flat Earth.
So listen, what
Oh wait, what? I'm gonna mute
Because
myself.
you said therefore you said in order to like get a location you need a horizontal. You need a horizontal.
Yeah,
How did
you
get
just
that?
said-
How did you get that horizontal?
You just said explain how an horizontal
therefore not
doesn't
globe.
mean curved. Doesn't mean globe. You just. I mean, I really want you to just say that to yourself again and realize what you just said. And if you don't get it, put it this way, Talon.
Right.
If you're not getting it, if what you just said doesn't make you realize, like a light doesn't turn on, wait, what? What did I just say? That makes zero sense. Then maybe you're just still a little bit too indoctrinated, and you're not able to grasp it. So no matter what my answer is, you can't even get what you're saying. And you want me to answer you, then you're not even going to get what I'm going to say, because you can't get what you're saying.
He's just waiting for you to say something. See, he can record you and put you in the top 10 flat earthers denying globe stuff. That's what he's doing.
Great. Hey, well, whatever he wants to do.
Yes, you are. You send me that in the DMs all the time. Don't you send me that? You told me that you gotta put me
in the chat. Post a picture of it in the chat.
You told me you were gonna put me.
I'm gonna look
in the top what?
Just pictures of Black
in
Swan.
the top flat earthers what?
But okay, a Packer fan. Just tell me why you think.
So Talon, so you question me right now. Let me just go back to that first question you asked me.
Are you sure you want to join the Loser Globe Denier Hall of Fame? That's Talon.
Dude, Dollar gets so mad.
I can keep score.
It's gonna be really fast. It's gonna be really fast. It's gonna be really fast.
We're just talking. We're just having a discussion, Dollar. It's okay, buddy.
So
you don't always have to be attacking. You don't always have to be attacking me. I'm not always trying to attack.
Okay, so Talon.
You?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh wait.
All right, you're done.
All right. Didn't get to talk though. No worries.
Dude pokes a bear, gets bit, and then comes right back every time and pokes a bear again, like he's not going to get bit.
And just to correct you, Talon, and something that you said.
I'm done with Talon. Bye, Talon.
I'll see you next time, guys. Thanks for letting me talk.
The math the math is not correct.
Cool. You guys still
Well, when someone says, how does a horizontal not mean curved? Like when they say that, you just gotta just check out. All right, that's enough. You're speaking retarded now, because it doesn't take rocket science to realize that horizontal.
I think what he was trying to say was how are you deeming the instant of position true horizontal throughout the entirety?
Yeah, well, that's kind of the point, though. That is literally the point. Because everywhere you're measuring it to sea level, meaning you're making a horizontal flat line somewhere even on different elevations of topography. You're always creating a horizontal flat. So if you go from sea to shining sea in America, from California to New York, everything is always being referenced to the sea level. So even if you're in places in the valleys where you might have a negative because it's like a bowl. I think where was that big flood at? the George Bush don't like black people came out. You know, remember that? What city was that? New Orleans, whatever it was.
That's a hell of a citation. George Bush don't like black.
Was it New Orleans or what? Where the flood happened?
New Orleans.
Okay,
Yeah, New Orleans, bro. And you're talking about elevation differential,
right? Yeah, because in New Orleans they build, and they're lower than sea level, so everything, like if you go look at blueprints over there, they're negative according to the sea level. Over here we're positive. We're going to find our horizontal on the positive side. New Orleans is going to find the horizontal on the negative side, but either way you're always building horizontal, and that flat line that you're creating it's not curving. And I don't know why these guys constantly say this. Like, straight isn't curved. Like, bottom line. Like, if you the straight table on top, you can't say, "Oh yeah, my table's curved," when it's straight, flat. Like that, you can't say that, bro. It's just asinine. I don't even know how we
to find point B. Walk me through that.
Define point B. What do you mean?
Like if you have point A, right? Define how you arrive at point B.
Yeah. So what you're gonna do is you're going to create a line, a straight line, right? And then you're going to measure that line.
No elevation. You're just creating a straight line.
Yeah, we're just creating a line. We're not even talking about elevation. We're just creating a straight line. Right?
Point A, point B. Listen, simple answer. You create a tangent and you run it into infinity from A to B. That'll be a straight horizontal line in survey, planar survey to be specific. Now, in a geoid model, level can mean curve, but that's only in the theoretical model. That's not in reality. And planar level is what elevation depends off of sea level, which is.
So if you were to stick your eye on, like, I don't ask anybody to do this, but if you were to lay like down,
start from that base point and create a tangent line to infinity.
Hold on. So you have your eye level as low as possible, right? And I tell you that it's known that there's an object at point B at a certain distance, okay? Let's say 500 feet. And it's a bottle cap. Are you going to see that?
No.
Okay.
Because that's not the way our eyes work.
So you would need elevation to see it, right?
Correct.
Okay. So you're looking down,
This
right?
is the trickery of perspective and converging of lines in distance. That is what it's all about.
Wider angle of view, you have to get yourself away from the surface you're trying to look down so you're not blocked by topography.
Right, and then you're looking down, right?
No, that's not always true, but in this instance, we would be, yes.
Yeah, the perspective is definitely something that you would have to take into account. Like, for instance, if you're building something on the side of a hill, you're going to be having to be very careful because you know that there's going to be a slope, a huge change of elevation. So you can do it like stairs if you want to. There's that method where you can do like stairs where you shoot a point and you make that your elevation there, and then if you take that elevation as a zero, then you go high on there. So you can level it like in levels, or like stairs, I think is a better example. There's that way. Or people are like, you hear that people they'll shoot an angle to it, and then they'll assume and calculate that, okay, if this is my angle, right, then and this is my distance, my known distance, then I can give a height to it, right? That's just simple, basic math, right, or geometry, right? So you're going to do this and then get an elevation that way as well. But the whole point of that is, no matter how you're going to skin that cat, it's always based off of a zero, off of a flat, straight, in all directions around you. That's your plane that you're building upon. And every elevation is just a point on that XY grid represented as a Z. Because that Z is now the height of that XY grid. You understand?
Oh, I know what you're saying, but you need elevation for that to work.
Yeah, exactly. So the elevation is the Z, right? So that point on the Z.
So you can't represent.
Tell him is a 0 is mean sea level, and anything above that is elevation.
Correct.
But the line will always be a straight tangent to infinity.
Right.
Mean sea level. And we build off that. So you're just talking about elevational differentials to figure out exactly what elevation we're at. We can approximate it many different ways, and then there are ways we can come with accurate numbers.
And we
I
have
guess
the
what I'm
tools
saying
and
is you're establishing a horizontal, right? Just at a point, and then you're trying to reach point B, and you're covering distance. You're not looking at in between A and B. You're just trying to represent that you can acquire B.
yeah, and you're going to do that by shooting a target down the road.
Down.
Okay, let's down the road, right? Or if you're building on a hill up the road, right? Depends where you're building. Either way, you're still always, your perspective is, it's just a figure of speech down the road. That doesn't mean that the road's
Perspective
down.
also represents that the horizon or the water level would rise to the observer's eye level, right?
Not specifically, because you're always higher than it. Do you understand that concept? This is I don't get why Globers say this, and they try to use it like as a gotcha. Like, aha, I told you the horizon isn't at your eye level. Like, well, obviously it's close to it, but obviously you're still higher and taller than the ground that's all the way as far as you can see, or the ocean or the lake or water, whatever. You're still taller than it, so obviously it's not going to be like right up at your eyes. Like if you're looking out of into a fish tank right on the water level, it's not going to be like that, obviously.
Okay, but what if we had so the analogy where I said, like, you get your eyes close as you can and look at the bottle cap at 500 yards, right? What if you were to do that with the sea level?
It's okay. Again, it's the same thing. This is why you guys Globers think that the boats are going over the water.
So you're saying, can sea level block an object? Right? And sure it can.
I already know it can because of waves and all that other stuff.
So
Yeah, so
differences
it's
in
not
elevation.
complete.
So if you're in a valley, you can be blocked by a hill. But does that mean the hill is a globe? No, it just means it's a hill that's obstructing your view.
So if you have waves of 4 to 5 foot, would you then say that you need to take a measurement 4 to 5 feet below, or let me just say this,
higher,
3 inches lower than the wave, so that you could acquire a level because the waves are 4 to 5 feet independently on each other?
No, that's not the way you do it. That wouldn't be the way.
Just trying to acquire a level on a 4 to 5 foot sea.
No.
Yeah.
Listen, mean sea level. Listen, the average wave height is calculated in the mean sea level, so nobody's calculating mean sea level and adjusting it for the height of wave. Nobody's actually trying to survey the oceans or the body of waters either. We do that shoreline, approximate distance from side to side.
Would you
really,
say
what
that?
are you on about?
I'm just asking questions.
I know you are.
Would you say that a wave face has a reflection?
Can water reflect light?
On water or
Would
what?
I,
On a wave
would I
face.
say that? Yes. Water can reflect light. Yes.
And just real quick, along this lines of the waves blocking you out or whatever.
What's the point of all this? Hold on, Apocryphon.
Go ahead.
What are we leading to?
I mean, I can't just ask questions.
Yeah, but do you know where you're going with
Normally,
this?
people
What
have
do you
a
want to know
specific
exactly
reason for
from us?
each question.
I mean, people want to come to their own conclusions, correct? So they would ask questions, yeah?
I know, but I don't know what conclusions we could form from these questions on water and sea level.
Well, because you're using it to measure, right? Sea level. So I'm just taking an equation. I'm taking into an understanding that there are things in between that.
We measure sea level from. We said it's a given point, and we reference on our starting point in our datum from that. No, it's an average. So mean sea level is an average, and the tidal nodes and the wave heights are calculated.
Okay.
So mean sea level is basically a mathematical approximation.
Okay. So if we were to be on the beach and we got our eyes close as we can to the water, acceptably to where we can look out and see the horizon, where would you set marker B at?
Marker B for what?
Yeah, if you have
what
A, which
what
is
are we
the
trying to
observer, if you have A as the
Depends what you're
observer
trying to measure,
at
bro.
sea level, and then we're looking out to the
Any given
horizon.
distance, depending on what you're trying to calculate. Are you trying to calculate the effects
Okay,
of
so
refraction over water, how a boat appears to go at a distance? Then those distances would now dictate your point B, point C, point D. But to say A and B, that's just vague, and we don't even know what we're trying to.
right, so you would need an
What are we
object for point
demonstrating?
B, right?
What are we trying to
You would
demonstrate?
need an object for point B, right?
What?
Point B
What's the
for what?
object?
I don't know. Obviously, it's not the horizon.
No. What are we trying to prove before we say, what are we going to measure
I'm just
from
gonna
this
be
point to
quiet.
that point? What are we trying to prove? Are we measuring a
Don't
boat
don't
in a
dip,
distance?
don't dip out, right?
Well, A to B. So we all took x minus y equals z. So we know it's a point of distance, right? It's going to be distance. But what we're trying to prove is going to dictate at what distance we do this. So you're going to say, where am I going to put place B? For what? What are you trying to do?
Well, we're trying to measure in between A and B at that point.
Okay, it's just distance measuring. So what?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, what is the observing point you're trying to reach in order to form an explanation between the waves and every stuff you mentioned?
Okay, so let's say you have two people that are 6 foot tall, okay, and in between them two people is someone that's 5'2". Point A, person A, is 6 foot tall, is looking over person 5 foot tall to point B, 6 foot tall, right?
Okay.
Would you
So
call
we
that
have
whole
an
equation level?
obstacle observing the point
Well,
we're actually looking at, or what do you
well,
mean?
just to
I
let
wouldn't
you know,
expect it to be level depending on the distance due to the reduction in angler size at a distance.
but
I wouldn't expect it to appear it.
just to let you know, if that 6 foot person walks far enough away from that 5 person, that 6 foot person might disappear behind that 5 foot person, just because that's the way optics works. And you don't,
Angler
and you
size
can't say
reduction.
and you can't say it's because of the globe that the guy is walking away from, because you can do this literally in a place where, let's say, like, you have 3 miles of road and there is no change in elevation, that, like, that would make a difference. It's not going to be, dropping off that much to where it would make the guy disappear as he's going further away. It's just the way optics works. Do you understand that? Yes or no?
So if our eye is 5 inches off of this 3 mile road that has no elevation change, can we still see a bottle cap at 500 yards?
Oh man, you can't
No,
see.
because listen, you're inches from the surface. No, you don't have the field
But
of
it's
view
higher
to
than the
see
bottle cap.
Dude, you
but
probably
you don't
can't
have
see
the field of view with your eyesight to see the bottle cap.
You probably
Because
can't
it's
even
all
see.
hold on, it's all
I'm sorry.
taken up by the surface you're viewing across.
Right, so we're looking down
It's
again,
called
right?
forefronting. It's called forefronting. But the closer you get to the surface, the more the surface of Earth obstructs your view. It's really pretty
Dang, bro, you said it best.
it's pretty simple. Hold on. At zero ground level, your horizon is dictated by topography. Period. The topography of the ground.
Right.
It could be the trees. Why do you think they say you can't see the forest for the trees? Because you don't see the forest. You see the first row of trees.
Yeah, I understand. Topography is basically the character of this existence.
It is. It is. And so those
It's
trees,
beautiful,
you got to
bro.
understand, you could have a 30-foot tree in the front of the forest and a 50-foot tree behind it, but you'll never see the 50-foot tree. Why? The hedgerow takes up all of your field of view. So that's all you see is the first row of trees. You won't see past them.
Yeah, the smaller becomes bigger than the biggest tree.
And Mike, just real quick,
This
you
is why
keep
most people die when they get
keeps
lost in the woods.
Chasing Ghost. He keeps talking about a bottle cap 500 yards away. Chasing Ghost, I would go out to say, and dare I say, you might not see it even. You might not even see it 20 yards away from you, let alone 500 yards away from you.
I just might test that.
Listen, being an experienced hunter, hunting elk and deer, and being in combat situations, it's harder to see a man or an elk at 300 yards than most people think it is, or at 500 yards, let alone a fucking beer cap, or a bottle cap. So it's hard, really. I mean, I was in the desert, dude, and we couldn't see people 400 yards away from us. Why? Because of the fucking heat, and everything's the same color. And
Yeah, it's distorted. Everything is wobbling. You think you're seeing ghosts, basically.
Right. You can't see. Most of you couldn't spot your buddy if you were on a flat road 5 miles long and he was a half mile away from you, walking towards you, both of you same height, walking at the same speed. It'd probably be within a quarter mile before either one of you spotted each other. And most people think, well, we can see forever. The truth is, you're not seeing humans from as long or as far away as you think you are. And if we were, we wouldn't need these big badass scopes when we go out on patrol, or when we go elk hunting. You got to figure an elk, 4,000, 5,000 pounds. I'm going to shoot him from a quarter mile away, but I'm not seeing him. I'm scoping in on him. I don't see him. I can't, with my normal eyes, look and say, that's a big fucking elk a quarter mile away. Hell no.
It just gets bigger the closer you bring it in, yeah.
Yeah, and so I'm getting the scope out to see him. Yeah, it's because of angler size reduction, things are going to reduce at a distance inversely squared to a point. And that's because of how our perspective and angler resolution works. Not really perspective, but angler resolution. So things go out in the distance until they shrink down in angler view, angler size, to a point where they're no longer resolute. You don't have an angle to resolve them.
Yeah, it'd be hard to tell what they're doing after that, yeah.
Yeah, that's why we use scopes and spotting glasses, and there's no way in hell I could shoot a guy a quarter mile away without a scope, because I can't see him. Or a deer. I've shot elk from somewhere around half mile. And if I didn't have
Hello.
Hello.
Is it still flat?
Well, I'm talking.
Are you roboting a little bit?
Yeah, but I'm gonna check your connection or your satellite connection or whatever that is. Double check it because it's not good now.
Check your ISS connection. Check your gravity.
Check that buoyancy connection.
Based. It's that container's getting in the way, bro. That's what it is. Actually, that would kind of make sense. Whenever you lose connection, just blame it on the container.
Damn container.
Yeah, whenever I get lag, and I'm just gonna say
I blame it on them fucking politicians.
They're all actors. Which politician is not an actor? That's a good question.
Man, that's kind of risky saying that in a politics server.
Well, that's cool, because I don't like any blood sucking ticks, especially a politician. He's just a politic. Ticks suck blood, I gotta pick them off my dog,
So they're vampires who lie, who are paid to lie to you. Is that what?
Well, they're paid to represent our civil liberties, our constitutional rights, but that's not what they do. They're paid to protect our Constitution. Most people say, "Oh, you took an oath in the military to the government." No, I didn't. I took an oath to honor and protect the Constitution and we the people. I'll protect the Constitution. That oath never dies. But we can get a new government.
Yeah. Yeah, it's inevitable. Like, if we get rid of
Constitution stays true.
Yeah. The hierarchy.
Hold on. I don't know anything about this, so I'm speaking completely like out of pocket here. But when you say we can just get a new government, what do you mean by that?
A Zodiac.
Wait. Battle Mod. He asked you a question. Go ahead, Battle Mod.
I think that's your mate from 24/7 the other day.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Battle might reply to that, but whenever he can, because he's.
Yeah.
If he doesn't reply now, you can bring the question later, because right now he might be busy. So go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I don't even know really what that question was, but I just heard him say that, and it just made me think of like where the secondary's coming in at.
Yeah. I mean, it kind of makes sense if you okay. So the question is, who, like, for example, how would they replace? Like, imagine if all the politicians, died.
Yeah, like trade routes and all that stuff.
Nah, that's not how it is. You will have
governments don't help with that.
You will have to the government sides the government will have to select a role that they're gonna function as. Like let's say enforce contracts between you and I. If I break a contract, we're gonna have a middleman to say, "Hey, bro, you have to finish your contract or whatever." Yeah, right. So they might have a role, but what the government is doing right now, they overextending themselves, doing things that they shouldn't be doing, like education, picking winners and losers in the economics sense of things. So the government is way too big at the moment. That's why they're overexpending everyone into being broke.
As far as education, are you like pinpointing a particular spot, or are you saying that basically based on a scale they're trying to find an I wouldn't say equilibrium, I'd say an average to where they would accept, you definitely would have to pass, I guess, to be able to teach what they're saying would be best for humanity to learn and move forward.
Yeah, but you want to learn the correct things, not the wrong things. And the government is not teaching the things that are kind of like up to date these days. The government schools are way behind compared to other education systems. Like right now, whatever the government offers in school systems, even here in the U.S., you could get self-guided guides or even many curriculums that are available online that are superior and up to date to today's economics and the environment that children will have to go out there and function. If you're going by the government school, you're gonna get out of high school and you're gonna be like lost, basically.
So are you saying that it's okay for the government to help lay a foundation, but not?
No, they should have a role and stick to that role. That's it. If you want
to laying a foundation,
not necessarily. No, the foundations were here before the governments.
A hierarchy. Well, if you're
I'm talking about as a medium. If you're trying to help an entire population move.
The government doesn't help entire populations. When do they ever do that?
What is
That's
public
not the role of
schools?
the government to help entire populations.
So basically, anyone from a public school is inferior from someone that has a ton of money that went to private school their entire life, is what you're saying.
In fear? What will anybody be in fear of a guy that has a big
Inferior. You said
superior?
superior. I'm saying inferior.
But who's superior to who?
he just
You
one
just said You just said independents are way better. So I'm asking.
I
So
never
you're
said
saying
independent. That word never came out of my mouth.
self-guided, right? Or
Curriculums. There's curriculums out there that are superior to what the government is doing. Their curriculum. That's very hard to. Is that hard to comprehend, or what is it? Right now, you have children in 5th grade. They're talking about Pablo Escobar here in the U.S., right? What does Pablo Escobar has to do with people here in the U.S.? That's Colombia, like 40, 60 years ago.
What?
How does that help a child in a school right now today? It doesn't. So that child, instead of having homework about who was Pablo Escobar and how bad that guy was, instead of doing that, the curriculum should be, hey, you should be ready to be you should know how to do taxes, right? Something like that, right? Let's say something practical, something that the child is gonna use. Like, how about economics? How I don't know, do a trade, maybe do investments or something that is practical. But
so you're
Pablo
saying
Escobar?
okay.
We do.
Like, so I'm like on, like, not on a fence. I'm not on a side or nothing. I'm just talking, bro. So you're saying government bad, but learn taxes from government to give government.
Government bad, but give taxes to government. No, that's not what I said.
Didn't you just say to learn to pay taxes? Learn taxes?
Yeah,
and
if
all
you want to
that?
learn something, it should be something practical, something that you need to learn, not something that you don't need to learn, that you're not going to use for anything. Like, who was Pablo Escobar 60 years ago?
You don't think history is important to know?
Well, what are you going to use Pablo Escobar for?
Life lessons, being able to retain history and learn from the mistakes of others.
So why don't they tell them the history from Pablo Escobar from his side of view, from Pablo Escobar side? Why are they talking about the war on drugs and how that has destroyed families and all this stuff? The government is
That
just
was the
teaching.
effect.
The government is just teaching their side of the equation to the children under their control, right? And telling them those stories. But how is the child gonna use those government stories to do something practical?
So it's not a matter of them not needing to learn it. It's now a matter of, oh, hey, they didn't.
Yeah,
tell
they
both
do
sides
need
of it.
to learn. They do
But
need.
what if
Nobody's saying don't learn anything. Nobody
You
said
just said
that.
it yourself.
Nobody
You just said,
said
oh, why
don't
are we
learn
teaching them about
anything.
Pablo Escobar?
So
and
who
not
said don't learn anything?
practical?
Who said don't learn anything?
You quite
Who
literally
said don't?
said.
Who said don't? Okay, if you're gonna keep lying, you're gonna be muted and
Okay.
banned if you keep lying.
Okay. So answer me this: did you not say why are we teaching them about Pablo Escobar when we could be teaching them practical skills? Did those words not come out of your fucking mouth?
Yeah, instead of talking about Pablo Escobar, that child doesn't care about that guy. How about teaching them about something practical, up to date stuff that we use
They
today?
do.
Oh, Pablo Escobar.
No, we teach
Oh,
them
okay. No, exactly my
economics.
point. So we
We
agree.
teach them. Oh my
Pretty simple.
Christ. We teach them economics already. We teach them finance. We teach them what is it called? Financial literacy. Usually tied in with the math class. Ironically, no, or not ironically.
It's usually
that makes sense.
it's usually a math course. Like
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's usually in a math class. Like in the state of Texas, they start teaching financial literacy in math class between 6th and 12th grade. And then they also have additional like FinLit classes you can take. Like
Do they teach him about Pablo Escobar or no?
Oh yeah, that's part of history.
His story. What
Yeah.
about his? What about his? Not the United States story about Pablo Escobar. What about his story? His side of the coin. What about that story? Do they teach them that or no?
Yeah, sometimes depends on how the curriculum is set up.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, they talk about the
Okay.
struggles of the Cubans and why Escobar was able to come into power and why he stayed in power.
So under heaven,
Escobar came to power and stayed in power.
Yeah.
He stayed in power.
for quite a while. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think one of the times he went to prison, he literally owned the prison.
Yeah.
And he was the only.
Being in
only
prison
there.
is a position of power. Okay, I get it.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah, being in prison, you are controlling the nation because you're in prison, bro.
And then he got out of prison, and what happened there?
And then what happened?
What happened? Tell me.
What happened?
He was chilling. He was chilling on the flat Earth. That's
He
what
was running. He was running the world.
Yeah. So all these very valuable stories to know from history, and we teach them these life skills. It's a shame that, like,
Tell me
budget
one skill that
cutting-
we learned from Pablo Escobar. Tell me one.
Business startups.
we learn about
Yeah,
the wonders of communism and how it works so well.
How to commit crimes.
So did Pablo Escobar started the war on drugs? Did he started that?
No, he was
Okay.
merely profited from it.
He was a big profiteer of the war on drugs.
So you learn how to commit crimes. That's what you learn.
Yeah, I never heard about how drugs were out there in the world until the teacher brought the drugs into the school and then was smoking the cigarettes next to the classroom.
Oh, you see, we don't let our teachers smoke near the schools in our modern country.
In the U.S.,
Yeah.
they do smoke. Even children smoke in the schools. Yeah,
No.
yeah.
Oh,
I have a school I have a school right next to my house here in this modern country. They do it. You're gonna find
That just
cigarettes.
goes. That just
You're gonna find
goes. To
cigarettes right there in front of the school.
In front of the school?
That just goes to show the retaliation of how things are still being taught as the foundation, but individuals do not want to adhere to that because, I mean, it's obvious retaliation if that's going on because smoking at school should not be allowed.
You know
right?
what they also
Because
have? They have
you're-
a sign.
because-
They have a sign of no smoking, right? They have that and no guns.
and
they
then you
also have
get
a
what?
sign of,
Retaliation because you're saying they're smoking at school.
and they're having. They also have a sign that says no. Don't bring your dogs to poop in the here in the field in the school field, right? And guess what?
Oh, I don't know. I've never seen a sign like that.
Yeah, and they have it in the school right here. Don't bring dogs to to
So
poop
they have the
here.
no smoking.
And guess what? Dozens of people go every single day.
So they have the no
Bringing their
smoking signs,
dogs.
but people like disobey the rules. Then
There you go. And they went to public schools, right? And they learned. They learned the rules.
yeah,
They learned about Pablo Escobar and economics.
yeah.
Yeah.
All right,
great
let's
lessons to
get
learn.
back to flat Earth now. Let's get back to flat Earth.
Yeah, they also learn about the globe, right? And they doing the right thing now because they learn about the globe.
Should they teach flat
They learn
Earth?
about the global war on drugs.
Should they teach
It
flat
should-
Earth in
It
school?
should teach you to validate everything. That's what they teach you. Question everything.
I
Validate.
think that's what they do when they do like chemistry and physics labs. They have you test it out yourself and make predictions. And
Yeah,
lo and
like that's what
behold-
happens especially in high school labs.
Okay.
If you're taking chemistry or biology or
Right.
physics, is you do your own experiments.
We got to make our own
To validate.
we got to make our own Rube Goldberg device. It was cool as hell.
That's fucking sick, man.
Yeah.
So
That's sick.
That's the globe.
No, that's just physics and being able to like make predictions based on the things that you're using, and then lo and behold, you test your predictions against the model that you set up.
Yeah, you don't. But you don't. Do you agree that you don't need a model to prove anything, right?
Wait, he's saying that we do stuff in high school and what that you can connect that to the globe?
Or just saying like
No.
you validate your like what you study in like especially in physics or chemistry is you
Yeah,
validate
nothing to
it
do with the
during
globe, right?
experiments.
Nothing to do with the fantasy globe, right?
No. We're
Exactly.
merely
No.
making a
Yeah, we
comment about
do
something
things in
somebody else
reality,
said.
and then when we move to fantasy, we can talk about the globe. But
You
in
don't
reality,
listen much, do you?
we don't.
Yeah,
He
let's
does
let's
not.
get to the validation for the globe.
Oh, Zodiac, I want to just let you know that I did find somebody who has
Good for
measured
you.
angular like resolution of planets.
Do you find another
That's
goose
good.
like a male one? Goose, you found another one?
Wait.
What?
You're talking about
You say you
Venus,
found
right?
somebody.
Yeah, no, because just a conversation we were having yesterday with Zodiac about.
You're talking about Venus, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you post the measurement for?
Sorry.
Okay. Can you post the measurement for the angle for Venus, please?
Oh, sure. 1 second.
Thanks. And by the way, didn't you also agree with Larry that you're getting a not actual radius?
Well, you're getting an angular size,
Okay.
right?
Is that okay? But that's so you're getting a angular size which is not an actual size.
You know, it's not the actual size of Venus. It's the angular size of Venus in the sky.
Like an apparent size.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't see the problem with that. That's what it is.
Yeah, but so see, the thing is, if like if I told you the foundation of my reality is based on a not actual, it's based on something
See,
that's
do you
not
understand
actual.
why we use the angular size?
To get the distance to the sun.
Right? Do you understand like the math behind it?
No, tell me. What is it?
Okay. Because with the angular size and the apparent distance, if like it's what they did is they defined
Yeah.
the distance from the Earth to the Sun as just 1 AU, and then they found the proportional distances of all other celestial bodies or certain celestial bodies. I think Venus was 0.42 AU, something along that lines. And then by using the angular size of Venus as well as using parallax calculations, you can determine the orbital diameter of Venus, and with the orbital diameter, you can then determine the distance to the Sun from Venus, and then since you know the relative distance from the Sun to Venus compared to Earth, it's a simple ratio, and then you can determine the distance from the Sun to Earth.
Okay, so you got the distance to Venus first using the angle, right?
Yeah, using parallax.
Okay, and can you just post the measurement for the distance to Venus in the chat. I'll read it, honestly. I actually want to know.
Just the measurement?
Yeah, the measurement for the distance to Venus, just whatever you have for the distance for Venus, just post whatever you got in the chat.
Sure.
I'll read it.
Give me everything you got.
This is from the Sun to Venus, not from Earth to Venus.
Oh, Goose has been doing his homework. Did you do your homework last night? Did you?
I did, and you were actually right that they don't actually use the size of Venus in the calculations, but they just use the apparent size of Venus in the calculations.
Okay, so the not actual.
Yeah, the apparent.
So they just make a number and throw it in there. That makes sense on the globe.
Well, no, the number they use is an observed
So at the end of the day, the final conclusion, does it say Earth is globe and Venus as well? Both globes?
This has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. Rather, just to determine the distance from Earth to the Sun.
The distance. So what's the distance from the Earth to Venus? What is it?
From Earth to Venus, I don't know exactly, but I know from the Sun to Venus.
What is it from the Sun to Venus?
67,237,910 miles.
And that's why you had to throw like an imaginary number to come to that conclusion. I get it now.
What imaginary number?
The apparent size of Venus. Remember,
that's
the
not an imaginary
size?
number. That's a real number.
The imaginary thing part that you said. Remember, you said the apparent.
It's an observed measurement. I don't. There's
the
something
one
imaginary
the one that was made up. Not the actual one. The one made up and throw into the equation to come to be able to come to the wrong conclusion. Yeah, I got it.
I don't think you understand.
Yeah, you don't have the actual
math.
angle view, the angle size of Venus. You don't have it. You're saying we have an apparent one, so we're gonna use that.
The angle size is the apparent size.
So you don't have the actual size.
It's not needed for the calculation.
Yeah, but exactly, you can do the calculation with whatever. That's my point. You can put whatever numbers you like for your calculation and come to the conclusion that you're trying to come with, like Venus and the distance to the sun, whatever. And that has nothing to do with reality. You just threw numbers and came with an erroneous conclusion. It's pretty obvious.
Do you understand how parallax works? Like parallax calculations?
Enlighten us. Tell us. We don't know.
So it's literally just trigonometry. So if you look at any object in the night sky, any celestial object that isn't the stars, so we're talking about the planets, the moon, satellites, if you have a good enough telescope, etc. If you look at their position in the sky relative to the stars from two different locations far apart at the same time, what you'll have is a shift in the background, right, of the stars, which means you can do some trigonometry to determine where those celestial objects are relative to the observer.
So you're looking up in the
Hold on.
sky.
Hey, do you know about Hipparchus, Goose?
The Parcus?
Hipparchus, yeah.
Parcas?
No, like Hipparchus, HIP. Hipparchus. Was there like I'm trying to think. You ever heard of a book called Kings Dethroned?
No.
Like Hipparchus was like kind of the guy that he's the one who gave the description of the stars being quote unquote like infinitely far away. And like, you know how like the parallax you're referencing is like between the planet and the stars because the stars don't have parallax, right?
Right, correct.
Right. So like, like and I appreciate what you're saying about the measurements and everything, but and I think the other brothers just, and like a lot of flat earthers, are just frustrated with the idea. And I think you would agree, actually. Like, really, what you're dealing with is a ratio. You know what I mean, between the objects, and then you're kind of assuming the distances and the numbers.
No, you're not. You're not assuming the distances.
You're
using the
correct.
ratio. You're using the ratio to determine the distance.
Right. Well, that's and I guess that's the disconnect.
And the ratio is based off of real life observations.
Right. And but the ratio is still going to exist, whatever the numbers are, like the distances, etc.
Right. If the angular size of Venus and the parallax was different, you'd get a different result. That's not really that's not a shocker.
Well, let me ask you a question. Like even like, do you think like we know the distance to Polaris?
The distance to Polaris?
Yes. Like take for instance.
I think we do know. It's 433 light years.
And this would be my next question would be like, do you believe that?
I don't. What reason would I have to disbelieve it?
Well, I mean, take like the author that wrote The Distance of Polaris, like, wrote it in a way that, let's just say, like, scientists tend to write things as though, like, let's say in regards to Polaris, they might say the apparent position appears to be this far away based off of this evidence, right? Like, you know what I mean? They kind of distance themselves from proclaiming it as fact. And then what happens is people come along and read the works of that scientist. And then they take the numbers and the suggestions that they offered and are convinced that those are reality backed by science.
Yeah.
So like, you know what I mean? And that's not very scientific. That's more dogmatic. And so, like, our intrigue, I guess, really any of the intrigue in these subjects becomes, those calculations that you're saying and doing are correct. Like, you know what I mean? But when you cite, let's say, millions of miles or light years or this, that, like it becomes a belief because you're dealing with an apparent position and you're dealing with like a ratio in regards to things that you don't know the exact distance of.
Okay,
that's all. I just wanted to clarify that.
In order to determine the distance that you don't know, we use the apparent positions of celestial bodies along with other calculations and other observations to determine that distance.
Would you say that there's a tolerance?
And that's where people will come in and say, like, right, but they've never actually measured the distance, so therefore there's no way to like confirm.
Okay, what
but
is?
It doesn't negate your numbers. It doesn't negate
when you say measure the distance, do you mean like get a fucking yardstick and stick it out in space?
Yeah, one or something.
Like something as stupid as that, yes. But like, and not that you couldn't use space and travel distance and all that.
Yeah, he doesn't like that idea, guys. He doesn't like that idea because it means the globe
right,
is
okay.
destroyed.
Well, he's not. No, dude, this guy sounds pretty fucking interested and pretty.
But when the observations
Goose
and
Goose
the
is a well-known LARPer troll.
LARPing. I haven't LARPed once time in my life. I don't know what you're talking
You
about.
LARP as a goose. You've been cooked in here like
He
what,
sounds-
100 times,
he
and you come
sounds
back
smart.
the next day with the same questions, the same points.
No, I'm on the parallaxing. This is the first time like yesterday and today. Has been
This
the
is the
time I've
first
talked
time you've heard
the
about
parallax.
parallax. Yeah, this is the first.
No, it's not the first time I've heard about it.
I
It's the first time
believe
I'm
you.
talking about it.
All right, so just to be clear, the number you posted was 63. Wait, let me go back up.
67,237,910 miles.
Okay, 67 million. Okay, so do you believe that 67 million miles was physically measured? Yes or no?
Oh boy.
Like
within a tolerance.
Within a tolerance, yeah.
Physically measured by a human being in real life, yes or no?
No, because we haven't gone. Well, actually, I think we've sent like rockets with rovers to Venus before. So maybe yes, maybe actually we have measured.
Okay, let's post. All right, post the rover. Let's see it. Post the rover. Go ahead.
Venus rover.
Actually, a long time ago, I remember seeing some news about that. Like there was like an image or maybe a short, like maybe 10 seconds video of the surface of Venus. Can you find that for us? Maybe you can find it.
Right back in La La Land.
The next question I'm going to ask you is after you find the rover, the question I'm going to ask you after that is, do you believe that rover that you're seeing traveled 67 million miles? That's my question to you. That's
actually we have not sent a rover to Venus. I'm just fact checking. We have not. That has not been accomplished yet.
All right.
So that's out of the window.
Okay. Any other way to measure 60? Okay, so 67 million miles.
No. Yeah. Just go right to Mars, bro. Just go right to Mars because they got a rover on Mars.
Hold on.
I thought you were supposed to start with astral projection.
The question is, how do you get the distance to the sun? So we're using Venus, right? So there's right on the table right now, there's 67 million miles. That's the claim, right? So now the question becomes, did a human being physically measure that? He said it could have been a rover. He looked it up. He didn't find anything. Okay,
I found no.
Okay,
just a hard no.
So is there anyone? Can you find? How about this? How about instead of searching for the rover, can you tell us who measured 67 million miles? Where, when, how physically measures 67 million miles in real life?
In 1691, following a transit of Mercury, Sir Edmund Halley showed in great detail just how this could be done for Venus and so began the quest for distance. So it's
Edmund.
first Google
Okay.
result is Sir Edmund Halley.
Okay, Edmund Halley. Do you believe? Okay, so based on what you read, do you believe that Edmund physically measured 67 million miles in real life, based on what you read?
We just look into it real quick. Oh yeah, this is the same article I read.
Well, you look that up. Like, do you think like comets travel far away and then catch up to Earth? Like, just because it was Halley, I just thought.
I don't know. No, I don't know enough about comets to make a comment
Okay,
on
fair
that.
enough. Fair enough. Sorry to interrupt you. Carry on.
I'm not. By the way, I'm not denying that anything yet. I'm just asking. Like, do you honestly believe that someone, a human being, out there in the world, physically measured 67 million miles?
What do you mean by physically measured?
Okay, so let's say
I
like
mean, what is it? What is the physical measurement of distance in your opinion?
Okay, so in order for me to get the distance to, let's say, let me try to think of an example. What would be?
Would you say from point A to point B is a physical measurement?
If you traverse point A to point B, that would be a measurement if you're keeping track
No,
of your
because you
speed.
can get on a boat and you can go from point A to point B. Hello. You can get on a boat and you can go from point A to point B, but you won't be able to measure it correctly if the waters are going up and down and you're moving with the tide. And I mean, you're gonna go from one shore to the other shore across the water.
Well,
But you're not gonna
that's
be
great and all,
measuring
but we're not
going
talking
from-
about
going
ocean
from
travel.
point A to point B but you just said that if you go from point A to point B, that's a measurement.
If anything ever happens, just plunge into the ocean, I guess.
Did I say did I say it was? I just said it is you can take a measurement. It doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be accurate. But a measurement is just a measurement.
So a measurement is going from point A to point B?
It can be, yeah. You can make a measurement out of that.
What is the method that you're gonna utilize?
Okay, so let's say
what?
let's say you drive in a straight
Let's
line.
say we go. No. Let's
I'm
go to
giving you the
Venus.
method. I'm giving you the method.
Told you to be.
We're talking about
You
Venus.
idiot.
So from
idiot.
point A, Earth, the ground, from point A, wherever you're standing, then to point B to Venus. How do you measure that? Go ahead.
Parallax. Use the parallax method.
Okay.
That's a measurement.
Yes.
Okay.
Don't you have like a bunch of pre-assumptions and presuppositions to come to the conclusion that this movement that you call a parallax is gonna get you need the distances, and then to do the numbers, you're gonna add these pre-assumptions and then say, hey, based on the movement, this is how much distance it is. I mean, you gonna have to physically do it because the guy asked you for a physical, and you're saying you're looking at it, and since you know the distances to the sun and to the earth, I mean, I don't know how you get there, how you actually practically get to that measurement just by saying parallax.
Well, you know trigonometry can be used to determine distances, right?
Okay, so how? What is the method that you use to determine the distance between point A to point B? Go ahead. What was the method? The instruments.
I'm just going to link the article because it explains it better than I could. If you want to go through and read it, you don't have to. You don't have to if you don't want to. I'm just posting it. So basically, you had observers at different locations on Earth make observations of the transit of Venus at the same time because they sync their clocks. And with those observations, they compared their measurements of the night sky and the angular size of Venus, and with previous observations that they used to determine the relative distance of planets compared to one astronomical unit, which they just defined as the distance from the Earth to the Sun. They found the distance, right? using trigonometry and parallax trigonometry from the sun to Venus. And since they knew the ratio of Venus's distance to Earth's distance from the sun, they then just plugged that in and found the distance from the Earth to the sun to be.
Oh, so they were looking down.
In the original.
They were measuring with they plug it in, and they did numbers down here on Earth, but they never went to Venus and actually took the measurement. Okay, I get it now. So it's just calculations, not measurements.
Calculations are accurate. It was within the original measurement, which was done.
So there was never a measurement. A measurement was never done, actually.
They did take measurements
from here to Venus.
They took measurements of the celestial bodies, their angular size, and the parallax.
Venus. Remember point A, the ground that you're standing on, and then point B, Venus. What was the measurement taken?
Well, point A would be the sun. Point B would be Venus.
Point A will be the sun. What is the distance to that?
93 million miles from the Earth.
How do you got that?
What?
How do you measure that? How do you measure?
I've explained it already. If you don't believe or understand or trust in the science, that's fine. I'm not here to force you to believe in anything,
bro.
Well, you can do the math yourself if you want to challenge yourself.
Hey, Goose, Goose, just real quick, Goose. Have you ever heard what scaling and variance means?
Scaling and variant?
Yeah. You ever heard the scaling and variance? You know what that means?
Explain it to me, please.
So, when you look at an object, and then you also look at another object, you can calculate the size if you plug in a distance, and then you can give it a mathematical, like you could definitively say, this is how big it is and this is how far it is based upon the number I plugged in. But you can also just have the same exact bodies that you're looking at and plug in a different size. It will change the distance. So, for instance, the moon and the sun, and the Venus and all this parallax, everything you're talking about right now, do you know that mathematically you can literally make the moon much smaller, or the sun much closer? Mathematically, it would make sense. It would work because technically, you're just looking at something and you're just saying my math adds up.
Not for eclipses.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I said it wouldn't work for eclipses.
No one's talking about eclipses, Bacon. We're talking about the distances. We're talking about the distances. Actually, Bacon, it would, because technically, when you reduce the distance from the sun, you can reduce the size of the moon. And it would actually still equal, mathematically, it would equal according to what you're looking at. Now,
can you show me that? Can you show me?
Can I respond to that?
Yeah, I could give you a little.
It would be equal. It would be equal to one observer. It would change for another observer. That's why it won't work for eclipses.
Yeah, that's why parallax
that's
is important, because you're using multiple observations at the same time.
Exactly. So you can only make that statement for one observer at a time.
Okay, you have to. Okay, okay. Let me point this out. Okay, like for instance, you can go ahead and write this down if you want. Okay, so if the angular size of how you're looking at something, which is the sun and the moon, right? I think it's 0.53 degrees of an arc minute, right?
No,
that's the difference. It's 31 or 32 arc minutes, which is about 0.53 degrees. Not 53. It's 0.53 degrees difference, right? So the scaling variance here, it's tantamount to saying 229 million miles away, and it could be 2 million miles wide. But mathematically, it could also be just 93 million miles away, and 864,337,000 miles wide. But you know that using scaling variance, you know that you could bring that all the way down to the sun only being 1.5 million miles away and only 14,000 miles wide. But the whole point of it, though,
you would have to also You would have to also scale down the Earth and everything. You can't just
No,
pull the moon and
you're
the sun
not.
closer and make them
No,
smaller.
no,
You
that
have
has
to do the
nothing.
same with the Earth.
Hey, bro, you're missing the point, Bacon. We're not talking about the Earth here. We're talking about optically what you are mathematically looking at. Don't fuck all the other bullshit, Bacon, that you're trying to bring into this example, because the point here is that mathematically, something that when you see it in the sky, the fact that it can mathematically be changed and from 229 million miles all the way down to 1.5 million miles, and it works mathematically, because then you have the moon, right? So if the sun is 1.5 million miles away and put the moon at 864,000 or 864, I forgot the actual distance for that, but it's still, in other words, it all mathematically can just decrease, because all you're doing here, and this was my whole point, all you're doing is you're looking at an object and you're giving it a value. You're not physically measuring it. You're just calculating it to be, and whatever fits your paradigm. And see, so what you're saying right now, Bacon, you're like, well, that wouldn't work because we know that the Earth is this big. So then that wouldn't work with the revolution, the orbiting. No, well, but that's where you're going, though. I'm not stupid, Bacon. You're saying the sun and the moon changing sizes won't work in the heliocentric overall model because now you have all these other things to
That's not my claim either.
have to calculate. I'm not saying that's your claim, but that's what you're alluding to through you saying, it doesn't
not.
work because if you're looking at it, it has changed from someone else's perspective. Well, that perspective is still going to be based upon that scaling variance. That doesn't change. It doesn't negate it. It's still from the one perspective. When you're looking at an object, mathematically, all you have to do is just change the distance. If you change the distance, you change the size, and it will equate. It will make sense. This is why, Bacon, once upon a time,
they have to do it. Well, can you wrap up? You're speaking for like more than a minute. There's like 4 or 5 things I wanted to respond.
Okay. I'll wrap it up real quick with this sentence, okay? With a couple sentences, okay? This is why the distance of the sun has changed over the years from being from 1 million to 3 million to 5 to 15 to 27 to 33, whatever, all the way. Now we're at 97 million miles. Now, if you ask somebody, a Glober, they're like, oh yeah, 97? That's good science. 93, sorry. Well, who knows? Maybe it is 97. And in 50 years, it might be 97 million miles. Well, I know why, Bacon? Because the science got better. Because we had better tools. Right. So here's the point,
so
though.
now we're able to understand it maybe further.
Yeah, right. And then one day, it's going to be like, oh, it's actually 200 million miles away. But you know where that collapses, though? Especially nowadays. Because now, we're saying that now we have a grasp understanding. We could clutch it, because now we know how far we have to send a rocket to Mars, because we know the distance to Mars based off the sun being 93 to 94 million miles away. No, but the whole point though is this: it's all bullshit. I'll go ahead, Bacon.
I agree. It is all bullshit.
It is.
Nice way to wrap that up.
It's all bullshit. Everything about
scaling variance
is bullshit.
Yeah, when you're dealing with distances and angles and you have scaling variance, it means you can scale all the distances by the same factor. It doesn't change none of the angles. So everything looks the same. That's for like if you do that for one observer. Yeah. But if you don't shrink the Earth as well, which is part of distances, then you're changing that for one observer, you're screwing that up for another observer. Either you have to do it with the Earth as well. Oh, go ahead.
Well, you said you need to shrink the Earth, but you don't. But the problem is you don't know the size of the Earth.
Whatever the size. Let's say.
Yeah. No, but Bacon, Bacon, you already made an error right out the gate.
You don't need to know the size of the radius of the Earth.
Bacon, first of all, you're not shrinking. You're not looking at the Earth from a position the same way you're looking at the moon and the sun and Venus. You're not in the position to see Earth the same way you're seeing the sun, the moon, and the sky.
I know.
So you cannot. So you can't bring that out. but I feel like you're missing the point then, because if you're saying, oh, it would
I
change the
understand the
size
point. I
of
can
the
answer
Earth.
already. Okay, so yeah, you have more than one observer looking at the moon, and they are a certain distance away from each other. So if you scale down the distance to the moon and the moon size for one observer, and that's changing the position for the moon to the second observer. So unless you also shrink the distance between those two observers by the same amount, so for example, let's say you have the distance to the moon, then you have the size of the moon. You also have to have the distance between those two observers to keep the scaling invariant. If you don't shrink also the distance between two observers, then the observation is going to change at least for one of them.
Because the scale invariance applies to the entire model of the solar system, including the surface of the Earth, right? Everything has to scale in and out. The minute you fix one distance in that entire scaled system, you've fixed all of the other distances. And we can measure distances on the surface of the Earth and angles to the stars, so the thing's locked in place.
Yeah, so here's the point though. Mathematically, if you can change the distance of the sun, as we have, by the way, this is nothing new. They've been doing it for centuries now. Remember, it used to be only 3 million miles away. Now it's 93 million miles away, because optically they have come up with new answers. So here's my question to you. Here's my question. When it was 3 million miles away, right? The sun, when it was 3 million miles away.
Yeah.
How was the heliocentric model according to their understanding of it? Because they, once upon a time, believed wholeheartedly it was only 3 million miles away. And because they calculated, they thought they were smart. They thought they were smart. They knew the answer. They had the answer. They taught everybody, this is 3 million miles away. It is what it is. Go suck a dick. So here's the thing. What was the size of the Earth when it was only 3 million miles away? I don't think that changes it. I think because we're dealing with the scaling variance to where it's just an optical thing. You have an angle to it, and then you have a presupposed distance, and then you're going to say this is how far it is based off my angle that I can see it. And the size.
Further distances are harder to measure because they have less and less parallax. So, for example, the parallax to the moon is around 1 degree. So if you have arc-minute precision, you can get a distant distance to the moon. But the parallax of the sun is around 8 arcseconds. So if you have just arc-minute precision, you might get that the sun is just a couple million miles away, or you can get it that it's infinitely far away. You don't have enough precision, for example, with arc-minutes to tell how far the sun is. But you have for the moon. So the farther the object is, the harder it is to tell for sure how far it is.
Isn't parallax the effect whereby the position or direction of an object appears to differ when viewed from different positions through, e.g., through a viewfinder and the lens of a camera?
It doesn't have to do anything with lenses, but it does have to do with the direction in.
So the parallax of the sun in comparison to what?
The moon. The parallax of the sun is at max 9 arcseconds. The moon is
the parallax.
More than
so you're comparing the sun and the moon parallax between those two.
Yes, the moon has around 1 degree of
Right.
parallax. The sun has
that's all I was asking.
All right.
Yeah.
And you're just looking at it from different positions using sextants?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, with sextants, you wouldn't be able to measure the parallax of the sun, but you
That
can.
was a good question before, right? So, what was the size of the Earth when they thought the moon was when they thought the sun was 3 million miles away?
I don't know.
So just to be clear, when you're talking about parallax, you're talking about multiple observers looking at the light in the sky.
At least 2.
Okay.
Well, not necessarily lights in the sky. You can do parallax with objects on the ground too.
Okay. So let's.
Yeah, but that's not what we're talking about, though, is it?
We're not talking about the ground. So
yeah, parallax is not strictly related to the sky. It's a general thing.
Let's say you have 2 people, right? So for example, person A is, let's say, I don't know, in China, and person B is in America, and they're both looking at Venus, right? So my question is, if they're just looking at it, I'm assuming they're doing more than just looking at it, right? There's got to be some kind of like that doesn't prove anything. So what are they actually doing?
Yeah, we're not. No one's talking about improving anything. This is not an argument for Earth being a globe, for Venus being a certain distance. This is you start with the assumption of a sphere. You have to start with some assumption, or you could start with the assumption of flat Earth. But you need to know. Yes, you need to have an assumption of the shape of the Earth and how big it is, because you need to know how far the.
Sorry, Bacon. What was the original? What was the original argument?
He's trying to get.
I didn't have an argument. I was clarifying things.
Bacon, so what was the original conversation that we were having, though?
I don't know. I'm here for so long.
Yeah, but you obviously jumped
I'm not here for that long.
You jumped in for some reason, yeah? What was the original conversation that we were having?
I think I jumped in to explain how the whole thing parallax works, or the scaling variance. Why you don't have scaling variance?
Because the original conversation was about the distance to Venus.
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
Right. So the question I'm asking you is, when you have these multiple observers in this parallax method that you're talking about, so if one person's in America, the other person's in China, and they're both looking at Venus, and you're trying to get the distance, right? So you're not. I'm assuming I'm assuming the two people that are looking at Venus are not. They're not just like looking at it. They're actually taking some kind of measurement, right? So what is the?
Yes.
What are they actually? What are those people actually doing? Because they're not just looking in the sky. That doesn't determine anything.
Yeah, you need a horizontal angle and a vertical angle measure, an azimuth and an elevation angle.
Wait. Why do you need a horizontal?
Because you want to cross two lines of sight. Yeah. Like if all the points, for example, if you wanted observers at the GP, you don't need a horizontal angle. Because you have because a plane that goes through the 3 points, the two observers and Venus, they would all follow along they would all cut the Earth exactly on a great circle route. So you don't need a horizontal angle.
Do you need?
But for
for
general case.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, for the general case, you need both the vertical angle of the target and the horizontal angle of the target, because the way you figure out how far it is, with two observers, is you find where those two lines of sight would intersect, and that's where Venus would be. So you have to know exactly where those two lines of sight are pointing at, so you can extend them and see where they intersect each other.
Okay, and how do you
where
verify that they intersect
in the sky?
Yes.
Yeah.
Are you saying where they intersect in the sky?
Where they intersect, whatever could be in the sky, could be, I don't know, just
where's
a couple miles above Earth's surface. It's where Venus is.
Oh my goodness, here we go.
Okay, so just to be clear,
what are you mumbling about, fuckface?
Are you upside down?
This guy just fucking mumbles like a retard. What's going on, Mumbles?
No, you just jump in, bro.
You're just gonna mumble. All right, see you later.
Yeah, I think the guy wants to ask another question. The Zodiac. Zodiac was trying to ask
So anyways, when you have these two lines of sight and you need them to intersect, how do you verify that the two lines of sight are intersecting?
Oh no, we are calculating where they intersect.
Yeah, but then you said it doesn't matter. You said it could be 100 miles, could be 200 miles. Where are they intersecting?
They would be intersecting where Venus is.
Okay.
Whatever that is, that's where they intersect.
Okay, where is that?
Oh, you mean you're asking for a specific observation?
Well, all you're doing at the moment is measuring angles. What's the actual? Because you need a concrete number to be able to have one base. Yeah. So you need a concrete number to go off. What's the concrete number in your equation?
Well, there are many numbers in the equation. I can
What
think
is
at least 8
what
of
is the
them.
concrete number that you know is correct in the equation? This your starting point.
That I know is correct. The coordinates of the
So
observer.
all of your
That's an
numbers
important
are
one.
not known. They're not confirmed. Then
I really don't understand what you're asking. I'm just describing
you,
a method. I'm not talking about any particular.
you have to have a concrete. So you're trying to get a distance to Venus, right? So what's your baseline?
I'm not trying
What's
to
the
do that. I'm
known?
explaining how parallax works.
Sorry, but we're trying to get the distance to Venus.
Yeah, I'm describing a method that can tell you the
Okay.
distance of an object using parallax.
Okay, so distance to Venus.
Okay.
Yeah. So tell us, how about this? What are the foundations that you can personally, or the average person can verify in order to attempt to measure the distance to Venus? What do they need to know as a foundation?
Oh, geometry to start with.
Okay. And what else?
I guess if you are clever with geometry, all you need is a couple measurements.
Yeah, you need a value, don't you? A concrete value.
Where's the measurement?
From something.
I don't know. Are we talking about specific measurement?
Yeah,
because I was talking about method.
Yeah. How did so if I go to Google and let me put it this way: if you look up the distance to Venus on Google, it'll give you a number, right?
Really? Oh, I'll assume so. Yeah.
Okay. And based on
They'll
that,
play coy. You know
so
that number.
Based on that number that you get, how was that number physically measured in real life?
Using geometry and a baseline of a set length.
Okay, so what's the Henry the Brit? What is the concrete value that you're going off?
What, to measure the distance from Earth to Venus?
Yes.
You measure a straight line of a set distance, say a mile.
Yep.
Then from one end of it, you take an angle reading from that base towards Venus.
Yep.
You then take an angle reading from the other end of that mile line, and that will give you a different thing. And then you work out your geometry, which will give you the distance when they converge.
So your known number there is 1 mile.
Yeah, the base distance that you measure from.
Okay, so can you take us through that math equation to get your numbers to Venus? Because as far as I'm concerned, if you travel a mile and take an angle reading to Venus, it's going to be exactly the same.
No, because it's a different angle. It would be inwards.
By how much?
In practical purposes, you're asking how far do we have to travel, right?
I don't know. It's a long time since I did geometry. Many, many years ago.
Because you're saying so your concrete number is 1 mile, and then you've got your 2 angles, right?
Yeah,
and then what's the equation? And then what's the equation to work that out?
That, as I said, I've forgotten my geometry, but they use those 2 angles can work out on geometry when they converge and the distance.
That's fine. Just saying it works in geometry, but if you don't, you butt it in, telling us how it works, and now you're just saying it works in geometry, but you're not telling us how it works in geometry. You're just saying it works.
No, the reason I can't tell you why it works in geometry is because I've forgotten my geometry. It's many.
So why'd you jump in then?
Because to point out the basic system of how you do it. But
how's it done?
You work out the 2 angles, and that will give you a convergence. It's done by geometry. But I can't. As I said, I can't remember my geometry. It's been many years.
So you butted in to tell us that you can't do geometry.
Not now, no.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Because I don't
Well
need
done.
to do geometry now, but that's the basis of doing
Well
it.
done. Good interruption. Thanks, mate. Thank you for that.
Good. I'm glad you appreciate it.
I'm glad you could add to the conversation. That was
Well, I
fantastic.
have. It's giving you something to think about.
That
Think about that
interruption.
you don't know what geometry is. Well done, mate.
So just to be clear, you have 1 mile and then you have 2 angles. Okay. So then from there, what do you do? What do you do from there?
But if you
He
don't
doesn't
use
know.
geometry, from you know,
He doesn't know geometry.
Yeah, you can work out the ratio of angle to distance. That's how you do it. But how you do it, as I said, I have forgotten. It's been many years ago since I did geometry. I'm quite old.
You need to model the position of the two observers, and the ray for each one of the sides of those two observers, so you can get where those two rays get the closest to each other.
Yeah, but again, though, Bacon, like, so you're saying you're using this math to do these calculations to figure these things out, but the whole arguments started from when I started talking about scaling variance, how you can use math and you can make it whatever you want to be as long as it equates. And the weird thing about it is that Globers just accept it. It is what it is. You're on your own journey. You're just not woken up yet, whatever. But how does it not like make you question when you learn the fact that if it fits mathematically in one way to another, then how are you trusting then the calculations of today the same way they trusted the calculations of yesterday? So I think I did catch
Which
him
calculation
asking you
referring to?
the calculations to the distances to the moon, to Venus, and to the sun, and everything else. Because I think I did hear him ask. He was kind of like I said it, and then he was like, "Wait, you didn't answer it. How did they do this?" So, what was the measurement of the Earth when the sun was only 3 million miles away? Because that would throw off the heliocentric model. Everything would have to be different as you scale.
That doesn't have anything to do with heliocentric.
No. Yes, it does. And this is what maybe this is why you don't get it. Maybe we're hitting the nail on the head now. Maybe you're not grasping that when you have the sun 3 million miles away from you, then that means your Earth is a certain size because it has to do that 365, right? All around to make one year, right? And there has to be a certain distance.
It could be geocentric. It wouldn't change anything.
Oh, so now
scaling variance, it doesn't matter if it's heliocentric or geocentric.
So the Earth is not moving based.
Got it. Thanks.
That's not what I said.
You literally just
said it doesn't matter for distances.
Everything's turning around us. Okay, so but here's the point though, Bacon.
Here's just treat it like it's not moving. Yeah.
Right. Exactly. Because that's what we do. Yeah. so here's the thing.
For distances and angles, the movement doesn't matter.
Okay,
there is no movement.
Yeah. So Bacon. So once you
nice claim,
Bacon. So once you can finally address that the sun has changed over the years, it's changed its distance. That would mean that also the makeup of the entire system would have changed in distance, because as something's further away, that means everything else would have to scale to that, right? Everything would have to be moved around and shifted and squished and shrunk or expanded, because now it needs to make the Earth bigger. So if it was taking us a year to go,
that changes the mass.
For example,
if you would update the distance to the sun,
for instance,
and keep the purity, either use.
I know, Bacon, but hold on.
You want me to respond to what you're saying? Because you're making like 4 or 5 points before I get the opportunity to answer.
But Bacon, it's a teaching moment. It's like just sit back and listen to the guy in the front of the class. Let him talk, because he's teaching you something.
That's the issue. You always think you're in the teaching position.
Okay, but yes, I'm trying to teach you something. Okay, listen to this, Bacon.
You gotta humble up a little bit.
Okay, but you don't grasp it though. Listen. Just hear me out, okay? If it takes,
likewise.
Okay, listen. if the sun is only 3 million miles away and it takes a year to go around it, once you make it be 93 million miles away, that means if you're still the same size when you were 3 million miles away, that means it would take you longer than a year to go around just off your size. So what that would mean, it would have to have increased the size of the Earth, because now we're still going around it, right, every year in your paradigm. But see, that's why I'm trying to
No, it will
teach
increase
you.
the size of the sun and the sun's mass.
Oh, thank you. I'm
Doesn't
so
have
glad you
to
said that.
increase the size
I'm
of the
so
Earth.
glad. You fell into my trap. Gotcha,
me.
bitch. Okay, so once now, all you have to do is just not increase the size of the Earth. You just increase the size of the sun as you
Yeah, and then
push
you
it
change the
farther
distance.
away.
Yeah.
Yes, thank
Exactly.
you. He literally walked into my trap. I fucking love it. I'm done hunting. You can go ahead and talk your bullshit. I'm out. I fucking caught you in a trap. You proved to me the scale invariance. All you have to do is make it bigger, but put it farther. That's the whole fucking point of scaling variance. If you
Yeah,
shrink
because
it,
if you're
go ahead.
yeah,
Go
because
ahead.
if you're not changing, the angles to the sun aren't
Can I
changing over your
answer?
distance. Yeah. So
Yep, got him. All right, go ahead.
Can
Go
I
ahead,
answer?
Bacon. Spill your
yeah,
nonsense.
go
Go
ahead,
ahead.
man.
As I already explained, like if you're only have arc minutes of precision, then the sun could be much closer than 93 million miles away. It matters how accurate are the readings you have. If you have arc second readings to the sun, you never think it's 3 million miles away, because the distance to the sun does change the observations in a measurable way once you have an accuracy. I don't think that when whoever thought the sun was 3 million miles away had arc second precision in the measurements. What we do now, so we know it
Okay,
can't
so
be that close.
in that equation, do you need just the distances between two observers? Yeah.
No, you also need the angles that they're taking and
Yeah, of course.
how they're
but
oriented relative
we've
to each
already
other.
spoken about that. Yeah.
And you need to know how they're oriented relative to each other.
Yeah.
But I have a question about that. So the guy earlier, I don't know who it was, but some guy earlier said that when he was determining the 1 mile, he said that it had to be a straight line. Is that correct? Yes or no?
Say that again. I didn't understand the question.
He needs to think about his answer.
Does the 1 mile between the two observers, does that need to be a straight line or not?
I don't think it was here when that was being talked about.
Okay.
Can you elaborate?
Yeah, it was
on
the
that?
English
Yeah,
guy.
you were
was
here,
yelling
Bacon.
out.
It was the English guy that was saying that he was talking to him about, and he was asking how he asked him, "What's your measurement?" And he goes, 1 mile. And then now they're saying, does that 1 mile measurement have to be a straight line from point A to point B to get that? Is that what
Well,
constitutes
no,
1 mile?
I don't think we're measuring distance to any celestial body using observers just a mile apart. That would be
That's not the
wouldn't
point,
be
Bacon.
far
No,
enough.
you're once again, it's gone over your head.
Well,
Maybe
that was his example. That was his example on how he got the distance to Venus.
Right.
Who? Mine?
You were here. You were here.
You know what, Bacon?
It's all right.
Stop playing dumb, man.
Yeah, Bacon.
No, I'm asking if you're referring to something I said, or if you're
No,
referring to
it
something
wasn't
Daza
you.
said.
It was someone else. It was someone else.
It was that British guy. He sounded like an old professor or something. Like he sounded like
an old drunk.
Oh yeah. No. Yeah, I deafened for like a minute. He was in the
Oh, okay. I didn't notice you deafened, but he was saying that because he was asked, "How did you get your measurement to Venus, or what did you use for the measurement?" And he said, "Well, the measurement of a mile." And then he was, I don't know, that was fucking weird.
Well, you'd have to ask him, because to me that doesn't make any sense. I don't think you can measure
I agree.
using just
It's hypothetical.
It's a straight mile between 2 points without bending to the left or right.
So you
Okay.
need a straight line? Because why does it need to be straight?
I think he's referring to a great circle route because he said not curve to the left or to the right.
Because if it's bent,
let him
it
talk.
would not be a straight line.
Right. And here's kind of the point though, Henry. Henry, guess what? It's funny you should say that because there's people that keep putting a meme up. They put a meme up and it shows distances in a straight line, but then when you add it on a curve, it doesn't line up because on a curve it would be longer than if it was straight line. So I'm glad you're bringing this up because you're kind of proving our point that a mile across from you is a mile. It has to be straight. Now, when you try to take that distance and when you try to wrap it on the globe, you're going to come up short because mathematically, you're absolutely right, Henry. Kudos to you. You just pointed out that if it was a curve, it's going to be a longer distance from point A to point B because you're no longer a straight line. You're a curved line that's having to travel further distance because it's not just a straight line no more. So thank you, Henry, for that. Just want to appreciate you.
Okay, so just to be clear, the reason why you're not able to use the bent line is because what again? Just one more time. Just say it one more time. Whoever, I don't know, is he gone? Did he leave?
No, I'm still here.
Okay, why can't you use a bent line again? One more time.
It has to be a straight line, not bent to the left or right.
Absolutely. Why? I agree. 1,000%.
Okay, but why? You didn't explain that.
Because if it's a bent line, it would shorten the distance between the two posts because it's short. It's being bent outwards away, which means it would have to bring it nearer.
Got it. Okay, there we go.
There's a story about when they were on the moon, they didn't account for the curvature.
Sorry, APOC. He's talking about a line bent left to right. He's not talking about a curved line drop over distance. He's just talking about a bent line, like on a flat surface going 2 to 3 degrees to the right. You know, that's what he's saying.
Wait,
but you don't. Why would you have that on 2 points, point to point? The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Yeah, Britt?
Yeah.
No, that's what he's saying. That's what he's saying, though.
Yeah.
He's saying it has to be a straight line.
Yeah, but he's saying only a straight line left to right. He's not talking about curvature in that.
Gotcha.
Oh,
he's
okay.
avoiding.
Yeah,
he's avoiding. He's avoiding the question and not talking about curvature. That's what. He's saying.
Okay. I get it. Okay, so that's a good point. So Henry, just real quick, just to clear this up, are you saying that the line can't deviate left to right, but it can curve downwards away from your original position? Is that what you're saying? Or are you saying no, it has to be a straight line, no deviation in elevation or direction?
That's it.
Okay, got it. Okay, good. Then it's not a globe. Got it. Okay, good to know. And I agree with you, by the way. A straight line is a straight line. It's not curving. It's not the great circle. All this bullshit about it going over, straight is curved and level is flat. Like, or not sure. I'm sorry. Level, whatever the fuck. I'm lost on what they say nowadays. But going back to the argument, Henry, when you're taking a straight line, how many straight lines does it take to make a curve? Ball. Go ahead.
Well, you can't make a ball with straight lines.
Right.
Straight lines don't bend.
Right. Good. I'm glad you're on the same page. Got it. You have a mind, and it's nice to hear. Yeah. A lot of these Globers, they don't get that. They can't grasp that. They're oblivious to it. They don't get it. It's crazy.
I don't think I heard any Globers saying you can have a curve made up of straight lines.
Well, they say horizontal is curved. That's what they say.
No, they say level is curved.
Level, horizontal. There's only 2 positions for level, right? Level is either vertical or horizontal. only two positions that you can be level in. You can't be level in because it's a vertical or horizontal. Now you can have
What do
a
you mean two
slope.
position?
Okay, two positions, meaning it's either in a vertical position or a horizontal position.
It means
That's the
two
only.
orientations.
Yes,
That's called plumb.
Yes, it's plumb or level, or it's
Yeah, but
the only. Go ahead.
It doesn't really matter because level, you can get plumb from level and you can get level from plumb. So if you call it level, if you call plumb level and level plumb, it doesn't really matter.
And yeah,
No,
because
you can get horizontal from plumb.
Yes,
And-
exactly,
yeah.
because exactly.
Level for
There's
level,
only-
you need more than 1 point.
Okay, but there's two positions
Sorry,
that level
sorry,
could be
what?
in. There's
Sorry,
two positions.
You can get level from plumb because it's 90 degrees from plumb.
Correct.
No, that's horizontal.
That's
no
level.
shit. That's level, you moron.
That's the whole point,
No,
Bacon. That's
level
what I'm trying to
and
tell
horizontal aren't synonyms.
Wow.
Oh,
No, what?
You're gonna tell me what level is? I build houses every fucking day, mate, and you're gonna tell me what level
Oh,
is?
congratulations, Living Dictionary. You build houses.
Nah, Bacon. That's
You now
Yeah, I
get
have
to
a-
define. You now get to define words. Nice.
Yeah, I have a
They absolutely are
engineering.
synonyms.
That's an
I have a
L.
structural engineering
Level
degree as well,
definition:
mate.
Oh,
having
man.
a flat horizontal surface.
There it is.
That's not the only definition of level.
No,
You just said they're not synonyms, mate. This is completely disingenuous. You're full of shit.
No, if there were synonyms, they would have the same definitions. They share one or two definitions. There are many definitions.
Do you realize, Bacon, the reason why that? Do you realize why it's like that, though, Bacon? Do you realize the reason why you think that level is curved is only because a book tells you? It's almost, again, I say this all the time. They're pissing on your head, but they're telling you it's raining. So then you come in Discord and say, "Hey, everybody, it's raining," because you believe what they're telling you. So when they tell you, "Hey, the level is curved," everybody, but we're like, "No, that's not true. That's not true at all."
Hey, Bacon, can you show me level being curved?
Can show it being defined that way since we're now debating semantics.
No, can you show me level being curved?
In reality, in real life.
What would that be? What would that look like?
I don't know. It's your claim.
No, I'm saying they're not synonyms. That's all I said so far because they don't share all the definitions.
But you agree that level is curved, yeah? That's what you're saying.
I believe so.
And there should be a long runway or a long building that is so level that is actually curved in real life, measurably.
Never.
Yeah, if you couldn't measure, if you couldn't compare all the points on the building to a surface known to be straight, and you know that to be level, they should deviate on a globe. Of course.
Have you got an example of this?
No, I'm not claiming that. I said I believe so.
You are. You're claiming that level is curved.
No, I said I believe so, and I'm saying they're not synonyms. It could be that. It could be that level.
What proved to you that level was curved then?
I'm a glober for other reasons, not for that one. I don't have direct proof of that.
He did say he believes it.
Yeah,
he did say, Timbo. He did say he believes it. So at least
I believe level is curved as an inference of Earth being a sphere, which I believe so for other reasons, rather than directly measuring level to be curved.
In your paradigm, you have to believe that, because if it didn't exist, it would negate. See, Bacon. This is why there's people on this side of the aisle, because we finally woke up and realized the nonsensical bullshit, falsehoods, the fallacies, all that, and we said, "Wait, how fucking stupid were we? Level is not curved." And once upon a time, a glober would have believed that. But when you finally wake up, Bacon, and realize, nah, that's a bunch of bullshit. Holy fuck! How was I convinced of that? And then you think of reality, right? Like, we build shit. Okay, I've said before, 2.5 miles. As long as we build something, no curve involved, Bacon, none at all. So I'm never going to go back to the brainwashing and say, oh yes, this is what I believe to be, because my paradigm's teaching me that level is curved, even though I have personal experience now in making something in a project that went over 2.5 miles, and the level never meant curved, Bacon. Never, ever, ever was it curved. It was horizontal flat, lateral. I mean, is there any other words we could use here? I'm just saying. It's
Did you
just
measure its straightness, Sacrifon? Did you actually measure it as being straight?
No. It
Like
does.
something
It
like
does.
LIGO, right? LIGO is a good example. It's 4 kilometers long. It's dead straight, right? Dead straight. But it also shows curvature relative to level.
No, the tram isn't straight. It actually does deviate from like a winding snake, if you will. But it's still elevation wise, it's horizontal. Yeah.
Okay. So that hasn't differentiated between level, as the globe says level is, following the equipotential, versus straight, as in straight line, right?
Right. So how many straight lines does it take to make a curved ball? You tell me. Go ahead. I'll listen.
Got him.
Well, you don't, right? But
Yeah,
go back
I
to
agree.
LIGO, right?
I agree.
So LIGO is a straight line, right?
You know what? The only place that you can say where you can build even 10 miles worth of straight lines would be over the topography of the Earth, which isn't curving. Because in the paradigm of a 25,000 mile circumference spheroid on a Blake spheroid, it would have to be bending down and have to be changing. It would be equivalent to you putting a ruler on top of a basketball and saying that both ends of it are the same distance as well as the center, the same distance to the basketball. We both know that's just 1000% inaccurate. Both sides would be a different elevation off the basketball's surface. We both know that. The only place it would touch would be in the center. But when we build something that's 2.5 miles and let's say 453 feet above sea level, and on both sides we get that as well as the center, that means it's not fucking curving away from us. But go ahead.
It means you've measured relative to the level, to sea level, right? So the argument here is that sea level is not straight. So we go back to something like LIGO, which is about the same size as you're describing. It's 4 kilometers long. It is measurably straight. They can shoot a laser up the middle, and it's straight to within millimeter precision.
Right.
But it drops 1.2 meters across its distance from level.
Optically, things do drop. I do admit that.
No.
Right.
Optically, up the middle of LIGO, there is no drop in the optics. The optics are dead straight.
You just said it. You just said it dropped.
Yeah, but the level, if you run a level on the outside of it, so if you did a leveling run using the theodolites, or auto levels or tools, whatever you want to do, survey the level, run a lake beside it, it will drop 1.2 meters from one end to the other.
Okay, again, Daza, I think what you're missing here is that optically it's dropping. It's not physically dropping, right?
No, it's physically dropping. You can measure it, right? If you were to go and build your railway track beside it, and your railway track was dead level, it would deviate from LIGO.
Run a lake? Did you just say run a lake beside it?
Yeah, dig a canal next to LIGO.
Wouldn't the canal curve
meters
the
lower
same
at one
amount
end than
as
the other?
LIGO?
Sorry, what was that?
Wouldn't the canal curve the same as LIGO?
No, LIGO's straight. The canal will
What do you
curve
mean by
away from LIGO.
straight? How do you get straight?
It's a straight line. You can shoot a laser up the middle of it, and it is straight.
Which LIGO are you talking about?
Okay, can you show the
any of them? They're all straight, right? They're all straight.
Yeah, the only change is the elevation. But I'm sorry, go ahead, Timbo. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, can you show the deviation?
I can dig it up. Yeah, I haven't got it in front of me, but I've seen the documentation around it before.
So just to let you know, real quick, 4 years ago, right? I think maybe even 5 years at this point, Zanuck was bringing up LIGO, okay, and he was saying it's around the same thing you're saying. You're just saying it a little bit more eloquently, maybe because you guys brush up on your arguments. But 4 or 5 years ago, Zanuck was like, "Oh yeah, LIGO, I've been there, and it's straight, and there is a change because of the curvature of the Earth." Okay, there's a website that you can literally go on, and it will pull up the elevation of every point in any state. And if you look at LIGO, you're gonna see that they actually built like that straight thing that you're talking about. It's actually the topography of it is actually like into the side of a hill because it's rising. So it would make sense that they would have to build it accordingly. I mean, I agree that it's going to be straight. You're right. It's a straight line. But the only change here is the elevation and the topography. And I think that's what a lot of Globers are missing. They're not grasping that that has to account. You have to account for that when you're building something. That's what's going to make that
relative.
If you're taking it from a position.
Elevation changes, right? The relative elevation changes. So if you run along, so 1 point LIGO is going to be horizontal, right? And you run along the surface of LIGO. If you run your leveling tool, if you stood on the top of the LIGO tube and did a survey from one end to the other, you would find that you would be measuring drop.
Yes. Want to know why? Because it's literally rising up to its position. Dude, I'm telling you right now.
No.
Yes. It's an old argument.
It'll measure horizontal at the point you start, right?
I literally got into this with Zanuck a long time ago. I don't know if you know Zanuck. I'm sure you do, though.
I've come across him.
Yeah, and that was his strong argument. That was his ace in his sleeve for the diet, right? And I pulled the website. I literally showed it to him. Dude, if you're saying it's dropping as it goes away from you, well, yeah, because it's built on a slope. It's literally, it's the elevation. You can see it. And with the map, you click on a point, it was like 320 feet. And then you go over a little bit, 323 feet. You go over a little bit, 327 feet. You can see that it was angling up. It's sloping up. And you know what he did after that? He never fucking talked about that again. I'm just gonna let you know. He was fucking. He realized, oh fuck, I misspoke because he thought the drop is because due to the curvature of the earth, but he didn't realize that no, it had to do with the topography of the ground of where they built it. This is why it's sloping. Anyways, bro, go ahead.
Yeah, my understanding is that there is data to show that a level line at LIGO deviates from the tube. If you run a level along the tube at LIGO, it will it'll drop away.
Deviate. Yeah. Okay. I don't know why you guys don't get this. Daza, listen. Over distance, things drop. Now.
Yeah. No.
Now, if you are shooting a theodolite, right? You're taking some shots. If you're using the equipment accurately and properly, you're going to just be transferring a line, and you're going to be like, okay, it's all horizontal, it's all straight, great. Okay, according to the elevation
it's all horizontal. It's not straight, it's horizontal.
Horizontal is straight, brother.
Or level, we should say level, right? You're doing a level run, you're talking about here. Level.
Okay, level, horizontal, straight, all the same words. For instance...
No, they're not. That's the argument here, right?
No, I know, and this is what's crazy. The argument is that a flat table, we can say it's level, we can say it's horizontal,
no, it's not,
we can say it's straight. We can say all these words that are representing that there's no slope, there's no change in elevation from point A to point B, from one side to another. There's no change. You can build the building inside of it. Like, for instance, when they're shooting that light, right? When they're shooting this thing to go straight across, they can't have deviation. It has to be perfectly horizontal. There's no deviation. You cannot, because once you start having deviation, it's not gonna go straight across. Straight, flat, level, all the same thing here in the words that I'm using. When you are building a building and you have change of topography, you're going to adjust it in the building. So like if you're building into a hill, that doesn't mean, when you wake up in a house on a hill, you're going to roll out of your bed because you're sitting sideways. No, you're going to have it. You're going to build it up to be horizontally flat and level. That's the whole point, dude.
So say this scenario then. So we've got LIGO there, and we go up there with a dozer and a leveling tool, and we build a level road next to LIGO, right? So we start off at the beginning of the one end of LIGO. Our road is parallel with the LIGO. We're both got the same vertical, got the same horizontal.
Okay.
We grade our road following level. We level to within fraction of a mil. I don't know how good you can do a road over 4 kilometers. We get to the other end. Our road is going to be dropped 1.2 meters below LIGO, right? But the road is level all the way.
But it's not, though.
No, it is. Well, that's you've nailed it there. That is the key differentiation between what you think and what I think.
Okay,
That you think level is straight, and I think level is going to follow the curvature of the Earth.
Okay, so once again, if you built that road horizontally flat, right?
No.
Then
level is the word we need to use. That's what we're doing, right? Building a level surface. Right?
Yes, because level is horizontal. Like, so think of it. Have you ever seen a 4-foot level?
No, I know exactly what you mean, right? What you're describing, but I'm saying that you're incorrect.
No. I know you're just saying that, but here's the point. If you were to take, I actually have an 8-foot level, or no, I think it's 6 feet. A 6-foot level, okay? Really long, right? It's really fucking long. It's for when we do like really high columns, really, really big columns.
It's not 4 kilometers long, though, is it?
Okay. No. But listen, hear the logic, though, okay? If you were to take one 6-foot level and put it on the ground, okay? And then you went and got 1,000 more 6-foot levels, and you said, I'm going to put them, we're going to butt them, we're going to kiss them, we're going to make them end to end perfectly horizontal, flat.
Check that they all align
level.
with each other. Yeah.
Now, if we took those 1,000 levels and we placed them on the floor, now we can say, well, there's going to be differences in topography. So because the land goes up, it goes down. Okay.
No, it's not topography.
But no, you have to account for topography. This is why we build into the ground or even fill the ground sometimes, because you want to keep it closest to your position that you've already established. Like if it's 450 feet above sea level, then you're going to have to fill the dirt or add the dirt. If you want to keep it level and flat, horizontal, straight, all those words are the same. So imagine 1,000 fucking 6-foot levels. Like, how many levels does it take to make a ball? Because you're saying it's level on all the earth. It's level. Then, if it's level, then how many level 6-foot levels would it take to circle around the earth in your world? Think about it.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. So if you got those levels and lined them up perfectly, so they're all dead in a straight line, I'm saying that you cannot go around the Earth. It'll go out and it'll shoot off into the sky.
I
like
agree.
LIGO does.
Okay. Yep. Well, no, you can't say like LIGO does because you believe that LIGO is building to the curvature of the Earth. You literally just said that earlier.
I said LIGO is straight. The curvature of the Earth drops away from LIGO. Level drops away from LIGO.
Okay. So does the Earth curve at 4 kilometers away or at 1 kilometer away? Or is it constantly or would it be constantly curving away from you? In your paradigm, it would have to be constantly
curving away. Yeah.
Right. So when I'm glad you said that, by the way, because if it's constantly curving away, and then you go out and you set a camera on the ocean shore, and you're 1 foot above, the sea level there, and you capture something 26 miles away. Now, if it was constantly curving away from you, mathematically, it should, at 1.77 miles away from that position, everything beyond that should be curving away so you won't see it in the sky or in your view because it's curving away. But we're seeing something 26 miles away. You know what that tells me, Daza? It's not a fucking globe.
There's other stuff going on, right?
No, I mean, you can fucking invoke refraction to the fullest.
Yeah. That's why we use LIGO as an example, right? Because there's no refraction involved. It's pure.
No, what you're conflating here is that the structure, building the structure, and to have a 1.2 meter drop at the end of it is simply an optical thing. I guarantee you this, brother. If I was to take a theodolite out there and transfer the benchmarks, if it was built horizontally flat, I guarantee you that it would be the same if I transfer the benchmarks and I use the equipment appropriately, as opposed to some moron goon saying, I'm going to measure it from the beginning to the end, and then I'm going to see it dropping in the distance, and then I know that it's because the Earth curved, blah, 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 globe, bullshit, yada, yada, yada.
Yeah. So, and I'd say that you go out there with your tools, you transfer the benchmarks. And you'd also have to measure that LIGO was straight, right? Physically straight. So you probably go inside LIGO shoot the laser beam up the middle, measure the distances to the walls or something like that, right? And you say, yes, this is straight. The laser beam is, the diameter is constant. The laser beam is equal distance all the way to the end.
Right.
This is following the laser beam. So the tube at LIGO is dead straight with zero deviation.
No,
Then
you
get
don't.
out your tools.
You don't have to do. You don't have to do. Hold on. I actually don't like when people say I'm going to use a laser light, and I'll tell you why.
Why?
You know what they say? Because their following argument is light is bending over the curve. So what I will say is
not
that
in the tube. There's no refraction in the tube. It's uniform.
I would. Oh, okay. So then you can use laser then. Great, because it's no longer a refract. Great, I love it. So optically and by a laser, you can transfer that line, and you don't have to worry about refraction or you're fucking curving over the earth. Blah blah blah. It's going to be true line. Now, with that being said, that means once you get to the end of it, if it's not 1.2 meters higher, right, than the ground, because technically you're shooting over a ball and you're saying it's dropping, so that light that you transferred or that benchmark that you transferred, that point, that crosshair that you drew when you transferred the benchmark, if it's not 1.2 meters higher, I don't even know why I'm talking meters. I'm from America. If it's not what is that 6 feet? I don't know
6 feet, something like that. Yeah, 5 6 feet. I think it is. Yeah,
6 feet. Actually, 8 feet. No, I don't know. I don't fucking care. If it's not, we'll just go back to meters.
It's about
if it's not
6 inches.
Yeah. Okay. If it's not 1.2 meters above the position that we should be at, then that tells me it's not a fucking globe. And I guarantee you that's going to be the result. Want to know why? Because let's go back to the 26 miles away on the 1 foot observer height. The fact that that's not globing away, I'm going to call that, instead of curving away, I'm going to start calling it globing away from you. The fact that it's not globing away from you, then that means it's not a globe. Because
we know there's stuff going on there, right, Agrafon? We know that when you look at stuff across the surface in free air, particularly across water, shit happens, right? Things move, we get refraction, we get mirages, right?
Not 23 miles away. And I say 23 miles away because technically you're supposed to be at 1.77 miles away. I'll give you 2 miles. Matter of fact, fuck it. I'll give you 7 miles. That's some crazy fucking shit's going to be happening. So we're going to say when you're 1 foot above the ocean, you can see on the most craziest fucking days 8 miles away. But guess what? We're talking about 26 miles away. There's no room for that silliness, brother. I'm sorry. You can't go down that road anymore. It's a wrap. You're just either holding on to the ball to where you're bleeding and you just can't let go because your mind just can't let you. Maybe God gave you a strong delusion. I don't know. Or you just let go of it and say, holy fuck, how can I have been so wrong?
Yeah.
And then you get it.
So I think we can agree here that measuring the surface of the Earth using optical measures when you're actually on the surface exposed to the atmosphere, it's a challenge, right? Same reason you can't measure the surface to be flat. Yep. You can only measure it to be level. You can't measure it to be flat. It's a challenge for globe Earthers to measure the curvature. And that's why LIGO is such a useful tool, because it eliminates refraction inside the tube. There is no refractive temperature gradient. The tube is uniform temperature. So we can guarantee that the laser is traveling straight. There's not a refraction involved. Then we go outside and use leveling. We can do leveling inside if you like. You set up your thingo and the instrument at one end, and you can do a leveling run. You don't care what the absolute elevation is. You only look at the change in elevation. So you can do your leveling run inside the tube at LIGO, and you'll find that you'll get to the end and you've run out of height because your instruments drop down to the floor and you can't go any further.
Okay. So again,
so you set up the tool at the first end. You've got your vertical. You shoot out to your.
Okay. So here's maybe some. I think you're missing the. Hold on, Daza. I think you're missing something right now. I think you're not grasping what I'm
about LIGO or about the rest of it.
Yes, no, about LIGO. I'm pointing something out.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
Okay, so I want you to just hear me out. The building in LIGO, because it's built on a slope, change of elevation, the topography changes. They're still going to build it horizontal, but the building itself will be off according to the line that they're making inside of it, that tube, because that tube has to be perfectly horizontally flat. So imagine like you put a tube in a building, but the building itself is being built into a slope. The topography. So they but the way they should have corrected this is they should have built into the mountain to make it completely horizontal, right? And then
partly dug in and it's partly elevated.
And then but once you elevate it, then you have to compensate it at the other end. So you would literally, even if it's just 2 inches off, even if it's half a foot off, you still have to compensate because you are no longer going to shoot this thing that has to be 4 kilometers long straight and no deviation and no change in elevation. It has to be a perfectly fucking straight path, like across a pool table, perfectly fucking flat and straight. But the building itself can be off because that's where you're changing it to compensate for the topography. And then within the building, you're just going to build it accordingly, like straight across. And I think you're missing that point because you're not grasping that the thing inside.
Oh, no, I understand about topography.
Okay, but when you said, okay, then we measure from the outside, and then there's a change. There's a difference. Yeah, because there's the building was built on topography, but the inside of it was built straight across because they have go ahead.
Yeah, but when you do your leveling, right, that zeroes out the topography, right? As you level and you go up and down over the topography, your rod is going up and down, but you're working out what level is and removing the topography from your leveling line, right? So you're establishing level independent of the topography that's going on. So what I'm saying is that level line, so you can start off at one end of LIGO. You will measure that end of LIGO will be horizontal. It'll be square to your instrument. And as you progress along the instrument, eliminating topography. You progress along the arm of LIGO, eliminating topography with your leveling as you go. That level line will progressively drop below LIGO.
No, but it don't though.
But has anyone done it?
I believe it does.
Has anyone done it? Let's just see someone do it, and it'll put an end to this stupid conversation because I've heard it many times.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's been done. I think I've seen the data somewhere. I'll dig it up, but I'll try and find it. I'm confident it's out there.
I haven't heard Oblivion in a long time. What's up, man? I haven't heard you in a long.
No sweat. I just want to see somebody do it, like a video of someone doing it.
Yeah, well, Zadig apparently did it. Apparently, Zadig, he said, LIGO's right here. I can go do it right now. LIGO's in my backyard.
I know he keeps saying it. And then there was another dude that wanted to meet up with him and do it and have lunch.
Mm-hmm.
But I haven't heard anybody do it or see a video.
And they never will be able to it because you can't even go into facility. You can't go into the facility and be like, hey, can I make sure this is level? There's like, get the fuck out of here. Get off my premises.
I don't know. Somebody might let him.
Hey, that would be awesome though. That would be really, really cool if you could actually do that. But the whole point though here, Oblivion, is that when you're transferring a line, I think that's what truly destroys the globe. It just knocks it out the park. And I'll tell you why. Because they try to say that level is curved and it adheres to the circumference of the Earth. But when you transfer a line, that would make, like, imagine you're on a hill, okay? And you're at the top of the hill. And you're like, I'm 6 feet. I'm going to shoot a line, and that should be 6 feet away from me. But the guy on the other side of the hill is like, no, okay, I'm going to hold my stick. Technically, when you're shooting that line, you might be seeing 7 feet. And you're like, wait, why am I seeing 7 feet? And the guy's like, well, I'm on a hill. I'm holding a 6 foot, I'm trying to get your 6 foot measurement, but you are shooting, because it's a hill, you're shooting way above my head because you're higher than me. In your position, you're higher than where I'm standing. So it's 7 feet above me. So there we go. Okay, let's say he goes, okay, that's fine. Now let's go further down that road, and you reestablish your position of where you marked it. Now you're 7 feet above of this hill, and then you shoot another straight line. And the guy on the further down the hill, he's like, "Yo, I'm getting 14 feet now." Yeah, because he's going down away from you, and you're still transferring that straight line. And the way you make sure you're accurate is you always shoot back. That's the key to surveying. You shoot one direction, but then you shoot back to make sure you're still lined up with your previous position. That straight line kills the globe. Why we even still argue with people about the globe? I don't know, bro. It's a wrap. It's dead. It's been dead. Oh yeah, I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna get.
Wow.
Oh, he hasn't been dead for navigation.
Whew, it's quiet. What happened?
The storm passed.
I think we're taking a moment of silence for the dead ball. Please respect it.
Oh, it might be dead, still being used for some reason. And there's doesn't seem to be any replacement for it.
You know what happens, Bacon, is when truth is spoken and then logic kicks in, maybe everybody at that moment was just thinking about like, what the fuck? Wow, that makes fucking sense. Like, wait, what? Maybe that moment of silence was because everybody was just like, they didn't even have words to say. Like, wow, just drop
let's think so, yeah.
Yeah. Let me just think. I'm just trying to bask in my victory. Hold on, give me a second.
You want an alternate interpretation for what a lot of people heard? I heard mania. That's what I heard.
Oh, I know what yeah, Scott. I would expect nothing less than that from you, to be honest.
Good. Listen to yourself one day. Go back and listen to the recording.
If you can,
you sound manic. You do.
I'm pretty sure Apocryphon would sound like a genius for himself.
No, I think even hearing it back, I think he would sound manic.
Everyone's a legend in their own mind. And here's the funny thing, Scott, is that I want to throw that back at you. Have you ever gone back and listened to yourself and the way you answer things and the way you say things? Do you truly believe the shit that you spew out every night? Go ahead.
Everything, yeah.
Yikes.
Well, I'm not going to lose too much sleep whether you agree with me or not.
Well, you are kind of the resident village idiot around here, I guess. So it's okay.
Uh-huh. I'd be curious if you could ever bring someone you used to work with. I mean, someone who actually knew what they were doing into this conversation to see if they agree with you.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
I actually, I have a buddy right here, retired iron worker for over 35 years, built bridges, built all kinds of shit over 35 years. He has been on the call, by the way, before. And he was asked, did you ever account for the curvature of the earth or the print, or did anybody? And always horizontal, always plumb level square. He is not going to give you the answers that you're. I'm just, and he's retired.
Bring him in. Bring him in anyways.
Okay, give me a second. I'm literally taking a piss right now. I'll go out there and get him. Give me a second.
All right, cool.
Hi, guys. Hello?
Yeah, hello.
Being heard?
Oh, what's up?
Not much.
Sure that. That's cool. Is the chat like dead? Is anyone
It
alive?
is.
Oh,
Nah,
okay.
it just slowed down.
Yeah,
It just slowed down
a
just a
storm
minute
just
ago.
went through and we're trying to recover.
Oh, okay. What category? Was it like a 5?
It was a 5, yeah, for sure.
My
Hey
God.
Scott, can I play devil's advocate and make an anti-globe argument? See if you can address it.
Yeah, why not?
Okay.
Could be fun.
That might be a super specific question, but why isn't the oblatence of the Earth accounted for in celestial navigation? If Earth is an oblate spheroid.
I don't know, but I would guess it's because it's such a minute amount. I mean, it's going to be off by maybe arc seconds, possibly. And when you're with when you have a sextant, you can't get down to arc seconds, as far as I could tell. It's my guess. I don't know though.
Yeah, if you try to get the angle of the star from the same point using the sphere versus the ellipsoid, you get around 13 miles difference.
13?
Yes, if you're latitude 45, that's 13 miles. That's a couple arc minutes, and that's not something that shows up in navigation.
Yeah, I would think if you're 13 miles off, you're okay.
You ready to talk to him, Scott?
That's the thing. You don't get 13 miles off. If
you
get
don't?
good readings, no, you can be within 1 or 2 miles. Sometimes, if you're using a theodolite, you can consistently get within half a mile.
Well, theodolite, yeah.
Yeah, but the error isn't showing up for when you have enough accuracy. Where the angle, error should show up, isn't showing. Yeah.
Scott, you want to talk to him? He's right here.
Yeah.
Go ahead. He's right here. He's listening. He doesn't want to talk to you, by the way, but he's still here. Go ahead.
Well, then, I don't want to talk at the man.
No, well, ask him.
If he doesn't want to talk with me, don't make him. Jeez.
Okay. All right, that's fair.
Who?
He's done it before, though. That's why. He's like, I don't want to talk to him. I already have. So he feels like, doesn't want to feel like a circus monkey,
No, that's fine. No, that's fair. I mean, if he doesn't want to talk, No.
What question did you have for him? I could ask him. He could answer it. What was the question?
I just wanted to explain how you run these. What do you call them when you run from point to point to point and you
transfer the benchmarks?
Transfer the. How's that actually work? Because I could try to ask you, but you won't explain in enough detail.
I've told you already. You take the theodolite.
I know. That's why I know you won't explain enough detail.
Oh my gosh! What more? What?
Let's try it again. What do you do?
Hey, listen.
Okay.
He's a retired. Listen. Hold on, real quick. He's retired, right? Over 35 years in the trade. He's retired. You know what he just did to me right now? He laughed and waved his hand at you. This guy's like almost like he's a joke. Like, shut up. It's funny.
Okay, that's fine.
Because you're saying there's nothing more to the detail of transferring a line. You set up.
Sure, there is.
You set up a. Hold on. Listen. You set up a theodolite, right? You make sure it's level.
Okay, what does that entail?
What does what entail?
Setting up a theodolite. That's the detail I need. Pretend I've never seen a theodolite.
Okay,
what do I do?
Fair. Okay, so let me teach you. Let me tell you how I learned in class. Right, the instructor taught us. Okay. You're gonna set it up on a tripod, and you have 3 legs to the tripod, and you're gonna manipulate the tripod's height by these little knobs right here, and when you see this little bubble right here on top, this bubble in the circle is going to represent that it's level. Once you have a tripod that's level with all 3 points, because you might be on like a shifted ground, so 2 legs might be longer than the 1 leg, or 1 leg might be longer than the others, but you get it. But the point is, once it's level, then you put the theodolite on top. Because now, what have you done? You created a 90 degree to the ground from your zenith. So your GP,
horizontal, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, then what?
Your GP is now horizontal and vertical accurately. Go ahead. What's your next question?
Okay, and then how do you determine the height at which it's sitting?
You're gonna take a measuring tape, and you're gonna literally put it to the ground on the bottom. You could put like a little, either a plate or actually just take it from the ground itself, and you're gonna put it according to your eyepiece. Okay, of where you're looking out.
The eyepiece.
Yeah, from where you're looking out from, or yes, from like where you're looking out from the theodolite itself. Yes.
So there's not some mark on the theodolite that you put it to.
There could be, if that exists, there could be. But technically, you're trying to say what is the elevation from your eyesight, which would be the middle of the scope of the lens, because that's where you're looking out of.